Tang Wan, the ethereal beauty, has always been the cherished light of the villains across dimensions. However, due to the manipulation of the narrative, she finds herself departing from the antagonist for various reasons, leaving them in anguish, yearning for unattainable love. One day, she binds herself to a system dedicated to redeeming these villains and awakens her consciousness. Thus, the obsessive CEO declares, "Where do you think you can run this time?" The stoic husband vows, "I swear to earn a living for you, do not leave me." The cold-blooded leader pleads, "Do not deceive me again, I implore you." Reading guide. The powerful antagonists are enamored with her, a romantic tale filled with sweetness and overwhelming affection. The protagonist delights in her charm. For those who are favored possess an unshakable confidence. Chapter 1. She is the cherished light of the villains. "Miss Tang, this way, please." The elegantly attired receptionist in a tailcoat bowed slightly. Tang wanted just alighted from her vehicle, leisurely adjusting the flowing hem of her blush pink evening gown. Following the receptionist's guidance, she stepped gracefully into the auction hall, her stiletto heels clicking softly against the floor. Eyes, both distant and near, were drawn to Tang Wan, yet she remained oblivious to the scrutiny surrounding her, merely offering a faint smile to the receptionist as she said, "MYB. Rather is unable to attend due to unexpected circumstances, so he sent me in his stead." The receptionist, addressing her with unprecedented gentleness, replied, "It is our honor that Miss Tang could grace the treasure auction." At this moment, they had entered the grand foyer of the expansive building, where the crystalline chandelier cast a soft glow upon Tang Wan's porcelain, radiant visage. An increasing number of gazes converged upon her, with some individuals halting in their tracks, setting down their champagne flutes, and staring at her in astonishment. Tang Wan, with a pair of clear eyes that did not glance at anyone present, still held the depth of autumn waters within them, and then said, "I came in haste, and my brother did not. Provide me with a list of collectibles. I kindly request that your esteemed auction house furnish me with a copy, of course. We have also prepared some warming ginger tea for you in the private room. Please follow me upstairs." The attendant responded, leading her along the red carpet towards the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, shutting out all gazes, a single phrase distinctly penetrated the silence. Tang Wan abruptly lowered her eyelids, her long, thick lashes veiling the turmoil within her eyes. The attendant, having overheard, discreetly stepped back a few paces, maintaining a respectful distance while keeping his gaze focused. Upon reaching the private room, after navigating around an elegant floral screen, Tang Wan settled onto the sofa, taking a delicate sip of ginger tea, the robust and spicy flavor oozing her palate. In the next moment, the attendant reappeared, presenting her with a folded card. "The auction will officially commence in 20 minutes. At that time, Miss Tang, please proceed to the grand hall on the third floor. Your seat is number 8 in the front row." With that, he gestured towards the tea table where her bidding paddle lay. The attendant soon departed, and Tang Wan's expression gradually softened. Crossing her legs with elegance, she perused a list of collectibles on the card, her fingertips gently resting on the item labeled Cashmere Blue Diamond Ring. Deep within her mind, System 099 exhaled in relief. "Fortunately, we made it in time." Tang Wan rubbed the corner of her eye and chuckled softly in reply. "I told you there was no need to rush, we have ample time. Besides, have you seen if Fu Li has arrived?" Though it was merely a question, 099 could discern the negative tone of its host. Upon verification, it confirmed Tang Wan's assertion. Fu Li had yet to arrive. Tang Wan remarked, "Only inform me when he has arrived." Noticing her indifferent demeanor, 099 couldn't help but scrutinize her expression, yet failed to glean any insight. It softly inquired, "Dear host, although you have been abroad for 3 years, surely you must still harbor some feelings for Fu Li? Such sentiments would undoubtedly facilitate the successful execution of the mission involving the redemption of the antagonist." Tang Wan's hand trembled slightly, her fingertips gliding down the list until they rested upon the name Carlos Piano, the gilded lettering leaving a burn upon her skin. Did she still possess those feelings? Prior to 099 awakening her consciousness, she had merely been a character destined for an early exit in the narrative of this world. Her life had been orchestrated by the plot, preordained to be the beloved light of the antagonist, only to fade away after fulfilling her role in his darkening. Had 099 not intervened, she would still be abroad, untouched by the unfolding events of the world's narrative. Yet, no matter how absurd 099's revelations might seem, her past experiences were undeniably real, and the emotions she harbored were genuine. She remained quiet for some time until 099 suddenly exclaimed, "He's here." Startled, she realized that Fu Li had arrived. She lifted her gaze to the clock on the wall. There were 5 minutes remaining until the auction commenced, and it was time for her to descend. Yet she remained unhurried, retrieving a petite mirror from her bag. Gazing into its reflection, she beheld her still resplendent visage. With delicate fingertips, she gently touched her vivid crimson lips and then softly curved her lips into a smile. Chapter 2. The reluctant bride of the paranoid president. As Tang Wan descended the spiral staircase, she casually lifted a glass of champagne from a passing servant's tray. The sound of her high heels clicking against the tiles echoed in a measured rhythm. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, with her right hand resting on the banister and her gaze still lowered, she sensed a piercing gaze directed at her. Her breath caught for a fleeting moment, inexplicably, as her heart began to race. Instinctively, she looked up and met the eyes of a man. Only Fu Li possessed a gaze that burned with such intensity. Today, Fu Li was clad in a meticulously tailored deep blue suit, his sleeves secured with elegant cufflinks. His elongated black eyes were as profound as a frigid pool, concealing any discernible emotion, while his thin lips were pressed tightly together, revealing that his inner world was anything but tranquil. Tang Wan averted her gaze, her eardrums vibrating with the sound of her own heartbeat, rendering her unable to hear anything else. She took a sip of champagne, deliberately avoiding his captivating stare, and proceeded toward the grand hall. Setting the champagne on a small table to her right, she refrained from glancing in that direction. Just then, he unexpectedly extended a number card towards her. Glancing down, she felt a flush creep onto her cheeks as she reached out to accept the card, murmuring a soft thank you. Fu Li's gaze lingered on the blush that adorned her face, shifting to the delicate tremor of her long eyelashes. "You express your gratitude without even meeting my eyes." His voice was a low murmur, imbued with an inexplicable allure. Her heartstrings trembled violently, compelling her to lift her eyelids and gaze at him. He was seated at table 9, right beside her, his features accentuated by the interplay of light and shadow. His eyes locked onto her with a restrained warmth. The sudden chime of the bell echoed, plunging the grand hall's VIP section into darkness, with only the auction stage illuminated. The auctioneer ascended the platform, commencing the evening's bidding. Tang Wan sighed in relief. "I was just about to mention that your paddle slipped off on the red carpet at the staircase corner. Fortunately, the task subject retrieved it for you." She gently caressed the paddle in her hand and, after a moment, smiled with her eyes lowered. "I dropped it intentionally." She merely wished to take a gamble, and it turned out to be a fortunate wager. A light illuminated in the VIP section, though dim. It did not hinder the auctioneer from seeing the brightly colored paddles raised by the guests. Another item was auctioned off, and the next to be presented was a cashmere blue diamond ring. After the auctioneer introduced it and explained the rules, he announced, "The starting bid is 9 million. Many attendees had come specifically for this pair of rings, and the bidding escalated rapidly to 40 million, with the sounds of competition gradually dwindling. Tang Wan raised her paddle, 50 million. At this price point, silence enveloped the room. After all, it was not worth raising the bid further for a pair of rings, especially with more enticing items yet to come. The auctioneer declared 50 million once. 60 million. A deep, magnetic voice resonated. Tang Wan was taken aback, suppressing the urge to rub her ears, and raised her paddle again. 70 million. 80 million. It was still Fu Li. 90 million. The remaining 100 guests listened in silence to their bidding war. At 90 million, a few could not suppress a gasp, while more exchanged knowing glances, amusedly witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Fu Li and Tang Wan seemed to have crossed paths. Indeed. After all, Tang Wan was the one who called off the engagement first. Without the bond of marriage, they have become adversaries. Ultimately, Fu Li remained silent, while the diamond ring was purchased by Tang Wan for 90 million. Is the host's target deliberately setting you up? 099 queried. Tang Wan had the budget to afford it, and in response to 099's confusion, she merely smiled. Who knows what he is thinking? Yet, deep down, she understood. Fu Li was not the kind of person to resort to such underhanded tactics. In the dim light, Fu Li's features seemed to carry an enduring tranquility. Tang Wan did not gaze at him, but rather fixed her attention on the next item being presented for auction. At that moment, A chilling gaze pierced through the darkness, starkly different from the other inquisitive looks, sending a shiver down her spine. Feeling cold? Fu Li inched closer, softly inquiring. For reasons unknown, Tang Wan felt a sense of security and shook her head, her clear eyes reflecting his. No. Fu Li paused momentarily, loosening his suit jacket and placing his hand aside before slowly clenching his fist. As the auctioneer introduced the 10th item of the evening, he announced, "The starting bid is 20 million. Tang Wan's attention was captured, and she realized it was time for the bidding on the Carlos piano. On stage, the golden piano exuded an air of nobility and elegance, captivating all piano enthusiasts, including Tang Wan, who felt an urge to participate. However, to her surprise, only a few individuals raised their paddles. Little did she know that Fu Li had come specifically for the Carlos piano, and few dared to compete with him. Thus, after Fu Li called out a bid of 100 million, no one else dared to raise their offer. As the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, Tang Wan raised her paddle, 150 million. Fu Li remained impassive, 200 million. Tang Wan retorted, 250 million. Fu Li replied, 300 million. The room fell silent, the air thick with anticipation, where one could hear the faintest whispers of breaths. A person to Tang Wan's left chuckled softly, "Miss Tang, you need not bid." Although Tang Wan was not one to easily grasp the unspoken words of others, at that moment, she understood. Words eluded her, and her heart began to race once more. After the auction concluded, the esteemed guests who had successfully bid on items were escorted by their respective attendants to various private rooms for the transfer process. Tang Wan's attendant remained the same as before. After signing the contract and completing the handover of the auctioned item, he led her towards the exit. As the crowd dispersed, only a few individuals lingered in the hall. Tang Wan descended from the right side elevator and took a few steps, only to notice a figure standing by the garden entrance. Watching her amidst the interplay of light and shadow, she halted, and her attendant, spotting Fu Li across the way, informed her, "Miss Tang, I can only accompany you to the lobby." After all, no one dared to snatch someone from Fu Li's grasp. Just as the attendant was about to leave, he leaned in and whispered to Tang Wan, "Including tonight's Carlos piano, Mr. Fu now possesses 3 world-renowned instruments." Tang Wan lowered her gaze, her fingers tightening as they brushed against the ring box nestled within her bag. What an opportunity. "Host, hurry up and present the ring to him." 099 was exhilarated, believing that the first mission to save the antagonist could soon be accomplished. Tang Wan was startled by the urgent sound, taking a deep breath before saying, "No, this is not the time." Just as she was about to step forward, he had already approached, his shadow accompanied by a refreshing aura that enveloped her. Fu Li did nothing more than drape a coat over her shoulders, patiently adjusting the collar, saying, "It's cold at night. You should wear this." His tone was unremarkable, as if they had never experienced separation or resentment. Tang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, and with a mere blink, her lashes became heavy with glistening droplets. The moonlight outside the corridor was as pure as water, yet Fu Li's gaze was obscured, shrouded in an indistinct darkness, as if it were steeped in inky mist. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself. He cupped her small face, wiping away the moist tears, his voice softening to a whisper, "Don't cry, Wan Wan." She seemed to respond to him with a nod, biting her lip fiercely to stifle the sobs threatening to escape. She knew she shouldn't cry, yet her heart ached profoundly, lacking the fortitude to withstand the crumbling emotions. Fu Li, disregarding the presence of others, tenderly comforted her for a while, gently wiping her reddened eyes. At last, he retrieved a card from his pocket, placing it in her hand, his voice a soothing murmur. "This is for you, Wan Wan." The golden lettering of Carlos' piano caught her eye as she crumpled one corner of the card, her fingertips turning pale. With a quivering, tearful tone, she said, "Fu Li, I thought you would blame me, resent me." She lifted her gaze to him, her tear-stained eyes reflecting a profound sorrow and helplessness. "It was I who had betrayed our promise, I who regretted, Wan Wan." Fu Li interrupted her, suppressing the sharp pain within. He had no desire to hear those 2 words escape her lips. "It was indeed my fault from the beginning, and I have never held it against you." Fu Li gently caressed her cheek, wary of startling her. After speaking, he retrieved his phone, opened it, and handed it to her. His dark eyes filled with deep remorse. "Every photo you disliked has been deleted, not a single one remains." Tang Wan's tears abruptly ceased, confusion blooming in her almond-shaped eyes. "What photos?" Fu Li hesitated, his fingers tightening suddenly around the phone. He fell silent, and she furrowed her brow. Resolutely grasping his wrist and shaking it playfully, her voice laced with a long-lost pride. "Do tell, what photos?" Fu Li fixed his gaze upon her, and suddenly, he drew her fiercely into his embrace, so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand stood out. He buried his face in her hair, and after a prolonged moment, once he had gathered his thoughts and dulled the ache in his heart, he revealed the truth. "There are 5,080 photos. Half of them were taken while you were asleep. I'm sorry, Wan, but I assure you I did not capture anything inappropriate. I apologize. Back then, I thought I had frightened you, that you found me repulsive." 3 years prior, she had been disillusioned and had left him. He had meticulously investigated every incident, yet unearthed nothing of value. Thus, he subconsciously considered the photos on his phone, the sheer volume terrifying, some potentially distasteful, revealing his morbid possessiveness. He was acutely aware that if she were to see it, she would undoubtedly feel repulsed by him. She was momentarily taken aback, and after regaining her composure, she blinked. "Is that truly all there is to it?" He reassured her once more. "I did not capture anything inappropriate." Suddenly, she let out a soft laugh, her delicate brows and eyes instinctively curving upwards, her voice lifting slightly. "Then what are you afraid of? Why would I dislike you for this?" She understood well who Fu Li was. He could not possibly deceive her. Fu Li seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, releasing her and cradling her small face as he gazed down at her, his tone exceptionally earnest. "If it is not because of this matter, then what truly transpired 3 years ago?" Of course, if one preferred not to delve into it. Tang Wan abruptly raised her hand to cover his lips, shaking her head gently, and whispered, "I do not wish to discuss it. Please do not ask, all right?" He had committed no wrongdoing. The fault lay with her and the absurd narrative of this world. She did not want him to learn of the events from that year. If he were to find out, he would surely be disappointed by her lack of trust in him. Fu Li's gaze softened as he held her hand, clasping it tenderly in his palm, affirming, "All right, you have done nothing wrong." She hurriedly insisted, her glistening eyes steadfastly locking onto his, determined to make him believe. As the tumult of unease within Fu Li gradually subsided, he met her gaze, suppressing the urge to kiss her eyes. Instead, he gently tousled her hair and spoke softly. Chapter 5. The Regretful Bride of the Obsessive CO. 4. This was a blatant test, and Tang Wan, upon witnessing the tenderness and affection in his eyes, found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. Thus, she merely smiled, her voice sweet and honeyed. "I think it's quite all right." Fu Li's deep, dark eyes sparkled with mirth as he took her hand. Walking beside him, Tang Wan felt an unprecedented sense of security, a stark contrast to the torment she had endured during those 3 years abroad. Upon exiting the auction hall, the evening breeze swept through, and Fu Li adjusted her trench coat collar, guiding her toward a black Kian parked in the lot. Leaning against him, she walked, sheltered from the wind, her heart bubbling with sweetness. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a malevolent gaze lurked from an unseen direction, sending a chill down her spine. Furrowing her brow, she instinctively glanced to the left where a green belt lay, the trees rustling in the wind, but she saw no one. The system quickly activated, detecting someone hidden in the shadows. Xiao Yueqing, the antagonist in the plot. How intriguing. The host hasn't sought her out, yet she is already hiding and glaring at you. Tang Wan lowered her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, a flicker of coldness flashing in her gaze. She settled into the passenger seat of the Kian, where the cedarwood fragrance wafted refreshingly, soothing her tumultuous emotions. To her surprise, it was the very scent she had gifted Fu Li years ago. As Fu Li slid into the driver's seat, he suddenly leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, his movements both practiced and natural. She was unexpectedly enveloped by his breath, instinctively freezing her breath as her heart raced violently. His scent was clearer and colder than cedar, reminiscent of fresh mint in a spring rain. Unbeknownst to her, her unconscious actions were incredibly alluring, causing Fu Li's breath to grow heavier. His deep-set eyes, imbued with a fierce possessiveness, fixed intently upon her, tracing her evading, bright apricot-shaped eyes down to her luscious lips. As time slipped away, he gradually drew closer, the silence around them so profound that they could almost hear the frantic beating of their hearts. One after another, their senses magnified without restraint. The atmosphere shifted, inducing a dizzying sensation of oxygen deprivation. His soft lips were mere inches from brushing against her crimson mouth when an abrupt, chilling ringtone shattered the tranquility, ruthlessly obliterating the moment. Fu Li reluctantly withdrew slightly, yet his smoldering gaze remained fixed upon her, observing the fiery blush adorning her cheeks, the faint pink tint on her ears and neck, all breathtakingly stunning, as always, captivating him. Tang Wan finally fished out her phone, answering the call just before the ringing ceased. Nervously gripping the strap of her bag, she briefly met Fu Li's gaze, which sparkled with warmth and deep affection. When he mentioned Fu Li, Tang Wan clenched her teeth and huffed. Then why don't you call him to remind him? He doesn't listen to me, but he listens to you. Tang Sun couldn't contain his laughter, and after a few words, he hung up. The phrase "he listens to you" lingered in the air of the compartment, igniting a blush on her face that she had just managed to cool down. Under the gaze of her pure yet alluring eyes, none could utter a word of rejection. Least of all Fu Li. The neon lights of Yun City shimmered brilliantly as the black Qian glided through the bustling streets, finally arriving at a serene villa district. The vehicle came to a swift halt, and Fu Li unbuckled her seatbelt, gazing intently at her. "Shall I escort you inside?" To be honest, under his intensely penetrating gaze, she found it difficult to withstand, prompting her to hastily exit the car and wave goodbye. "See you." Once inside the foyer, she took a deep breath, steadied her nerves, and after a moment, changed her shoes and entered the brightly lit living room. Tang Wan shot him a glare. "Brother, look at the time. It's almost midnight." Tang Sun stared at her, his expression somewhat complex. Had his sister truly not objected to the title brother-in-law he had just mentioned? Suddenly, he felt a pang in his chest. With a forced smile, Tang Sun quipped, "It's nearly midnight. Who told you to dally with him for so long?" Tang Sun chuckled, shaking his head as he took out his phone to call Fu Li, inquiring about a few matters before mentioning Tang Wan. Just before hanging up, Fu Li remarked, "She is rather shy, don't tease her." After disconnecting the call, Tang Sun pondered whether his sister was now under Fu Li's care. Meanwhile, Tang Wan lay on her bed, clutching her phone, typing and deleting messages. Just as she struggled to send a reply, a message from the other party appeared in the chat box. "Fu Li, Wan, hurry and wash up, it's time for bed." Tang Wan hastily turned over and sent a few emoticons of a rabbit nodding its head. However, she accidentally slipped and sent the emoticon of a white rabbit kissing a gray rabbit instead. Instantly, she covered her face and buried her head in the pillow. But after a moment's reflection, she realized there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It was not the same as when they had first been together. She patted her face and got up to grab her phone. He had sent her a voice message, which she listened to twice. Her ears burning and tingling as if electrified, a smile forever gracing her lips. Yet, as she smiled, tears began to well up in her eyes. This was her opportunity to see him again after breaking free from the constraints of the narrative. Without this chance, she would have. A sharp pain gripped her heart, as if a knife were twisted violently within, rendering her breathless. 099 cautiously observed the anguished host and said, "Host, it's all right. Don't overthink it. You will be able to escape the narrative control and be with the antagonist in the future." 099, having bound itself to Tang Wan, guided her on a mission to save the antagonist, thereby liberating her from the narrative's manipulation. Tang Wan gradually composed herself and softly remarked, "I don't quite understand. Fu Li doesn't seem like an antagonist at all." She had already absorbed the complete world narrative that 099 had sent her. Yet the Fu Li within the story bore no resemblance to the Fu Li she knew. According to the narrative, Fu Li was an excessively calm and rational individual, akin to a meticulously programmed robot, cold-hearted to the extreme. It was only in the later stages that he could stand against the male protagonist, inflicting substantial damage upon him with his ruthless and merciless demeanor. 099 remarked, "Dear host, you are his white moonlight. He will never allow you to see his other side." Villains typically harbor a tragic childhood and unfathomable dark experiences, which forge their extraordinary malevolence. In cliché narratives, they often have a white moonlight, an idealized figure whose loss marks their complete descent into darkness. In truth, 3 years prior, Fu Li had undergone significant transformation, though Tang Wan had yet to perceive it directly. Tang Wan's gaze dimmed. "I do not wish for him to be as depicted in the story." Seizing the moment, 099 began to extol the virtues of diligence in fulfilling her tasks. Amused, she smiled, her eyes curving gracefully, only to notice a message from Xiao Yueqing as she lowered her gaze. She paused, frowning as she opened it. "Yueqing, Wan, are you asleep?" Tang Wan's expression turned icy, filled with disdain. The familiarity in the other's tone was utterly distasteful. At the auction, Xiao Yueqing had lurked like a rat in a gutter, yet in public, she maintained her previous guise of gentleness and intimacy, such a splendid performance. Tang Wan slumbered until the sun was high in the sky. After completing her morning rituals and descending the stairs, she found only a few servants in the villa. Upon seeing Tang Wan, Aunt Lu beamed like a flower. "Wan has awakened. Come and have breakfast. It's all your favorites. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Tang Wan replied with a sweet smile, her unadorned face radiating a natural blush, pure and captivating. The Carlos piano had already been delivered to the music hall on the 3rd floor. After finishing her porridge, Tang Wan eagerly made her way upstairs. Fu Li always understood her preferences. After playing the piano for a while, waves of joy and sweetness surged within her, and her longing for Fu Li reached its zenith. Ultimately, she could not resist waiting until the evening for him to pick her up. She applied her makeup and donned a burgundy knitted dress, tailored to fit her form and flaring gracefully at the hem, with a slightly low neckline complemented by a short shawl before stepping out. The family chauffeur drove her to the front of the Fu Group building. As she entered, all 4 receptionists turned to look at her, though they did not recognize her. Her striking appearance and poise left them hesitant to treat her with anything less than respect. May I ask whom you are looking for? Do you have an appointment? Yes. Tang Wan curved her eyes into a smile, but before she could finish, the voice of Assistant Zhao echoed from the elevator. Miss Tang. He hurried over to her with a bright smile. I apologize for the wait. Allow me to escort you upstairs. As they walked, she inquired, You didn't tell Fu Li, did you? No. Assistant Zhao shook his head vigorously, his smile unwavering. Upon reaching the 30th floor of the building, he promptly returned to the front desk, stating, Next time the president's wife comes to visit, do not obstruct her or inquire about appointments. The receptionists exchanged astonished glances, unable to conceal their surprise at this revelation. Once Assistant Zhao departed, they whispered among themselves, Is this truly the legendary president's wife? She must be the sister of the president of the Tang Group, right? Indeed. Her name should be Tang Wan. When she walked by just now, I felt as though my breath had caught in my throat. She is simply breathtaking. Previously, the one who claimed to be the president's sister stormed upstairs unannounced, provoking the president's wrath and resulting in the dismissal of Sister Chun and her colleagues. I recall her name was Xiao Yueqing. Alas, she is merely a stepsister. How could a stepsister ever compare to a legitimate wife? They are not married, are they? I have heard rumors that Miss Tang had called off her engagement. Each floor of the building is spacious, adorned with multiple cantilevered platforms. Tang Wan traversed the tranquil corridor, first arriving at the tea room, where she poured herself a cup of hot tea before gently knocking on the president's office door. Upon entering, she pressed her lips together, feigning composure as she walked over, her footsteps deliberate, the sound of her heels barely audible. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Fu Li was intimately familiar with the rhythm of her steps. After just a few strides, he looked up. Surprise flickered in Fu Li's eyes as he immediately rose to approach her. What brings you here? He inquired, taking the teacup from her hands and wrapping his arm around her slender waist, guiding her to the sofa. Following the events of the previous night, the last remnants of distance between them evaporated, and his gestures felt entirely natural. The clarity and brilliance of Tang Wan's eyes reflected pure joy as she confessed, I missed you. Upon uttering those words, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, despite having seen him just the night before. Such candidness was music to Fu Li's ears, causing a stir in his heart. His long, dark eyes brimmed with tenderness as he gazed at her flushed face, a deeper shadow lingering in his gaze. Tang Wan felt her cheeks flame under his scrutiny, and after a moment, she heard him softly reply, I missed you too. Tang Wan felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, sensing something amiss, yet his expression bore no hint of disquiet. Fu Li released her, handing her the tablet from the sofa, and smiled. Wan, shall we indulge in a game for a while? I have 3 hours until I finish work, and afterward, we can enjoy dinner together. During his work hours, Fu Li attended a meeting, and at 5 o'clock, he left on the dot, taking Tang Wan's hand as they entered the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered numerous employees departing for the day. She had initially paid little attention, but suddenly, 099 exclaimed, Host, look to your left. The male lead from the story. Tang Wan was taken aback and quickly turned her gaze. The young man's profile was strikingly handsome, his smile radiating the vigor of youth. Was this the male lead, Tao Yuchi? The narrative mentioned that he initially worked at the antagonist Fu Li's corporation before acquiring enough skills to venture into entrepreneurship. It was entirely plausible to see him in Fu Li's company at this moment. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Li had released her hand, now draping his arm around her shoulder, discreetly obscuring her view. He gently inquired, Shall we go to Jinyunjai? It is quieter there, and the dishes are to your liking. A subtle smile graced Fu Li's lips, his demeanor softening as his dark eyes glanced to the left. Meanwhile, Tao Yuchi, walking and talking on the phone, remarked, Why does the back of my head suddenly feel cold? Upon arriving at Jinyunjai, they ascended to a private room on the second floor, where the elegant ambience combined with exquisite cuisine was utterly tantalizing. Tang Wan had longed for Chinese cuisine for quite some time. As she savored the fish and meat delicately offered by Fu Li, she paused with her chopsticks when she felt she was about 70% full. At that moment, she heard Fu Li's gentle and magnetic voice beside her. Wan Wan, are you doing well abroad? She turned to look at him, her eyes reflecting surprise. In an instant, Tang Wan almost discerned his unspoken thoughts, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and shyness. No, I haven't been with anyone else. Fu Li's gaze was intense, locking onto her fluttering eyes. He cradled the back of her head with one hand, his long fingers weaving through her chestnut curls as he leaned closer. Shall we start anew? Fu Li's voice was undeniably captivating, his tone laced with a tender coaxing that felt like a caress for a cherished treasure. Without hesitation, Tang Wan nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She believed Fu Li need not ask such questions. Their interaction since last night had transcended the boundaries of mere friendship, implying an unspoken understanding regarding a fresh beginning. Yet, his inquiry stemmed from a lack of security. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of pain. In the next moment, she wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing near to him, and earnestly vowed, I have always been yours. Fu Li's gaze deepened instantly, as if he were fixated on his prey, his breath becoming heated. Words became superfluous. In silence, he lowered his head and captured her lips with his. There was no mere teasing. He pried open her mouth, the kiss overwhelming in its intensity. He had yearned to kiss her since last night, a desire that had left him aching to his very bones. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Tang Wan finally found a moment to catch her breath, her crimson lips blooming like a fully blossomed rose. His breath lingered tantalizingly close, his soft lips brushing against hers, only to be shyly evaded by her. Fu Li endured the moment, attributing her shyness to her innocence, yet finding her allure undeniably captivating. After a brief pause, she composed herself and exhaled deeply. Before sending out the ring, she felt compelled to confront Xiao Yuqing, lest the shadows in her heart linger indefinitely. Tang Wan dialed Chen Shui's number, arranging a gathering for the following day. Once she concluded her calls with friends, she turned her attention to Xiao Yuqing. Standing on the small balcony of her room, her eyes glimmering with a cold intensity, yet her tone laced with a gentle smile. She said to Xiao Yuqing on the other end of the line, Yes, let us meet tomorrow afternoon at 3. If you have anything to say, feel free to share. The next day, Tang Wan adorned herself with exquisite makeup and headed to the villa for the promised gathering. Once the festivities commenced, she engaged in lively conversation with her friends, soon transitioning to toasting with drinks as a gesture of apology. As the alcohol slid down her throat, she heard their cheerful inquiries. Just a little token, right? We're more curious about when your wedding will be and if you'll invite us to be bridesmaids. Tang Wan nearly choked on her drink, covering her mouth with a hand and shooting them a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Of course, you will be invited. As for the date of the wedding, that matter had yet to be discussed. Xiao Yuqing, observing the long-awaited Tang Wan, feigned casualness as she remarked, That's splendid. It perfectly compensates for the regret of not being a bridesmaid 3 years ago. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere of the gathering abruptly shifted, many gazes sharpened, piercingly directed at Xiao Yuqing, before anxiously darting towards Tang Wan. Unbeknownst to the pianist nearby, who remained blissfully absorbed in his melodious and cheerful performance, the tension in the room escalated. Tang Wan leisurely settled onto the plush sofa, lifting her eyes to glance at Xiao Yuqing with an expression of feigned surprise. What are you talking about? Oh, right, I forgot to mention, I don't plan to have you as my bridesmaid after all. What? Xiao Yuqing's eyes widened in shock, her voice rising in disbelief. Her initial intention had merely been to remind Tang Wan of an incident from 3 years prior. While subtly gauging whether Tang Wan was aware that the photograph was a forgery she had crafted, she had hoped to discern Tang Wan's feelings. But to her astonishment, Tang Wan raised an eyebrow, her gaze innocent yet perplexed as she regarded Xiao Yuqing. Laughter erupted among the friends surrounding them, who chimed in to support Tang Wan. Did you not grasp what our Wan just said? Shall we each repeat it for you? Xiao Yuqing quickly shook her head, her nails digging into her palm in secret distress. But why, Wan? A flicker of hope lingered in Xiao Yuqing's heart, wishing against hope that Tang Wan had not truly uncovered the truth and consequently harbored animosity towards her. Tang Wan pouted, deliberately avoiding Xiao Yuqing's stare, her voice maintaining its usual sweetness. This is rather dull. Chu Wei, shall we play a game? Chen Shuwei shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Yueqing, her smile radiant. I too find this tedious. It's unfortunate that someone dampened the spirits right at the start of our gathering. Let us engage in a game to lift the gloom. How about a piano competition? Tang Wan pointed towards the pianist in the distance and turned her gaze back to Xiao Yueqing, disregarding the embarrassment and anger etched on her face. With a charming glimmer in her clear, captivating eyes, she proposed, if you can outplay Chu Wei on the piano, I shall allow you to be my bridesmaid. How can you say that? Xiao Yueqing exclaimed, a mix of fury and disbelief surging within her. What do you mean? Tang Wan squinted, amusement dancing in her tone. If you prefer not to participate, you need not. However, a mere piano competition? You have won the prestigious Pharaoh International Piano Gold Award. Surely you are not afraid of a trivial game? Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yueqing's face turned ashen. She was acutely aware of how she had earned that gold award, and Tang Wan knew it all too well. Tang Wan was deliberately setting her up for humiliation. Chen Shuwei, who had always harbored disdain for Xiao Yueqing, seized the opportunity to taunt her. Exactly. You are a gold medalist. Are you intimidated by my bronze? In a state of extreme trepidation, Xiao Yueqing was pushed to sit at the piano by a few individuals. With no choice but to proceed, she could only rely on her past training to clumsily play a piece, resulting in a chaotic and discordant performance. Laughter erupted around her, unabashed and mocking. When she glanced around, she saw everyone laughing, including Tang Wan, who had always been considerate of her feelings in the past, now covering her mouth in laughter, her eyes glistening with mirth. In that moment, Xiao Yueqing felt an unsettling illusion that Tang Wan was gazing at her maliciously through the shimmering laughter. You did this on purpose. She suddenly stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Wan, her voice laced with urgency and indignation. Tang Wan blinked slowly, her tone languid. What do you mean on purpose? Is it my fault that I agreed to your request and allowed you to take the gold award? The atmosphere around exploded with indignation. Countless scornful gazes directed at Xiao Yueqing. Tang Wan. Xiao Yueqing had never anticipated that she would expose past events so swiftly, causing her to tremble with fury. Her hair standing on end, eyes reddened as she lunged forward. Tang Wan remained seated, her demeanor growing icy, as Xiao rushed towards her. She seized her collar and deftly flipped her onto the sofa, delivering 2 sharp slaps to her face. Do you still wish to strike me? How shameless can you be? I've awarded you the gold medal, granted you everything you desired, and this is how you repay me? Tang Wan spoke with vehement intensity, her hands stinging from the impact. Chen Shuwei and the others were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered looks. Has one learned to slap others? Is it raining red in the world today? Today has certainly been satisfying. Her hand ached terribly. Tang Wan. Xiao Yueqing's eyes burned with rage, fixating on her fiercely. Tang Wan gestured, and 2 attendants swiftly approached to restrain Xiao Yueqing, preventing any further outburst. Remember this lesson well. Do not think you can deceive me as you did in the past. Tang Wan exhaled softly, her expression vibrant and animated as she spoke. Xiao Yueqing glared at her fiercely. You invited me to this gathering solely to humiliate me. Just you wait, I will. Slap. Tang Wan struck her once more. You wish for revenge? What opportunity will you have? From now on, who in this circle will protect you? The onlookers watched with great interest, echoing. Indeed, it was Wan who shielded you before. Everyone in this circle respected her, and thus treated you kindly. Without Wan, you shall face dire consequences henceforth. All right, throw her out. Tang Wan nodded slightly to the attendants. The gathering among friends resumed after Xiao Yueqing was expelled. Chen Shuwei raised an eyebrow at Tang Wan, teasingly saying, Wan, how many times did I warn you before, yet you never listened? How is it that you have finally recognized Xiao Yueqing's true nature? Previously, it was I who misjudged her character. Tang Wan lowered her gaze. In truth, her relationship with Xiao Yueqing had always been manipulated by the plot, and she had once been akin to a naive fool. After all, Xiao Yueqing is Fu Li's half-sister. How could you simply cast her aside? Someone inquired softly as they approached. Tang Wan offered a reassuring glance. Do not worry. Fu Li will certainly not object. As she spoke, a flicker of unease crossed her eyes, and she swallowed the words that lingered unspoken. The gathering extended into the evening, with friends gradually departing. Tang Wan walked to the front yard of the villa and was about to call the family driver when, in an instant, a shadow rushed toward her from the side. Host, retreat. It's Xiao Yueqing. 099 alerted her. Tang Wan immediately stepped back, but it was too late. Xiao Yueqing was about to pounce on her. Just then, someone rushed up behind her and kicked Xiao Yueqing away. Xiao Yueqing was forcefully sent flying, landing on the ground while clutching her abdomen in agony. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Tang Wan found herself enveloped in a familiar embrace. Wan, are you all right? The person who had kicked Xiao Yueqing was none other than Fu Li. He turned Tang Wan to face him, his dark eyes scrutinizing her intently. As her heart steadied, Tang Wan smiled at him. I am fine. Those truly burdened by matters lay prostrate upon the ground, feeling as though their very innards had been displaced, unable to rise for an eternity. Yet, upon hearing Fu Li's voice, they hastily braced themselves against the wall, struggling to stand and flee. Fu Li's frigid gaze swept over them. Halt. Xiao Yueqing trembled uncontrollably and, taking the initiative, uttered, I am sorry. Had she known Fu Li would arrive, she would have said anything to avoid ambushing Tang Wan. As Fu Li listened to her disjointed words, a colder light glimmered in his eyes. Is that all you have to say? Xiao Yueqing, do not compel me to take action. You have already acted. Xiao Yueqing shrieked in terror at Fu Li, her voice breaking. You kicked me just now, we are even. Fu Li, concerned that his expression might frighten Tang Wan, merely commanded in a cold tone, approach, look at Wan, and apologize to her. Xiao Yueqing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Tears sprang forth. Yet she dared not truly provoke Fu Li. She turned, clutching her abdomen, and walked over. Fu Li grimaced at the sight of her swollen face, wrinkling his brow in distaste. I am sorry, Tang Wan. Xiao Yueqing wept profusely, appearing utterly pitiable. Were you attempting to sneakily strike me just now? Tang Wan narrowed her eyes, questioning if she had not yet received enough slaps. Fu Li, momentarily taken aback, grasped Tang Wan's right hand, noticing the faint redness in her palm, and gently began to massage it. Xiao Yueqing's gaze turned venomous. You struck me. Fu Li kicked me. I have apologized. So I should be allowed to leave. Fu Li raised his eyes to fixate on her, not overlooking her malicious glare. He stifled his rising ire, choosing to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Xiao Yueqing immediately realized that Fu Li would not easily let her off the hook. Resigned to her fate, she retreated while warning Tang Wan. Tang Wan, I advise you not to trust others so casually. You may not be aware, but someone is scheming too. Silence. Fu Li's eyes darkened. Despite Xiao Yueqing's incoherent words, he could surmise her intentions. A shiver ran through Xiao Yueqing as she took a step back and hurriedly turned to flee. Tang Wan, puzzled, had barely caught what Xiao Yueqing had said and turned to Fu Li, inquiring, what did she just say? What scheme? Fu Li's pupils constricted as he gazed at her, gently reassuring, it's nothing. She's just talking nonsense. He swiftly changed the subject. Does your hand still hurt? It hasn't hurt for a long time, she replied, opening her palm and smiling up at him. As Fu Li looked into her bright, clear eyes, he couldn't help but caress her small face, a faint smile forming on his lips. Yet, an unprecedented sense of crisis loomed within him, prompting a final glance in the direction Xiao Yueqing had departed. Noticing his unusual demeanor, upon reaching home, she tugged at his hand and asked, What's wrong? Fu Li shook his head, leaned in to kiss her cheek, and softly murmured, Wan, may I come in for a moment? Of course, she replied, exiting the car and taking his hand, leading him into the villa's courtyard. 3 years ago, when I first came here, it was to discuss our wedding with Uncle Tang, he said quietly. After finishing his sentence, Fu Li released her hand, retrieving a black velvet ring box from his pocket. As he opened it before her astonished gaze, 2 luxurious rings lay inside. He paused, fixing his gaze upon her. Wan, do you feel it's too soon? But why does it feel so swift? They should have been husband and wife 3 years ago. Tang Wan's heart raced, her thoughts in disarray. Subconsciously, she replied, No, I am proposing, he stated earnestly, his tone grave, though it is rather abrupt, and I have not prepared anything else. Wait. Tang Wan pushed his hand away, a blush rising to her cheeks. After biting her lip and shooting him a glare, she turned and dashed upstairs. Fu Li stood there, dumbfounded as he watched her flee, disbelief etched on his face. His long fingers clutched the ring box tightly, nearly distorting it. She had rejected him. Was it indeed too hasty? Yet he could not afford to wait any longer. Xiao Yueqing was privy to some of his secrets, and he feared she might divulge them to Wan. For the moment, he could manage the situation, but what about in the long run? If Wan were to discover those truths, would she still harbor feelings for him? He had to seize the opportunity before him, to bind her to him as swiftly as possible. Tang Wan opened the box in her hands, revealing a pair of sapphire blue diamond rings that quietly refracted light. She looked up at him, her eyes clearer than the gems themselves. Let us use the rings I prepared. Last time, both the engagement ring and the wedding bands were yours. It would be remiss not to. Listening to her words, Fu Li felt his typically hardened heart race wildly. She had spoken so much, embarrassing herself. Her face flushed as she took his left hand. Let me put it on for you. The blue ring slid onto his middle finger, and he gazed down at her, his heart brimming with tenderness. He placed a ring upon her finger, gazing at it for an extended moment, before succumbing to the urge to draw the smiling woman before him into his embrace. Tilting his head, he pressed a kiss to her ear, his voice a low, husky whisper, "Wan. His beloved would never comprehend the depths of the man she had unwittingly ensnared in her charm. It was merely an engagement they had agreed upon. Yet he trembled with exhilaration, especially when she had taken the initiative to say, "I will contact my parents shortly to discuss the wedding arrangements." Fu Li nodded, rarely experiencing such overwhelming joy that left him lightheaded. "Wan, I shall prepare the rings." Tang Wan tilted her head to kiss him softly near his lips. Her voice gentle. "Fu Li, this time there will be no unforeseen circumstances." As Fu Li departed, a smile adorned his face, driving in circles within the villa district. Once the surge of excitement began to subside, his expression gradually dulled as he steered his car toward the residence of Xiao Yueqing. In mere moments, Fu Li exited the small villa, trailed by two resentful gazes that shadowed him. Xiao Yueqing's teeth chattered in indignation as she fixated on Fu Li's retreating figure, exclaiming, "How can someone like you dare to be with the one you love? Tang Wan has truly fallen into a misfortune." Xiao Yueqing's mother hastily shut the door, cutting off Fu Li's view, and shot her daughter a disapproving glare. "Are you so impatient that you must provoke him?" Xiao Yueqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Mother, we cannot afford to wait any longer. If he truly marries Tang Wan, the Yuyuan villa will become their marital home. Will we have any chance to enter? If we cannot, we will be unable to retrieve the documents left by grandfather. Must we wait until death?" Zhao's mother's eyes flickered as she gritted her teeth and declared, "I will discuss this with your father tomorrow." Fu Li had contemplated numerous possible inquiries, yet he had not anticipated such a question. Without hesitation, he replied, "Uncle and aunt, I have never harbored any resentment towards Wan. This is uncharacteristic of you." Tang's father took a sip of tea, fixing his gaze upon him. "You possess a ruthless mind, unwilling to suffer indignities, and you do not forgive easily." Tang Wan, who had been listening nearby, felt a jolt in her heart, believing her father had spoken too harshly. "Dad." However, Fu Li remained unfazed, responding earnestly, "Uncle, Wan has always been the one I love, and that will never change. How could I possibly resent her? When she left all those years ago, he had been consumed by the fear that his past actions had been exposed, inciting her disdain. He was too flustered to feel any animosity." Tang's father snorted, and Tang's mother turned to Tang Wan, inquiring, "Are you serious this time? Will you run off again?" All eyes were on Tang Wan, who instinctively glanced at Fu Li and affirmed, "Absolutely not." Tang's mother nodded and addressed Fu Li, "I understand your desire to marry soon, but my stance is that we should wait at least 2 months. I want Master Jian to craft a set of jewelry for Wan to be included in her dowry, so it will take at least 2 months. Do you have any objections?" Tang's father seemed satisfied with this, casually remarking, "That is acceptable. Let us find a time to have a meal with your father and discuss the specifics." He regarded Fu Li, falling silent thereafter. With a slightly grave tone, Tang's father added, "Do you think I speak lightly? Are you aware of what he has done over these years?" "What?" "He compelled his father to undergo sterilization, forced him to relocate to a branch office, denied him any shares, and suppressed his father's illegitimate children to the point of rendering them powerless, driving 3 of them abroad, among whom were 2. Tang's father clicked his tongue and went to sweep the streets. "Now, he is even prohibited from interfering in matters of marriage. How ruthless has Fu Li become? In the upper echelons, no one dares to discuss Fu Li's affairs. Thus these matters remain unspoken, yet Tang's father is well aware. Moreover, Fu Li's cruelty extends outward. There is no need to divulge those details to her. Fu Li has dealt harshly with all the illegitimate children of the Fu family vying for shares, stopping just short of eliminating them entirely. Speaking of the Fu family's illegitimate offspring, there remains one individual yet to be dealt with, who is still cautiously plotting." Tang Wan contemplated this matter, her mind occupied with it, and the following day she visited Fu Li's corporate headquarters. She could not directly inform Fu Li. He must uncover the truth himself. However, for him to do so, she needed time to arrange things. ascending to the 30th floor. She had just stepped out of the elevator when she noticed a middle-aged man in a black suit closely following Fu Li. Overhearing him say, "Why has the president reassigned Tao Yuqi to the branch?" This decision came unexpectedly, and our technical department was unprepared. The project currently cannot proceed without him. President, could you possibly? Tang Wan blinked in thought and followed them into the president's office. Fu Li settled into his large chair and, upon noticing Tang Wan's entrance, immediately rose to bypass the director of the technical department and took her hand. Seizing the moment, Tang Wan inquired, "Is there something lacking in Tao Yuqi's performance?" Fu Li paused slightly, his dark eyes narrowing. "No?" She pursed her lips and cautiously inquired, "Has he upset you? Is it true that the protagonist and the antagonist have clashed so soon?" However, it was not the case. Fu Li averted his gaze, suppressing the surging possessiveness within him, and addressed the director of the technical department. "Please inform HR that he should not be transferred for the time being." The balding director responded with a loud affirmation, casting a grateful glance at Tang Wan before exiting. Once the door closed, Tang Wan scrutinized Fu Li's expression, playfully draping her arms around his neck and sitting on his lap, smiling as she asked, "Why do you seem unhappy? Are you particularly concerned about someone named Tao Yuqi? Do you know him?" Fu Li's unwavering gaze fixed on her. "I don't know him." She tilted her head slightly. In truth, she was unfamiliar with Tao Yuqi, having only learned of him through the narrative. Fu Li wrapped his arms around her waist, and a hint of amusement finally flickered in his eyes. "Then let us not discuss him." Tang Wan promptly rose from his lap, her ears tinged with pink as she glared at him. "What did I tell you a few days ago? Have you forgotten?" Fu Li's dark eyes sparkled with mirth, concealing the underlying intensity. "I haven't forgotten." Dazed from his kiss, she nodded obediently. After work, as they ascended to the second floor of the restaurant, 099's voice suddenly chimed in. "Host, the supporting character Xiao Yuqing has followed you here." Tang Wan frowned slightly. "She must be looking for me." She pondered for a moment, a smirk playing on her lips. "Indeed, without me, she has lost her connections. No one will inform her of the date of my wedding with Fu Li, yet she is eager to intervene. So, she has come to find me?" She decided to offer her an opportunity. During the meal, Tang Wan excused herself to the restroom. As she stepped inside, Xiao Yuqing followed closely behind and shut the door of the ladies' room. At this point, Fu Li had no means to follow her in. Tang Wan crossed her arms, standing before the sink, and raised an eyebrow at her. "Are you looking for me?" Xiao Yuqing wore a smile on her face. "Wan. I happened to be dining in this restaurant today. Upon seeing you earlier, I recalled our past and wanted to come over to apologize." Tang Wan let out a chuckle and pointed at the door she had just closed. "Isn't your behavior rather peculiar?" Xiao Yuqing, unable to endure Tang Wan's mocking smile, gradually let her facade drop. "Tang Wan, I have something to discuss with you. Because of Fu Li, I can't send you messages via phone or social media." "Oh, and what is it that you wish to convey?" Xiao Yuqing took a couple of steps closer, her gaze turning fierce as she abruptly raised a piece of white cloth to cover Tang Wan's face. However, Tang Wan had been watching her movements closely and, alerted by 099, swiftly grasped her wrist, sending the cloth tumbling to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Wan retaliated with 2 sharp slaps, asserting, "I've told you before not to think I'm still as easily deceived as I once was. Did you really believe I was that foolish? You could have at least attempted a sneak attack from behind for a better chance." Dazed by the blows, Xiao Yuqing glared at her with rage, gripping Tang Wan's shoulders and pinning her against the edge of the sink. "Tang Wan, you wretched girl." Xiao Yuqing raised her hand high, but Tang Wan did not flinch. Instead, she quickly declared, "I know you are the biological daughter of Uncle Fu." "What?" Xiao Yuqing's pupils suddenly widened in terror. In her moment of daze, Tang Wan forcefully pushed her aside and rubbed her aching lower back. Tang Wan, with an amused glint in her eyes, observed her expression and tilted her head with a smile, inquiring, "Why the silence? Why not strike me?" Xiao Yuqing feigned calmness and retorted, "What nonsense were you spouting earlier? I mentioned that on the surface you are Uncle Fu's adopted daughter, but in reality, you are his biological daughter. You have concealed this for years out of fear that Fu Li would discover it and gather you all together." Tang Wan approached the visibly shaken Xiao Yuqing, her voice softening. "You are Uncle Fu's last trump card, am I correct?" Xiao Yuqing's family had indeed kept the events of many years ago well hidden, with no outsiders privy to the truth, yet she could not escape the narrative provided by 099. Her face turned pale, but her eyes were bloodshot. "No, you are fabricating lies." Tang Wan smirked slightly, still in denial. Let me elaborate further. The reason you dare not disclose this to Fu Li is because he would take action against the illegitimate children of the Fu family. You fear that even your trump card might be suppressed and sent abroad, worried that Fu Li could indeed become the sole heir of the Fu group, which is why you have concealed this secret for so very long. This secret, aside from Uncle Fu, you, and your mother, has no fourth witness. Then how do you know? Xiao Yueqing trembled, contemplating whether to silence Tang Wan now, for this secret must not reach a fourth person. Tang Wan shrugged casually. Someone slipped up, and I happened to uncover it. Impossible, she immediately retorted. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Tang Wan smiled sweetly. For I am already privy to all that transpires, including the revelation that the photographs you sent me 3 years prior were fabrications of your own making, crafted meticulously to thwart my union with Fu Li and to bolster the support behind him, all driven by your ludicrous jealousy. Xiao Yueqing's face twisted into a cruel smirk. Yet 3 years ago, you merely glanced at the images and, unable to reach Fu Li, naively believed in his betrayal. Tang Wan, the crux of this matter lies in your insufficient trust in him. You are. Tang Wan struck her sharply across the face, her gaze frigid as ice. I acknowledge my past lack of trust in him, and I do not require your admonitions. Xiao Yueqing's cheeks swelled painfully. Unable to contain herself any longer, she seized Tang Wan by the collar. Tang Wan arched an eyebrow. Do you dare strike me? Then do so. She pushed her away, casting a glance at her trembling hand, and leisurely remarked, if you lay a finger on me, I shall disclose your schemes to Fu Li, and we shall see whether you are whisked abroad the following day or relegated to sweeping the streets. Xiao Yueqing recalled the scattered remnants of the half-siblings who had crumbled under Fu Li's oppression over the past 5 years, a shiver coursing through her. She felt her world collapsing. If Tang Wan knew, it meant Fu Li would too, and her days of comfort were numbered. She obstructed Tang Wan's path. Do you wish to learn the secret Fu Li has threatened me to keep silent about? It pertains to you. Tang Wan's eyes darkened. Sensing her interest, Xiao Yueqing hastily added, indeed, it is a vital secret regarding you. How about we strike a deal? You assure me that you will not disclose my identity to Fu Li, and I shall share this secret with you. I promise, Tang Wan replied with a nod. After all, she had no intention of revealing the truth to Fu Li directly. She would allow him to uncover it himself. Xiao Yueqing scrutinized her with suspicion, and after a moment, leaned closer and whispered, I discovered a document in Fu Li's office. Upon hearing the next statement, Tang Wan was struck dumb, a chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her trembling. It contained a detailed plan for the acquisition of the Tang Corporation. Fu Li had been remarkably patient, investing several years in strengthening ties with the Tang family. Once he withdrew from the new project, the Tang Corporation's financial chain would fracture by a third, immediately paving the way for his subsequent scheme. Tang Wan understood that Fu Li, as an antagonist, showed no mercy to his rivals, yet she had never felt this directly. The thought of Fu Li's blade aimed at her filled her with profound dread. Xiao Yueqing continued. That is why I believe your encounter with Fu Li and his affection for you is a stroke of misfortune in the near future. You will be grateful for my warning. Enough. Tang Wan's eyes blazed with cold fury. Do you think I am oblivious to your motives? You merely wish to prevent the Tang family from becoming entwined with Fu Li, hoping to secure an advantage for yourselves. Leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to strike you again. Xiao Yueqing, gritting her teeth, stomped her foot and fled, not forgetting to collect the white cloth from the ground. Her aim of inciting discord had been achieved, rendering Tang Wan's humiliation of her inconsequential. Tang Wan picked up her phone to send a message to her friends, requesting them to treat Xiao Yueqing well in recent times, as she harbored no intention of allowing her to enjoy herself. She lost track of time, and it was only when Fu Li called for the second time that she answered, softly saying, It's nothing. I'm just touching up my makeup. After speaking, she closed her eyes, realizing that she should not conform to Xiao Yueqing's expectations. Fu Li would never act against her interests. She inquired of 099. I have not witnessed what she mentioned in the narrative. 099, diligently investigating, responded, That is unfounded. The supporting character is merely sowing discord. Although there are many matters the antagonist cannot disclose to you, he has never harmed you. Calming her thoughts, Tang Wan exhaled slowly. She washed her hands and applied a deeper shade of lipstick. Exiting the ladies' restroom, she turned the corner and spotted Fu Li waiting for her. She paused for a moment as he approached, taking her hand and gazing intently at her, asking, Is something wrong? Tang Wan smiled faintly. Did you not just ask? I told you there was nothing. Why are your hands so cold? Fu Li enveloped her hands in his. Meeting his gaze, she recognized his cautious nature and sighed. The restroom is just a bit chilly. Fu Li's eyes widened in sudden intensity, a glint of ferocity flashing within them. Very well, he replied, his tone cold and harsh. Someone had come prepared, speaking ill of his precious one. The street sweepers had been restless lately, engaging in incessant subterfuge. Although Fu Qi from the branch company and Zhao's mother, Xiao Yueqing, seemed to behave themselves, it did not absolve them of suspicion. He harbored numerous secrets that he could not allow Wan to discover. Regardless of what they confided in her, he would not let them off easily. You should take the time to try on wedding dresses. The weather is getting colder, and you must hurry to capture some outdoor wedding photos. Tang's mother said to Tang Wan with a smile. Tang Wan responded with a soft hum. We could also wait until next summer to take them. What? No longer in a rush? Tang's mother feigned surprise, and after teasing her, she pointed towards the courtyard below. You may not be anxious, but he certainly is. While enjoying tea on the small balcony of the second floor, Tang Wan turned her head and spotted a car pulling up outside the courtyard. Fu Li had just arrived. She smiled and waved at him. Fu Li came upstairs and greeted Tang's mother, engaging in a brief conversation. Tang's mother then suggested, take Wan to try on the wedding dress. The dresses from the Ritz in M country will arrive the day after tomorrow, and then she can try on the one at home. Fu Li nodded in agreement and took Tang Wan's hand as they left. Once inside the car, Fu Li leaned in and kissed her, the fervent and intense kiss leaving her breathless, especially since they were still outside in her family's courtyard. A servant had just passed by, and although they were aware that the occupants of the car were unseen, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Wan, I apologize for being a bit busy these past few days. I could only come to pick you up today, Fu Li said, gently wiping the moisture from her lips, his gaze soft and affectionate. Tang Wan's clear almond-shaped eyes reflected his, and she smiled while holding his large hand, saying, I'll only forgive you this time. She was well aware of his busyness. The 099 had informed her that he had been occupied with both the Fu family and Xiao Yueqing. As long as her attitude toward Fu Li remained unchanged, she believed he would feel a little more at ease. Fu Li had been observing her intently, his dark eyes resembling an unfathomable pool, fixated on her gaze. Still clear and affectionate, unable to resist kissing her once more. While on the way to try on wedding dresses, Tang Wan inquired, I have yet to pay a visit to Uncle Fu. Wouldn't that appear inappropriate to outsiders? Fu Li, driving with a subtle smile gracing his lips, replied, Not at all. Do not concern yourself with that. The one in charge of the Fu family now is me, not him. After a brief pause, he continued, When you meet him in the future, just call him Dad or Uncle, but do not heed anything he says. Tang Wan obediently nodded. Moments later, Fu Li's deep voice resonated slowly. Do you think I am heartless, Wan? Tang Wan shook her head repeatedly. I have heard about your family matters. I believe your actions are decisive, not cruel. While it may seem harsh to outsiders, Tang Wan now aligned herself with Fu Li, considering it from his perspective. Just as she finished speaking, they arrived at the bridal shop. Fu Li halted the car, turned to her, and spoke deliberately. 5 years ago, my driver was bribed by him, tampering with the braking system, ensuring the brakes would fail. He intended for me to meet with a fatal accident on the highway. Tang Wan's heart skipped a beat, anxiously grasping his hand. Furrowing her brow, she quickly denied, Of course not. Merely hearing it made her heart ache, and recalling his past. Her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears as she added, Please do not overthink it. I truly do not think you are cruel towards Uncle Fu. A subtle smile tugged at Fu Li's thin lips. Do you know why I shared this with you? She paused momentarily. Do you wish to explain the reason behind your estrangement from Uncle Fu? Fu Li slightly shook his head, his dark eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed steadily at her. No, I merely wish to convey the reason for my lack of a chauffeur these past years, as well as my desire to find a new one. Tang Wan's mind was flooded with questions, and Fu Li's smile deepened. The words you spoke to me before we parked suddenly made me want to seek a new driver. Why? Tang Wan looked at him in confusion. Fu Li tenderly caressed her cheek, his voice a low whisper. Because I cannot kiss you while I am driving. Tang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly extricated herself from his grasp and hurriedly exited the car. I must go try on wedding dresses. Fu Li watched her through the car window, taking a deep breath. He spoke the truth, not jesting. Heaven knows how much he yearned to kiss her when she claimed he was not heartless. Fu Li alighted from the car and caught up with her, taking her hand as they entered the boutique. Designer Andy awaited their arrival, instantly approaching them with a beaming smile, circling around Tang Wan. Miss Tang, welcome. Your wedding dress is this way. Please follow me. I assure you, when you don this gown, you will be utterly breathtaking. Upon noticing Fu Li in his peripheral vision, he cleared his throat and added, it will certainly captivate your fiancé. He led them into the inner room, gently drawing back the white curtain. Behind the glass, a stunning platinum wedding dress, exquisitely crafted, caught the eye. Tang Wan gazed at the gown, her eyes sparkling with delight, unabashed in her admiration. Before turning to Fu Li, it's new. Indeed. With a smile gracing his lips, Fu Li gently clasped her fingers, remarking that the previous gown had not been satisfactory. So he had commissioned a new one, hoping she would find it to her liking. Once their conversation concluded, Annie promptly summoned 2 female staff members to assist Miss Tang in donning her wedding dress. A towering 5-meter white curtain was drawn, and Fu Li awaited in serene silence. After 2 hours, Tang Wan emerged, adorned in the exquisite gown. The moment Fu Li's gaze fell upon her, an enchanting stillness enveloped the room. He had witnessed her charm in various forms, playful, innocent, alluring, vibrant, but none could rival the visual impact she presented at that moment. Beneath the brilliant lights, her skin resembled the purest of creams, surpassing even the snow in its delicacy. The gown, a platinum-hued masterpiece, accentuated her slender waist with graceful curves, while intricate floral appliques and luxurious crystal embellishments highlighted her alluring silhouette. Her features were strikingly refined, with slightly upturned eyes that exuded a mesmerizing allure, seeming to draw one's very soul into their depths. Tang Wan caught a glimpse of herself in the full-length mirror, and merely by observing Fu Li's reaction, she discerned his approval. With a playful smile on her crimson lips, she touched the scattered crystals in her hair and teasingly inquired, "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Fu Li, cautious not to tread upon the hem of her gown, first adjusted it before enveloping her in his embrace. He kissed her softly by the ear, his voice thick with emotion, beautiful, truly exquisite. As his kiss shifted from her ear to her lips, he whispered, "Mine." The shadows of the past 3 years had unexpectedly begun to fade. After half an hour, when designer Andy entered, he deliberately scrutinized Tang Wan's luscious lips, which were indeed as red as a resplendent rose. He was secretly amused until he suddenly caught the warning gaze of Fu Li. Andy suppressed his laughter, refraining from teasing her, and cleared his throat. "Miss Tang, there are still 2 wedding dresses and a toast outfit to try on. Shall we continue now? And Mr. Fu, would you like to try on your suit?" "No, I can still wait," Tang Wan replied, playfully beckoning him with her finger. Fu Li nodded, enveloping her mischievous finger within his palm. After finally escaping his persistent kiss and bidding him farewell, she stepped into the villa. 10 days later, the news of Tang Wan and Fu Li's wedding date was finally announced, set for the end of next month, with invitations dispatched one by one. Fu Li's father, Fu Qi, stormed into the Fu group with a dark expression, successfully gaining access to the president's office. "Why didn't you inform me before directly setting the wedding date with the Tang family?" Fu Qi inquired, observing the cold demeanor of Fu Li. Attempting to soften his tone, wasn't he had agreed that we would handle matters within the Fu family discreetly, to avoid letting outsiders laugh at us? Moreover, Fu Li had negotiated the wedding date with the Tang family without allowing him or Xiao Mu to be present, disregarding their status as direct elders of the Fu family. It seemed Fu Li was intentionally aiming to make him lose face in front of their future in-laws. Fu Li shot him a glance, stating, "For me, the Tang family are not outsiders." He paused momentarily, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "Besides, you've been the subject of ridicule for quite some time now. Do you truly care about that at this point?" Fu Qi's facial muscles twitched in response to this remark. It is all due to Fu Li that he has become the subject of ridicule. He has regretted having such a son for quite some time. Suppressing his resentment, he said, "Fine, let this matter rest. But when will the position of branch manager be returned to me? This farce has gone on long enough. It was never yours to begin with, so how can we speak of returning it?" Fu Li, renowned for his ruthlessness, cast a glance at Assistant Zhao, who promptly began to usher Fu Qi away. Fu Qi, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, "Then what about the position of president of the Fu group?" "That was never yours. My father intended to give it to me." Fearing that he might inadvertently overhear some sordid family secret, Assistant Zhao hurriedly propelled Fu Qi along. Fu Li closed his eyes, quietly rubbing his temples, and after a moment, slowly inquired, "Has everything been arranged well at the Yu Yuan villa?" He vividly recalled the day he first visited the Yu Yuan villa, the ancestral home of the Fu family. which Fu Li intended to use as the wedding chamber for his beloved. There was an eerie stillness permeating the villa, devoid of any warmth. The occasional flowers on the dining table failed to infuse vitality, instead amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. At a glance, the gently falling drapes resembled a melancholic child, exuding a sense of abandonment by the world. The entire villa loomed like a colossal beast shrouded in thick gloom. Leaning back in his chair, Fu Li soon opened his eyes and declared, "I must go prepare the wedding chamber." Was the position of president meant for Fu Qi? Were they merely attempting to use something within the Yu Yuan villa to substantiate their claims? Did they think he was unaware of it all? He had already relocated that item, waiting for them to ensnare themselves. Glancing at the clock, Fu Li noted that it was time to leave work. Fu Li's gaze sharpened as he pulled over, fixing his eyes on her. "Did he confront you?" "No, we merely crossed paths," Tang Wan replied after a moment's consideration. "Wasn't he supposed to be at work during that time? But then he went there." "Oh, and I also saw Xiao Yueqing." She speculated that perhaps they could no longer restrain themselves and had decided to meet secretly to discuss matters. Furrowing her brow, she cautiously guided Fu Li. "After all, they are stepfather and daughter. Isn't it inappropriate for them to meet privately?" Fu Li lowered his gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips as he took her hand. "They are not stepfather and daughter." "What?" Tang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. "You knew?" She had been pondering how to remind him to pay attention. Initially, it was merely a suspicion, but after conducting a paternity test, it was confirmed that they were biological father and daughter. Fu Li's eyes darkened, his expression laced with cold mockery. "Then why?" Tang Wan unbuckled her seatbelt and wrapped her arm around his, whispering, "Why didn't you tell me? If you had, I wouldn't have befriended her." Fu Li chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I discovered it 2 years ago, but you had already gone abroad by then. I couldn't tell you even if I wanted to." Those individuals had concealed their schemes so well, operating under his nose until their true intentions finally surfaced. Tang Wan blinked her glistening eyes and inquired, "Then why have you been so forgiving towards her?" "Forgiving?" Fu Li paused, a playful glint lighting up his sharp features. He couldn't help but pull her closer, resting her against his lap, his hands encircling her waist as he gazed at her. "Is it considered forgiveness if I didn't send you off to sweep the streets?" Tang Wan parted her lips, ready to speak, but in the next moment, he seized her mouth with his. She was held tightly in his embrace, and it took her a while to catch her breath, her slightly parted lips being nibbled by him in a teasing manner. She hoped that in the future, whatever I did would be perceived by Wan as benevolence. His gaze was as profound as the ocean, but do not mistake him for being heartless. Tang Wan evaded his lips, resting her chin on his shoulder. She said softly, "That depends on what the matter is." Fu Li's arm around her waist tightened abruptly, his voice gravelly. Wan, are you perhaps overestimating me?" Her soft curves pressed against him, and with such a playful demeanor, could he remain unaffected? A blush crept across Tang Wan's face as she cautiously shifted, only to be firmly restrained by him. He turned his head to gently nuzzle her cheek. "Stay still, let me hold you for a moment." That evening, Fu Li pondered carefully over the matter Tang Wan had mentioned. Since Xiao Yueqing and Fu Qi had met, they must have been unable to resist taking action. It was indeed commendable that they had endured for so long. Fu Li closed his eyes, his expression unreadable, concealing an abyss of cruelty. Recently, Tang Wan had ceased her visits to the southern investment firm. Firstly, it was merely a pastime for her, and secondly, her wedding date was approaching. Chen Shuwei and a group of friends arrived as promised. After trying on the bridesmaid dresses, they accompanied Tang Wan to fit a wedding gown sent from abroad while excitedly discussing plans to prank the groom. "Let us hide Wan's high heels under the bed, wrapped in a bag, so he has to stretch to reach them. Or we could place them beneath Wan's skirt. By the way, will Fu Li lift her skirt? Let us have Fu Li sing before opening the door. Sing, or I won't let you in." "Yes. It must be that kind of love song." Chen Shuwei was carefully scrutinizing Tang Wan's reflection in the full-length mirror, a smile playing on her lips as she turned to adorn her with delicate pink pearl earrings, teasingly remarking, "With such a visage, not even Fu Li could resist you, let alone me." The radiant beauty before her, a bride-to-be, possessed a figure that was gracefully alluring, her eyes sparkling with a hint of bashfulness reminiscent of gentle rain and shy clouds. Upon hearing Chen's words, she beamed with delight, prompting Chen to affectionately tease her further. "Oh, my dear, you shall have to concede to Fu Li from now on." Tang Wan, feeling ticklish, laughed breathlessly and hurriedly pushed her away. "It's not the same," Lin Man interjected, hands on her hips. "On the day of the wedding, we won't fear him. He must pass our scrutiny to claim his beloved." Chen Shuwei winked at Tang Wan. Are you really going to let them have their way? Tang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Let them be. She settled in front of the vanity, fiddling with hair accessories, while 099 seized the moment to comment. The supporting actress is making quite a stir. Of course, this stir was only significant from the system's perspective, as 099 had been diligently monitoring Xiao Yueqing's every move per the host's instructions. Fu Li occasionally visits the Imperial Garden Villa to arrange things, making it difficult for Xiao Yueqing to find an opportunity, yet she remains patient. They had cultivated their patience over this prolonged period. As Tang Wan observed, since Fu Li was aware of Xiao Yueqing's true identity, there was no need for her to involve herself further, nor to harbor any concerns. If Fu Li could be outsmarted by someone he was wary of, then he would no longer be Fu Li. What is his current corruption value? 099, 85 points. 099 seldom discloses the specific points of her corruption value, nor does she pay it much heed, as she deems it inconsequential. Her mission is to save the antagonist, but what does salvation entail? Is simply reducing the corruption value to 0 a true measure of success? Not necessarily, for she must also facilitate Fu Li's liberation from his role as the villain. The definition of his villainous identity stems from opposing the male protagonist of the world's narrative. As she diminishes the corruption value, she must simultaneously monitor his relationship with the protagonist. Moments later, Tang Wan received a call from Fu Li. He wished to take her to their future home today, and she arranged with him. Let's go after you finish work this afternoon. I'll come to pick you up. The man's voice on the other end was deep and gentle. 099, seemingly pondering, reminded Tang Wan. Do you not sense that as the wedding approaches, Fu Li's gaze upon you intensifies? There has been a daily call without interruption these days. Her close friends gathered around. Are you going to the Yew Garden again? How is the arrangement coming along? Tang Wan replied. It's nearly done. Today, Fu Li wishes to show me the glass flower house. The front and backyards must be filled with flowers, right? The Yew Garden Villa area is one of the most prestigious locales in Yun City, with only a handful of villas within, to ensure spaciousness for each resident. The villas are set apart, each boasting its own golf course and backyard racetrack. In the evening, Fu Li arrived as promised, and Tang Wan had changed into her usual attire. She rushed into his embrace upon descending the stairs, not forgetting to inform her parents, Mom and Dad. You need not save dinner for me tonight. Madame Tang admonished her with irritation. Be careful while walking. Do not always act so recklessly. Fu Li politely responded, and Tang. I will keep an eye on her. Madame Tang nodded in acknowledgement. This time, Tang Wan occupied the rear seat. As Fu Li had recently managed to hire a driver who only focused ahead and never glanced back at the passengers. Find some time tomorrow to help me move my piano, would you? She smiled sweetly at him while nestled in his embrace. Those can be kept. I will buy you new ones. They are already on the way. In truth, Fu Li had long considered Tang Wan's piano. All right, she said, lowering her gaze to see her fingers securely enveloped in his broad palm. Tentatively, she moved her fingers, and he obligingly loosened his grip slightly. Suddenly, Tang Wan smiled mischievously, her fingers slipping between his. The amusement in Fu Li's eyes deepened as they played for a while. Upon arriving at the Yuan Villa, Tang Wan spotted Assistant Zhao and raised her eyebrows in surprise. Assistant Zhao emerged from the foyer, a cheerful expression on his face as he stood by the fountain in the courtyard, saying, President, I have completed the checks you requested, so I will take my leave now. Fu Li, in good spirits, nodded at him. Tang Wan tugged at Fu Li's hand, asking, What did you check? He shifted to wrap his arm around her shoulder, leaning closer to kiss her ear softly, his tone gentle, surveillance. Wan, soon, perhaps tomorrow. We shall go see a play together. Tang Wan rolled her eyes playfully, biting her lip with a smile. Humph, 099 interjected. Xiao Yueqing is taking action tomorrow. I was going to inform the host, as I have been keeping a close watch on her. She smiled at 099, saying, Perhaps Fu Li knows as much as you do, and there may be people he arranged around Xiao Yueqing. Fu Li deliberately set a trap for Xiao Yueqing, creating an opening in the Yu Yuan Villa, through which she would undoubtedly enter tomorrow. Tang Wan looked up at him and asked, Is there anything I need to do to cooperate? They had arrived at the glass greenhouse, and Fu Li's gaze shifted from the vibrant flowers to her face. After a moment of contemplation, he replied softly, No, but if possible, it would be best for you to stay with me early tomorrow morning. As he spoke, a hint of darkness flickered in his deep black eyes, momentarily concealed, yet his tone carried a subtle cold fury. They are foolish, attempting to target you, planning to kidnap you to lure me out of Yun City. This scheme, albeit foolish, was undeniably effective and would incite his immense wrath. If Tang Wan were truly abducted, even knowing it was a ploy to draw him away, he would pursue them relentlessly. Likewise, Xiao Yueqing and Fu Qi would face his severe retribution. The day Fu Li learned of Xiao Yueqing and Fu Qi's plan, his inner fury nearly consumed him, a desire to eliminate them rising within him. Had he not had the means to gather intelligence on their activities, he might have inadvertently allowed Tang Wan to be captured, a thought he could scarcely bear. He could hardly fathom the days that would follow should he lose Tang Wan again. Fu Li lifted his gaze to a certain spot upstairs, the curve of his lips revealing a chilling smile laced with derision. For the sake of a trivial will, they sought to jeopardize his Wan. Such foolish audacity was tantamount to courting death. They might as well be sent to meet the one who left the will. Do they intend to bind me? Tang Wan raised an eyebrow and smirked. In that case, I shall cancel my makeup appointment with Master Jian tomorrow. Or perhaps invite him to my home. If I do not venture outside, how could they possibly reach me? That is indeed a viable plan. You shall remain at home tomorrow and go nowhere. I will arrange for Master Jian to come to the Tang residence. Fu Li felt somewhat reassured. Yet he still desired her presence by his side. Rest assured, Tang Wan said, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek, her smile radiant. However, I still wish to enjoy the performance. You must invite me. Fu Li could not help but chuckle, his demeanor softening, revealing handsome features. Understood. I shall come to fetch you. He watched as Tang Wan entered the greenhouse, his gaze following her through the pristine, transparent glass, a sense of contentment blossoming within him. The flowers were indeed beautiful, yet they paled in comparison to her. She was the princess stepping into the carefully crafted cage he had designed for her. Fu Li ran his fingers thoughtfully, suppressing the dangerous thoughts that surged within him. He knew he must exercise greater restraint. Tang Wan did not ascend the stairs. Instead, she sat beside Fu Li, listening intently. Tang's mother regarded Fu Li with a warm expression, saying, "The wedding is just around the corner. You two should find a time to obtain your marriage certificate before the ceremony." Such traits had intensified for Fu Li over the past 3 years, necessitating their cautious approach. He listened attentively, his expression solemn. "Thank you, uncle and aunt," Tang's mother continued. "Moreover, regardless of the strained relationship you share with your father, it is imperative that you extend an invitation to him for the necessary occasions. We shall speak candidly. You are well aware of your reputation within the circle. Should your father's absence be noted at the wedding in 5 days, it is inevitable that some elders will cast their judgment. Of course, she is not particularly concerned about Fu Li's reputation, yet should her daughter become Fu Li's wife, there is a certain degree to which she may be affected by him. Thus, they hope Fu Li can maintain decorum and uphold dignity during crucial moments." Fu Li was momentarily taken aback by Tang's mother's assertion. He turned his head, his gaze drifting towards Tang Wan, and fell into silence. Tomorrow, he intended to deal with Fu Qi and had no intention of allowing him to remain until the wedding day. Though he harbored such thoughts, he could not voice them aloud. Instead, he replied, "I understand uncle and aunt's intentions, and I will send him an invitation. As for Fu Qi's attendance, that is entirely up to him. He cannot be faulted." Fu Li's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any gloom, and Tang's parents, who were nodding in satisfaction, failed to perceive his inner turmoil. The following day, having completed her makeup appointment with Master Jian, Tang Wan, with her mind focused, had just finished removing her makeup when Fu Li arrived to escort her. Upon entering the Yuyuan Villa district, they could faintly hear the sound of sirens in the distance. Tang Wan shifted her gaze from the panel provided by 099 to Fu Li, who gently squeezed her fingers without uttering a word. As they alighted from the vehicle, they were met with the sharp cries of Xiao Yueqing. "Bring Fu Li here. Call him over." Tang Wan had already glimpsed Xiao Yueqing's current appearance on the panel provided by 099, yet witnessing it firsthand evoked a chilling sense of dread within her. Xiao Yueqing has undergone an unfathomable ordeal in recent days, her frame emaciated to the point of distortion. At this moment, her visage is contorted, with bloodshot whites of her eyes, embodying the madness of one who has toiled exhaustively only to face utter failure. She is being escorted towards a police vehicle by 2 female officers, writhing and struggling desperately. Suddenly, she catches sight of Tang Wan and Fu Li, her voice escalating to a piercing shriek. "Fu Li is here. Why are you arresting me? Go after him." The officers grip her firmly, stating, "We received a report from Mr. Fu. You have unlawfully entered his residence to commit theft, and both witness and material evidence corroborate this. Naturally, it is you we are apprehending. No. Xiao Yueqing is on the brink of collapse. It is Fu Li. You must arrest him. Fu Li steps forward and nods at the officers. May I request that she be allowed to view the items she purportedly stole from my home? The police present the evidence, a substantial stack of documents. Initially, they presumed these to be confidential files belonging to the Fu Corporation, for which theft is indeed a crime in these times. However, Fu Li leisurely turns to the first page, which prominently displays Fu Yong's handwritten will. Xiao Yueqing's gaze is fixated upon it as she exclaims, "Officers, look! Fu Li has violated the terms of the will." Fu Li holds the first page before her with a voice dripping with icy mockery. "Do take a closer look and ascertain whether I have indeed transgressed." Xiao Yueqing reads each word with palpable bewilderment, and upon reaching the first clause, she lunges forward, seizing the blue document. Shares in the Fu Corporation, 51%. Transferee, Fu Li. She does not bother to read further. This single revelation is sufficient to shatter her. Fu Li, indeed it is Fu Li, not Fu Qi. Yet how could this be? Grandfather distinctly stated that the shares would be bequeathed to her father. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Yueqing's eyes brimmed with crimson rage as she violently tore the paper in her hands and glared fiercely at Fu Li. This is not the original will. You have altered grandfather's testament, committing forgery and deceit like before with your counterfeit documents. Fu Li regarded her with a cold, indifferent gaze, as if she were an inconsequential being, or perhaps even filth. This is a copy of the original document. Tear it if you wish. The police restrained Xiao Yueqing once more as she continued to scream, "I will sue you, Fu Li. Officer, I intend to press charges against him." Fu Li remained composed. Addressing the officer, "I have not violated any stipulations of a legally binding will. I will present the original shortly as proof." The officer nodded, subsequently escorting Xiao Yueqing into the police vehicle, swiftly taking her away. Tang Wan approached and took Fu Li's hand, speaking softly, "I wish to accompany you." The chill that enveloped Fu Li dissipated as he lowered his gaze to meet her glistening eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Then let us go together." He was indeed guiltless in this matter. As they made their way to Fu Li's residence, he received a phone call, and his expression gradually darkened. Tang Wan sensed something amiss, her brows knitting together in concern. "What has transpired?" she inquired. Upon hearing the content of Fu Li's conversation, 099 clicked his tongue. Xiao Yueqing has escaped, right during her transport. Tang Wan was momentarily taken aback, slowly closing her mouth as she could not suppress her derision. Is she truly that foolish? Originally apprehended merely for the crime of burglary, her escape now renders her transgressions far more severe. Tang Wan composed herself and gazed at Fu Li, inquiring, "What is it?" Fu Li, surprisingly, responded with a smile, "Her departure has caught me off guard." Fu Qi had evidently exhausted his final connections on Xiao Yueqing. With her fleeing at this moment, her fate may be more favorable than if she were to be incarcerated directly, as she temporarily evades Fu Li's wrath and retribution. Mistaking Tang Wan's concern, Fu Li gently reassured her, "It matters not where she runs. She will ultimately be apprehended and face graver consequences." Tang Wan nestled her head against his chest, contemplating that the more severe punishment might very well originate from him. Upon arriving at Fu Li's residence, she immediately spotted Fu Qi smoking at the entrance. Recently, Fu Qi had not fared well. He had lost considerable weight, sporting unkempt stubble and a gloomy demeanor. Upon noticing Fu Li's arrival, he discarded his cigarette and scoffed, "Impressive, Fu Li. The police will be here shortly, if you do not surrender the original documents. Prepare to be summoned to court." Fu Li retorted coldly, "You wish to see the originals? Then step aside." Standing beside him, Tang Wan was taken aback by his blunt remarks. He and his father resembled adversaries. Perhaps out of consideration for Tang Wan, Fu Li tightened his grip on her hand, tempering his tone. He retrieved the original documents, not for Fu Qi, but directly for the arriving police. The officers calmly recited the first item, and Fu Qi's reaction mirrored that of Xiao Yueqing, his eyes bloodshot. He lunged forward in an attempt to seize the documents. Fu Li seized him, turning his back to Tang Wan, no longer concealing the malice etched upon his face, his eyes glinting with hostility. "The truth lays bare before you." Fu Li let out a cold laugh, his voice low and unhurried. "My grandfather despises my ruthlessness. Yet he is aware that the corporation will flourish only under the right stewardship." He nodded at the police, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. "Please take him away. He has falsely accused me of forging a will, inciting Xiao Yueqing to commit burglary, and assisting her in her escape. I possess ample evidence. The police, accustomed to the bitter rivalries between affluent families, promptly apprehended the accused and prepared to escort him away, addressing Fu Li. Mr. Fu, we will need you to come to the station shortly for a statement. Having lived for so many years, he found himself outmatched by his own son, whose heart was far more callous, a veritable scoundrel. In that moment, he abruptly conceded, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the silent Tang Wan. As he spat vehemently, Tang family girl, before long, you shall regret aligning yourself with someone like Fu Li. Fu Li's gaze darkened abruptly, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. However, in that fleeting moment, all traces of violence dissipated amidst the softness and warmth of a hand clasping his. It was Tang Wan who stepped forward, gripping his hand tightly, as if to assuage his unease, and addressed Fu Chi with assurance. Uncle Fu, rest assured. I shall cherish my life with Fu Li. Fu Chi's expression contorted with fury. What? By what merit? Was Tang Wan truly foolish? What did Fu Li possess? Apart from a handsome visage that could deceive, he was undeniably cold-blooded, treacherous, and a perfect embodiment of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Fu Chi suddenly realized that Fu Li had the entire Fu family corporation at his disposal, and Tang Wan must have been drawn to that. He would never comprehend, nor would he ever know, that the son he viewed as a failure was indeed capable of being genuinely loved. As they departed, the wail of sirens gradually faded, plunging the room into an utter silence. A searing, unbearable heat invaded her slightly parted lips, a reckless fervor enveloping and intertwining with her, claiming her entirely. Tang Wan seemed to perceive the pathological madness in his gaze. Trembling and flustered, she shut her eyes tightly, overwhelmed by his fervent kiss, her body tingling, her mind becoming a haze. Fu Li did not release her, firmly ensnaring her, kissing the delicate bridge of her nose and moving to her eyes, glistening with unshed tears. His hoarse voice, accompanied by his scorching breath, softly resonated, as if to soothe her. Wan Wan, you will accept the true me, won't you? She was nearly on the verge of tears, nodding incessantly at his words. In truth, she could hardly grasp what he was saying at that moment. Fu Li could not contain his joy, his lowered eyelids brimming with tenderness, murmuring, I want to marry you. I desire you. Tang Wan clutched at the hem of his shirt, steadying her breath, her heart fluttering, acutely aware of his unmasked madness. Fu Li had always been gentle and reserved with her, much like his name suggested. Yet, Tang Wan understood that he was never truly a man of self-restraint and propriety. After a while, Fu Li went to take a statement, and Tang Wan waited for him on the bench by the door, switching off the indoor scene activated by 099. Turning to the tightly shut door, unable to suppress a sigh. 099. What is the matter, host? Are you regretting having attracted a monster? Tang Wan furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing his words. No. In the past, Fu Li had encountered situations akin to today's, but over time, she had simply forgotten. She was almost oblivious to the depth of his obsession for her. There was no lingering fear. Perhaps it was for the best. As the door swung open, Tang Wan's eyes, as clear and pure as washed silk, met Fu Li's, and a smile graced her lips, bright and twinkling, like stars adorning the night sky. He was to be her fiancé. That day, Tang's parents learned of Fu Chi's incarceration, and their expressions were a complex tapestry of emotions. In their affluent circles, the bitter rivalry between fathers and sons was hardly a novelty. Yet, they had never envisioned a day when they would marry their daughter into such a family. Tang Wan and Fu Li went to register their marriage, and as they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, she held the freshly minted red booklet in her hands. The next moment, she heard Fu Li's inquiry. Shall I keep it? Tang Wan's gaze flickered between the red booklet and him, finding it amusing as she handed it over. Fu Li solemnly accepted it, neatly stacking both booklets and placing them away. On the day of the wedding, Tang Wan anticipated a sleepless night, yet she slept soundly until dawn. Upon rising, she was greeted by the morning light flooding the room, and her heart began to race with excitement. Today marked her union with Fu Li. The makeup artists and stylists were already downstairs awaiting her arrival. After a hearty breakfast, she entered the dressing room, where she was surrounded and pampered. Before long, the bridesmaids gathered, bubbling with excitement as they surrounded Tang Wan, exclaiming, Congratulations on your wedding, Wan Wan. Thank you, Tang Wan replied, her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Mother Tang sat beside Tang Wan, gazing at her daughter who had blossomed into a striking beauty, her eyes unexpectedly glistening with tears, filled with reluctance. She whispered to Tang Wan, Though the Fu family is small, They boast many formidable branches and numerous relatives. When you accompany Fu Li, mirror his attitude towards them. You will be the matriarch of the main family, so do not overly constrain yourself out of politeness. In a moment of reverie, Tang Wan recalled similar words spoken 3 years prior, just before her marriage. She lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with tears, and replied softly, "Mother, I understand." Mother Tang spoke with her for quite some time, and when the hour arrived, she descended the stairs to prepare. The bridesmaids conspired to hide Tang Wan's high heels, bustling about the spacious room. "Let us just hide them under the bed." Tang Wan, clutching her bouquet, lifted her face from the red roses and gently cautioned, "Be careful not to tug at the hem of your skirts while you crouch down." Qin Shuwei playfully poked Tang Wan's forehead with her finger and teased, "Don't think we're oblivious to your feelings. You're reluctant for Fu Li to kneel down and search, aren't you?" Tang Wan chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, and quickly shook her head in denial. "I'm not. Just hide them under the bed. Fu Li has long arms." He reached them while kneeling. After their deliberations, they concealed the shoes just as the procession to retrieve the bride arrived. The bridesmaids peered out the window, where 20 wedding cars entered the villa district in grand fashion, the lead vehicle a luxurious Rolls-Royce, a striking departure from Fu Li's usual style. As the wedding car came to a halt, Fu Li stepped out and made his way inside. Tall and striking, his presence was particularly captivating among the groomsmen. With a charming smile and a gentle demeanor that accentuated his chiseled features, after navigating a series of challenges on the ground floor, he finally arrived at the entrance of the bride's chamber on the second floor. "You're here? So soon?" The astonished bridesmaids rushed to the door, blocking entry and demanding a red envelope from the groom. The enthusiastic groomsmen swiftly pushed a thick stack of red envelopes through the door, exclaiming, "Here you go. This is the groom's offering. Please, kind ladies, do us a favor." The bridesmaids eagerly accepted the envelopes, revealing checks within that elicited gasps and laughter. "The groom is quite generous. This is practically a bribe. We simply must let him in." Each check was worth more than their allowances for 2 months. They quickly opened the door, and Fu Li was the first to enter. Instantly captivated by the sight of Tang Wan by the bedside, momentarily lost in her beauty, Tang Wan smiled at him, her heart racing with anticipation. Fu Li approached her, gently cupping her face with his large hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Wan, I've come to take you away." She replied softly. Fu Li and the groomsmen searched for her shoes, but initially found nothing. Eventually, they accurately deduced their location beneath the bed and retrieved them. Kneeling before Tang Wan, Fu Li tenderly lifted her foot, carefully putting on her shoes. With laces to tie, he meticulously secured them before gathering her voluminous gown and lifting her effortlessly into his arms. At this sight, both the groomsmen and bridesmaids burst into laughter and applause. Tang Wan wrapped her arms around Fu Li's neck, her eyes sparkling with joy, and amidst the playful cheers, she leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his lips, the subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Fu Li paused momentarily, casting a glance at her. He saw her eyes, mischievous and lively, as if they were adorned with little hooks. The embrace around her tightened involuntarily, his deep gaze concealing a hidden flame. Yet he ultimately restrained the impulse to kiss her crimson lips. He merely inhaled deeply, fixed his gaze ahead, and descended the stairs. The ground floor was bustling with people. All the relatives from the Tang family had gathered, their eyes collectively resting on Tang Wan and Fu Li. Fu Li held Tang Wan, showing no intention of releasing her. His demeanor courteous and smiling as he greeted them, gradually placing Tang Wan into the car. The moment he relinquished his embrace, he leaned in discreetly, tenderly kissing the corner of her lips, filled with affection. Upon arriving at the wedding hall, after a series of rituals, the officiant announced that the groom could kiss the bride. Fu Li's kiss was imbued with reverence and tenderness. From this moment forth, nothing would part them. Tang Wan changed into a toasting outfit. The red dress accentuated her porcelain-like complexion. Fu Li, donned in another set of attire, awaited her in the outer area. Upon seeing her approach, he took her hand gently and inquired softly, "Wan, are you tired?" "A little. Just a few toasts, and then I'll take you away." His eyes shimmered with compassion. After completing the toasts with the closer relatives of the Tang family, Fu Li prepared to escort Tang Wan away. The proceedings had stretched into the evening. "What's wrong?" Fu Li lowered his head, his cheek brushing lightly against her forehead. The warm orange glow of the setting sun bathed her face, her eyes glistening with a warm, moist sheen. "I love you." The corners of his mouth curved into a smile, his voice enchanting to the core. "I love you too." As in years past, he found himself irresistibly enchanted by her. Whether during a tranquil afternoon or amidst the simplicity of her gentle smile, Fu Li cradled Tang Wan in his arms as they ascended the stairs. Placing her upon the bed adorned with vibrant red sheets and comforters in their marital chamber, he tenderly brushed aside her tousled hair, his calloused fingers gliding softly over her delicate, rosy earlobe. She was exceedingly sensitive, instinctively drawing her neck in and gazing up at him with her glistening, watery eyes, exuding an alluring charm. Fu Li seemed to inhale deeply, unable to restrain himself any longer, and leaned in passionately to capture her lips. The taste of wine lingered between them. He recalled her inebriation, and recognizing the need to maintain some control, he released her. She appeared even more dazed. Her lips slightly parted as she gasped for breath, her dreamy eyes resembling those of an enchanting sprite. Fu Li swallowed hard, caressing her petite face. Wan, let me prepare a hangover remedy for you. You haven't eaten much. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Tang Wan, not entirely intoxicated, still possessed the clarity of thought to reply, noodles, you should eat too. All right. Fu Li swiftly prepared the hangover soup, but she found the flavor unappealing. Sipping only a few mouthfuls before pushing it away, playfully pouting, I'm not that drunk. I don't want to finish it. He had always been unable to resist her whims, acquiescing to her every desire. During the preparation of the noodles, she descended the stairs. Having changed out of her wedding attire and removed her hair accessories, now dressed in a simple, comfortable long dress and white cotton slippers. The intoxication in her eyes nearly dissipated. The newly awakened Tang Wan radiated a sense of languor as she watched him from the kitchen counter, and before long, she approached and wrapped her arms around his slender waist. Fu Li gently clasped her small hand resting on his waist, remaining silent. He always had an uncanny ability to gauge her appetite perfectly. After finishing a bowl of noodles, she opened her arms to him, requesting to be carried upstairs. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and he glanced over, the night sky nowhere near as dark as his eyes. Tang Wan felt the heat of his gaze and paused for a moment, biting her lip before striding towards him, settling onto his lap. She noticed the immediate change in his breathing, heavier now, which emboldened her, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she purred softly. Have you been waiting long? Fu Li held her slender waist, captivated by the alluring, languid expression of his beloved, her lips parting and closing. His gaze was impossibly deep. In truth, he had not waited long, yet he acquiesced with a simple, She tilted her head, her long hair cascading to one side, the delicate straps of her water-red silk nightgown resting on her fragrant shoulders. Her skin was dewy and exquisite, and as she leaned closer to speak, a faint, enchanting scent enveloped him, her breath like orchids. When I'm intoxicated, you need not wait for me. Wan, you overestimate me, he replied, pulling her firmly into his embrace, every curve and softness pressing against him. His voice was hoarse. I lack such restraint when it comes to you. I merely wish to savor you when you are sober. As the raspy sound lingered in the air, he captured her lips with his own. The sheets were crimson. She was pale. Yet her alabaster skin was eventually marked with red. During their school years, Fu Li had shown a hint of naivety in certain matters. But the matured Fu Li was undeniably dominating, exuding desire from within. The lights remained dimmed, set to a warm hue, as she drowsily wept herself to sleep. Fu Li kissed her lips, their mouths softly entwined, whispering brief words of affection. Tang Wan awoke after a prolonged slumber, a familiar ache washing over her. She let out a soft sound, gradually curling her legs. In her mind, the once confined 099 joyfully exclaimed, I have yet to congratulate the host on her wedding. Allow me to do so now. Once she had regained her composure, she replied, Thank you. Sleep eluded her, her mind now alert, yet she had no desire to move. Silently, she communicated with 099, if only my phone could fly to my hand. This would allow her to lie back and scroll through her device while waiting for Fu Li to carry her out of bed. 099, acknowledging her wish, responded regretfully, I am afraid, host, that I lack the ability to manipulate objects. Suddenly, its tone shifted. However, should I undergo an upgrade, my capabilities would enhance. A smile graced her lips as she continued their light-hearted banter. Fu Li entered the room, gently kissing her forehead as he stood by the bed, softly inquiring, Are you awake? Tang Wan opened her eyes, extending her arms from beneath the covers to embrace him, her lips curling into a radiant smile filled with intoxicating warmth. Good afternoon, Mr. Fu. His gaze was filled with tenderness, unable to resist the urge to lean down and capture her lips with his. In that moment, he wished for every day to unfold with such tranquil bliss. On her first day of marriage, Tang Wan chose to remain at home, relishing in her leisure, being waited upon, indulging in films on the expansive sofa of the screening room. With a languid expression gracing her features and a hint of springtime allure in her eyes, she resembled a blossoming flower. Fu Li found it difficult to look away, captivated by her presence. Having married Fu Li, Tang Wan enjoyed a life more carefree than before, meticulously cared for. Yet, one thought lingered in her mind. Where has Xiao Yueqing fled? 099 remained silent for a moment before responding. Why do you care about this, host? Fu Li and the police will be tracking her. Tang Wan paused, setting down her steaming soup, her eyes narrowing slightly. Are you implying she has fled to a significant location? 099 reiterated, the police will conduct a follow-up investigation. Fu Qi had been detained, cut off from the outside world, thus unaware of Xiao Yueqing's whereabouts. However, Xiao Yueqing was not particularly skilled in evading detection. Her escape would inevitably leave traces. Fu Li and the police, working in tandem, had already pinpointed her current location. Tang Wan's gaze deepened, and she asked softly, has she gone abroad? To a place where I reside? Only Tang's father, mother, Tang Sun, and Xiao Yueqing, who facilitated her departure, knew her overseas address. 099's tone suggested that there were issues with Xiao Yueqing's current whereabouts. You are correct. She believed that location was secure, considering Fu Li had failed to uncover it after 3 years. Tang Wan scoffed softly. The reason Fu Li could not discover it was purely due to narrative constraints. The plot had predetermined his failure, rather than the place being particularly enigmatic or deserted. Moreover, it was merely an ordinary city in the northern foreign lands. That evening, after bathing, Tang Wan flipped through the honeymoon itinerary in bed. After Fu Li arrived, she tossed the booklet aside, leaned in to embrace his waist, and gazed up at him with an irresistible softness. Must we wait 2 months for our honeymoon? Tang Wan blinked, knowing that both the location and timing were determined by her. With a sudden exertion of her arm, she attempted to pull Fu Li down onto the bed, yet he remained steadfast, gazing down at her with a playful smile, his brows raised. Her large, glistening eyes narrowed at him momentarily before she exerted herself once more, but still could not budge him. Fu Li's dark eyes deepened with amusement as he softly remarked, Wan, I haven't bathed yet. Her face flushed crimson, and she bit her pink lip, thinking to herself, what are you even suggesting? She insisted, I merely want you to lie down. I need to discuss something with you, and it's quite exhausting to look up at you. Fu Li seized her hand resting on his waist and gently pinned her onto the bed, leaning in to place a tender kiss on her eyes before patiently inquiring, what is it that you wish to discuss? Speak quickly. Tang Wan pushed him away and nestled against his chest, her enchanting gaze fixed intently upon him. First, I must ask, do you have any major projects to attend to lately? Will you be available? My most significant project is you, Fu Li replied, his narrow, dark eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that mirrored her focus. His tone was both earnest and captivating. Tang Wan was caught off guard by his serious declaration, her heart fluttering unexpectedly, a sudden rush of emotion coursing through her. She pressed her lips together, unable to suppress the upward curve of her mouth, leaning her small face affectionately against his neck for a moment. Fu Li, unable to contain a sigh, caressed the nape of her neck with one hand. His voice gravelly and tender as he coaxed, Darling, what is it that you wish to say? Be swift. Tang Wan lifted her gaze to meet his. If your company allows, I wish to embark on our honeymoon in a few days. I would also like to change the destination. What do you think of going to Lyria? As Fu Li heard about Lyria, he was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at her. I will heed your words, but Wan. Has someone spoken to you, prompting your desire to go to Lyria? No, Tang Wan replied, planting a gentle kiss on the corner of his lips, her eyes dimming slightly. I am aware that you have been frequenting the police station lately. Even without your admission, I can surmise that you are discussing Xiao Yueqing's affairs with the authorities. She must have fled to Lyria. Tang Wan spoke softly, gradually revealing, no one has informed me. I must confess something to you. Lyria was where I resided 3 years ago when I went abroad. Xiao Yueqing likely believes it to be a safe haven, a place where you would not pursue her. Fu Li was momentarily stunned, tightening his embrace around her waist. After a brief silence, he murmured, Is that so? Lyria, a somewhat renowned foreign city, had been the elusive refuge for which he had searched for 3 long years without success. Tang Wan could sense his contemplation. She pressed her lips against his with fervor, hoping to divert his thoughts. So, let us travel to Lyria in a few days. The northern region offers skiing. I assume you cannot ski either. We can learn together. Indeed, Fu Li replied, closing his eyes and smiling gently. Then we shall go. I wish to see the place where you once lived. Meeting her inquisitive gaze, he affectionately ruffled her hair and softly added, It is all right. I understand that those days are behind us. You are here with me now. I merely wish to glimpse your past life. He desired to witness the 3 years he had missed with her. Tang Wan nodded vigorously, cradling his face in her hands, her lips curving into a joyful smile. Fu Li's tone was gentle, as if coaxing. So, darling, have you finished telling your story? She beamed with delight. The patient hunter lifted his prize and strode into the bathroom. I've already washed, she said, playfully kicking her legs. Come wash with me. In a single day? Fu Li took a leave of absence, attended to some pressing matters, and began packing for their holiday. Tang Wan expressed a desire to go skiing and in Lylia. The snowfall was abundant. He decided that thick clothing could be arranged upon their arrival, so he focused on packing everyday warm garments. The 2 suitcases were not overly heavy. Tang Wan had intentionally left her usual cosmetics behind, knowing she could purchase them later. The night before their official departure, she called her parents and turned to see Fu Li also on a call. Standing on the balcony, he appeared tall and composed, his fingers tapping against the railing, his eyes betraying no emotion. Understood. That's good, he said, not wishing to encounter anyone he loathed. Aren't you cold? Tang Wan's voice floated softly from behind him. Sweet and enchanting as always. She blinked, realizing that while he had just mentioned feeling fine, he now suggested it was cold. Ah, she understood he was concerned for her. Mom wants to say a few words to you, she said, handing him her phone. Tang Wan tends to be playful, keep an eye on her. Don't let her overdo it. It's quite chilly there. Be careful she doesn't catch a cold. I know, don't worry, Mom, Fu Li replied, now able to address Tang's parents as Mom and Dad. By the way, Lylia is renowned for its concerts and theatrical performances. I have a few tickets here. Take Tang Wan to see them. Fu Li hurriedly said, Mom, it's unnecessary. I have a ticket. By the time they arrived, it would be afternoon, allowing them to enjoy a proper dinner and rest soundly. She restlessly twisted and turned. Let me just check the time. It's 12 o'clock. You're lying. She burst into laughter, her eyes curving into crescent moons in the darkness. All right, it's 8 o'clock. He abruptly shifted the subject. How about we stay up until midnight? She widened her eyes and exclaimed, No, I can't. Is it me? I can't. She hurriedly added, I'm tired. He gently stroked her long hair. His handsome brows and eyes filled with tender amusement. That evening, a rain fell, and the morning greeted them with a chill. Fu Li rose punctually, glanced at the room temperature, and raised it by 2 degrees. After Tang Wan awoke and finished her breakfast, she donned the down jacket he had prepared for her and wrapped herself in a red and black checked scarf. As she put on her long boots at the entrance, she turned to see Fu Li and cheerfully draped a matching scarf around his neck. Stepping outside, she realized how frigid it was. Concerned for the flowers in the greenhouse, Tang Wan made a special trip to check on them. Fu Li grasped her icy fingertips, furrowing his brow, tightening his grip. The flight would last over 6 hours. Once on board, Tang Wan loosened her scarf, leaning against Fu Li as they watched a show together on her tablet. Upon landing and exiting the airport, Fu Li received a phone call and led Tang Wan toward the northern exit. In the distance, someone approached, clad in a black suit, inquiring in a foreign language. Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Fu? That's us. I am your hire driver. My name is John. John presented his identification, inquiring where the 2 employers intended to venture. Fu Li glanced at Tang Wan, who understood immediately. We are heading to the Manus Garden apartment. Outside, a blanket of silver adorned the surroundings, and the sky was clear and bright. As they walked, Tang Wan asked Fu Li, have you purchased a vehicle here? Indeed. One must be prepared. I have not altered the personnel at the branch office. I can simply hire someone, Fu Li replied, shielding her head as she entered the car. After securing himself inside and closing the door, he turned to her with a gentle smile, adding, however, I must trouble you with the matter of the house, as I forgot to purchase one. Tang Wan shot a glare at the man with a sharp tongue, questioning how one could forget such a significant task when he remembered to buy a car and hire assistants. Nevertheless, she comprehended his meaning and could not hold it against him. Upon reaching their destination, John proactively inquired, do the esteemed employers require ingredients or assistance with cleaning? I am available to assist at any moment. As Fu Li stepped out of the car, he replied nonchalantly, no need. I shall inform you if anything else arises. For today, you may remain downstairs. I will go out to procure supplies. He preferred to handle these matters himself. John scratched his head, watching Fu Li and Tang Wan as they entered the elevator with their luggage, pondering for a moment. For such a high fee, was he merely being asked to drive? It seemed that money was easily earned. However, glancing at the towering building, he mused that it was not unusual for the wealthy to be more generous. Considering Manus Garden apartment was among the finest in the area. Throughout the journey, Fu Li discreetly observed his surroundings, and upon entering the elevator, he noticed Tang Wan pressing the button for the 16th floor. Outside the apartment complex, there are 2 shopping malls and 2 subway entrances, ensuring convenient transportation. This is a duplex apartment, characterized by its tranquility and excellent sound insulation. The security system at the entrance is commendable. The elevator buttons are all even numbers, with no odd numbers in sight. Upon exiting the elevator, he followed her to the residence numbered 1602, observing that there are only 2 units on every 2 floors. What is the matter? Fu Li inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. I didn't tidy up before I left, so it might be a bit messy inside, she admitted, scratching her cheek, her expression somewhat sheepish. I'll help you clean up, he replied, suppressing a chuckle. Tang Wan opened the door, revealing a refreshing light green aesthetic that immediately caught Fu Li's attention. As he stepped inside, he quickly discerned that this was a dwelling belonging to a single woman. Every item seemed to belong to her alone, with 4 pairs of slippers, 2 for summer and 2 for winter, each in her size. Feeling a bit flustered, Tang Wan looked up at him and said, I forgot to get your slippers. You'll have to buy some first. Fu Li had a strong desire to explore the apartment, a space that encapsulated the 3 years he had missed her presence. Stepping in, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of re-entering her life, a disorienting mix of exhilaration and dizziness. He gazed down at her, attempting to suppress the darker, obsessive thoughts that could frighten her. Initially, he planned to restrain himself, but after a moment of hesitation, he could no longer resist. With a gentle grip on her waist, he lifted her onto the entrance cabinet and leaned down to kiss her. A thrill surged through his heart, as if he were kissing the essence of her from those 3 years apart. As their kiss ended, her lips felt numb. Yet she softly asked, Are you coming with me? Do you know the way? He changed his shoes, wrapped an arm around her, and they ventured further inside together. He observed every detail meticulously, from the white carpet laid over the wooden floor to the dust-covered tablecloth, and finally to the clock on the wall adorned with a wagging-tailed cat. Like a cautious intruder, he silently explored the territory. Tang Wan was completely oblivious, her smile sweet. Fortunately, there are no unwashed dishes, or else the house would have reeked. Not that, she pouted, expressing disdain for her own culinary skills. Fu Li's gaze traveled inch by inch, finally resting on the microwave. After a moment of silence, he slowly remarked, Wan, the microwave should be discarded. Tang Wan approached to inspect, discovering that the unrecognizable food inside had transformed into a black, indistinct mass. Fu Li gently took her hand and said softly, Wan, would you take me upstairs to have a look? Instantly, Tang Wan shifted her focus, leading him out as they ascended the spiral staircase. Since it was a 2-story arrangement, the ceiling height of the 2nd floor matched that of the 1st. Fu Li glanced at the disordered cloakroom, the unmade bed, and the chaotic tangle of wires at the computer desk. The 2nd floor was far messier than the living room below. He halted her progress, to which she replied, It's too messy, let me tidy it up. I'll clean it later. He sighed, pulling her into his embrace, his hand cradling the back of her neck as he leaned down to gently touch her forehead with his face. The depths of his dark eyes were profound, filled with intense emotions. After a moment, his deep voice broke the silence. Wan, how is it that you, who clearly cannot take care of yourself, have chosen to live on your own? She was unlike him. She was a pampered heiress, cherished by her family. Her fingers were solely meant for playing the piano, having never engaged in household chores or learned to cook. Living alone, one glance at her disheveled abode revealed the chaos of her existence. Astute as he was, he could discern the oddity of her living abroad. Yet, she could not confide in him that her departure was a forced narrative during those 3 years overseas. She scarcely grasped how she had managed. She nodded, raising her hand to rub her eyes. He grasped her wrist and leaned down to kiss away the tear at the corner of her eye. I will tidy up, you go watch some television, he instructed. She obediently descended the stairs, while Fu Li changed the bed linens, organized the wardrobe, and neatly hung the clothes from her suitcase. Within half an hour, he returned downstairs. As he was arranging the living room, Fu Li pulled out a wilted bouquet, intending to discard it into the trash bin beside the dining table, when his eyes fell upon several handwritten cards lying inside. Kneeling down, he examined them closely. The elegant script was in a foreign language, and among them were 2 cards featuring hastily scrawled Chinese characters, revealing the marks of someone who had practiced diligently. Without hesitation, Fu Li tossed the flowers atop the cards, obscuring them from view. It was only natural for someone to pursue Tang Wan. It was not an unfamiliar occurrence, especially during his university days when such pursuits were abundant. Once everything was in order, only the robotic vacuum remained in motion, and the entire house had been rejuvenated. What shall we have for dinner? Shall we go grocery shopping together? Fu Li inquired as he settled beside Tang Wan. Sounds good, she replied with a smile. We can also take a stroll around. Fu Li's lips curled into a faint smile. The weather here is considerably colder. One must bundle up tightly, donning hats and gloves. Hand in hand, she and he stroll along the path leading out of the apartment complex, utterly unaware that someone could recognize her merely by the upper half of her face. Wanjian, a gentleman, holding a bag of currants, approached Tang Wan with a look of astonishment, his Mandarin relatively proficient. Tang Wan glanced at Fu Li, her eyes sparkling with delight. The man paused momentarily, casting a fleeting glance at their entwined hands. Hello, my name is James, he said, nodding at Fu Li while assessing him. At first glance, Fu Li appeared quite tall, exuding an air of elegance and charisma. Upon closer inspection, one might observe that his features harmonized perfectly with Tang Wan's. Hello, Fu Li replied, his gaze cool and detached. James, disregarding Fu Li, focused solely on Tang Wan and inquired, what prompted your sudden marriage? Isn't this rather hasty? Fu Li fixed his stare on him, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the question. Tang Wan and I have an engagement. It is not as sudden as you presume. What did he take Fu Li for? Was this not a provocation? Tang Wan felt a nervous twitch at her eyelid, gripping Fu Li's hand tightly, fearful that he might react with anger. Yet Fu Li merely smiled, though his elongated eyes held a hint of frost. You may keep it for yourself. It would be unfortunate if it ended up in the trash. Tang Wan interjected, James, whatever I desire, my husband will procure for me. You need not concern yourself. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, she hastily finished her words and led Fu Li away. In which building does he reside? Fu Li turned his head to her. How would I know? Tang Wan, suspicious that he might seek retribution, felt a slight headache. Those who lived in this area were not easily trifled with. Please, do not act impulsively. Fu Li chuckled and shook his head, neither affirming nor denying. It had been quite some time since he had encountered someone so openly provocative. Do not be upset. Some people are simply like that. Just keep your distance, and tranquility will follow. How many such individuals could there be? The cards contained more than one font. Tang Wan furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment, but found herself at a loss. She truly could not recall. There were some in the apartment complex, and it seemed there were also a few in a certain office building. Fu Li adjusted her scarf as they crossed the street and arrived at the shopping mall. By the time they returned to the apartment, dusk had descended, and delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. She quietly gathered the snow from her hat into her hand, forming a small clump before stuffing it into Fu Li's collar, then dashed into the house. Fu Li felt the icy chill against his neck but had no intention of pursuing her. Instead, he strolled leisurely inside, placing the groceries into the neatly organized refrigerator. Tang Wan peeked from behind the kitchen door, her small head barely visible as she secretly watched him. Noticing that his expression remained unchanged, she relaxed her vigilance and approached. Just as she finished positioning the microwave, he caught her, expertly rearranging her as well, his cool hand sliding around her waist and traveling upward. A shiver ran through her, prompting a startled gasp, her voice laced with delicate surprise. It's cold. She shot him a reproachful glance. Cold, is it? Fu Li chuckled softly, exerting a bit of pressure with his warm hand. A smile danced in his eyes as he admitted, I was mistaken. It is I who am cold. Hoping that Wan would warm me. She found herself lacking the energy to glare at him, burying her head into the crook of his neck. Her cheeks gradually flushing with warmth, her senses becoming a bit hazy. After a while, he fastened her buttons and lifted her down. Tang Wan immediately bolted away, his breath warm against her, yet he surprisingly restrained himself, indicating that come nightfall, she would be in for quite an ordeal. In the stillness of the night, warmth enveloped every corner of the room as he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, extolling her virtues. The surroundings here are delightful, and your gaze is truly captivating. Yet, As he removed her hand, the sound of her tears could not be stifled. He continued to praise her amidst the plush carpet and sofa, but overwhelmed. She succumbed to slumber, her eyes heavy with fatigue. By midday, Tang Wan finally awoke, feeling as though her body had been disassembled. Nestled within the cocoon of her blankets while yawning, a faint awareness of something amiss with Fu Li lingered in her mind. He had always been domineering and possessive at night, yet his intensity seemed to have escalated within the confines of this apartment. Contemplating this, she soon grasped the reason. An sigh escaped her lips. After rising and refreshing herself, she massaged her weary back and descended halfway down the stairs when Fu Li appeared, effortlessly sweeping her up in his arms and carrying her downstairs. He set her down at the dining table and served her a bowl of rib porridge, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. With the heavy snowfall these past few days, shall we postpone our trip to the ski resort for a couple of days? He inquired gently. Tang Wan lifted her gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window, where indeed, snowflakes danced thickly outside, cascading down like a white waterfall. Amused, Fu Li observed her. What shall we do during these days of confinement? He teased. She shot him a fierce glare and retorted, be quiet. This was perhaps the harshest reprimand she had ever directed at him. Very well, he acquiesced, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. 2 days later, as the snowfall ceased and the ski resort reopened, Tang Wan donned a thick down jacket, and together with Fu Li, they ventured to purchase tickets. Enlisting the guidance of a seasoned ski instructor, the instructor began teaching them the foundational techniques of skiing on the smooth, level terrain. Under the guidance of her coach, Tang Wan maneuvered her skis and poles when, suddenly, she spotted Fu Li not far away, having fallen to the ground. She paused for a moment, unable to suppress a melodious laugh that rang out. Fu Li, having inadvertently tumbled down, was left speechless. The coach snapped his fingers and encouraged, nice, just like that. Why not try on the gentle slope? Fu Li replied, I'll wait for my wife. The coach nodded in understanding and turned his gaze towards Tang Wan. She looked around, sensing that Fu Li seemed to relish the idea of witnessing her fall. After a spell of skiing, the coach inquired, would you like to learn how to turn? Excitedly, Tang Wan raised her hand. However, it was not long before she stumbled while attempting to turn, resembling a clumsy little penguin as she fell to the ground. Fortunately, her thick down jacket cushioned her fall, sparing her from pain, though she was left momentarily dazed. In her bewilderment, her porcelain-like face nestled within the plush of her hat. She lifted her gaze to see Fu Li gracefully executing a turn before gliding towards her. Extending his hand, Tang Wan, still sitting on the ground with her ski pole clutched in her arms, cast a tearful glare at Fu Li, who loomed over her. You're mocking me, she pouted. That's an injustice, she added. Fu Li pointed to his own mouth, which showed no hint of a smile. Not at all, he replied. You're laughing at me. She distinctly perceived the twinkling mirth in his eyes and remained lying on the ground, unwilling to rise, continuing her lament. Fu Li, with a hint of exasperation, looked down at her thoughtfully and tentatively suggested, well, perhaps I am. Tang Wan retorted, you're so mean. Indeed. Fu Li could no longer contain himself, his handsome face breaking into a noticeable smile, making his already striking features all the more captivating. He bent down to gaze at her, asking, so, Wan, aren't you going to get up? She raised her hand to grasp his, attempting to pull him down while lying down, but to no avail. Instead, she was effortlessly lifted by Fu Li. He brushed the snow off her shoulders, then leaned in and playfully bit her earlobe, his warm breath lingering by her ear. With such little strength, shouldn't you behave and listen? You're mocking me again, Tang Wan exclaimed, covering her ear, her face flushing with indignation as she playfully struck him with one hand. Fu Li seized her fist, seizing the moment to kiss her lips before retreating slightly. Even though the coach could not comprehend their words, it was evident what they were engaged in, prompting him to click his tongue in disapproval and rub his hands together in annoyance. Tang Wan chased after Fu Li, hurling the snow she had gathered along the way at him. Laughter erupted around them as onlookers cheered. Hooray! The coach followed suit, chuckling. This young man has quite the charm. When Tang Wan was finally set down, her cheeks were tinted with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with a glistening light, leaving only shyness in their wake. Still angry? Fu Li gently asked, holding her hand. She had never truly been angry. She tugged at his fingers. Fu Li nodded, his gaze filled with tenderness. I see. It's all in good fun. Tang Wan raised her voice, attempting to silence him. I'm here, he replied calmly. Fu Li bore the weight of her presence, carrying her as he listened to her chatter in his ear. She spoke at length. the conversation somehow shifting back to him. You are truly wicked. Holding grudges. Fu Li's lips curled into a smile. Is that so? Anything else? Yes. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, and after a while, removed her gloves, slipping her small hand into his collar. With a playful giggle by his ear, she teased, you are not being cautious and composed. How mischievous. Fu Li paused for a moment, a deep smile illuminating his eyes. Thus, in their playful moments, her joy became his own. She pressed her cool little face against his ear, her voice soft and tender. Fu Li, I love you. I know. And I love you too, he replied, his expression touched and his tone affectionate. Tang Wan asked, shall we play again tomorrow? Certainly. How about we attend a concert tomorrow evening? Sounds delightful. The following day, they returned to ski, this time tackling the slopes, where she nearly got drenched by snow cascading from a pine tree. But fortunately, Fu Li pulled her back just in time. That evening, set to attend the concert, Tang Wan donned an exquisite gown, layered with a long down jacket, which she removed upon entering the warmly heated venue. Arm in arm with Fu Li, they strolled through the resplendent hall, appearing as a flawless couple, their striking Eastern features captivating all who beheld them. A few impeccably dressed foreign gentlemen recognized Fu Li and approached to greet him, presenting their business cards. One remarked, I heard that Mr. Fu has married. I have yet to extend my congratulations to Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu, but I hope it is not too late. Although Fu Li had no intention of accepting their cards, he took them after hearing their words and said, thank you. This must be Mrs. Fu. A truly beautiful Eastern woman, a perfect match for Mr. Fu, they genuinely praised. Thank you. Tang Wan replied with a polite smile and nod. Fu Li and Tang Wan settled into their seats in the front row. Two hearts beat in unison, their affection flowing through the tranquil night. After a while, as he listened to her steady breathing, having succumbed to slumber, he whispered, good night. The city of Relaya boasted other attractions. They spent an entire week exploring, each day a source of joy for Tang Wan. Occasionally, they encountered minor interruptions, such as running into someone who had once pursued her, their disbelief palpable upon learning of her marriage. The apartment at Manus Garden bore the unmistakable traces of their shared life. Fu Li was keen on companionship and eager to leave his mark on every corner of her world. In the gentle morning light, as he packed their belongings and held Tang Wan's hand while closing the apartment door, Fu Li raised his gaze, briefly scanning the meticulously organized space. A satisfied smile gracing his features as he lowered his eyes. With a quiet click, he shut the door, and the regrets of those 3 years dissipated into silence. Suddenly, the voice of 099 echoed in Tang Wan's mind, the antagonist's corruption value. Tang Wan inquired, how much remains? 099 replied with excitement, there are 20 left. Tang Wan acknowledged with an O. Upon returning home, Fu Li continued to shower her with affection, and time swiftly passed, marking 3 years. This particular year felt distinct, particularly within the Tang family. 2 years prior, Tang Sun had married, and now, the fraternal twins were over a year old, nestled beside Tang Wan, playfully calling her auntie. During the festive season, Tang Wan gifted her nephew and niece generous red envelopes, placing them in their little hands, and smiled. Inin and Wan are such good children, and he has prepared a big red envelope for you. Inin and Wan were continuously giggling, eagerly gazing at their grandmother while clutching their red envelopes. Mother Tang also bestowed them with red envelopes, embracing them for a moment before handing them over to Tang Wan. Smiling as she urged, you should hold them more often. Who knows, perhaps one day you too will have your own. Tang Wan's brows furrowed slightly as she regarded her mother. Mother Tang gently patted the back of her hand, speaking earnestly, you will turn 29 after the new year. If you and Fu Li are considering having children, you should take advantage of these next couple of years. Tang Wan understood. Yet she had been so indulged by Fu Li that he had never broached the subject with her, causing it to slip her mind. She lowered her head, playfully teasing and Ruan, remaining silent. Mother Tang continued, the family banquet is about to commence. Many of your uncles and aunts are here. Call Fu Li over. He has much to attend to. Just then, Fu Li entered the room, and Mother Tang waved him over, instructing, during the family banquet, your uncles will undoubtedly invite you to drink. Please do not get intoxicated and agree to any projects like last time. Fu Li rubbed his temples, slightly exasperated, Mom. I am well aware. I wasn't even drunk last time. All right, just don't agree to any collaborations they propose, Mother Tang stated matter-of-factly. Those relatives merely took advantage of Fu Li's status as a quasi-relative to shamelessly discuss partnerships. Understood, Fu Li nodded, Noticing that Tang Wan's expression seemed off, he furrowed his brow, intending to inquire, but at that moment, Tang Sun called him over for assistance. That evening, Fu Li consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, yet remained sober as his tolerance was quite remarkable. Tonight, they rested at Tang's residence, occupying Tang Wan's room, which was equipped with a bathroom. After he finished his shower, he climbed into bed and embraced Tang Wan. He had not forgotten the events of the day and gently inquired, "What was the matter earlier? Your expression seemed off." Tang Wan let out a soft sound, then gradually replied, "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you desire children. If so, we could conceive this year." He fell silent for a moment, his voice barely above a whisper. "Does one wish for that?" Tang Wan nodded delicately. She could intuitively sense Fu Li's mindset. He might not be particularly keen on having children, which was perhaps why he had refrained from mentioning it. After contemplating throughout the day, she recognized her fear of pain and her delicate nature, which might render her incapable of enduring the hardships of childbirth. Yet, in comparison, her yearning for a child with him overshadowed her apprehensions. Both she and Fu Li were remarkably attractive. Their offspring would surely possess striking beauty. And how delightful that would be. Fu Li opened his mouth, lowering his gaze to meet her expectant, glistening eyes, and chose not to continue. He collected his thoughts, saying, "Let us prepare for this year, and tomorrow we shall visit the hospital." "All right," Tang Wan responded sweetly, her face lighting up with evident joy as she affectionately nuzzled against his neck. Fu Li sighed inwardly and tightened his embrace around her. The following morning, the family gathered for breakfast, during which Fu Li served Tang Wan a bowl of fish porridge. This was her favorite, well prepared to avoid any fishy taste, but today, perhaps due to improper handling of the fish, a faint odor caught her attention, triggering an immediate wave of nausea. Tang Wan retched slightly, quickly apologizing to the others at the table before covering her mouth and rushing to the restroom. Fu Li immediately followed suit. Tang Mu and the eldest daughter-in-law exchanged glances at the fish porridge, each understanding the unspoken implications. In the bathroom, Tang Wan clutched her chest, struggling to suppress her dry heaves, and confided to Fu Li with a sense of grievance, "The porridge has a fishy taste." Fu Li gently rubbed her back, his eyes filled with concern. Upon returning to the dining table, before she could utter a word, Tang Mu cheerfully remarked, "Fu Li, take Wan to the hospital for a checkup today. She might be expecting." Both Tang Wan and Fu Li were taken aback, their eyes locking in surprise. Fu Li tightened his grip on Tang Wan's hand, his lips pressed firmly together. They had always taken precautions, yet it was not foolproof. Tang Wan remained in a daze when 099 cheerfully chimed in. "Let me conduct a checkup for the host. You are 2 months pregnant." Throughout her pregnancy, aside from bouts of morning sickness, she had experienced little discomfort, occasionally suffering from leg cramps in the later stages. But overall, her days were quite fulfilling. Fu Li had hired 2 experienced caregivers and a physician to attend to her, and she glowed with health, encountering no misfortunes. Little Yuran was born naturally, and upon seeing the adorable baby, all of Tang Wan's pain seemed to vanish, replaced by pure delight. Most of the time, little Yuran slept peacefully, but when awake, he would giggle joyfully at the sight of his parents, while merely rolling his eyes at others, his every expression endearing. This compelled Tang Wan to embrace and shower him with affectionate kisses. Delighted by his fragrant mother-s affection, the little one would wriggle with joy, laughter spilling forth, as if urging her to kiss him once more. In the living room, Fu Li gazed intently at the tiny bundle in his arms. Little Yuran bit his fist, gazing at him with eyes as clear and bright as black crystals. Chapter 32. The Regretful Bride of the Paranoid CEO, and Fu Li felt a soft ache in a corner of his heart. Upon seeing his father's smile, little Yuran suddenly burst into laughter, raising his hand as if to touch his mother. Fu Li placed him in the children's area set up in the living room. After crawling around for a while, the little one, tired, sat down and opened his arms, calling out for his father to pick him up. Fu Li knelt down, clapped his hands gently, and said, "Come over here by yourself." The little one pouted, tears welling in his eyes as he spoiled himself. When Fu Li stood up to leave, the little one became anxious, scrambling over to him, whereupon Fu Li caught him in his arms. Fu Li's smile was faint yet exceedingly gentle, and as he carried him upstairs, he noticed the child had nestled into sleep. Tang Wan, having taken her afternoon nap, was in good spirits that evening, playing with little Yuran and feeding him milk. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. Fu Li wrapped his arms around her waist, which remained as slender as ever, fitting snugly between his hands. She looked even more beautiful than before. He smiled and kissed her lips, soothing her tenderly. The extra weight she had gained was in other places. Even the slightest movement against him ignited a fire within him. His breath quickly became erratic as he became entranced by her increasingly enchanting, soft eyes and luscious red lips, her alluring fragrance enveloping him. His fervent kisses traveled elsewhere. An expression of utmost affection. He found it easier to lose control with her, lacking any self-restraint, greedily seeking her out. Tang's mother was coaxed into a beaming smile. Glancing at the time, she gently touched his head and inquired, "Is the little one hungry? What would you like to eat?" In a sweet, childlike voice, he replied, "I want to have braised pig trotters, for happiness meatballs, steamed pork with rice flour, and also steamed vine shoots." Fu Li's voice then echoed, calm and collected. He first nodded politely to Tang's mother, saying, "Happy New Year, Mom." Turning to little Yuran, he instructed, "Come over here." Yuran was swiftly taken away by Fu Li. Though Yuran thought highly of his father, he sometimes found him difficult, especially when he noticed his mother bearing red marks on her neck and her eyes swollen from tears. Consequently, he devised plans to seek vengeance for his mother. Albeit each endeavor ended in failure, the little fellow had taken to writing a diary. On February 14th, he recorded, "Sonny, today, Dad took a day off and spent the entire day playing with Mom without me. I was very upset, but Mom bought me building blocks. So I decided not to be angry." On February 15th, he noted, "Sonny, when I woke up, I saw that Mom looked quite tired. I asked her if Dad had bullied her, and she said, no, she was just tired from playing yesterday. Humph, I don't believe that. Tonight, I plan to help Mom seek revenge." But Dad surprisingly managed to assemble the most challenging building blocks and a ship. He's really incredible. I became so engrossed in playing with Dad that I forgot to help Mom, but I will remember next time. On May 8th, he wrote, "Sonny, today, I learned with the teacher at the youth palace. I think the other children are quite foolish. But Dad asked me, is that so? Other children also possess qualities worthy of your admiration. You ought to observe them more closely. Mother said, darling, one must never look down upon others. Humility is essential." The child comprehended this and endeavored to follow the guidance of his parents. On May 31st, a torrential downpour ensued. Today, the rain fell heavily, and I wished for Father to pick me up instead of Mother. Yet, she arrived, and I felt a surge of joy. Still, I remarked, "Next time, if it rains this heavily, please don't come for me." Mother pinched my cheek, her smile radiant, and said, "Do you care for your mother? How sweet." Indeed, the child was the epitome of obedience. A little aside, when Tang Wan had just married Fu Li, she discovered a mysterious room within the Yu Yuan villa. The villa boasted 3 floors, and one of the rooms on the 3rd floor was secured with a password lock, seemingly more fortified than Fu Li's study. Upon discovering this, Tang Wan approached the lock with curiosity. "Do you wish to enter?" Fu Li's voice came from behind her. He encircled her waist from behind, whispering, "I apologize." He then took her hand, using her index finger to input the code, her birthday. Upon entering, Tang Wan immediately noticed the photographs adorning the walls, showcasing her journey from middle school to university, arranged chronologically, each capturing her moments of triumph, whether with a serene expression or a beaming smile. The table was cluttered with an array of items, an abundance of empty pin cartridges, several cups, hair ties and accessories, earrings, necklaces, and the ribbon from a medal she had once inadvertently torn. Tang Wan rubbed her forehead, unable to continue observing, and softly murmured, "You must be insane." Fu Li's tone was gentle, each word carefully articulated. At that time, I couldn't comprehend my own thoughts. I simply desired to act in that manner. He indeed was. "Wan Wan, are you afraid?" He held a profound affection for her, attentively noting her preferences and emotions throughout an entire year. "Fu Li, do you think I fear you?" Fu Li gazed at her, his heart melting like water. After the arrival of little Yuran, on an unspecified day, 099 excitedly informed her, "The corruption value has reset. Host, the mission is complete." Tang Wan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What about Tao Yuchi?" Just as the plot unfolds, he switched jobs and founded his own company. However, Fu Li's heart is solely occupied by you and the baby. He no longer harbors the intense animosity depicted in the original storyline and has not targeted his former subordinates in the business realm. Tang Wan suppressed a smile, lifting her gaze to Fu Li, who was assembling blocks with the baby. At that moment, Fu Li coincidentally turned to glance at her, and the dappled sunlight illuminated his refined brows, his dark eyes resembling a cascade of countless stars. Chapter 33. the beautiful ex-wife of the future tycoon in this life. After Tang Wan's existence concluded, Fu Li followed suit. Tang Wan's soul arrived in the system space of 099, who floated before her and stated earnestly, "Host, your first world has concluded. The system will lock away your memories of this first life and guide you into the next world, which will be your second life." Tang Wan fell silent, nodding after a prolonged moment, then closed her eyelids. After sealing her memories, 099 led her into the second world. Upon entering this world, the first task was to assimilate the narrative of this life. The narrative unfolds against the backdrop of 1977, centering on the protagonist, Song Chengchuan. As the second son in his family, Song Chengchuan is an unassuming individual, dutiful and honest. Although he enjoys the affection of his mother, he often finds himself overshadowed by the brilliance of his elder brother, who, having attended university, now possesses a stable job in a factory. This contrast renders Song Chengchuan rather ordinary, even timid, as his daily life revolves solely around work. However, fate takes an unexpected turn when this seemingly insignificant man experiences a rebirth, finding himself once again in the year 1977. The circumstances remain unchanged. The nation is yet to open its doors, and his elder brother has not yet ventured into business to become the wealthiest man in the country. In this moment of revelation, the suppressed ambitions and desires that had long lain dormant within him ignite with fervor. Unknown to all, Song Chengchuan has harbored envy towards his brother throughout his life. Why should his brother, Song Huai, be entitled to marry a beautiful educated youth while he is relegated to a village girl? Why should his brother ascend to wealth while he toils endlessly in the fields? If only Song Huai had extended a hand to include him in his business endeavors once fortune smiled upon him, perhaps the bitterness would not have festered so profoundly. Given this second chance, Song Chengchuan perceives it as a divine opportunity. He recalls vividly how Song Huai amassed his fortune and contemplates the possibility of mirroring his brother's path. Aspiring to seize everything that Song Huai possesses, this deep-seated resentment transforms into a burgeoning ambition. Consequently, in the unfolding tale, Song Chengchuan embarks on an affair with Song Huai's wife, marking his first stride towards success. As the nation opens up, he utilizes the family's assets as startup capital and journeys to the coastal city, meticulously replicating his brother's previous trajectory, ultimately achieving the status of a billionaire. Along the way, he encounters numerous captivating women, ranging from a gentle female teacher to a stunning foreign business partner, all of whom become his romantic interests. Certainly, his wife's position was reserved for his former sister-in-law, and Tang Wan is indeed Song Chengchuan's sister-in-law. The antagonist of the narrative is naturally Song Chengchuan's elder brother, Song Huai. After a considerable pause, Tang Wan processed the plot, her expression transforming into one of peculiar disbelief, as she inquired, "Isn't this storyline absurd?" 099 replied, "Essentially. The main narrative is a classic male protagonist power fantasy. It unfolds entirely to serve the protagonist's whims. Whether it pertains to wealth or women, the protagonist Song Chengchuan, upon his rebirth, effortlessly acquires both, experiencing an uninterrupted string of triumphs from beginning to end." Tang Wan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, her eyes fluttering open. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the left side of her head, causing her to gasp in shock and tears of pain to well up. Upon inspection, she found no bandages on her head, but discovered a painful swelling. This pampered body of hers had sustained a blow early in the morning, resulting in a loss of consciousness without any bleeding, and she had only just awakened at noon. Coincidentally, she had received a letter from her family in the distant capital, plunging her into profound sorrow, leaving her emotionally desolate. Faced with Song Huai's advances, she hastily agreed to marry him. Her feelings for Song Huai were far from passionate. She merely recognized that her family had forsaken her and sought refuge within the village, resigning herself to a life of mere existence. Subsequently, upon his rebirth, Song Chengchuan's first course of action was to pursue his long-desired sister-in-law, Tang Wan. He proceeded with utmost caution, opting not to act directly, but instead to tarnish Tang Wan's reputation first. He orchestrated a situation where she encountered the widower Li Laohai on a pebble-strewn path, leading to an entanglement that fueled scandalous rumors. His intention was to shatter Tang Wan's spirit with gossip, only to later assume the role of a sympathetic younger brother, offering her solace and gradually dismantling her defenses. However, he did not anticipate that Tang Wan, entangled with Li Laohai, would resist fiercely and run onto the main road, only to hit her head and lose consciousness. Song Gaoyang, the patriarch of the Song family, was Song Chenchuan's father. Upon witnessing the situation deteriorate, Song Chenchuan, unwilling to concede defeat, began spreading rumors about her. Tang Wan, staring at the white mosquito net above her bed, gritted her teeth and rose. 099, feeling anxious, said with frustration, I have conducted a scan for you, the host. There is a hematoma in your head. You must go to the hospital. This so-called male lead of a refreshing narrative is truly despicable. If he genuinely cared for you, he would find a way to take you to the hospital. Supporting herself, Tang Wan managed a slight smile at his words. Accustomed to being pursued by men, she had encountered numerous such contemptible individuals. Her head throbbed painfully, and she inquired, how serious is the hematoma? With the current level of medical care, it can be treated with internal medicine, but it is imperative to go to the hospital promptly. Outside, she heard her mother-in-law, Lu Chui, impatiently urging someone to leave. Why are you back again? I have told you she is not awakened. Hurry and go. We only wish to have a glance. We mean no harm. Upon recognizing the voices of two acquaintances, Tang Wan quickly donned her shoes and rushed to the door, exclaiming, Mother, I am awake. May Xiao Xiao and the others come in? As she hurried, her head spun, and her cheeks turned slightly pale. Resembling a delicate willow catkin by the doorframe, her pair of bright, clear apricot-shaped eyes filled with a pitiful charm. Upon seeing Tang Wan in such a state, Lu Chui felt a pang in her heart and retorted coldly, Who are you putting on that vixen act for? Upon waking, she found herself oblivious to the need for assistance, with garments lying unwashed in the yard. It was rare to encounter such a slothful daughter-in-law. Tang Wan felt a slight dizziness, supporting her head as she took deep breaths to soothe herself. Upon hearing the remarks, her voice turned frosty. Mother, I bumped my head and feel quite unwell. I have only just awakened. There is no time for such chores. Do you still believe you are justified? Who hasn't had their fair share of bumps and bruises? You think you are some delicate treasure from the capital? Lu Chui erupted, her eyes blazing as she glared at her. Tang Wan, unperturbed by Lu Chui's ire, chose to ignore her. Lu Chui, hands on her hips, was about to continue her tirade when a tall, slender figure rushed over, interrupting her. Sister-in-law Song. The young man sprinted towards them, coming to a halt just before them, breathless and supporting himself on his knees. Tang Wan stepped to the entrance of the yard and, upon recognizing him, exclaimed, Liangzi? Tang Wan curled her fingers slightly and softly said, I understand now. There's no need. Liangzi scratched the back of his head, chuckling a bit. Brother Song gave me some courier fees. I need to relay the message quickly. Lu Chui, growing increasingly anxious, retorted, That's unacceptable. His work is of utmost importance. And he is always running around for Tang Wan. Liangzi regarded her with a peculiar expression. Before Lu Chui could continue, Li Xiao, who had approached Tang Wan, coldly interjected, Aunt Lu, Wan has been dizzy all morning. This is hardly a trivial matter. You seem to disregard Wan's well-being. What do you all understand? Lu Chui trembled with rage, her face etched with deep lines. She believed herself to be of great importance. Even the slightest bump would be intolerable for her. Meanwhile, Wang, the daughter-in-law from the southern village, had been working in the fields for 7 months despite her pregnancy. Could she compare? It was not just a matter of being asked to work. She was incapable of even laying an egg. Liangzi quickly waved his hand, saying he had matters to attend to, and took his leave. Tang Wan nodded slightly, pulling her two young intellectual friends deeper into the room. Lu Chui, noticing Tang Wan's disregard, erupted in a fit of curses. So now you think you're something special? Tang Wan frowned, turning to glare at her with icy disdain. Mother, your voice is causing me a headache. Lu Chui was taken aback, only realizing the implication of Tang Wan's words when she and her friends, Li Xiao and Chen Shui, entered the room, pointing out Lu Chui's loudness. With a resounding slam, Tang Wan closed the door. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with indignation. She's just being bothersome. It's a daily routine for her to harass you. Her disdain for me is hardly new, Tang Wan replied coldly. Initially, she had treated her mother-in-law with the utmost respect, but it had only emboldened Lu Chui to oppress her further. As if such behavior was necessary to establish her status as a mother-in-law. Tang Wan had no intention of indulging her. Their relationship had soured significantly, and the deterioration brought her a sense of relief. Locking the door, Tang Wan took hold of Li Xiao and Chen Shui's hands, guiding them to sit. Li Xiao expressed her concern. Wan, your mother-in-law is insufferable. It's no trivial matter that you hit your head. You've been resting for ages. And she still expects you to cater to her. Tang Wan bit her lip, Let us not dwell on her for now. Thank you both for coming to see me. I have an urgent matter. Could you assist me with something? Chen Shui replied. Tell us, Wan Wan. Tang Wan gazed at them, her expression grave. When I awoke, I overheard my mother-in-law saying that rumors about me were circulating outside, claiming that I was in the cornfield with Li Laohui. However, that is untrue. I have been wronged. Chen Shui promptly nodded and exclaimed, Of course we believe you. We came here to discuss this matter. Now that you are aware, what do you intend to do? According to the information from 099, the rumors originated from the east side of Songjia village and have yet to reach the west. She continued, I hope you can assist me in locating Aunt Wu, who resides on the west side of the village, and Granny Wang, who lives to the south. Please inform them that I went out this morning to purchase goods and encountered Li Laohui while passing along the gravel road. He deliberately harassed me. Li Laohui even let slip that he had been knocked unconscious and left in the adjacent cornfield. When he awoke and saw me passing by, he couldn't resist the urge to act, but I managed to escape swiftly. Xiao Xiao, convey this to Aunt Wu and Granny Wang. She knows many people and may help clarify my situation. For the time being, she needed those who had not heard the rumors to learn the truth and speak on her behalf. Fortunately, she had a decent reputation in the village and had established connections with several well-connected aunts. All right, we shall head out immediately. As they exited, tears welled in Tang Wan's eyes, and she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Xiao Shui. Chen Shui patted her hand and softly replied, There is no need for thanks. We remember how much you have helped us in the past. They quickly split up, one heading west and the other south. Upon hearing the news, Aunt Wu and Granny Wang realized that the situation was far more complex than mere harassment. Li Laohui was knocked unconscious and left in the cornfield, indicating that someone harbored malicious intent towards Tang Wan. Although they usually maintained a cordial relationship with her, partly due to Song Huai, they genuinely appreciated Tang Wan. Upon learning the details, they gathered under a tree to converse with their old companions, who would deliberately strike Li Laohui to harm Huai's wife. What kind of despicable person would engage in such treachery without fear of divine retribution? Some of the aunts, who found common ground with Aunt Wu, believed her words and expressed their disdain. This is truly wicked. Who could be behind such a plot? Fortunately, Huai's wife managed to thwart their intentions. Some aunts then inquired of Aunt Wu, asking who Tang Wan had offended and who would wish her harm. Aunt Wu shook her head, sighing deeply. Tang Wan's beauty draws attention. It is unclear whether she has caught the eye of a thief or incited jealousy in one. What are you two discussing? A male voice interrupted. They looked up to see Song Chinchuan approaching, smiling as he inquired. Aunt Wu found his demeanor peculiar. He had never been one to smile or engage in conversation, always diligently immersed in work. However, he seemed to have undergone a significant transformation in recent days. Oh, we were just talking about your sister-in-law being harmed, Aunt Zhang replied. You didn't know? Your sister-in-law fainted this morning, yet here you are, smiling so cheerfully. Song Chengchuan's forced smile faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Aunt Zhang, what do you mean my sister-in-law was harmed? What do you mean by harmed? Shouldn't they be spreading rumors about her indiscretions? You are still unaware? They were astonished that your sister-in-law was harmed this morning by some malevolent individual who knocked out Li Laohui, attempting to frame him for violating your sister-in-law. In her escape, she struck her head and has been unconscious for the entire morning. How could you not know about this? With a swift turn, his expression darkened. How did they find out? Who divulged this information to them? He inquired, Mother, has my sister-in-law awakened? Upon being asked again, Lu Chui's face immediately soured. Casting a glare towards the adjacent room, she replied, She has long since awakened but refuses to come out to work. Why do you even bother asking her? Go eat your meal. Surely, my sister-in-law has not yet eaten? I shall bring her a bowl of congee. As Song Chengchuan spoke, he made his way to the kitchen. Mother, I will serve the congee to my sister-in-law. Song Chengchuan hastened ahead to the kitchen. He desperately needed to converse with Tang Wan, eager to ascertain whether she had seen him at the scene and if she harbored any suspicions about him, his anxiety palpable. His half-brother was not easily deceived. Sharp and perceptive, a mere glance from him felt as if he could penetrate the depths of Song Chengchuan's thoughts, rendering him breathless. Balancing the congee, Song Chengchuan knocked on Tang Wan's door. Sister-in-law, it is I? I have brought you a bowl of congee. Tang Wan had been observing Song Chengchuan's every move through the shared panel opened by 099, her eyes filled with sarcasm, causing him to anxiously await her response. After a lengthy pause, she finally sauntered over to open the door. The door creaked open, and Song Chengchuan met Tang Wan's gaze. Her visage bore a hint of pallor. Yet the exquisite almond-shaped eyes radiated an unblemished beauty that remained undiminished. When she smiled, an enchanting vitality swept forth, while in repose. She exuded a cold elegance reminiscent of a resplendent white rose in full bloom. Song Chengchuan's heart raced uncontrollably, unlike in his past life. He no longer averted his gaze but fixated upon her with unwavering intensity. She was the one he had cherished for a lifetime. Although he had encountered Tang Wan long before Song Huai, why was it that Song Huai ultimately won her affection? Song Chengchuan, close your eyes. Tang Wan's voice was frigid, her gaze sharp enough to slay. Taken aback, Song Chengchuan lowered his eyes, reverting to his usual honest demeanor, and softly said, "Apologies, sister-in-law. I was merely lost in thought. I came to bring you some kanji." Tang Wan did not accept it, prompting Song Chengchuan to grit his teeth and inquire, "I heard you bumped your head this morning. What exactly happened? Tell me, and I shall seek justice for you." This was a test of her, and she comprehended his intent. She replied slowly, "What justice is there to seek? All I know is a certainly Lao Hong, but I am still unaware of who has harmed him. This matter is complicated." A heavy weight lifted from Song Chengchuan's heart, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon observing Tang Wan's expression, he sensed something amiss. She regarded him thoughtfully, her brow furrowing slightly. "Did you walk along the pebble path this morning?" Song Chengchuan's heart plummeted once more. "No? Is that so?" Tang Wan's lips curled into a smile, gradually unfolding. "Then I must have been mistaken. I was at work this morning." Feigning composure, Song Chengchuan replied, while Tang Wan arched an eyebrow. "Oh, then I truly must have misjudged." She bypassed him, massaging her temples, and proceeded to the kitchen. "Sister-in-law?" Tang Wan replied, "I will serve the porridge myself." Song Chengchuan's expression darkened. Did Tang Wan not regard him? He remained unsettled, his heart in a state of disquiet, unable to discern whether Tang Wan had noticed him. He leaned towards the belief that she had not seen him, for if she had, her demeanor would surely not be so composed. Tang Wan heated the dishes and, after consuming a bowl of rice, found herself unable to eat more. She gazed at the 099 shared screen, where Song Chengchuan appeared restless, now stepping out of the courtyard. Tang Wan surmised he was contemplating how to manage the flow of rumors in the village. Just as Song Chengchuan exited the courtyard, a car approached and came to a halt at the entrance. Tang Wan's breath caught for a moment as she slowly clenched her fingers. She inquired of 099, "What time is it now?" On the screen, a man emerged from the car, exuding an intangible aura, tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a chiseled face. His cold brow and piercing eyes cast a glance at Song Chengchuan, who stood frozen at the door, causing him to lower his head in trepidation. This was Song Chengchuan's first encounter with Song Huai after his rebirth. He had thought he would no longer fear him as he did in his previous life. Yet he had overestimated his own resolve. Song Huai merely nodded at him, bypassing him as he entered. Oblivious to the subtle tension, Song Huai stepped into the courtyard and immediately spotted Tang Wan standing at the kitchen door. It was as if his heart had been struck by an unseen force. Her right hand rested against the doorframe, her eyes, akin to black crystals, gazing at him, imbued with a tenderness that seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul. 1-1. In the past, Song Huai had supported her, allowing her to lean against him. As he lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes reflected a deep fondness. He spoke softly. "I have arrived late. Does your head still ache? We must go to the hospital now." She clutched the corner of his shirt, blinking away the tears that shimmered in her eyes, and gently replied, "Are you hungry? Let us eat first." "No, we must seek treatment first." He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and led her outside. Huizi, Lu Chui, who was feeding the chickens in the backyard, hurried over, her voice laced with urgency. "Are you truly taking her to the hospital? Perhaps we should just visit the clinic. A hospital visit is quite costly." "Mother, Wan has slept all morning. Did you invite the village doctor to take a look at her?" Song Huai's expression remained composed, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Yet, those who understood him knew that when he was angry, he never displayed it outwardly. Lu Chui felt somewhat awkward. "If you insist on taking her, then so be it. I shall say no more." She was somewhat intimidated by her eldest son. When she had remarried to the Song family with just a 2-year-old in tow, her focus had shifted to her subsequent sons, leaving her relationship with him strained. Moreover, she had always perceived her eldest son as too solitary, lacking in filial devotion. Thus, after having her second and third sons, her affection for him gradually waned, even going so far as to suggest he relinquish his opportunity to attend the workers' peasant soldiers' university in favor of his younger brother, which only deepened the rift between them. Soon, Song Hui took Tang Wan away, leaving Lu Chui standing at the doorway, gazing at the departing black sedan with admiration. She had forgotten to inquire where Hui Zi had procured such an impressive vehicle, one she had never encountered in her lifetime. She spoke with a sense of pride, momentarily forgetting her earlier trepidation. In Song Chengchuan's eyes, there was a twisted jealousy. What was this? In the future, Song Hui would possess even more luxurious vehicles, as well as a helicopter and a private yacht. All of these would ultimately belong to him in this lifetime. The speed of the sedan far surpassed that of an ox cart or donkey cart, and it was also considerably more stable. As Song Hui drove, he explained to Tang Wan, "This car belongs to the factory director. I borrowed it today to get to the hospital more swiftly." Tang Wan replied, closing her eyelids, feeling the urge to sleep. In truth, she was not quite accustomed to being alone with him. She had not married him out of affection, but rather with ulterior motives. Since her beauty blossomed, numerous men had surrounded her, eager to win her favor. She had grown accustomed to various types of men and understood her own advantages, as well as the benefits they could bring her. However, all of that was now in the past. She was no longer the Tang Wan who followed the script. She had gained the power of choice and decision. She would spend her life with the one who truly loved her. Upon arriving at the city hospital, Song Hui led her inside, where they completed the payment and consultation. A series of examinations consumed half the day, during which the doctor asked her a series of detailed questions and prescribed medication. "Your condition can be treated internally. You should be hospitalized for observation for a few days." "Thank you, doctor." They proceeded to handle the admission formalities, only to notice that it was already evening. Song Hui handed the doctor's note to the nurse at the admissions department and inquired, "Are there any double rooms available?" "None left. There is one room with fewer occupants. Would you like to proceed with it?" "Yes." Song Hui paid the fee and lowered his gaze to the frail figure of Tang Wan beside him. Her spirit seemed dim, her rosy lips faintly pale. Upon arriving at the hospital room, Song Hui settled her in, drew the curtain, and gently caressed her cheek, whispering, "Are you hungry? I shall go fetch something to eat. Is there anything you desire?" Suddenly, Tang Wan raised her hand, clasping his palm that rested against her cheek, and lifted her eyelids to meet his gaze. Her eyes, bright and shimmering, reflected him, wavering with fragile mist. It was rare for her to look at him with such dependence. In fact, she had almost never done so. Caught off guard by her gaze, Song Hui's heart skipped a beat. "All right." A soft smile graced his lips, and a tender warmth enveloped his features as he slowly enveloped her delicate hand within his. "What would you like to eat, Wan?" Tang Wan had a small appetite, often unable to consume more than half a portion. Song Hui lifted a bowl, scooped a slice of steamed meat and a small spoonful of rice, and brought it to her lips, his deep voice imbued with patience. "Wan, just one last bite." Initially, Tang Wan turned her face away, intending to express her inability to eat any further. Yet, his gentle coaxing rendered her unable to utter a word of refusal, and she opened her mouth to take a bite. Once the meal was finished, it was time for her medication. Song Hui sat at the edge of the bed, watching as she took her medicine. He raised his hand to smooth the creases of her furrowed brow and softly inquired, "Is your head still aching as it did this morning?" Upon hearing him mention the matter, Tang Wan's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks, each one heavy with a sense of grievance, anger, and helplessness. Had she reacted even slightly slower that morning, the consequence would have been far graver than a mere bump on the head. She would have been subjected to the vile intentions of a man, her dignity and pride trampled upon. Upon awakening, she became preoccupied with addressing the swirling rumors, fixating on every movement of Song Chengchuan, leaving her no time to attend to other matters. At that moment, when Song Hui inquired, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, reaching a critical point that sparked her overwhelming emotions. Noticing her tears, Song Hui's expression shifted, and he stood momentarily frozen, at a loss for what to do. In the midst of his growing anxiety, Tang Wan leaned in and embraced his waist, burying her delicate face in the crook of his neck, her lips trembling as she murmured, "It hurts, it still hurts." Her scalding tears soaked his collar, stirring a tumultuous ache within his heart. Throughout their 2 years of marriage, she had never complained to him nor expressed her preferences, and her proactive affection had been non-existent. Each rare embrace she offered would bring him joy for an entire day. Yet this time, it felt as though his chest were stuffed with cotton, rendering him breathless. Tang Wan bit her lip until it bled, stifling the sobs rising in her throat. From a vantage point concealed from Song Hui's gaze, A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she continued, her voice laced with grievance. But more than the pain, I feel fear. Why? Do you know why I hit my head? Song Hui wrapped his arms around her waist, lowering his head to kiss her forehead, his dark eyes turning crimson, suffused with a heavy inkiness. Do not fear. Li Laohai is now in the police station. Wan, trust me, he will not be coming out again. Tang Wan raised her hands to encircle his neck, lifting her delicate face to gaze at him, her eyes filled solely with him, fragile and dependent, her voice tinged with confusion and helplessness. It's not just him, I remember. I saw someone else at that moment, lurking in the shadows, watching me. Someone orchestrated this from behind. Song Huai's gaze sharpened, deep and inscrutable. Yet fearing to frighten her, he tempered it and softly inquired, Did you see who it was? Tang Wan stared intently at Song Hui, her demeanor teetering on the brink of despair. If I tell you, will you believe me? I believe you. It's Song Chengchuan, your brother. He has been watching me these days, claiming you are not home, saying a multitude of bewildering things. As she spoke, her arms instinctively tightened around his neck, as if gripped by fear, tiny beads of moisture clinging to her lashes. Hui, who do you trust now, me or your brother, with whom you have grown up? Song Chengchuan. Song Hui's expression darkened abruptly, unable to contain the chilling intensity that surged within him, his aura becoming chillingly formidable. Tang Wan continued to gaze at him, her almond-shaped eyes slowly filling with unease and disappointment. In the next moment, his kiss descended upon her, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. The kiss fell upon her eyelids and trembling lashes, softly erasing the traces of her tears. His voice, laced with hidden menace, uttered, He has grown too bold, showing disrespect to his sister-in-law. He is courting death. She had wagered correctly on the tenuous bond between Song Hui and Song Chengchuan. She originally harbored two plans. The first was to withhold the identity of the orchestrator of this affair from Song Hui, allowing him to investigate on his own while she subtly leaked information to guide his inquiry, but this approach required time. Thus, she resolved to employ her second strategy, gambling on the frigid, almost non-existent fraternal connection between Song Hui and Song Chengchuan, coupled with a man's possessiveness over his woman and the indignation of nearly being undermined by his own brother. She has adeptly grasped the psychology of men. Even the most timid of them cannot bear the thought of being cuckolded by a brother. Thus, even the slightest hint of betrayal would incite his immense wrath. At such a moment, any notion of brotherhood is swiftly cast aside. Moreover, Song Hui is in no way associated with weakness. He embodies an entirely different extreme, a veritable antithesis to the label of timidity, a rarity even in the capital where Tang Wan resides. With a gleeful twirl, she remarked, This tactic proves effective. I initially feared it was too reckless. Once again, she has manipulated Song Hui, leveraging her physical allure and emotions, a consummate deceiver. Yet, what alternatives does she possess? In Songjia village, her circle consists of merely a handful of educated youth, a stark contrast to the vastness of her connections in the capital. If her delicate exterior and the emotions of men can facilitate her ambitions, why not employ them? She has long recognized how to exploit her advantages. Song Hui's thin lips brushed against Tang Wan's, tenderly licking away the faint traces of blood. She felt a warmth enveloping her, interspersed with subtle stings of pain. Slowly, she opened her eyes, not resisting, allowing him to draw near. A kiss upon the lips serves as a manifestation of a man's possessiveness. In the past, she would have recoiled, but now she does not. Song Hui withdrew slightly, their breaths entwined as his dark eyes bore into hers. Her gaze brimmed with tenderness, devoid of distrust, yet still questioning. Do you believe in me now? Wan, you overestimate the nature of my relationship with him, he sighed softly, his rough fingertip gently grazing her lips. Though we grew up together, we scarcely exchanged more than a few words each day. He has always harbored disdain for me, and fear, too. I can perceive it clearly. His voice, deep and laced with subtle mockery, unveiled the true self that Song Chengchuan had painstakingly concealed beneath a facade. Tang Wan's eyes sparkled momentarily. Despite the clandestine amusement bubbling within her, she feigned ignorance. Yet he treats you with utmost respect every time they meet. Song Hui cradled her delicate face, a faint smile gracing his lips. The human heart is inscrutable. His obsequiousness in my presence stems from his disdain for me, which does not equate to respect. It merely signifies that bowing his head keeps me from discerning his true feelings. A sudden chill gripped Tang Wan's heart, causing her lashes to tremble as silence enveloped her. Song Huai's insight surpassed her expectations. Did he perceive her long-standing manipulations? He still held her with one arm, his long, strong fingers resting possessively against her waist, a gentle yet domineering hunger evident in his touch. His gaze, imbued with complexity, lingered on her as he murmured, Song Qinchuan despises me, yet he fears me more. Thus, he has never dared to meddle with anything related to me, including people. I never anticipated he would set his sights on you. Determined to stoke the flames further, Tang Wan felt her heart race. She tilted her face and pressed a soft kiss to his lips, obedient and endearing, before her expression shifted to one of discomfort. It must have begun in recent days. He has been watching me intently. I scolded him, yet he continued to gaze at me, and I could no longer endure his stare. She distinctly sensed the atmosphere around Song Huai grow perilous, his breathing heavier though the rhythm of his chest remained steady. Feeling it was sufficient, Tang Wan buried her face in the crook of his neck, a cold smile curving her lips. Song Huai felt that even the patience he had cultivated throughout his life could not contain the surging violence within him. He even contemplated tearing apart Song Chengchuan. Tang Wan grasped the hem of his garment, preventing him from rising. She gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. It is too late now. The sky has darkened, and the villagers must be asleep. Suppressing the darkness lurking in his gaze, Song Huai tenderly regarded her, assuring her, I shall summon him to the city tomorrow. Tang Wan raised an eyebrow in confusion, prompting Song Huai to lean closer and whisper in her ear. Which hand would you prefer him to lose? Her ears, the most sensitive part of her, were instantly set aflame by his warm breath, rendering her weak in the knees. Especially when he lowered his rich, magnetic voice, each word became a tantalizing caress to her heart. Her heart raced, caught between a fleeting thrill and an unspoken fear. Noticing her speechless state, Song Huai continued to softly inquire, or perhaps, which leg should he forfeit? Are you certain? This may not be wise. What if it is discovered? Tang Wan licked her lips, her gaze flickering. She had initially believed that Song Huai would turn Song Chengchuan over to the police. Yet, she had misjudged. Her husband was indeed a rogue, far from being a virtuous man. Song Huai chuckled softly, a mix of exasperation and fondness in his eyes. What is wrong with that? Wan, it was he who was robbed by thugs on his way to the city. What concern is it of ours? Tang Wan's heart seemed to race even faster, filled with an indescribable excitement. With that, he straightened, their previous exchange having been mere whispers, a private conversation shared in close proximity, unheard by any third party. Tang Wan clenched the sleeve of her garment, resolute, and nodded in agreement. Tang Wan, due to the effects of the medication, fell into a deep yet restless slumber, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Beside her, Song Huai gently smoothed her forehead with his fingers. As dawn broke, Tang Wan awoke early. Turning her head to see Song Huai seated beside her, his gaze soft and slightly bewildered. How do you feel? He whispered, greeting her with a gentle morning salutation. The back of her head felt cool, and she pressed her lips into a subtle frown, lowering her gaze like a cat with a minor sulk. A faint smile graced the corners of Song Huai's lips as he tenderly caressed her hand. They had checked into the hospital room just before dusk the previous day, when most patients had already settled into rest. It was only this morning that Tang Wan noticed the other 4 patients in the room. The meal tray contained a bowl of pork rib congee and a dish of stir-fried vegetables with shredded meat, both rather light fare. Yet in a time when many families considered a few eggs a luxury, it felt quite sumptuous. The rich aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing the other patients to glance over with curiosity. Tang Wan picked up a spoon and glanced at Song Huai beside her. Her voice soft and tender. Did you make this at home? He, perceptive as ever, had already sensed her increased reliance on him since yesterday. Her words laced with a hint of playfulness, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor of avoidance. This thought brought a gentle warmth to his expression. Tentatively, Tang Wan extended her left hand to intertwine her fingers with his, softly inquiring, Have you eaten? I have, he replied, but it was all meat, and I couldn't finish it. I'll have what's left. His tone was soothing as he lowered his head. Only then did Tang Wan begin to eat. Having been raised in a strictly disciplined household, her manner at the table remained dainty and quiet. She possesses a clear awareness of her appetite, stating that what cannot be consumed truly cannot be eaten. After she set down her spoon, much like yesterday, Song Huai fed her the final bite, subsequently finishing the remainder himself and clearing away the dishes. Tang Wan leaned against the headboard, gingerly touching the left side of her occiput, inquiring, How is my head faring? 099 promptly conducted a scan and replied, "The recovery is progressing well. Continue with the medication, and if the doctor supports your discharge, you may leave." She exhaled in relief, a look of joy gracing her features. After a midday slumber, she awoke to find Song Hui peeling an apple for her. She declined the skin, and he meticulously sliced it into small pieces to feed her. As she took a bite, her delicate lips brushed against his fingertips, prompting him to linger a moment longer before consuming the next piece intended for her, lowering his gaze to continue slicing. "How many days off did you take?" she inquired, leaning closer. "For days, plus the weekend. I have 5 days to accompany you," he replied gently. Just then, a person entered, exclaiming, "Is this the room? Huai's wife? Are you here?" Lu Chui felt somewhat embarrassed, perceiving her son's public display of affection as a loss of face. Yet she refrained from chastising Song Hui. Instead, she approached, casting a glare at Tang Wan and whispering, "What did the doctor say about your condition?" Song Hui interjected, "The doctor will come by shortly for an examination." He glanced at Lu Chui and asked nonchalantly, "Mother, did you bring anything?" Lu Chui sank deeper into awkwardness, feeling suffocated and reluctant to remain there. Her eldest son truly did not afford her any dignity. If she were aware that her eldest son had yet to return to work and was still by Tang Wan's side, she would genuinely feel apprehensive about coming empty-handed. Upon this realization, Lu Chui's expression suddenly darkened, and she addressed Song Hui, asking why he had yet to go to work. "Taking a day off means losing a day's wages," she stated, observing the tranquil depths of his dark eyes. She awkwardly added, "Your wife is still hospitalized, and there are many expenses to consider." Song Hui regarded her and retorted, "Is that so?" His words were enigmatic as he lowered his gaze to continue slicing the apples. Upon noticing the apple peels in the trash can, Lu Chui's eyelids twitched in irritation. This extravagant daughter-in-law, who discards the peels, has certainly been indulged. The doctor arrived to conduct an examination, carefully scrutinizing the readings on the monitor, nodding in affirmation. "The condition has not worsened. Would you like to continue observing for another day?" "Let us stay another day." Song Hui's response thwarted the words Lu Chui had nearly voiced. After the doctor departed, Lu Chui implored earnestly, "Why prolong this hospital stay? What is your true purpose for being here?" Song Hui seemed oblivious to her concern and puzzledly inquired. Lu Chui had actually come to persuade Tang Wan to leave the hospital, yet she felt too intimidated to voice her thoughts in front of Song Hui. Ultimately, unable to endure the situation any longer, she left in a dejected manner. Throughout, Tang Wan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Song Hui. When their eyes met, she couldn't help but smile softly, her eyes sparkling with clarity and warmth, reflecting an unspoken affection for him. She had never looked at him this way before, and Song Hui felt a sudden warmth bloom within his heart. His gaze deepened, a gentle warmth playing at the corners of his lips. Tang Wan understood what he was saying and softly uttered a sound of assent, blinking her eyes as she asked, "May I join you? I wish to see as well." "No, I must go," she immediately retorted, her expression one of playful defiance. Song Hui paused momentarily, then suddenly drew the curtain closed. As if he could no longer contain himself, he lowered his head and kissed her, a mere fleeting brush of lips before he released her. "Then let us go together," he said, stepping back, his gaze fixed upon her. Song Hui's reaction was profound. He had not controlled his strength well and pulled her into his embrace, the rhythm of his heartbeat reverberating in his chest, echoing in his ears. "Are you truly serious? Do you genuinely feel this way?" The words escaped his throat, thick with emotion. She rarely referred to him as a Hui, and indeed, she seldom addressed him at all. Whenever she did, it was either due to the demands of the moment or when she sought something from him. In the past few days, the instances of her calling him by that name had nearly surpassed the total of the past 2 years. Undoubtedly, his reaction was spurred by her final words, a promise she had voiced. He understood that her commitments were unwavering, yet he felt an urgent need to reaffirm them. Tang Wan's cheeks flushed deeper, her gaze earnest yet tinged with shyness. "I truly feel this way. You have treated me well, and I acknowledge that. We are husband and wife. Yet I have not fulfilled my duties as a wife properly. I have wronged you in the past." Moreover, there was another factor. His assertiveness in bed often left her unable to rise, and she would subsequently refuse him. Her shortcomings as a wife extended far beyond this singular aspect. Numerous other indicators suggested she had not been adequately devoted to their life together, and these were indeed the critical points. Listening to her words, Song Hui's cold gaze softened instantly, overflowing with affection. He leaned closer to her ear and joyfully remarked, I used to believe that Wanwan's heart was impervious to warmth. She had always maintained a heavy guard against those around her, erecting sharp defenses. After 2 years of his patient efforts, she was finally willing to reveal her tender side. Tang Wan felt a pang of emotion welling up in her nose, blinking her misty eyes until her surroundings became clear. Seriously, what nonsense? Lu Chui retorted with a roll of her eyes. Who doesn't face a few bumps along the way? She is so delicate. Complaining of a headache and insisting my son take her to the hospital. And what did the examination reveal? Nothing at all. Yet she insisted on being hospitalized. Spending my son's money without a thought for the exorbitant costs. The old lady narrowed her eyes, munching on seeds. Indeed. Those young intellectuals from the city are far too pampered. They toil for just a morning in the fields and are already whining about backaches. Barely earning a few work points in a day. Isn't that the truth? Why has family 1T even helped me wash clothes? She spends her days writing some manuscript, submitting it to the city every few days, yet I've never seen her earn a decent sum. Lu Auntie, you never mentioned that your daughter-in-law could write. What is there to say? It's embarrassing. Lu Chui sighed, her eyes drooping, revealing deep creases. She earns a mere dime for each article, and if she handed it over to me, I wouldn't mind her meager earnings. But she refuses to share even half, hoarding it as if I were coveting her little fortune. The aunt's eyes darted with intrigue as she whispered, No, Lu, your daughter-in-law came from the capital before she went to the countryside, right? She completed her high school education there, and the academic environment in the capital is exceptional. Surely, she possesses some talent. Lu Chui's brow furrowed in anger, her eyes blazing with indignation. Are you insinuating that she has hidden the money? Oh, I would never suggest such a thing. The aunt hastily shook her head, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. Nearby, another woman, having listened to their conversation, rubbed her hands together and smiled ingratiatingly. Lu, didn't you mention last time that you would ask Hui to help my Daju find a job in the city? How is that progressing? Is Hui willing to assist? A flicker of unease crossed Lu Chui's eyes as she prepared to offer a vague response, but suddenly, the cart came to an abrupt halt, prompting their puzzled gazes. They were near the entrance of Songjia village when several breathless villagers waved their hands, calling out, Lu, come quickly, your Chuanzi has been beaten. What? Lu Chui exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly disembarking from the cart. The other ants exchanged glances, covering their mouths in shock. Is Chuanzi really hurt? He is such a good-natured person. Who could he have offended? As darkness descended, Lu Chui rushed to the village clinic, where she found her husband sitting on the threshold, smoking a pipe, his expression grim. Old Song, how is Chuanzi? She asked anxiously. Song Galiang's face mirrored his distress as he waved his hand dismissively. You should go in and see for yourself. Chuanzi must have gotten into trouble. Together, they entered, and upon seeing Song Chunchuan lying on the bed, Lu Chui gasped in horror. Chuanzi. Lu Chui rushed over, wailing in despair. Who has done this to you? My Chuanzi. Song Chunchuan, battered and bruised, felt agony coursing through his body, his right hand and left leg devoid of sensation, secured by a splint applied by the elderly doctor at the clinic. His injuries were truly tragic. Song Galiang, filled with sympathy, sighed heavily for a long while. Chuanzi claims he was robbed. That gang of ruffians, from which village they hail, struck with such ferocity. Upon hearing this, Song Chunchuan nearly ground his teeth in fury, his facial features contorting with rage as he spoke venomously. Will he help me seek justice? It would be a miracle if he did. Moreover, he was not naive. He suspected that it was indeed Song Hui who had orchestrated this. Likely prompted by something Tang Wan had said. He had underestimated Tang Wan, believing that even if she witnessed his predicament, she would not dare inform Song Hui, as it pertained to her own reputation. If she were unafraid of his disdain, she would certainly relay the matter to him. Yet, he had not anticipated that Tang Wan would truly dare to speak out. After all, this was something that ought to be reported to your elder brother, for he is acquainted with many. As Song Chinchuan observed Lu Chui hastily departing, his expression darkened once more. He closed his eyes, choosing to disregard it. A sense of relief washed over him, while Lu Chui consoled him. Rest assured, Chuanzi, tomorrow you can seek your brother's assistance. Song Chunchuan forced a smile, his gaze shifting as he casually inquired, Mother, when you visited the hospital today, were my sister-in-law and brother well? Unconsciously, she overlooked the fact that it was Song Hui who insisted on Tang Wan's hospitalization, believing instead that it was instigated by Tang Wan, despite the absence of any words from her at that moment. As the vehicle entered Songjiakan, a group of elderly men and women, just finishing their work, exchanged astonished whispers, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. The car came to a halt beside them, and they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Song Hui and Tang Wan alight. Thank you, Aunt Wu, for your concern. I'm doing well now. Thanks to the medication, Tang Wan expressed her gratitude, her fair visage breaking into a radiant smile. That's wonderful to hear. Aunt Wu nodded, her eyes crinkling with joy. The village gossip had largely subsided, with many now coming to her defense, speculating on who could be so malicious as to devise such a devious scheme against Tang Wan. They were astute individuals, well aware that Song Hui's words were merely polite pleasantries, yet they understood the principle of accepting what was beneficial. They wiped their hands on their clothes and eagerly accepted the candies and biscuits distributed by Song Hui, laughing as they said, "What are you talking about, Hui? We're all from the same village. There's no question of not looking out for one another." Noticing that a large bag of candies remained unshared, several elderly men quickly called for their wives to bring out the children. A few nearby youngsters had already dashed over, and Tang Wan waved to them, her expression warm and inviting. "Xiaoqing, Xiaofei, come over here." She squatted down to fill their hats with sweets and gently ruffled their little heads, softly urging, "Take your time eating." The two children grinned widely, embracing her in gratitude. "Thank you, Aunt Tang. You always bring us delicious treats. You're the best." "Why? Is this car yours? You've truly made something of yourself." "No, Uncle Zhang. This vehicle belongs to the factory director. Currently, I lack the means to purchase a car. I haven't even begun the renovations on the ancestral home." As Song Hui conversed with them, he occasionally cast gentle glances toward Tang Wan. "Regarding the renovation of the ancestral house, this task requires the collective effort of your brothers. It is not something you can bear alone." Pausing momentarily, Song Hui's expression turned somewhat helpless. "There's no other way. My second brother earns points in the village, and at most, he brings home 15 yuan a month, all of which goes to support the family. My third brother is still in high school at the commune. Indeed, it would be wise to wait until both your brothers succeed before undertaking the renovations." Song Hui shook his head and smiled. A few elderly aunts and uncles discerned the underlying tension, their eyes glinting with shrewdness. This matter may only be clarified after the division of the family assets. For now, it remains ambiguous who will contribute financially. The mention of dividing the family prompted the group to sense something unusual, and they pressed Song Hui, "Zi, are you considering a division?" "That notion does cross my mind," Song Hui replied succinctly before bidding them farewell. However, as the car window rolled up, his expression shifted. His gaze became distant, calm as the surface of a still lake. Tang Wan followed closely behind, standing at the doorway, peering inside. She caught sight of Song Chengchuan's figure on the bed, a flicker of schadenfreude crossing her eyes. Upon seeing Song Hui, Song Chengchuan's body tensed, pain radiating from his injuries. He looked up to meet Song Hui's inscrutable dark eyes, a sensation akin to being gripped by a large hand constricting his heart, a wave of suffocation washing over him, turning his face pale. "Zi, look at your brother. He is in such pain that his face has turned white," Lu Chui lamented, her eyes red from tears. Song Hui looked down coldly at him, finding the situation somewhat amusing. He pondered, "In that case, you should report it to the police." "What use is it to seek me out? Report it? Surely not." Lu Chui was bewildered. In her understanding, matters that required police intervention were always grave and life-threatening. Song Chenchuan gritted his teeth, suppressing the seething hatred within, and replied, "No need." Tang Wan entered, her brows furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "Why not report it?" "The police can assist you. They can uncover everything." Song Chengchuan detected the underlying implication in Tang Wan's words, his heart racing. "No, it's not necessary. It's just my misfortune." He averted his gaze from Tang Wan's mocking eyes, feeling deeply embarrassed, his heart heavy with humiliation. Lu Chui began to wail again, and upon seeing her state, Tang Wan couldn't help but chuckle, the other party too engrossed in her lamentations to notice. After returning to the room, Song Hui asked her, "Wan, do you truly wish to report it?" "I actually do," Tang Wan nodded. Song Hui acknowledged her with a nod, gently squeezing her hand in a comforting manner. "Then let us settle the division of assets tonight, and tomorrow we shall invite the police to investigate the robbery of Song Chengchuan." Tang Wan's gaze reflected a hint of concern, prompting Song Hui to pinch her cheek lightly, smiling. Song Chengchuan cannot withstand scrutiny. The traces of his actions are poorly concealed. His relationship with this adopted son was fraught. Every time he recalled how the adopted son had surpassed both of his biological children, a complex turmoil stirred within him, leaving him deeply troubled. During a meal, each person harbored their own thoughts. Once they had set down their bowls and chopsticks, Song Huai turned to Song Gaoliang, his voice as calm as still water. Father, there is something I have contemplated for a long time, and I believe it is now the appropriate moment to discuss it with you. What is it? Both Song Gaoliang and Lu Chui felt a pang of anxiety. Whenever Song Huai addressed them in such a manner, it often heralded distressing news. The first instance was 8 years ago when he insisted on attending university in another province against their wishes. The second was when he declined to assist Song Chung Chuan in finding employment in the city. The third was his refusal of a marriage proposal they had arranged, as he wished to marry Tang Wan. What could this time entail? Lu Chui observed her eldest son's impassive expression, her heart racing. Song Huai glanced at them briefly before continuing. Father, mother, your actions have caused me great sorrow. I wish to take Wan and live outside the city. Prior to that, I would like to establish a separate household. Establish a separate household? Lu Chui was the first to spring up, her face a canvas of disapproval. How did it come to this? Why? Is your wife inciting you against us? Tang Wan met Lu Chui's furious gaze, a slight smile playing on her lips, maintaining her customary demeanor of politeness and distance. Mother, it is not as you perceive. This is a decision that Huai and I have reached together. Furthermore, over the past 2 years, I have endeavored to be a good daughter-in-law, yet you have been overly critical, and consequently, I ceased to comply. I hope I have not caused you undue anger. Her tone was gentle, flowing like a stream. Yet Lu Chui detected an undertone of mockery that left her flushed with indignation. Before Lu Chui could retort, Tang Wan continued. Father, mother, after we establish our separate household, I will no longer be able to fulfill my filial duties in your presence, so I hope you take good care of yourselves. Her tone was so gentle and sincere, tinged with a hint of regret. In the space, 099 clicked her tongue, silently making a note. Host's second life attribute, White Lotus with a hint of darkness. Song Huai's elongated black eyes glanced at her before shifting to Song Gaoliang, slowly articulating, over the years, I have always regarded you as my biological father. But, father, have you ever considered me as your true son? Song Gaoliang's hands trembled, his expression grim. Upon hearing Song Huai mention that matter, Lu Chui faltered, her face pale, as she wandered out in a daze. When she retrieved the household registration book, she could not help but burst into tears, unconcerned with her emotional turmoil. Song Huai summoned the most esteemed village head and the village secretary. Feeling embarrassed in Song Huai's presence, Song Gaoliang retreated to his room to smoke. Lu Chui then went to see Song Chung Chuan, and after discussing the division of the Song family, she wept bitterly. Huaizi still remembers that incident from the past. I thought he had moved on. Song Chung Chuan was still reeling from the news of Song Huai's family division, even dropping the food from his mouth onto the bed. This had not occurred in the last life. Why now? Was it because he had harmed Tang Wan, triggering this situation? Lu Chui continued to weep, while Song Chung Chuan grew increasingly irritated. He, too, remembered the events from 8 years prior. It had caused quite a stir, and Song Huai almost severed ties with them. He had always resented Song Huai for not relinquishing his quota. With a harsh tone, Song Chung Chuan exclaimed, Mother, is this your first day knowing Song Huai? He has never been a good person. He holds grudges. What hasn't he remembered from childhood? What is there to cry about? If he wishes to divide the family, let him. What purpose does it serve to keep such a heartless son? Lu Chui was taken aback, her expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion as she gazed at him. Chuanzi, what is wrong with you? Song Chung Chuan could no longer contain the darkness within him. He rubbed his brow and spoke in a lowered voice. Am I wrong in saying this? You and Dad don't like him either, do you? He has always been so cold-blooded, and having raised him, he has become nothing but an ungrateful wretch. He neither grants me opportunities nor assists me in finding a job. What purpose does he serve for you? It would be a miracle if he were to help. Song Chung Chuan scoffed. In their previous life, his parents had pleaded with Song Huai for so long, yet it was futile. Song Huai was both ruthless and heartless. Even kneeling before him was of no avail. Outside the bathroom, Song Huai waited for Tang Wan to finish her shower, wrapping his arm around her shoulders as if he were embracing a cloud imbued with sweetness. He shielded her from the cool night breeze, anxious that the warmth might dissipate. She obediently leaned against him and walked into the room, retrieving a box hidden in the wardrobe and handing it to him. Song Huai draped a jacket over her shoulders and sat beside her on the bed before taking the box, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What is this? Take a look, Tang Wan said, her smile radiant and her bright, clear eyes filled with excitement. Song Hui studied her for a moment longer before leisurely opening the box, revealing several thick stacks of currency, ones, twos, fives, and tens, carefully separated. A quick estimate suggested that the box contained around 400 yuan. Song Hui was momentarily stunned, his dark eyes fixated on her. Tang Wan's lips curled upward, revealing a rare and delightful charm reminiscent of a young maiden. The sparkle in her eyes rendered her more vivacious and radiant than ever before. This is the money I've saved from my submissions over the past 2 years. I can write several pieces in a month, covering both stories and current events, earning at least $8 for each one. As Song Hui listened to her, he gazed into her lively eyes, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It was essential that Tang Wan kept her savings secure. Suddenly, Tang Wan leaned in and embraced him, her voice soft and tender. I just wanted to tell you that, for the past 2 years, I have never mentioned that I can earn money while you've been sending me support. She bit her lip, her gaze dropping as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. The reason she had kept this from him was partly due to her caution. She had never been forthright, never considering a future together. Song Hui gently lifted her chin, pressing his lips against her delicate ones, kissing her softly and intermittently. His deep voice, laced with laughter, conveyed a sense of delight. Weren't you just sharp-tongued when speaking with my mother? Why are you hesitating now? It's different, she retorted, her cheeks flushing. The memory of her playful banter with Lu Chui in front of Song Hui made her want to hide her face in embarrassment. I'm generally not like this. She fixed her clear gaze upon him, attempting to convince him of her sincerity. For a fleeting moment, Song Hui's breath caught, unable to escape the depths of her shimmering autumn-like eyes. As their gazes locked, she was the first to falter, diverting her eyes. Though nestled in his embrace, she could not evade him. He tightened his hold around her waist, continuing to kiss her, and inquired, "Then how are you usually?" Song Hui chuckled, a soft tremor resonating in his chest. Tang Wan's face flushed a deep crimson. Over the past 2 years, she had not been particularly courteous, often coldly mocking Lu Chui. This scene had occasionally been witnessed by Song Hui, and the mere recollection filled her with profound embarrassment. As she listened to his laughter, she raised her hand to cover his mouth, exclaiming in a mix of shyness and annoyance, "You mustn't laugh." Song Hui deftly captured her hand with one of his own and, in a sudden motion, pressed her down onto the bed. He was careful to support the back of her head, gently lowering her so she wouldn't bump it. As their breaths mingled, he gazed into her captivating eyes, glistening like autumn waters, and at her delicate visage, his voice a low murmur, "Covering it with your hand is futile. You must use your lips, do you understand?" Under his intense gaze, she felt heat radiate throughout her body, nodding in a daze. In the next moment, he pressed his lips against hers, claiming her with a fervent kiss. This was not the first time he had kissed her in such a manner. Previously, she would have been tense and resistant. But now all that remained was the rhythmic thumping of her heart as she became lost in their embrace. The kiss lingered for an eternity before they parted. His breath heavy, his gaze filled with unabashed affection as he whispered in her ear, his words deliberate and slow, "I miss you dearly." An enchanting yet perilous aura enveloped her, and with a timid expression, she clung to him, replying, "I miss you too." Acknowledging her injury, Song Hui ultimately refrained from further contact and rose to continue packing the belongings he would take with him the following day. Tang Wan reclined on her side, watching him, her heart swelling with sweetness. "Oh, Hui, at what time do we depart tomorrow?" she inquired. "How about 11 in the morning?" He replied, "Sounds good." That night, as the effects of the medication took hold, Tang Wan fell into a deep slumber, cradled in his arms, as if nestled within a furnace. Yet she thought, there would be more opportunities to meet in the future. After a considerable time, Lu Chui mentioned to him, "Your third brother will graduate from high school in a few months. YZ, can you find any recommendation letters to assist him?" Song Hui glanced at her with a neutral tone, seemingly accustomed to the conversation. "Mother, did I not express my thoughts previously? They should rely on their own abilities. If they possess the talent, I would not hesitate to extend a helping hand." Lu Chui's expression immediately darkened, and she fell silent, as if resigned to defeat. Having exhausted that topic, he shifted the conversation to Song Chengchuan, a faint, cold smile gracing his lips. "Uncle Wang went to town today. I asked him to assist in contacting the police at the station. They should arrive shortly to clarify the situation regarding Song Chengchuan." Song Gaoliang and Lu Chui did not perceive the icy demeanor in Song Hui's eyes. Instead, they frowned and asked, "Did you truly file a report?" Song Hui chose not to elaborate further. He drank the leftover porridge that Tang Wan had left, tidied the dishes, and stepped out to wash them. As anticipated, the police arrived promptly. Lu Chui and Song Gaoyang had no choice but to usher them in to meet Song Chengchuan. Today, Song Chengchuan felt less pain in his limbs compared to yesterday. However, he still could not rise from his bed and had to eat there. Catching a glimpse of the police entering, he gasped in fright, his eyes widening in terror. One of the officers, seasoned in the field, recognized the fear etched on his face and deduced that he harbored a guilty conscience. Coupled with the clues provided by Uncle Wong, he addressed him directly. You are Song Chengchuan, are you not? We have received evidence implicating you in the harm done to Comrade Tang Wan. We are here to investigate. In a panic, Song Chengchuan knocked over his meal and exclaimed, It wasn't me. Lu Chui anxiously grasped the officer's arm, exclaiming, Comrade, have you made a mistake? What do you mean by harm? Here is the situation. We previously apprehended Li Laohai from your village. He confessed that he was struck unconscious and left beside the stony path in a cornfield. We have been investigating the individual responsible for his assault, the true mastermind behind this act. This morning, we received a lead indicating that Song Chengchuan is a prime suspect. Another officer interjected, since he is currently incapacitated. We can question him and take notes right here. Officer, Song Gaoyang, who had been listening intently, gazed at Song Chengchuan in disbelief, then turned to the police. Is someone trying to frame my son? He has always been honest and would never commit such a vile act. We need to investigate further, the officer replied sternly. For now, could you please step outside and not hinder our inquiry? The officer's expressions were grave. Despite their reluctance, the younger officer insisted on escorting them out. Lu Chui paced back and forth, frantically like an ant on a hot skillet. Old Song, what are we going to do now? Who claims that Chengchuan harmed anyone? How could he possibly do such a thing? A bead of sweat trickled down Song Gaoyang's forehead. At that moment, the police exuded an air of authority that left them feeling powerless to argue, forcing them to stand outside in anxious silence. Just then, Tang Wan and Song Hui approached. Lu Chui rushed over to Tang Wan, her eyes fierce. You must go inside and tell the police about the day you bumped your head. There is no way Chengchuan could be involved in this. Tang Wan gently pushed her hand away, blinked, and pondered, Mother, regarding this matter. I believe I have recollected something after my mind has cleared a bit these past few days. I remember encountering Song Chengchuan just before I fainted. These words struck them like a bolt of lightning. Song Gaoyang's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate a response. He turned to the impassive Song Hui. Why? You summoned the police. What do you mean by this? Song Hui's sharp brows furrowed in confusion as he replied, What do you mean? I haven't disclosed anything to the police. If they uncover any clues, they naturally must investigate. If he indeed did nothing wrong, the police will surely acquit him. Didn't you speak to the police? Song Gaoyang suddenly bellowed, the veins on his neck bulging. The surrounding individuals were taken aback. While a cold glint filled Song Hui's eyes, he placed a reassuring hand on Tang Wan's shoulder, his tone eerily calm. In stark contrast to Song Gaoyang's agitation, why would you assume I spoke to them? Are there not allowed to be other witnesses? His words seemed laced with derision, causing Song Gaoyang to stagger back a few steps. Recently, Song Chengchuan's behavior has been quite peculiar. As his parents, you must have noticed. Song Hui remarked as he passed them. At that moment, the police officer opened the door, spotting Tang Wan, and said, Comrade Tang Wan, please come in and share any information you possess. Tang Wan nodded and stepped inside. As the door closed, Tang Wan raised her gaze to behold the disheveled Song Chengchuan. With a slight smirk, she candidly addressed the police officers. Comrade police, prior to my fainting, I witnessed Song Chengchuan hiding behind the haystack to the left of the cornfield. I strongly suspect that he is the one who has harmed me. Regardless of Tang Wan's assertions, Song Chengchuan vehemently refuted her claims, clearly intent on maintaining his innocence. The officers, seasoned in dealing with such obstinate suspects, recognized that Song Chengchuan was not an ordinary case of denial. They concluded that he must be taken to the precinct, where more adept interrogators could handle the situation. Despite the challenges, this outing was not entirely fruitless. Before departing, the officers informed Song Gaoyang and Lu Chui, in 2 days. When his leg is mobile, we will return to summon him to the station. Lu Chui's face turned ashen as she collapsed to the ground, murmuring to herself, How could Qingzi possibly do such a thing? Song Hui's expression darkened. Perhaps he can no longer bear it? Hasn't he always harbored disdain for me? Especially since the quota issue 8 years ago? If he harmed Wan Wan, it stands to reason he would seek to hurt me as well. it likely brings him great satisfaction. Mention of the quota dispute from 8 years prior silenced any rebuttals from Song Gaoyong and Lu Chui, who, recalling Song Chengchuan's recent odd behavior, found themselves half convinced of his culpability. News of the police investigation into Song Chengchuan's alleged wrongdoing against Tang Wan spread swiftly through the village, igniting fervent gossip. Did he truly commit such an act? Is it merely because his elder brother has achieved more than he? The onlookers, a gathering of elderly men and women, exchanged scornful glances, their expressions rife with disdain. Do not forget, 8 years ago, their family caused quite a stir over that quota issue, which became the talk of the neighboring village. Chuanzi harbored resentment towards Huaizi because of it, and now he seeks vengeance upon Huaizi's wife as a means to retaliate. It is surprising that Chuanzi, so petty and morally lacking, would stoop so low. He can target his brother's wife, yet still consider himself a man? Wasn't Chuanzi previously courting Jiangping from the adjacent village? They demanded 3 rounds of gifts and a bride price of 350 yuan. With this conflict with Huaizi, it is unlikely that Huaizi would assist him in gathering the money. Chuanzi truly is quite foolish. No one is aware that Song Chengchuan harbors another motive against Tang Wan. Everyone merely perceives his extreme hatred for Song Hui. When the news reached the village, the locals only heard that the police had conducted their own investigation, with no suspicions cast upon Tang Wan or Song Hui. Thus, their discussions revolve around the pity they feel for them, rather than condemning Song Hui for his ruthlessness in involving the police against his own brother. The power of public opinion is formidable in any era, so much so that even Lu Chui, Song Chengchuan's mother, and Song Gaoyong, his father, find themselves somewhat swayed. At this moment, Tang Wan and Song Hui have arrived in the city. Before the dormitory assigned to the employees of the electric machinery factory stands a century-old tree, where children play a game of eagle and chicks. Upon noticing unfamiliar figures approaching from a distance, they curiously peeked over. A pair of discerning eyes scanned Tang Wan, and the more they observed, the more her beauty captivated them. Tang Wan is a stunning beauty who captivates at first glance. Her features withstand scrutiny with grace. Her delicate, palm-sized face is as white as jade, adorned with bright, expressive eyes and ruby lips that reveal pearly teeth. When she smiles gently, the cool aura surrounding her dissipates, akin to the blooming of enchanting peach blossoms, making her the type that men cannot help but gaze upon. Is this your educated youth wife, Song Hui? Aunt Zhang inquired with a smile. Indeed, Aunt Zhang, this is my wife, Tang Wan, Song Hui responded, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Wan, this is Aunt Zhang. Good afternoon, Aunt Zhang, Tang Wan replied, her smile genuine. With Aunt Zhang, the social butterfly of their apartment building, it wasn't long before nearly everyone in the block learned that Song Hui had brought his wife to reside with him. A group of children sneaked up to the 3rd floor to catch a glimpse of her, but upon being spotted by Tang Wan, they hurriedly fled. Who is that big sister? Why is she with the fierce Uncle Song? One child asked. My grandma said Uncle Song brought his girlfriend today. She must be the one. But how could Uncle Song have such a fairy-like girlfriend? Maybe he tricked her into being his girlfriend. Let us help her escape. The fierce Uncle Song they spoke of was diligently organizing his wife's clothes, neatly hanging them in the wardrobe until it was brimming. Tang Wan was moving about the room, which had been transformed into distinct areas within the 22 square meter space, with a special separation for the bedroom. The clean, elegant curtains and the light blue checkered tablecloth adorned the window-side desk. The room's cool tones accentuated Tang Wan, who stood there like a warm splash of color amidst the decor. Song Hui, unable to tear his gaze away, remarked as she looked his way, Wan. This side is the bedroom. Tang Wan walked over, pulled aside the curtain separating the spaces, and beheld the simplicity of the bedroom. The furnishings were modest, a wooden bed draped with a white mosquito net, just spacious enough for 2, covered with an ordinary light blue quilt. Opposite stood a wardrobe, accompanied by a small low cabinet beside it. Song Hui embraced her waist from behind and murmured, It seems today is the day to change the sheets and duvet cover. He paused momentarily, a wry smile gracing his lips. Not that I asked you to wash them. Releasing her, he retrieved a pristine set of sheets and duvet cover. Upon closer inspection, Tang Wan noticed the vibrant red fabric, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix embroidery, reminiscent of their wedding set. After laying the quilt, Song Hui rummaged through his luggage and extracted a small box. He opened it to reveal a dark red watch, which he scrutinized for a moment before lifting his gaze to her. Tang Wan, previously captivated by a round-bellied ceramic bowl on the windowsill, was delicately rearranging the unknown flowers within, her profile exquisite and charming. Wan, could you come here for a moment? Song Hui called gently. Without much thought, Tang Wan turned and approached him. He drew her onto his lap, encircling her waist, urging her to examine the watch closely. Why haven't you worn it? Do you not like it? Tang Wan cast her eyes downward, reflecting on the timepiece he had gifted her last New Year, though she had never adorned it. She nestled against him and replied softly, "This watch is from the Lonus brand, far too expensive. I have chores at home. How could I wear it? Do you like it?" he asked, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "I do," she affirmed. Tang smiled softly, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light as she gazed at him. "I never mentioned it before, but I fell in love with this watch the very first time I laid eyes on it." A smile graced Song Hui's lips as he lowered his gaze, meticulously fastening the watch around her delicate wrist. As he slowly secured the strap, the deep crimson hue accentuated the porcelain-like quality of her skin. Tang pressed her lips together, beaming with sweetness, but after a while, she realized she had been sitting on his lap for too long and softly said, "Am I heavy? Please let me down." "How could you possibly be heavy?" Song Hui chuckled, wrapping his hand around her slender waist. "You hardly eat enough despite my urging, so your weight is negligible. Among women, there exists a unique way of connecting, and Tang spent 2 days mingling with the elderly residents of the staff quarters, forming particularly close bonds with the young wives. A significant factor in this camaraderie was Tang's talent for beautification. Equipped with a full array of cosmetics, she would enhance their beauty with delightful makeovers. As they engaged in lively conversation, they quickly became inseparable. The children were especially fond of her. Initially, they would proclaim their desire to elope with her, their adorable expressions melting her heart. She cherished playing with them, even helping them with the questions they brought to her. Yet, the children remained perplexed by one matter. Their parents forbade them from speaking out of turn, and after holding their curiosity in for so long, they conspired to discreetly ask Tang, "Aunt Tang, why is Uncle Song so fierce? Aren't you afraid of him?" They shielded their faces with notebooks, whispering shyly, "Yeah, Aunt Tang, you're his partner. And I don't even have one yet." Tang Wan, puzzled, gently patted their small heads and inquired, "What are you talking about? How can Uncle Song be fierce?" Little Tiger, having just been affectionately stroked, pouted upon hearing her words and replied, "It's true, Aunt Tang. Before, Aunt Zhou's younger sister, whom we call Sister Zhou, often brought delicious treats to Uncle Song, but he scolded her until she cried. He was quite fierce. Now, whenever Sister Zhou sees him, she runs away and doesn't come to play with us anymore. We are all afraid of him." Tang Wan understood and rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. Unsure of how to explain things to them, she paused for a moment before asking, "Did Uncle Song refuse the treats that Sister Zhou brought you?" Little Tiger scratched the back of his head. "I don't know." Little Xian raised his hand. "Aunt Tang, I know. Uncle Song once said he didn't want Sister Zhou's things. And I heard him. That was it. He had explicitly stated his refusal, yet Sister Zhou persisted in bringing them, which meant she had acted wrongly. And Uncle Song would undoubtedly be upset." Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with amusement, forming crescent moons. She spoke softly. "Uncle Song rarely gets angry, especially with such lovely and understanding children like you. He cherishes you dearly." The children's mouths turned upward, nodding vigorously like little chicks pecking at grains. "We are very understanding. Aunt Zhang and the others say so too." Tang Wan was enchanted by their cuteness and couldn't help but laugh. She continued, "So next time, don't be afraid of Uncle Song, and don't call him fierce. If he finds out, it would make him sad." They all nodded in agreement. Xiao Xian tugged at his fingers and inquired of Tang Wan, "Does Uncle Song cry when he feels sad? Just like when Xiao Hu cries after I bully him." Tang Wan accidentally choked on her own saliva, coughing while laughing, tears glistening in her eyes. A large hand gently patted her back, and upon turning, she discovered Song Hui had appeared, providing her some relief. "What are you laughing at so joyfully?" Song Hui's long brows relaxed, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at her flushed face. Tang Wan realized he hadn't heard her and had no intention of revealing it. Instead, she smiled brightly at him for a moment. "Hello, Uncle Song." Xiao Xian and the others greeted him. Song Hui paused, glancing at them. "Hello to you as well." Tang Wan grasped his hand and softly asked, "Why did you finish work so early today? Weren't you called in for overtime yesterday?" "You don't have to today, do you?" "I completed my tasks for today. No overtime," he replied. Upon mentioning yesterday's overtime, a shadow crossed his expression, but he quickly masked it as she looked his way. They nodded vigorously, watching the silhouettes of Tang Wan and Song Hui as they departed. He spoke gently to Tang Wan. Today, I bought pig trotters from the state-run butcher shop, and we still have corn and lotus root at home. How about we make a soup? Do you like it? Wan. Everything you make is delicious, Tang Wan replied, giving his hand a slight shake. Song Hui tightened his grip on her hand, a smile playing on his lips. He adored her unconscious affection and playful demeanor towards him. It was the time when families prepared dinner. The aroma of stir-fried dishes wafted throughout the building, and amidst it all, the sound of sneezes echoed, likely a result of someone's fiery chili cooking. As the aunt, who was also tending to the soup, observed Tang Wan's departure, she shook her head at Song Hui and remarked, Song Hui, it is not that I am being critical, but you have spoiled your wife. Her hands are incapable of labor. Song Hui cast a puzzled glance in her direction and replied, but I did not bring her here to work. The aunt, initially brimming with words, found herself at a loss for retort, her arguments rendered moot. A few other aunts, lured by the tantalizing aroma of meat, felt their mouths water and their appetites awaken, inquiring, how does he manage to have meat every day? Surely, his monthly wages must be entirely spent on meat. Aunt Zhang interjected, Song Hui is a technician transferred from the city center, earning a substantial salary. If he can afford to eat meat every day, why not indulge? Song Hui gazed intently into her sparkling eyes, unable to resist caressing the corner of her eye, and smiled as he praised, Wan, you have truly become a remarkable writer. I am not a significant writer, Tang Wan replied, her cheeks suddenly flushed, her clear eyes reflecting his. I simply wish to alleviate some of the family's burdens. I am currently without a job and happen to enjoy writing stories. Song Hui's gaze, deep as ink, remained fixed upon her, and in that moment, all external sounds faded into oblivion. He could hear only her voice and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Under his intense scrutiny, she found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Song Hui enveloped her in his embrace, whispering, continue, Wan. Tang Wan, flustered and vexed, tugged at his arm and exclaimed, you made me forget what I was going to say. Very well, Song Hui chuckled softly, pressing his lips gently against her rosy ones. The overwhelming sensation of affection rendering him dizzy with delight. When she mentioned wanting to live a good life with him, it evoked a similar sentiment. Song Hui felt compelled to do something for his beloved. Thus he gently remarked, Liangzi told me today that Song Chengchuan has been transferred to the Public Security Bureau for investigation. Tang Wan was already aware of this matter through 099 and knew that Song Chengchuan stubbornly denied any involvement, yet she listened intently as he spoke. Song Hui's voice was deep and measured as he continued. Song Chengchuan refuses to admit his actions, yet Li Laohong has identified him. Tang Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Is this akin to a dog biting another dog? Li Laohong had no idea who had knocked him unconscious, but he understood the necessity of having someone to bear the blame for him. Naturally, Song Chengchuan would never concede to that. Song Hui's eyes were dark and fathomless as he gazed at her, making her feel as if she were being drawn into a vortex. His hand, resting gently on her waist, patted her softly, as if to offer comfort, his tone calm. Wan, there are myriad ways to ruin a person, and his choice to evade prison is his gravest mistake. Tang Wan blinked, comprehending his implication. He chuckled softly, concealing the complexity in his eyes. His large hand glided upwards, brushing against her back and lingering for a few seconds at her delicate nape. After she involuntarily shivered, his hand moved higher, gently covering the spot where she had once injured herself. Does it still hurt? Not anymore. I finished the medication yesterday. Tang Wan met his gaze, feeling as if she had been scalded, her long lashes fluttering downwards. I need to freshen up, she said, nudging him before rising to retrieve her clothes from the bedroom. Suddenly, she inquired of 099, do you think my injury has fully healed? The scan results were presented to her. The surface bruising on the scalp has healed, and the internal hematoma has dissipated. Rest assured, host. Tang Wan smiled gently and changed into the garment. The evening air was somewhat cool, prompting her to don a windbreaker. Song Hui swallowed hard and approached her, whispering, shall we continue writing? No more writing, Tang Wan replied with a smile, playfully wrapping her arms around his neck. In the next instant, she found herself effortlessly lifted by his strong arms and placed beside the bed in just a couple of steps. Her heart raced. Since awakening to consciousness, she had felt a flutter for Song Hui countless times. He leaned down, gazing at her blushing face and slightly parted lips. After a long moment, his voice was husky as he asked, why are you wearing my clothes? Tang Wan shyly shot him a glance, her expression devoid of any real threat. Am I not allowed to wear them? Of course, you may. Tang Wan was slender, but her delicate figure was alluring, every inch of her captivating him. She fell asleep amidst her tears, and upon waking the next day, she was greeted by a pervasive soreness throughout her body, a reminder of the previous night's escapades. After a considerable moment, she shakily rose to her feet. 099 suddenly chuckled. You slept until noon. Tang Wan noticed some remnants of the previous night and quickly closed her eyes, hastily putting on her jacket. Song Hui had prepared breakfast for her, and the clay pot still radiated warmth when she uncovered it. After finishing her meal, she contemplated changing the bed linens, but upon lifting the blanket, she sensed something amiss. The chaotic sheets from last night had been replaced with a fresh set of red linens. Stunned, she stared blankly for a while, then shook her head and returned to her writing. She calculated that for 4 articles, the minimum income would be 48 yuan, while the maximum could reach 80 yuan, a considerable sum that assured her continued dedication. Today, her writing flowed effortlessly, and as she reached the signature, she paused slightly, realizing, today is already May 5th. 099 remarked. In no more than 3 months, news regarding the resumption of the college entrance examination will emerge. Do you wish to take the exam, host? Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with interest as she glanced out the window, replying, how could I not want to? She checked her watch and noted it was already 4 in the afternoon. Given the rare ease with which she had written today, having revised her work twice to her satisfaction, she planned to step out and send it off. Upon exiting the courtyard, she suddenly heard 099 exclaim, host, please look to your left. Tang Wan turned to see a familiar figure by the trees and raised her eyebrows in surprise, altering her course to approach. Cindy, you've come. Why are you standing here? Why not come and sit for a while? She greeted Song Chinghui with a warm smile. He stood awkwardly, holding 2 large bags filled with vegetables and some fruits. Noticing his discomfort, Tang Wan's expression softened. I am about to head to the post office, but your elder brother will be off work soon. Why don't you go meet him? Ah, certainly, Song Chinghui nodded vigorously. Are the bags heavy? Why did you bring so much? They're not heavy. I haven't seen my elder brother and sister-in-law in quite a while, so this isn't too much at all. Tang Wan displayed a hint of exasperation. Let me help you with these for now. Next time, please don't bring anything. You should go to the electrical factory to meet your brother. Upon taking the bags, she discovered they were indeed quite heavy, one containing meat. They prepared dinner together, consisting of 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and ate in silence. After finishing their meal, Song Chenghui spoke up, his eyes reddening at the age of 19. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, my second brother has wronged you, and I apologize on his behalf. Song Hui, with an expression of indifference, cast a fleeting glance at him, his eyes devoid of emotion. He wiped his face and said, now I believe it, which is why I wish to come and apologize to you. I never imagined my second brother could harbor such hatred for my elder brother, to the extent of wishing to harm my sister-in-law as a means of revenge. This sentiment was echoed by all, and it was what Song Hui intended them to understand. Lest the true reason emerge and outsiders label Tang Wan as the catalyst for familial discord and brotherly strife. Song Hui replied, that is his wrongdoing, a fault of his own. It is not your place to apologize on his behalf. He then looked at Tang Wan, offering her a piece of sweet and sour pork rib, hoping she would take the last bite. Tang Wan obediently complied and addressed Song Chenghui, saying, your elder brother speaks wisely. Besides, Song Chengchuan may not even acknowledge his wrongdoing, and he does not require your apology. Song Chenghui lowered his head and, after a moment of silence, said, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, I understand your sentiments, yet I feel a sense of guilt. Song Hui curled the corners of his mouth into a faint, chilly smile. Enough. This matter does not concern you. Once you have spoken, let it rest. As for whether we will let Song Chengchuan off the hook, that is not for you to decide. In that instant, Song Chenghui's heart raced with trepidation. He too felt a twinge of fear towards his elder brother, aware that his elder brother was ruthless, and offending him would bring misfortune to anyone involved. Song Chenghui ceased to speak, quietly assisting in clearing the tableware. Indeed, Song Hui had no intention of seeing him off. Do not. Tang Wan bit her lip. Her face flushed with a faint hue. I am still exhausted. Song Hui gently pressed his lips against hers, his gaze tender. The following day, Tang Wan, prepared with money and a book voucher, ventured into several bookstores in the city, only to acquire a solitary history textbook. By midday, feeling frustrated, she turned her path toward the recycling station. After visiting 3 in total and exerting considerable effort, she finally discovered the mathematics workbook she had long desired. The materials from school were strictly confidential, while most of the previous resources had ended up at the recycling center. She also stumbled upon 2 geography workbooks. Aspiring to pursue the humanities, she understood the necessity of specializing in mathematics and geography, as other subjects held little significance for her. It was now afternoon, past mealtime, and the shop was sparsely populated, accompanied by the faint hum of electrical currents. President Tang Yonghua of Beijing North University has noted the strong thirst for knowledge among contemporary university students. Tang Wan's gaze suddenly froze, as steaming mist rose from the bowl, obscuring her vision. A smile gradually graced her lips, yet it was laced with derision and mockery. All along, she had yearned to prove her worth to her father and mother, hoping they would not abandon her. She was the product of their meticulous nurturing, every gesture molded by their expectations. They had invested so much effort in her. When they chose to forsake her, with their disposition, they must have felt a heart-wrenching pain. Now, each pursuing their own paths, they had forgotten her. Previously, she felt despondent, but since realizing the freedom and ease that came with breaking free from their control, nostalgia had evaded her. From childhood to adulthood, her environment had merely been a gilded cage. Beautiful yet superficial, she would never willingly step into that realm again. After finishing her wontons, Tang Wan wiped her mouth and engaged in light conversation with an acquaintance at the shop, her brows and eyes sparkling with joy. "Your outfit today is truly lovely. I feel that wearing bolder colors suits your temperament remarkably," remarked the young woman at the cash register with a smile. "Really? Thank you." Tang Wan replied warmly. "You too, Xiao. Your fair complexion makes you look stunning in red." Her current life was so delightful. Free from the constraints of formality and devoid of any need for cunning. Planning was essential, a habit she had developed during her studies. She was acutely aware of how to effectively manage her remaining months for revision. 099 informed her he had been left behind to work overtime again. Lamenting the difficulty of receiving his paycheck, Tang Wan prepared dinner that evening. Her culinary skills were modest, merely sufficient to produce something edible. Life was fulfilling and bustling, and a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tang Wan witnessed through 099's broadcast the moment when Song Changchuan staggered out of the bureau, seemingly disoriented, as if his very soul had been scattered. "I didn't do it," Song Changchuan exclaimed in desperation. "You should ask the police department." "Would I be released if I were guilty?" Aunt Wu sneered. "You're just being stubborn. Who in this village hates Huai more than you? Who else would resort to such underhanded schemes against his family?" Song Changchuan's expression was akin to that of someone who had swallowed a fly. He had stubbornly maintained his facade for 10 days, now forced to endure without breaking character. Even Lu Chui and Song Gaoyang were utterly disillusioned with him. After hearing the incessant rumors and being the subject of villagers' pointed fingers, they could not comprehend how their son had devolved into such a state. Tang Wan observed him through the lens of the situation, intuitively grasping the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. She stifled a laugh, recognizing that he would never have the opportunity to redeem himself. Her brother Ahu was right. There are myriad ways to ruin a person, whether through physical, psychological, or spiritual means, or even through public opinion. After concluding a day of diligent study, Tang Wan composed an article on current affairs and submitted it to the local newspaper. Her pen name was already somewhat renowned in Haishir and the city, and upon submitting her work, it garnered the attention of the publication. Before long, a crisis of public opinion loomed over Song Changchuan like an impending storm. Astute journalists descended upon Songjia village, and upon sensing the gravity of the situation, the village chief convened the villagers, opting for a collective stance of righteous indignation to preserve the village's reputation. Their decision to not shield their own from scrutiny was lauded in the reporters' accounts. When journalists visited Song Gaoyang's home to interview Song Changchuan, he remained oblivious to the fact that the entire village had denounced him and stubbornly maintained his innocence. The reporter inquired, "The victim claims to have seen you. If you are not the mastermind behind this, what then accounts for your flight after the victim was injured and collapsed?" "She slandered me. She couldn't possibly have seen me. I was not present at all," Song Changchuan retorted, repeating his earlier defenses. "But why would she lie? Do you possess any qualities that might provoke her to frame you?" Song Changchuan faltered, exclaiming, "How can I know what she was thinking? She and Song Huai both wished to harm me." He certainly could not expose his covetousness towards Tang Wan. Once revealed, he would add another charge against himself, providing others with more leverage over him. Li Laohai had also implicated him, claiming to have seen him before being knocked unconscious. Every time Song Changchuan heard this, His anger would cause every hair on his body to stand on end as he furiously retorted, "He is slandering me. He merely wishes to shift the blame onto me. He could not have possibly seen me." He could not ascertain whether Tangwon had seen him, but he was certain that Li Laohai, whom he had struck from behind, could not have seen him. Unless, of course, Li had eyes on the back of his head. Li Laohai was simply seeking to use him as a scapegoat, pushing the major blame onto him. The journalist astutely seized upon his fury and verbal missteps, swiftly inquiring, "Why are you so certain he did not see you?" Another reporter hurriedly took notes, particularly noting the change in Song Chengchuan's tone in response to this question. It was evident to all that something was amiss with him. However, he did not slip up or confess, leaving them powerless against him. At that moment, Tangwon was watching Song Chengchuan through the screen, smirking softly. His reactions and statements were entirely within her expectations. But what good was his obstinacy? Public opinion would thrust him into the eye of the storm. 099 lamented, "You have turned for the worse since following Song Huai." Tangwon replied, "Not at all. I was always like this." Choosing now to retaliate against Song Chengchuan is simply a matter of seizing the opportune moment. Her parents had taught her that patience is essential in executing a plan. Haste could lead to self-sabotage. Initially, she had informed Song Huai, severing his ties with Song Chengchuan, and reported Song Chengchuan to the authorities, all in an effort to escalate the situation. Having fermented long enough, it is time to crush him. Both the initial reaction of Song Huai upon learning the truth and Song Chengchuan's stubborn denial following his capture were anticipated by her. However, the division of the Song family came as a surprise. 099 chuckled and remarked, "Host, you are quite the white lotus in this little world." Tangwon appears genuinely delicate and harmless, yet her heart is indeed dark. Unfamiliar with the term, Tangwon gleaned its meaning and casually inquired, "What was I like in the previous world?" 099 replied, "In the last world, you were more innocent and carefree, with a greater penchant for laughter, unburdened by shadows. After avenging your enemies, you radiated joy and lived contentedly. In contrast, the Tangwon of this world has been scarred. Her defense is too fortified to readily offer her heart to anyone." Tangwon, unaware of 099's thoughts, simply smiled after hearing its words, expressing that it was quite good. Before glancing at the time and diligently resuming her afternoon study plan, he felt utterly drained, lacking the will to leave the house or engage in work, drifting aimlessly through life. Lu Chui, too, wore a displeased expression toward him. "Chuanzi, what your mother mentioned about the marriage proposal from the neighboring village has fallen through." Song Chengchuan took a moment to process this, finally responding irritably, "If it has fallen through, so be it. That woman has a face full of freckles. She's not to my liking anyway." Lu Chui shot him a stern look. "How old are you now?" 25. "In this village, you are the only one of your age without a wife, and your reputation is worse than that of Li Laoang. Where will you find a girl as good as Jiang Ping?" Essing Ch and Chu En felt a throbbing pain in his head and lost the desire to speak. Whispers about his maliciousness circulated, painting him as more insidious than those widowers. Reputation holds significant weight for a woman. Yet Essing Ch and Chu En never anticipated that it could also suffocate a man. Ting Wn, who had been observing Essing Ch and Chu En, caught wind of the conversation and smiled softly as she closed her pen. Essing, who I couldn't help but chuckle, his words sweet, clearly. "It is your diligence that has brought you such praise." Ting Wn playfully entwined herself around him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Well then, if it is indeed my merit, shouldn't Wn express her gratitude?" Essing, who I lifted her onto the desk, holding her gently, his gaze deep and affectionate. Ting Wn no longer shied away from his eyes. Her heart brimmed with tender affection. With her delicate hands entwined around his neck, she leaned in to kiss his lips, whispering softly, "Tonight, I wish to wear your clothes." This was akin to an open invitation, leaving Essing Hui breathless. In mid-June, amidst the sweltering heat, the evening breeze was refreshingly cool, seeping through the tightly shut doors and windows, mingling with the warm, intimate air inside, leaving both flushed. Noticing his serious demeanor, Ting Wn suddenly surmised something. "Wn, Essing Hui said, holding her shoulders firmly, his tone earnest. "I have something important to tell you." "What is it?" Ting Wn licked her lips, a flutter of excitement rising within her. Essing Hui gazed intently at her and slowly revealed, "The factory manager informed me that the higher authorities are likely to reinstate the college entrance examination. Although the official announcement has yet to be made, Whispers among those with connections are not uncommon. Tang Wan's suspicions were confirmed, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she leapt into his embrace, tightening her grip around his waist. Song Hui gently ruffled her hair and softly said, "If you wish to take the exam, then prepare for it. I will accompany you." Tang Wan's heart raced fervently as she nuzzled her face against his neck, her voice sweet and tender. "Hui, you are truly wonderful. I've always wanted to attend university." Song Hui's gaze softened as he allowed her to cling to him. Once her joy subsided, she tilted her head to look at him and said, "Hui, you are so kind to me." Her demeanor had become increasingly delicate. Song Hui brushed her hair aside and pressed a gentle kiss on her rosy lips, his expression filled with warmth. A few days later, the news of the resumption of college entrance examinations spread across the nation, igniting a fervor among high school graduates and young intellectuals alike, who eagerly gathered materials to begin their studies. With the exams approaching in November, Tang Wan maintained the quality of her assignments while intensifying her review efforts. Having studied science and engineering, Song Hui excelled in mathematics. And whenever Tang Wan encountered a problem she could not solve, she would seek his guidance, mastering a new type of question with each clarification. One afternoon, Tang Wan stepped outside to give her eyes a break. It was the weekend, and several of the neighborhood's aunties were free from work. Spotting Tang Wan, they beckoned her over for a chat. She smiled at them and took a seat, inquiring gently, "Aunt Zhang, Sister Shui, have you encountered any delightful news? You all look radiant. Only you would know how to flatter." They teased her playfully. Aunt Zhang took Tang Wan's hand and said, "Tang Wan, I heard you are preparing for the college entrance examination?" "Yes, many in our neighborhood are preparing as well. I want to give it my all." "Of course. You should gather together to discuss and help each other with your studies," one of them suggested. Tang Wan understood their intent and smiled gently, saying, "Certainly. There are many things I do not comprehend, and at times, I must seek your guidance." She wished to say no more and deflected with pleasantries. However, she was drawn into further conversation until Song Hui came looking for her, providing her with an opportunity to depart. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, the cheerful jingle of a bicycle bell resonated from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a young mailman calling out, "Is Comrade Tang Wan residing here? Is Comrade Tang Wan at number 19, Ping and Road?" Tang Wan hurriedly rushed outside, exclaiming, "I am here." The young man handed her 2 thick letters, saying, "Here are 2 letters for you. Please sign for them." Upon glancing at the return addresses, her fingers instinctively crumpled the envelope and her complexion paled significantly. The first was from Tang Yonghua, number 8, Chongqing Road, North District, the capital. The second was from Zhao Tong, also at number 8, Chongqing Road, North District. Noticing her distress, Song Hui furrowed his brow and quickly scanned the envelopes in her hand, his expression mirroring her shock. She leaned closer to him, brushing her lips against his, and whispered, "Hui, I will miss you dearly. Can you bear to part with me?" A spark ignited within Song Hui's heart, and as he drew her closer, he murmured softly, "Of course, I cannot bear to let you go." As he listened to her words, a flurry of emotions surged within him, and he pulled her tightly into his embrace. "Wan," he said, unable to suppress the smile forming at the corners of his lips as he gazed at her, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection, though he chose to remain silent. Tang Wan lightly tapped her chest, her voice sweet and soft. "You have spoiled me. I will find it difficult to adapt living at school alone. I may not manage well in this or that." She nestled against him for a moment, and her gaze inadvertently fell upon an envelope on the table. "Shall we take a look at what they have written?" Tang Wan first opened the letter from her mother, Zhao Tong. A bundle of grain tickets and book coupons tumbled out. In her letter, her mother expressed deep apologies and longing for her daughter, evoking tears from anyone who reads it. Tang Wan remained silent for a long while before gently setting down her mother's letter and opening her father's, Tang Yonghua. This one was different. Besides conveying his apologies and yearning, he specifically mentioned his hopes for her to take the college entrance examination and gain admission to Kyoto University. Wan, both your father and I have wronged you, but you must understand that we had no other choice back then. We also believe that with your capabilities, you can take care of yourself. Now that the college entrance examination has resumed, with your insight and academic performance, gaining admission to Kyoto University should not be a challenge. Of course, if you falter due to your 3 years in the countryside, your father's university, Beek University, is also a commendable option. Tang Wan's expression grew icy. They were controlling every aspect of her life, striving to mold her into the perfect child, the most exemplary descendant. as if that would preserve the dignity of their scholarly lineage. In the past, she had been their puppet, obediently following the path they laid out for her without a hint of self-awareness. Thus, when they abandoned her, withdrawing their strings of control and arranging for her to go to the countryside, she was left feeling lost and anxious, devoid of any plan for her future. In a certain sense, she felt a sense of gratitude towards them. Had they not sent her to the countryside, she would never have encountered Song Huai. The more significant reason lies with you. Tang Wan gazed deeply into his eyes. Ah Huai, I cannot bear to be apart from you. Song Huai pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and softly replied, then you should attend high university. You must find joy in your life. A smile graced Tang Wan's lips, her eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. The following day, Tang Wan stepped outside to unwind, even purchasing ingredients for a meal. On her way, she decided to pick up Song Huai from work and happened to spot Song Chenghui walking alongside him. He greeted her with a nod, sister-in-law. Tang Wan acknowledged him with a slight nod. Song Huai took the groceries from her hands, adjusting her collar with a single hand, and softly cautioned. The weather has turned cooler lately, and the afternoon winds can be harsh. Next time you go out, be sure to wear more layers. Indeed, that's quite wise. I just bought some ribs, and there's still some yam at home. We can stew a soup together. I also got some fish. Does Cindy prefer it braised or steamed? Tang Wan's voice was warm, her pace leisurely. Song Chenghui quickly responded, sister-in-law, steamed would be perfect. Tang Wan nodded. She was adept at preparing steamed dishes, and their taste was quite commendable. After dinner, Song Huai and Song Chenghui engaged in conversation for nearly half an hour. Gradually, Song Chenghui's gaze grew resolute as he expressed his gratitude to Song Huai several times, before inquiring about Tang Wan. Which university does sister-in-law plan to apply to? High University. Suddenly, Song Huai asked, how has mother been lately? Song Chenghui paused, momentarily taken aback as he cast a surprised glance at Song Huai. His eyes remained dark and inscrutable, revealing not a hint of emotion. Song Chenghui was no fool. He immediately grasped the essence of Song Huai's inquiry. Casting a glance at Tang Wan, he replied earnestly. Tang Wan stifled a laugh, while Song Huai, regarding Song Chenghui, spoke slowly. Thanks to your intervention these past few days, she has indeed discovered the truth. Song Chenghui shook his head repeatedly. Brother, mother wouldn't dare to seek it out herself, she. He suddenly faltered, refraining from uttering the latter part of his thought, that she was indeed quite frightened. With the final month upon them, his elder brother seemed intent on ensuring he kept a close watch over their mother, preventing her from inadvertently divulging anything to his sister-in-law that might disrupt her studies. After all, it was not in his brother's nature to suddenly express concern for their parents. Song Chenghui patted his chest in relief, grateful for his understanding of his elder sibling. On the day of the college entrance examination, countless students stepped into the examination halls. Tang Wan maintained an excellent mindset, navigating the tests with remarkable ease. Upon completing the final exam, she playfully pouted at Song Huai. Tomorrow is the weekend. You must accompany me to buy clothes. Very well. With winter upon us, I'll procure several warm garments for you. Tang Wan beamed brightly. Li Yi, I merely performed to my usual standards. That is splendid indeed. By the way, could you come here for a moment? You received a call earlier. Tang Wan promptly tugged at Song Huai's sleeve, prompting him to pull over to the side as she hastened towards the source of the call. Father, good afternoon. How is your health? Her smile softened, instinctively transforming into a polite and gentle demeanor as she delivered her customary courteous greeting. As Song Huai approached her, Li Yi would always distance himself during phone calls, engrossed in his newspapers. Yet, only Song Huai gazed at Tang Wan and took her hand in his. Tang Yongbo's voice was gentle yet authoritative. I am well enough. My health is just plagued by those old ailments. The distance from the capital to the southern city was considerable. It took over half a month for the letters we sent to your mother to reach you, and we have yet to receive the ones you sent. However, today marks the conclusion of the final examination in the southern city, prompting us to call and inquire about your situation. A sudden silence enveloped the line. Tang Wan understood that Tang Yongbo's mention of the undelivered letters was merely an attempt to ease the tension, yet she was unwilling to play along. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yongbo spoke again, his tone softened. Have you come to a decision? What are your thoughts? I wish to apply to Haida University. As she spoke, she smiled and gently traced her finger across Song Huai's palm. Tang Yongbo remained silent for a considerable time, his demeanor becoming even more gentle. Haida is indeed a prestigious institution. If you perform well in your examinations, You will surely gain admission. What major do you wish to pursue? Chinese language and literature. Indeed, you have always had a passion for literature since childhood. We have never constrained you, consistently nurturing your literary inclinations, and you have always displayed remarkable talent. Are you still writing? In the past, during my time in the capital, your first article earned you 25. Even now, your piggy bank remains full. Tang Wan's long eyelashes concealed her emotions as she listened quietly, parting her lips to speak. My brother will honor you on my behalf. She openly rejected him again. And Tang Yonghua seemed to be growing angry. Your brother lacks your talent. He only knows how to provoke us. How could he possibly show filial piety? Tang Wan lifted her eyelids and softly inquired. Have I ever been angry with you? You should be aware of my marriage, right? They undoubtedly knew. Though they had remained silent about it, they must have felt a surge of indignation. A sound of a cup shattering echoed from the other end of the line. And this time Zhao Tong's voice emerged. Wan, as long as you Haven Tea officially registered, we won't hold it against you too much. I have registered. Tang Wan suddenly replied, her eyes curving into a smile. At that time, my household registration was transferred to Songjia village, wasn't it? I married him when I was 19. 2 years ago, and registered a year ago when I turned 20. Zhao Tong's breath became heavy. Wan, do you comprehend what you are doing? Her meticulously nurtured daughter, exquisite and talented, had actually registered with a country bumpkin. While she could understand her daughter's desire to find companionship, the act of formal registration was utterly unacceptable. She could not fathom that her daughter would fail to grasp this stark reality. Song Hui gently grasped Tang Wan's shoulder, speaking softly. Shall I have a word with uncle and aunt? His tone was courteous. Good afternoon, uncle and aunt. I am Song Hui. Zhao Tong could barely contain her emotions. She realized that the fact her daughter could converse with Song Hui indicated that her heart held a place for him. Suppressing her anger, she replied, So it's you, Song Hui. Thank you for taking care of Wan over the years. She has been pampered and is not adept at household chores. She must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Song Hui smiled slightly. Aunt, Wan and I are husband and wife. How could there be any trouble? I have yet to pay my respects to uncle and aunt. I will certainly find an opportunity to do so in the future. In the ebb and flow of their conversation, Zhao Tong found herself increasingly troubled. Her daughter's choice of partner was no easy target. She felt caught between two opposing forces. For the first 18 years of my life, I have lived according to your designs. I once lacked the courage to express my disdain for the son of the director you had chosen for me, fearing that any misstep would lead to your disappointment. From now on, I wish to chart my own course. At the very least, I desire to be genuinely happy rather than suffocating under your expectations. Her words flowed slowly. And upon concluding, she bid them a brief farewell before ending the call. She would forever be grateful for their nurturing. Yet she firmly believed in the distinction between gratitude and submission. She would not permit the latter to dictate the course of her remaining years. The moment the call was disconnected, a wave of relief washed over her, dissolving the tangled thoughts amidst the soft sound of the receiver being placed down. She linked her arm with Song Hui's, gazing up at him, her clear eyes filled with affection. Someone loved her sincerely, reminding her to embrace happiness. Each word he spoke stirred her heart. Song Hui affectionately tousled her hair, and she tiptoed to whisper in his ear, With you, I am free. After the results of the college entrance examination were announced, reporters flocked to interview Tang Wan, eager to speak with the provincial top scorer. By the end of the day, the residents of the courtyard had grown accustomed to the sight of journalists. Some reporters, arriving late and unable to meet Tang Wan, seized the opportunity to interview others in the courtyard. Aunt Zhang was among those interviewed, her eyes crinkling with delight as she exclaimed, Ah, Tang Wan. She is an incredibly diligent student, always studying hard alongside other students preparing for the exam. We have 3 university students from our courtyard this time. One of them is my niece. The elderly gentleman at the newsstand adjusted his glasses, appearing quite sprightly, and remarked, You all speak of young Tang? That child is perpetually courteous to everyone, possesses a remarkable eloquence, and exhibits great humility. Moreover, her mindset is exceptionally composed. I heard that during a mathematics examination, someone fainted in the examination hall, affecting many others, yet she remained remarkably calm. By the way, her partner is a commendable young man as well. A technician from our electrical factory. You are aware of his third brother, right? His name is Song Chenghui, who achieved the 3rd rank in the province. Truly impressive. If you have the time, do consider interviewing him. Today marks the first day of result announcements, and reporters are bustling about to interview the top scorer. They have yet to focus on this aspect, But upon learning about the familial connection between the provincial third place and the top scorer, they promptly took note and expressed, "Noted, sir." The reporters then inquired of several children, "Little ones, how do you perceive Comrade Tang Wan from your courtyard?" Little Hu eagerly raised his hand and declared, "I shall tell you, Aunt Tang is very kind, always sharing delicious treats with us and acts like a mother hen, protecting us little chicks. She is incredible. The eagle never manages to catch us." Little Xian added, "Aunt Tang cares for us greatly, helps us with our homework, tells us stories, and teaches us how to rectify our mistakes." Tang Wan sent off numerous reporters throughout the day, feeling parched herself. She drank a few cups of water and lay down on her bed, reluctant to move. She instructed Song Hui to massage her shoulders. Song Hui, ever diligent and uncomplaining, chuckled softly, "My provincial top scorer, where do you feel weary?" "Here, here, and here," she teased, nearly spoiled by his affection, intentionally playing mischief. Song Hui gently massaged her back, his deep and gentle gaze revealing an affectionate tenderness. Today, he was somewhat surprised. He was aware of her academic prowess, yet did not anticipate it to be to such an extraordinary degree. Indeed, it seemed he had stumbled upon a true gem. Tang Wan regarded him with a mischievous smile, and suddenly pressed her lips against his. To be honest, she too was taken aback and wished to share her joy with him. After a while, Tang Wan lifted her spirit and glanced out the window, noticing that dusk had descended. What began as evening had now turned dark. Exhausted, she nestled under the covers, refusing to rise, and when her delicate shoulder brushed against the cool air, she playfully complained of the chill. While Song Hui was preparing dinner, he was momentarily engaged in conversation with the neighbors. In the cold winter nights, if it rained, the chill would linger throughout. The sound of the gentle rain accompanied by the howling night wind drowned out many other noises. The leaves rustled softly, and the fine mist of rain wove a tapestry of the future, suddenly infusing the atmosphere with romance. Over the past 3 months, Song Chengchuan's injuries had healed completely. On this day, he stealthily ventured out, hiding in a place where villagers often gathered, eager to overhear their discussions about him and whether any disparaging remarks still lingered. As time had passed since the incident, he found that the topic of his misfortune had indeed faded from their conversations. Instead, they were extolling the virtues of Tang Wan and Song Chenghui, proclaiming that they had brought honor to the Song family's village. After listening for a while, Song Chengchuan let out a derisive snort. The last time he had been confronted by 2 incisive reporters, he had experienced a visceral reaction. His face paled and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Why were there so many reporters this time? Had that incident truly not been laid to rest? The journalist swiftly inquired, "Are you the younger brother of Comrade Song Chenghui? Would you be amenable to an interview? We wish to gain insight into Comrade Song Chenghui's character and conduct." Upon completing this question, the reporter further probed, "We are also interested in learning about your sister-in-law, Comrade Tang Wan, and the perceptions of those around her." The journalist furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Song Chengchuan. Journalists possess an acute sense, detecting subtle hints of implication. They are ever vigilant, noting the slightest disturbances in the realms of news, and are well aware of Song Chengchuan's treachery against his elder brother's family, which he adamantly denies. Exchanging glances, the reporters shrugged. Song Chengchuan did not receive the reaction he had anticipated from the journalists. Frowning, he contemplated speaking further, yet the reporters expressed their gratitude and departed. Tang Wan also presented gifts to her friends at the youth commune, extending special congratulations to Li Xiao and Chun Shui for their admission to university. Perhaps Tang Wan's status as the provincial top scholar brought pride to Lu Chui, for she wore a beaming smile towards Tang Wan these days. Tang Wan merely raised an eyebrow and smiled in response. Naturally, she excelled in maintaining a faade, and her skill in subtle conversation was refined. Lu Chui remained oblivious, leading outsiders to perceive a cordial relationship between them. Should he dare to retort, they could bombard him with a barrage of words, drowning him in a sea of spittle. During the festive season, he found himself increasingly anxious, haunted by dreams filled with voices of condemnation. Upon awakening, he beheld Tang Wan in the West Room. Momentarily lost in a daze, his gaze fixated. Just a fleeting moment later, a fierce glare locked onto him. Song Chengchuan felt a chill run down his spine, as the thick fabric of his clothing failed to shield him from the multitude of goosebumps that enveloped his skin. He swiftly turned his head and strode purposefully out of the courtyard. By midday, he had fallen into a drainage ditch, unable to extricate himself for quite some time. Eventually, a villager stumbled upon him, rushing to alert Song Gaoyong and Lu Chui. Uncle Gaoyong, something terrible has happened. Your son has fallen into the ditch at the village's edge. The villagers hurriedly made their way to the scene, while Tang Wan and Song Hui followed at a leisurely pace. Upon arrival, they witnessed others extending a long bamboo pole into the ditch, calling out, "Chuanzi, grab hold of the pole and come up." Despite Song Chengchuan's past transgressions, he bore no direct animosity with the villagers. They were not devoid of compassion, and it was impossible for them to stand idly by as he lay bloodied and battered in the ditch. After a considerable struggle, Song Chengchuan finally emerged. His body caked in mud, his face smeared with blood, and his expression dazed, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Lu Chui, her concern for her second son momentarily overshadowing her previous grievances, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Chuanzi, how are you? How did you fall? Why didn't you watch where you were going?" Song Chengchuan shook his head, unwilling to speak, his eyes bloodshot and his countenance devoid of vitality, as if he yearned only for slumber. Tang Wan had appeared by his side without her noticing, her brow furrowed in contemplation as she remarked, "Mother, he has been in this despondent state for several days now. His demeanor is troubling, don't you think you've noticed? I encountered someone in a similar plight while in the capital, who was subsequently taken to the foremost hospital in the city, only to be diagnosed with depression, a form of mental illness. I believe it is imperative to take him to the hospital for a consultation, lest his mental affliction deteriorate further." Tang Wan spoke slowly, her words flowing like a gentle stream, effortlessly kindling a desire to listen while simultaneously instilling a sense of conviction. The onlookers, designated as 099, listened intently to Tang Wan's discourse, exclaiming in disbelief. Indeed, the Tang Wan of this lifetime was a duplicitous figure cloaked in innocence, as she audaciously redefined Song Chengchuan's condition, implying he suffered from a mental illness. The villagers often found solace in her gentle yet logical manner of speaking. However, upon hearing her remarks, they dispersed in astonishment, murmuring among themselves, "Mental illness?" They cast wary glances towards Song Chengchuan, retreating even further, whispering, "I've heard that mental illness can be contagious." Tang Wan raised her hand to correct them, saying, "Uncle Wang, do not heed those unfounded claims. Mental illness is not contagious and cannot be transmitted to others. There is no need for fear." With just a few words, the label of mental illness was firmly affixed to Song Chengchuan. Lu Chui, initially filled with indignation at Tang Wan's remarks, ready to rebuke her for such unfounded accusations against her son, contemplated the situation more deeply. Recently, Chengchuan had indeed exhibited peculiar behavior, often appearing despondent, his gaze shrouded in darkness. After enlightening the villagers, Tang Wan turned to the still doubtful Lu Chui and urged, "Mother, please take Song Chengchuan to the hospital at once. Timely intervention is crucial for mental health, or it may worsen." All right, Lu Chui replied, her gaze shifting to the unconscious Song Chengchuan, now laced with a tinge of fear. Tang Wan fixed her gaze on Song Chengchuan, an air of cold mockery almost spilling from her eyes. In the original narrative, did he not wish to ruin her with rumors? Having tasted the potency of such slander once, he might as well experience it again. On the way back, Tang Wan inquired of 099, "Why does the male protagonist lack narrative support? It seems that anyone could easily overpower him." 099 promptly offered an analysis to prevent any misunderstanding. "That is not the case, host. From the very beginning, the male protagonist intended to take action against you. However, you awakened and proactively informed Song Hui, who then intervened against the male protagonist. Song Hui, being the narrative's antagonist, is the male protagonist's nemesis, wielding a suppressive influence over him. His intervention was highly effective. Thus, the narrative was thrown into disarray from the start. The male protagonist's first step towards a triumphant narrative failed, and he has been continuously suppressed by you thereafter, leading to further chaos. Nevertheless, host, you must remain vigilant, lest he suddenly seizes an opportunity." Tang Wan nodded in understanding. When Song Chengchuan regained consciousness, he realized he had been branded with the label of a mental illness. Harboring an intense hatred for Tang Wan, and severing the last thread of affection he held for her. "What mental illness? I am not mentally ill. Let me go." The sky had darkened, yet Song Chengchuan remained in the hospital, furiously pounding the quilt. This was merely a local hospital. A nearby doctor adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Please calm down and cooperate with our examination." Grinding his teeth in frustration, Song Chengchuan forcibly composed himself. He needed to maintain his calm. Should he lose control of his temper, he feared truly being labeled as mentally ill, thus fulfilling Tang Wan and Song Huai's wishes. Calming down, Song Chengchuan cooperated with the examination and was finally able to leave the hospital. Chuanzi, you're not a child anymore. It's about time you find a partner. How did you find the girl that mother arranged for you to meet with Lu Matchmaker? Song Chengchuan's expression soured, unwilling to elaborate further. Lu Chui immediately sensed the tension and refrained from mentioning the need for him to marry and separate from the family. The next day, Song Chengchuan intended to clarify the misunderstanding regarding his mental health. However, upon seeing him, the crowd that had gathered for breakfast dispersed. Their gazes were not filled with fear, but rather with disdain. Throughout the day, Song Chengchuan cursed Tang Wan and Song Huai 100 times over. It was all their fault that he had fallen out of favor with everyone. Even his mother subtly suggested that he should marry quickly so they could split the household. Fine. If no one wants to associate with me, then I shall leave. With 2 years remaining until the market was fully open, he noticed that a street vendor economy had already begun to flourish, presenting him with an opportunity to earn a substantial sum. However, 10 days later, after spending half of his savings to acquire a large bag of goods and arriving in the city after half a day's effort, he discovered there were no street vendors in sight, causing a wave of apprehension to wash over him. He squatted by the roadside, hesitating, contemplating whether to sell his goods in the black market, which would still yield a decent amount of money. Before he could act, several individuals in work attire surrounded him. They scrutinized him for a moment before saying, "You must be Song Chengchuan. Someone has reported you for engaging in personal commerce. Please come with us." Panic flickered in Song Chengchuan's eyes. "I haven't done anything." "Then what is this pile of goods?" They unceremoniously seized him and took him away. As the year drew to a close, the winds of change were ever present, yet vigilance in this regard remained imperative. Suddenly, they received a tip-off about someone setting up a stall, prompting them to hasten to the scene. After all, he could not contain himself at this moment. South City had not permitted street vending, and the repercussions for engaging in such personal enterprises were as severe as ever. Days passed, and the start of the new term approached. Song Huai lifted his gaze and addressed her. "Wan, these shoes, blankets, and warm clothing need to be shipped. Please come and see if there is anything else you wish to send. When shall we dispatch it?" She inquired. "Classes begin tomorrow. I will send them before we depart in the morning. By the time we arrive at High University in the afternoon, the package will be there, and I shall go out to collect it." As Song Huai spoke, she unexpectedly leaned into his embrace. He instinctively caught her, lowering his gaze to meet hers. They shared a silent gaze for a moment, before he tightened his hold and whispered, "Wan, if you look at me like that, I shall find it hard to let you go." A mist of emotion shimmered in Tang Wan's eyes, rendering her all the more endearing. Her voice, sweet and drawn out, floated gently. "If I go to school, I can only see you a few times a month. I cannot bear to part with you." Hearing this, Song Huai abruptly lifted her, seated her upon a chair, and settled her on his lap. She nestled against him, her small face resting against his neck, softly confiding, "I will miss you so much. What if I cry when I think of you?" Song Huai felt his breath catch for a moment, his heart constricting with a wave of emotion. He lowered his head to press against her forehead, unable to resist planting a gentle kiss, murmuring in a husky voice, "You are becoming increasingly delicate. Are you about to cry?" Tang Wan revealed only this side of herself in his presence, having been cherished by him for a long time. She had become quite adept at conversation, effortlessly weaving romantic phrases into their exchanges. She knew precisely how to act coy and evoke his tenderness, effectively ensnaring him. As one might say, completely. With a soft press of her lips, she tilted her head to kiss him, letting the silence speak volumes as she tangled herself in his embrace. After a moment, Song Huai gently murmured near her lips, "I wish to spend more time with you over the next 2 months. Once school starts, I intend to take on more responsibilities at the factory. I will ask the manager for a letter of recommendation to transfer to Haishur." As he spoke, their lips remained close, exchanging tender and fleeting words of affection. "Wan, my darling, I too find it difficult to part from you." Tang Wan placed her hands on his shoulders and drew back slightly, her enchanting eyes glimmering with surprise as she gazed intently at him. Her tone lifting with curiosity. "Are you really transferring to Haishur? Why didn't you mention it before?" "I was quite upset." Song Huai sighed, his rough fingers caressing the corner of her lips. "I was merely concerned that if the transfer didn't materialize, it would only lead to your disappointment. But seeing you on the verge of tears, I thought it best to inform you." A smile broke free on Tang Wan's lips. her slender fingers tracing circles on his chest as she elongated her words playfully. So, will you truly allow me to be disappointed? That is absolutely out of the question. Song Hui tightened his embrace, his eyes filled with warmth. Tang Wan was overwhelmed with joy, sharing a tender moment with him until she heard his deep, magnetic voice inquire gently, "How about we purchase a house near Haida?" Tang Wan opened her eyes wide, initially finding his idea rather absurd. Yet, she soon began to contemplate its possibilities. At this juncture, acquiring a property was no simple feat, and as the market opened further, it would only become increasingly challenging, particularly near various universities. She shook him gently, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I believe it is feasible. I have recently made a considerable amount of money. Perhaps I could also enlist the help of Chief Editor Jiang." Seeing her acquiescence to his notion, Song Hui smiled and pinched her cheek, exclaiming, "I truly cannot rest easy with you living on campus alone." She gazed at him with her crystalline eyes. "The dormitory at High University accommodates 8 individuals, and we cannot predict what sort of roommates you might encounter in the future. As I previously advised, do not forge deep connections with your roommates too hastily, nor disclose the extent of your wealth or your family background. The hearts of men are inscrutable. These days, one can never be too cautious." "How could I possibly be deceived?" Tang Wan raised an eyebrow. Song Hui chuckled softly. "You are indeed not easily fooled, but Wan, that does not alleviate my concern." He lacked an understanding of the dynamics of female friendships and was genuinely fearful for her safety and well-being. She donned a fitted jacket that accentuated her curves, her slender waist and delicate demeanor resembling that of an enchanting sprite. Her crimson lips grazed the area near his throat before lingering at the edge of his lips. With a single glimmering, alluring glance, tinged with a hint of shyness, he was utterly captivated. He was mindful of her train journey scheduled for the following morning and refrained from overstepping. The next morning, they boarded the train bound for High City. After a series of transfers, they finally arrived at High University. On the first day of the new semester, numerous senior students were present at the orientation desk, assisting newcomers. Tang Wan signed in at the booth designated for the Chinese language and literature program and received her dormitory number. Following the campus map and signs, they made their way to their accommodation. Upon unlocking the dormitory door, they discovered that 2 of their 8 roommates had already arrived, with their families helping to make the beds and organize their belongings. Hearing the noise, everyone turned to look at them in unison. Tang Wan refrained from initiating conversation. Her designated bed was the upper bunk. Song Hui ascended to wipe away the dust with a damp towel, efficiently making the bed and hanging the mosquito net and blackout curtains. Once they had tidied up, they stepped outside to retrieve the bedding and clothing that had been sent, methodically arranging everything. After completing their tasks, they went out to eat. Tang Wan grasped Song Hui's hand, preventing him from leaving, her eyes shimmering as she gazed at him intently. Song Hui inhaled sharply and gently covered her eyes with his hand, his voice tender. "Please, don't look at me like that." Tang Wan pressed her lips together and removed his hand. "Once I secure a position in High City, we shall search for an apartment together, shall we?" "All right," she replied softly. "Let us go up. We can meet again on Friday." Song Hui affectionately ruffled her hair, reminding her to take good care of herself. At that moment, all the roommates had arrived. 2 were still arranging their beds while a few others were snacking. Upon her entrance, they turned to observe her. A girl with short hair flipped onto the edge of her bed, staring intently at her, and cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Meng Ling." The others promptly followed suit, sharing their names as well. Meng Ling, with an air of familiarity, pulled Tang Wan to sit beside her bed and inquired, "Who is that gentleman sitting next to you today?" At that moment, I wished to introduce myself, but upon his glance in my direction, I was so startled that I refrained from speaking. Tang Wan, upon hearing this, quickly clasped her hands together in apology. "I'm sorry, he is my husband." "Your husband?" Meng Ling surveyed her from head to toe, her initial surprise transforming into understanding. "Tang Wan, you look so young, and yet you are married? How old are you?" Another girl, who was nibbling on a piece of bread, gazed at her in astonishment. "That's not right, Linyu. What are you saying?" Meng Ling frowned. Linyu shrugged and cast a sidelong glance at Tang Wan. "I'm not mistaken." Tang Wan smiled gently. "I am 22 this year. I went to the countryside when I was nearly 19, met my husband, and he treated me very well. So I married him. It was not a case of forced marriage as you suggested." Lu Yuan, who had just been making the bed, paused her task, looked up at Tang Wan, and asked in a delicate voice, "Tang Wan, you're a sent-down youth? Which one is yours?" "The one that means to rescue." Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The top scholar of Qing province bears that name as well. She scored 20 points higher than the second place. Nearly a perfect score. Could it be you? Tang Wan nodded. Yes, that is indeed me. Everyone had worked exceptionally hard to gain admission. Yet when faced with someone of such distinction, it was difficult to feel anything but admiration. That night, Tang Wan found her sleep to be rather restless. The mattress was exceedingly soft, and the entire bed was comfortable. However, it lacked the warmth of another's presence to warm her feet. Despite curling up for quite some time, her toes remained cold. As the night deepened, it took her a considerable while to finally drift off to sleep. The next day, 099 served as her alarm clock, awakening her for the commencement of her first day at university. The day unfolded rather uneventfully. The various courses posed no significant challenge for her. Those who gained admission to Haida are certainly no ordinary individuals, and several of her roommates frequently arranged to visit the library to study and engage in discussions about their learning. Tang Wan was among them, always exuding warmth and grace, making it difficult for even Lin Yu to find fault with her. When the topic of discussion turned to the assignments left by their professors, even the somewhat aloof Lin Yu would attentively lend an ear to Tang Wan's insights. Each individual was diligently striving for academic success and immersed in such an environment. Time passed swiftly. Meng Ling poked Tang Wan and, with an exaggerated slurp, inquired, Wan, what kind of tea have you brewed? It smells delightful and appears to be quite delicious. Startled, Tang Wan smiled, her delicate brows arching as she replied, it's brewed with dried rose petals and a hint of mulberry. As she spoke, she offered a packet to Meng Ling, who, with sweet words of gratitude, embraced her. Upon releasing Tang Wan, Meng Ling took a breath near her neck and teasingly remarked, the tea is indeed fragrant, but it pales in comparison to your own scent, like that of your body wash and shampoo. Tang Wan shot her a playful glare. However, once class concluded, she was called away by her instructor. Glancing at the time, she hurried to follow. The instructor succinctly stated, next Monday, we will hold a welcome meeting. I would like to nominate you as the representative for the new students. What do you think, Tang Wan? Over the past week, the instructor has been observant, noting Tang Wan's commendable attitude towards her studies. As the top student of Qingsheng province, she has garnered recognition among many freshmen, making her a persuasive representative. Grateful for the instructor's trust, she assured them of her capability. Tang Wan maintained an impeccable and gentle smile. To her surprise, upon reaching the school gate, she spotted Song Huai. He stood beneath a tree beside the guardhouse, exuding an undeniable presence, his stature reminiscent of a tall bamboo, drawing the attention of passers-by. He noticed Tang Wan as well. His stern features softened into a warm smile as he waved at her. Her heart raced unexpectedly, and she felt an urge to rush into his embrace, yet she restrained herself, opting instead to grasp his outstretched hand, her lips curving into a bright smile. Didn't you say you would wait for me at the train station? How did you get here? Song Huai gazed at her, his heart brimming with affection. I missed you terribly. A sweetness blossomed within Tang Wan as she walked beside him, listening to his gentle, deep voice. Not just missing you, but also worrying. You call me every day, and I feared that if you didn't tea today, you might secretly cry. She shot him a playful glare, as if to dismiss his words. He chuckled softly, caressing her fingers. After walking together for a while, she finally asked, where are we going? Song Huai raised his hand and pointed to a nearby location. Speaking to her in a soft tone, didn't you mention on Tuesday that Editor Jiang from Haisher was keeping an eye out for a house for us? I have also contacted Editor Jiang and the owner of the house. We're going there today to finalize the purchase. Her bright eyes sparkled as she shook his hand, exclaiming, has your transfer application been approved? So soon? What did you say to the director? Not much, he replied. I accomplished some tasks for the factory, met the assessment criteria, and coincidentally, Director Wang from Haisher wanted me to come work there. Someone facilitated the connection, and the director released me. They soon arrived at the agreed-upon house. The owner, a man in his 30s dressed in a long gown, had been waiting at the door for half an hour after receiving the news. Song Huai retrieved the introduction letter, saying, Comrade Fong, hello. We are the ones who inquired about purchasing your house a few days ago. I am Song Huai, and this is Tang Wan, along with our introduction letter. However, the introduction letter alone was insufficient. They also presented a letter from Chief Editor Jiang and their household registration book. The man in the long gown scrutinized the documents before opening the door to let them in. The house was modest, featuring a small yard overrun with weeds that had grown to knee height. The man led them, explaining, This house belonged to my parents. Our family has settled in the capital, so it has been vacant for 2 years. If you are certain you want it, I will arrange for someone to clear the weeds from the yard and clean the interior. The house boasted 2 bedrooms, a living room, and well-equipped bathroom and kitchen facilities. Both Song Hui and Tang Wan decided to proceed and began negotiating the price. The man honorably summoned workers to tidy the yard and rooms, disposing of unusable furniture, airing out the bed frame, and replacing the bathroom plumbing with new fixtures. After 2 hours, the house appeared utterly revitalized compared to its earlier state. Tang Wan twirled with excitement before rushing into Song Hui's embrace, her laughter dancing as she nestled against his neck. "Ah Hui, I am so happy." Song Hui tenderly kissed her brow and eyes, replying, "I am happy too. Ah Hui, while the day is still young, let us quickly purchase some new furniture. And we also need rice and vegetables." She wrapped her arms around his shoulder, counting on her fingers, while Song Hui listened, nodding occasionally. Eventually, he remarked, "There is no need to buy blankets. I've already sent some over. We can just pick them up later." Hooray! After dinner, as Song Hui went to boil water, Tang Wan indulged in a soothing bath, then curled up in the soft embrace of the mattress, feeling a touch of unreality. Being with a man of exceptional decisiveness meant many things required no hesitation. What she once perceived as potentially troublesome turned out to be quite manageable. As Song Hui returned, she nestled against him and murmured softly, "You are truly wonderful." He lowered his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he admired her delicate beauty under the warm glow of the light. His hand caressed her long hair as he softly asked, "In what way am I wonderful?" She began to enumerate. "You are always thorough in your endeavors, incredibly decisive, and remarkably efficient." No man could withstand the unreserved praise from his beloved. He grasped the back of her head and captured her lips in a fervent, possessive kiss. After loosening his hold slightly, he gazed into her misty eyes and slowly revealed, "When I applied for the transfer, I told the factory director that my partner was absent, and I felt as if my soul was lost. Only when I am by my partner's side do I find motivation. The director, rather exasperated, simply told me to leave." Tang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, unable to fathom that he had truly said such a thing. With a smile playing on his lips, Song Hui's dark eyes blazed with a fierce intensity, exuding an overwhelming sense of aggression. His large hand roamed unabashedly, while he softly inquired, "Where is my soul? Here or here?" Song Hui. Tang Wan could no longer contain herself, her voice laced with a beguiling allure that made her cheeks flush. Having secured a place to stay, she completed her commuting formalities the following week. After several days of scrutiny, the paperwork was finally approved, yet her dormitory still retained her bed, with her books and quilt untouched. The day her approval came through was Thursday, and she shared her commuting news with her roommates, who were taken aback yet disheartened. Lu Jun hesitated momentarily before finally asking, "Well, Wan, can you still sit with me in class? I'm not very good at math, and having you beside me would allow me to ask you more questions." "Of course, that is not a problem at all," Tang Wan replied with a gentle smile. "But what about me? Why must Wan always sit with you?" Meng Ling pouted. Tang Wan reassured Meng Ling with a pat, "I'll still be with all of you. Xiao Jun excels in ancient literature, while you, foreign literature history, are impressive too. I have much to learn from both of you." They all laughed together, accompanying Tang Wan as she departed. With a small suitcase in tow, she headed towards the school gate, where a tall figure awaited her. As her gaze inadvertently met his sharp features, she felt an intimidating aura that deterred direct eye contact. Lin Yu remarked, "It seems she truly has opted for commuting." Meng Ling replied, "Is that even a question? The paperwork is all settled." Lin Yu sighed, adjusting her hairstyle in a mirror, and said, "I just find my emotions rather complex, not entirely unhappy yet tinged with a hint of joy." She spoke slowly, expressing her feelings. "I feel unhappy because Tang Wan is quite a remarkable person, possessing a gentle disposition that makes our interactions quite pleasant. I have grown fond of her, so the thought of her not staying in the dormitory may linger in my mind. However, I also feel a sense of relief, as Tang Wan can be rather intimidating. With her commuting, I no longer need to endure the company of someone so formidable." "What do you find terrifying?" Lin Yu inquired. "She always smiles at everyone and gets along well with anyone. Isn't that rather delightful?" Tang Wan's university life continued, and one weekend, after monitoring the movements of the male lead, Song Chengchuan, she inquired about Song Hui's corruption value. The system, 099, displayed the corruption value for her, reassuring, "Fear not. The corruption value is steadily decreasing. Currently, it stands at 30. Tang Wan furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Under present circumstances, I should feel a sense of fulfillment. 30 points is rather unexpected. Yet, it mattered little, for she had a lifetime to accompany him. With a smile, 099 reminded her, in your previous life, you not only monitored the corruption value but also kept track of the villain's label, ensuring the antagonist ceased targeting the male lead, rendering him no longer a villain. Tang Wan clicked her tongue. As for this life, let it be. Song Chenchuan deserves to be targeted and punished. Day after day, she attended classes, while Song Hui diligently carried out his work. The timeline reached the day of the grand opening, a day of great anticipation, marking the beginning of Song Chenchuan's attempts to usurp all of Song Hui's entrepreneurial opportunities. Recently, Tang Wan had been keenly observing the every move of both Song Hui and Song Chenchuan. Song Chenchuan remains in the southern city, having gathered sufficient startup capital, and is preparing to head towards Haishur. Tang Wan glanced at Song Hui, who was still at his desk, immersed in a myriad of mathematical formulas and symbols, and her eyes subtly flickered. Once he completed his task, Tang Wan approached and turned on the radio on the desk. It was unnecessary to adjust it to a specific channel, as every station was broadcasting news of the opening. Song Hui regarded her with confusion, to which she replied, "The opening signifies that, in the future, jobs in the factory may face challenges." Hui, do you have any thoughts on this? After a prolonged silence, Song Hui took her hand, gently kissing it, and slowly articulated, "I actually harbor two thoughts. Upon hearing the news, my initial impulse was to resign. Opportunities abound now, and I yearn to strive for a chance. However, this contradicts the ambitions I once set for myself." "What were those ambitions?" she inquired. "I aspired to continue in this field, to ascend, with the hope of eventually securing a position in the Municipal Power Bureau, and further advancing to the Provincial Department of Industry and Information Technology. This is a political path." Tang Wan stared at him in surprise. "What do you mean?" Song Hui lowered his gaze, no longer meeting her eyes that reflected his own, his tone growing solemn. "Wan. My uncle and aunt once mentioned that you should only marry someone from a provincial-level institution. I believe that one day, I will achieve that." Tang Wan abruptly stood. The sound of her chair scraping against the floor piercingly resonated in the air. Song Hui looked up at her, his expression shifting to concern as he noted her pale complexion and vacant, hollow gaze, as if she were struggling to breathe. Song Huixin was taken aback, rising to embrace her. Just as he was about to utter a word, she interrupted him softly, asking, "Why do you heed their nonsense? Do you seek their approval?" He took a deep breath, lifting her delicate face to explain, "Wan, how others perceive me is inconsequential, but I cannot bear the thought of them looking down on you. At the very least, when we go to the capital, I do not want them to mock you for marrying an ordinary worker." Tang Wan lowered her gaze. Tears that she had been suppressing streamed down her cheeks, her voice choked with emotion. "So what? Do you intend to act according to their words?" "I detest their constraints. If their words bind you as well, then—" "Song Hua, I have burdened you, I am sorry. If we divorce, you will not have to." Wan. Song Hua abruptly pulled her into his embrace, his large hand cradling the back of her head. He closed his eyes momentarily, his voice hoarse. "Do not say such things." He could not bear to hear her speak like that. His heart sank, and emotions surged within him. After a brief moment, as his heavy breath steadied, he deliberately softened his tone. "I apologize, Wan. I was mistaken. I should not let them influence me. Please do not be upset, all right?" After a long while, he finally managed to comfort her, saying, "I promise to forget their words and follow my own convictions. Tomorrow, I will resign. It may be hard, but I will strive for opportunities to earn a living." Tang Wan bit her lip, resting her head on his shoulder, her voice still tinged with a nasal tone. "In any case, we must be true to ourselves." "Indeed, I understand," Song Hua replied, a smile gracing his lips. An hour had elapsed in their heart-to-heart conversation when 099 suddenly noticed that the darkening value had decreased by a full 10 points. Surprised, he reflected that this factor still lingered within the remaining 30 points. Song Hua was not a person who relished a life of complacency. He could not simply observe opportunities without taking action. Heaven knows how many thoughts had crossed his mind when he learned of the opening. Fortunately, she understood him so well, encouraging him not to be swayed by others, but to pursue what he truly desired. The very next day, Song Hua resigned from his position. Director Wang patted his shoulder, saying, "So, you wish to venture into the world, do you? You possess considerable talent. Go forth and explore." for you may achieve even greater accomplishments than those found within the factory. Song Huai replied, I have always been grateful for the recognition you both have bestowed upon me. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would also hope to contribute to the factory once more. Having departed from the electric motor factory on Monday morning, he escorted Tang Wan to school. She was still nibbling on a steamed bun, casually mentioning, I have saved quite a bit over the past few years. Take what you need when you require it. By the way, Editor Jiang informed me that my manuscript fees have increased. The newly released magazine will grant me an additional column, which could yield this amount each month. Tang Wan extended several fingers, her smile radiant. Song Huai gently ruffled her hair, his voice tender. Wan, thank you for your support. The morning breeze was pure and refreshing as she tiptoed to plant a kiss on his cheek, bringing with it a waft of delicate fragrance. He silently pressed his lips together in a subtle smile, his eyes resembling the deepest lake, brimming with affection. Since beginning his career, Song Huai's salary had been quite substantial, allowing him to save a considerable sum, thus rendering him independent of Tang Wan's financial assistance. The foreign businessman had been under Song Huai's scrutiny for several days. He operated independently, with only a handful of aides, rather than being affiliated with any large corporation. Currently, he was unable to secure collaborations with major enterprises, and Song Huai intended to ensure that he would prioritize their partnership in the future. Song Huai reached out to Liangzi from Songjia village, enlisting his assistance. Liangzi, who had long admired Song Huai, immediately agreed to help without hesitation. Before dawn on the following day, the telephone in the room rang, stirring Song Huai from his slumber. He answered swiftly, donned his coat, and called for Liangzi from the guest room, urging him to leave promptly. As they departed, Tang Wan stood at the courtyard to bid them farewell, the hour still shy of 5, the sky shrouded in mist. I know, you must take care of yourself. Tang Wan spoke softly. Song Huai leaned down to brush his lips against hers before taking his leave. Song Chengchuan's situation diverged slightly from the narrative, yet he ultimately arrived in Ning City. According to the tale, he was destined to become the son-in-law of a wealthy family. However, the young woman in question did not align with his preferences, and after achieving success in his business endeavors, he would ultimately lead to her demise. Seizing the opportunity before she fell victim to deception, Tang Wan dispatched a letter. In the ensuing days, Song Huai was inundated with tasks, traveling from Linhai to various provinces. During one train journey, he encountered a familiar yet distant figure. The man's complexion had paled considerably as he clutched a cloth bag tightly. Warily observing his surroundings, it was Song Chengchuan. With a slight raise of his sharp eyebrows, Song Huai did not linger on the sight, but soon realized that Song Chengchuan had also disembarked at the same station. Pensive, Song Huai gestured to Liangzi, indicating the direction of Song Chengchuan. Liangzi's gaze sharpened as he remarked, Brother Huai, I will go take a look. Song Huai nodded, leading the two newly recruited individuals toward the predetermined destination. An hour later, Liangzi arrived and whispered to Song Huai, Brother Huai. He just dropped something off at the security booth of the West Chui Villa and then hurried off to the Qingyuan factory. It's strange, Brother Huai. The Qingyuan factory is also our next stop. Song Huai's expression darkened. Who does he have connections with in the West Chui Villa? A family by the surname Ling. Liangzi replied. Continue to investigate. Liangzi added, Brother Huai. He also went to the Qingyuan factory looking for Huang Fu and Guo Shui. Can such coincidences really exist? Song Huai pondered for a moment and whispered a few words to Liangzi. Regardless of whether this was mere coincidence, it was undeniable that Song Chengchuan intended to seize their business. Song Huai was not a benevolent man. On the contrary, he held grudges and was extraordinarily ruthless. Liangzi's eyes flickered, and with a resolute heart, he hurried to take action. In Haisher, while still attending class, Tang Wan seized a moment to absorb the implications of her conversation with 099, smirking with a sense of schadenfreude. So, his business was discovered, huh? He no longer has the Ling family to protect him in this lifetime. Let us see how he manages to turn things around. The Ling family had now become Song Chengchuan's adversaries. Far from offering protection, they would relish the opportunity to crush this loathsome pest. To her surprise, Song Huai had established connections with the Ling family in Ning City, and business was thriving. Tang Wan graduated in her senior year, a time when Song Huai was exceptionally busy, yet he set aside all his work to attend the graduation ceremony of Haida University. As Tang Wan, representing the graduates of the Chinese department, stepped onto the stage, her gentle smile and soft gaze radiated a warmth reminiscent of pearls glimmering in the light. exuding an inherent scholarly grace. Grasping the microphone, she occasionally met Song Huai's eyes, her own filled with a tender affection. Once the graduation ceremony concluded, Song Huai took Tang Wan's hand, his gaze fervently fixed upon her as he wished, "Happy graduation." Tang Wan, with her lips pursed in a cheerful smile, conveyed her fondness through her expressive brows. He continued to gaze at her, gently caressing her cheek, while softly saying, "You look beautiful today. Shall we take some photos? I have arranged for a private photographer." Her eyes brightened. "That sounds wonderful, but only if you join me." They made their way to a garden resplendent with blooming roses, where the hired photographer captured their moments. Tang Wan held Song Huai's hand, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes curving into crescent moons. A smile adorned Song Huai's face, his once stern features softened with tenderness. The photographer clicked away, reluctant to miss a single moment. There was no need for guidance in their poses. Every movement they made was effortlessly picturesque. After the photo shoot, as Song Huai was about to step away, Tang Wan tugged him back and planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he lowered his gaze, smiling gently, and their eyes met in a silent yet profound exchange. Their beautiful profiles and stances resembled an exquisite painting, unexpectedly captured in a single click, forever etched in time. After the photos were taken, Tang Wan wandered the campus with Song Huai, asking him, "Will you be mine for the whole day?" Upon hearing this, Song Huai tightened his grip on her hand, his voice deep and earnest. "I will belong to you for a lifetime." Tang Wan softly hummed, "You. Since last year you began to venture out, have been so busy every day and have lost quite a bit of weight." She smiled brightly, her lips curving in a delightful arc. Just as she was about to speak, a distant call of Wan Wan caused her to pause in surprise. They turned to see Tang Yonghua, with his graying hair and serious demeanor, alongside Zhao Tong, who wore a gentle smile, approaching them. Tang Wan tightened her grip on Song Huai's hand, lowered her gaze, and when she lifted her eyes again, they sparkled with warmth as she greeted them. "Dad, Mom. What brings you here?" Upon hearing her address, Song Huai's expression subtly shifted, his gaze fixed on the couple before him, who exuded an air of cultured grace. "We simply had to come see you on your graduation day," Zhao Tong said, moving closer to gently take Tang Wan's hand, scrutinizing her appearance with a tender sigh. "You seem so much happier and more cheerful than before." Tang Wan bit her lip, taken aback by her words. Zhao Tong then turned to Song Huai, speaking kindly. "So you must be Song Huai. I truly appreciate how you have taken care of Wan Wan over the past few years." "Madam, it was my duty," Song Huai replied with calm composure. "Since you and uncle have traveled such a distance, please stay for a meal." Tang Yonghua spoke slowly. "That sounds fine. No need to go to a restaurant. Wherever you are staying, let us dine there." They discreetly observed the surroundings of the residence. The doorframe adorned with last year's spring festival couplets, the windowsill holding a plump ceramic jar filled with daisies swaying gently in the breeze, all infused with a rich sense of life. The meal unfolded in quietude, and as they neared its conclusion, Tang Yonghua and Zhao Tong engaged in light conversation with them. Tang Yonghua inquired of Song Huai, "I noticed some accumulated electrical appliances in the yard. Are you venturing into business?" One cannot help but admire the keen insight of certain individuals. Song Huai nodded in affirmation. "Yes, uncle. Indeed, I plan to work in Haishur first. Editor Jiang from the Haishur People's Daily has shown me great kindness, and I wish to continue collaborating with her in writing." Tang Yonghua's expression seemed to lose some vitality upon hearing this. Tang Wan poured them a cup of tea, speaking softly. "Mom and Dad, how has my brother been lately? The last time I contacted him, he seemed quite busy." Tang Yonghua glanced at Song Huai and replied, "Your brother is also contemplating business ventures. He has been building his career south of Beijing for the past 2 years." Tang Wan pondered for a moment and understood. Her brother must have shared many thoughts with their parents and later demonstrated the feasibility of pursuing business through his actions, which likely eased their resistance, making them more accepting of Song Huai's plans as well. Tang Wan and Song Huai accompanied them to the train station, watching them depart. As Tang Wan lowered her gaze, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was aware that these 4 years had provided ample time for reflection on many matters, such as their daughter gaining independence and no longer heeding their words. The recent phone call had left them deeply contemplative. In order to avoid losing their daughter entirely, they would be willing to make concessions. She had waited for them to reach an understanding and to yield, a span of 4 years. Perhaps they had already begun to relent along the way, yet they had never conveyed this to her. It was much improved now, moving forward. Such resistance should no longer exist. Tang Wan smiled gently and asked, "Were you nervous meeting them today?" In my previous imaginings, I anticipated feeling quite anxious. However, to my surprise, I did not. They appeared as ordinary elders. Tang Wan let out a soft HM, exhaling deeply, her heart lighter than before. In the brief span of 3 years, many notable figures emerged from the ranks of those who once resigned to venture into the seas of business, with Song Huai being the most prominent among them. Upon founding his electrical appliance company, he swiftly established collaborations with several major manufacturers and attracted substantial foreign investment. The foreign merchants who once negotiated contracts with him have since become reputable investors, now placing their utmost trust in Song Huai and entrusting him with their largest contracts. He has risen to prominence within the domestic business sphere, and according to several economic experts, his rapid ascent suggests that reaching the pinnacle of success is merely a matter of time. Riding the wave of the booming real estate market, Song Huai propelled his company into the top 5. Within a year, professional economic publications, based on various corporate indices, ranked his company as the foremost in the industry. At the height of his achievements, Song Huai remained remarkably humble. During a banquet, the village party secretary grasped Song Huai's hand, repeatedly praising him. "I knew you were destined for greatness, even back then. The roads you repaired and the factories you built have brought prosperity to our village. Do you remember Uncle Chen from the southern village? He can now afford to build a 3-story house." Surrounding Song Huai, the guests engaged in animated conversation, and he nodded in agreement, a gentle smile gracing his face. Observing Tang Wan indulging in a few cups of osmanthus wine, he discreetly squeezed her hand beneath the table. Tang Wan smiled at the villagers, yet beneath the table, concealed from sight, she unfurled Song Huai's large hand, delicately inscribing with her slender, supple finger, "You should express yourself more. You have no idea how captivating you are at this moment." A flicker of warmth ignited within Song Huai's heart. He enveloped her hand within his, gently massaging it, before addressing the village secretary. "Uncle, there is no need for such words. I am inherently a part of Songjia village, and contributing to the development of our homeland is a duty we all share." He spoke earnestly, while beneath the table, Tang Wan's soft palm remained open, inscribed with the words. After the banquet concluded, the family gathered once more for dinner that evening. As always, with Song Huai present, the atmosphere at the dining table was tranquil. Song Chenghui hesitated for a considerable time, then turned to Song Huai and inquired, "Elder brother, is there still no resolution regarding second brother?" Song Huai shook his head. "I am powerless. He severely offended the Ling family years ago, and they have yet to relent. The fact that they are now willing to allow him to work in their coal mining company is merely an indication of their begrudging forgiveness. Although it was said he would be working in the coal company, in reality, Song Chinchuan was merely engaged in the arduous task of coal extraction. His circumstances were astonishingly dire, a fact that barely satisfied Song Huai." Song Gaoliang slammed his chopsticks down heavily, his expression dark. "Let us not speak of him. He forsook his own son and shamelessly became a son-in-law to another family. Who can afford such disgrace?" Song Huai continued to serve Tang Wan, unaffected, and no one could discern the role he played in the affair concerning Song Qingchuan. After spending a few days in Songjia village, they began to plan their journey to the capital. In recent years, they have made it a tradition to visit Tang Yonghua and Xiaotong in the capital during the new year. As time has passed, Song Huai has emerged as one of the leading figures in the business world, and Tang Yonghua has shed his previous biases, allowing them to share tea, play chess, and engage in lively discussions about life. Tang Wan's elder brother, Tang Ji, observes them playing chess, occasionally reminding, "Dad, you haven't taken your medicine yet. You must eat lunch before that." Tang Yonghua, slightly annoyed, retorts, "You really lack emotional intelligence in your remarks." Ultimately, he is persuaded to attend to his meal and medication. Tang Ji then takes a seat opposite Song Huai, suggesting with a smile, "Brother-in-law, shall we play a game? Perhaps tomorrow we can visit the southern site to check on the progress." Both possessed discerning eyes for investment. 2 years prior, they jointly recognized the potential of a piece of land. As Tang Ji puts it, they are family and do not exploit one another, thus they co-invested together. "Of course, I have time," Song Huai replies with a smile, as both their enterprises continue to flourish. After spending a few days in the capital, one early morning, while it was still dark, Song Huai roused Tang Wan from her slumber. Her delicate, fair face bore an impression from the pillow, and her eyes, still hazy with sleep, regarded him as she murmured, "What time is it?" "It's 6 o'clock." Song Huai gently lifted her, assisting her into her clothes. "It's still early." She shot him a playful glare, her brows arching with charming allure. He leaned down to place a soft kiss on her forehead, chuckling. Did we not agree to watch the flag-raising ceremony? It begins at 6:40. If you don't get up now, you'll have to wait until next year. All right. I'm getting up, Tang Wan declared, stretching her arms wide, signaling him to help her dress. They stepped into the morning mist, momentarily departing from the quaint courtyard, driving a sleek black sedan outward. The festive spirit of the new year lingered, with vibrant red couplets and lanterns adorning the surroundings. Tang Wan donned a crimson woolen coat, her delicate face partially hidden beneath a black and red scarf, revealing a pair of bright, sparkling apricot-colored eyes fixed intently on Song Hui, who was procuring her breakfast. Your pork and mushroom buns and soy milk tea egg, he remarked, as the vendors, who had risen early to set up their stalls, greeted the morning with smiles, their breath forming white puffs in the chill air. Thank you, Song Hui said, settling the bill. As he turned to meet Tang Wan's gaze, warmth flooded his heart, overflowing with affection as it always did. With her hands tucked into her coat pockets, Tang Wan playfully bit into the tea egg from Song Hui's hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's so delicious, even better than what I've had before. The vendor, having just packaged a breakfast for another customer, beamed at Tang Wan. This is a recipe I've painstakingly perfected. I hope you'll return once you find it delectable. He chuckled, by the way. I'll soon have a shop nearby. I look forward to inviting customers to dine there. Tang Wan smiled brightly. That sounds wonderful. What will you name your establishment? My surname is Zhou, so I plan to call it Zhou's Breakfast Shop. Soon we shall all address you as Boss Zhou. With such delicious breakfast, your business will surely flourish and prosper, she replied, eliciting hearty thanks from the vendor. As the flag-raising ceremony was about to commence, a crowd began to gather, swelling into a sea of people. Tang Wan found herself cradled in Song Hui's embrace, shielded from the throngs around them. With each bite of her steamed bun, the warm vapor mingled with the white mist she exhaled, creating a hazy atmosphere before her eyes. Song Hui rested his arm around her shoulders, his gaze tenderly fixed upon her. Occasionally, she would glance up at him, her eyes sparkling with a playful allure. The magnificent flag-raising ceremony commenced, and even after it concluded, many lingered in the vicinity, some capturing moments with their cameras, others sharing heartfelt confessions, laughter, and tears. Amidst the bustling scene, Tang Wan and Song Hui remained a serene presence. She gazed upward at the flag fluttering in the wind, her nose reddened by the chill, exuding a charming innocence. In a fleeting moment, she shifted, standing on tiptoe to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, her eyes crinkling with a radiant smile as she whispered, "Ah Hui, everything will get better." Of course, he replied, his deep, resonant voice imbued with tenderness and warmth. Tang Wan wrapped her arms around his waist, her cool cheeks resting against his scarf, nuzzling into it, inhaling the crisp air that lingered around him. Her voice was slow and deliberate as she said, "Ah Hui, I mean it. Having you is truly wonderful." The first rays of morning sunlight broke through, casting a soft glow across the dim sky, unfurling like a piece of blue silk. Daylight arrived, and Song Hui pressed a gentle kiss atop her head. As they alighted from the vehicle, they were instantly surrounded. Naturally, it was Tang Wan who drew them in. As bright-eyed children, resembling plump little dumplings, chirped excitedly, "Aunt Tang, Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" Tang Wan was always enchanted by these adorable little ones, momentarily losing herself in their joy. She affectionately patted their fuzzy heads while generously sharing the candies and chocolates from her pockets with them. Song Hui detached a small dumpling from his leg and gently tapped his brow, his expression warm. "Uncle Song, my candy is in the house. Would you like to come in and get it?" "No." The dumpling immediately sprang up and dashed over to cling to Tang Wan's leg. Song Hui approached, squatted down, and affectionately ruffled the children's hair, smiling softly. "You've eaten all the candy I brought for your Aunt Tang. I must buy her some more." Tang Wan patted Song Hui's shoulder, her cheeks flushed as if urging him to refrain from such talk. The dumplings blinked their big eyes and inquired, "Is Aunt Tang an adult too? Does she eat candy?" Song Hui rarely laughed, his usually stern gaze softening in an instant. "To me, she is not an adult yet." The dumplings, bewildered, were coaxed away. Tang Wan slipped her hand into Song Hui's coat, pinching his waist, her ears flushed with embarrassment. "Song Hui, who gave you permission to speak so carelessly?" Her meager strength was insignificant to him. He enveloped her hand and pondered, "But it seems I haven't spoken carelessly." "You certainly have." Tang Wan, undeterred, began to punch him playfully. Suddenly, the door to their courtyard swung open, and Tang Wan glanced up to see her sister-in-law standing there with a basin in her arms. Tang Wan's face turned crimson. Her sister-in-law stifled a laugh and remarked, "What lovely weather today." As the door closed, Tang Wan covered her face, burying herself in Song Huai's neck with a lament. He continued to chuckle, his chest vibrating with laughter. As the surroundings fell into silence, he gently grasped her chin, lifting her flushed face and leaned down to press his lips against her tender ones. The night air was frigid, typical of winter. Yet the warmth of the bed enveloped them. Suddenly, Tang Wan pushed him away, her misty eyes sparkling with mischief. "I am not yet an adult. Your actions are inappropriate." There were no further words, only the whispers of the clouds and rain. Tang Wan often immersed herself in writing, her income a source of little concern. One day, inspired by her visit to the seaside university, she found herself overflowing with ideas that evening, fervently writing at her desk. They had recently moved to a new house where the leaves in the courtyard rustled in the wind, and the moonlight filtered through the intricately carved window, casting patterned shadows on the floor. In the spacious living room, Song Huai answered a phone call, a silent smile creeping onto his lips, though his eyes betrayed a coolness. "I understand," he said. The fact that Song Chengchuan had endured until now filled him with a disdainful admiration. Meanwhile, a trembling voice interrupted Tang Wan's thoughts. "Host, just now, the male lead has perished." Tang Wan paused, setting down her pen, leaning back in her chair as she contemplated. Her tone was nonchalant. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten him. His absence means little. Someone like him does not deserve to be the male lead. Do you feel frightened by his demise?" 099 sighed deeply. "Host, I'm simply astonished. Because I have traversed so many worlds, this is the first time I have encountered a storyline where the male lead can be eliminated. The plot has been altered beyond recognition. It hardly resembles the typical male lead narrative anymore." Tang Wan inquired, "What will happen then?" "The world consciousness will select the next male or female protagonist, rearranging the storyline, for the small world must continue to function." Tang Wan's eyes glimmered with a flicker of thought. A change of person? If this individual has no connection with a Huai, does that mean he is no longer the antagonist of the plot? If he is not the antagonist, then the task need not be undertaken. 099 contemplated and replied, "Logically, that would be the case." Tang Wan's eyes gradually brightened as she discovered a method to accomplish the task. 099, capable of sharing the host's consciousness, hastily cautioned her to relinquish such notions. Tang Wan shrugged, and 099 continued. "Moreover, there is another matter. The antagonist's darkening value has diminished to merely 10 points over the years. Just now, he received the news of the male protagonist's demise, and those 10 points have vanished." Tang Wan blinked, a faint smile gracing her lips. He has always harbored grievances. The actions of Song Chengchuan in the past have never left his heart. Whether it was competing for university placements or attempting to covet his wife, Song Huai remembered it all too well. He would not take matters into his own hands. Nor would he allow Song Chengchuan to perish easily, nor would he permit him to live indefinitely. Next Monday, Song Huai was invited to give a speech at Haida University. Unexpectedly spotting his wife seated in the audience, who was supposed to be conducting research in the city center, Tang Wan sat in the front row, and upon noticing him, she smiled sweetly and waved gently, her smile as delightful as ever. As Song Huai took his position at the podium, his gaze lingered on her, a gentle smile spreading across his face, and the once tranquil waters of his heart began to ripple, quickening his heartbeat. He had been unperturbed, but with her present, perhaps he would feel the weight of nerves. Fortunately, his speech was devoid of any grandiloquent rhetoric. Otherwise, he would have faced criticism from his wife, who was currently conducting social research. As Song Huai began to speak, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding the charisma of a mature and successful man. The gentle curve of his lips, a testament to his joyful disposition, tempered his sharpness and added an air of refined softness to his presence. Tang Wan watched him intently, and softly remarked to 099, "I remember that summer when I first encountered Song Huai. Beneath his amiable facade lay a cold and perilous demeanor, chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. He has changed significantly since then." 099 replied, "I can sense it too. Although he retains a core of ruthlessness, the edge of hostility has dissipated. Moreover, you have transformed greatly as well." Her eyes gradually shimmered with unshed tears. Just as she had told him on that wintry New Year's morning, everything would continue to improve. They were both progressing toward becoming better versions of themselves. Little Anua was born on the first day of the Lunar New Year. As soon as she learned to control her limbs, she would crawl about, disappearing in the blink of an eye if not closely watched. She had an infectious smile, beaming at everyone she encountered. When caught, her round, sparkling eyes would crinkle into crescent moons, evoking an overwhelming sense of adorableness that made it impossible for anyone to utter a harsh word to her. Surprisingly, the ones most fond of little Anua were Zhao Tong and Tang Yonghua. During holidays, they would travel to Haishur specifically for her, their weathered faces adorned with warm and joyous smiles. When little Anua grew tired from playing, she would nestle against Zhao Tong, pecking like a chick at grains, and gently rocked in her embrace. She would quickly drift into a comfortable slumber. Tang Wan tidied up the toys scattered on the floor and settled beside Zhao Tong, affectionately tapping the small nose of little Anua. When you grow a bit older, the living room won't be enough for you to run around in. Zhao Tong gazed at Tang Wan, a hint of nostalgia in her expression, and slowly began to speak. You were quite the mischievous child as well. However, as you grew older, we fell victim to our misguided methods of education. The smile on Tang Wan's face faltered slightly as she lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Tong's. Gently caressing Tang Wan's hair, Zhao Tong's eyes revealed a weariness. In the past, we didn't realize our mistakes, but your words ring true. We've pondered over this for a long time, yet out of pride, we never engaged in an earnest conversation with you. In the serene afternoon, the mother and daughter shared an extended dialogue until the little one awoke in Zhao Tong's embrace. Fussing for Tang Wan to hold her, they paused their conversation, instinctively lowering their gazes to tenderly observe her. Tang Wan lifted her into her arms, planting a firm kiss on her smooth cheek. The little one giggled with excitement, leaning to one side to grasp her glowing kitten toy, raising her hand high as if to present it to her beloved mother. Little Anua had always been the darling of the family, resembling a miniature version of Tang Wan, exquisitely charming with her round, sparkling apricot eyes that twinkled with liveliness. Upon entering kindergarten, she became the beloved of that realm as well, with peers vying to play with her. Little Anua would slide down the slide with Fei Fei for a while before building blocks with Xin. Tang Wan seated her on the sofa, pinching her little cheeks and chuckling. Are you referring to Fei Fei and Xin, who came to play a few days ago? Alas, your mother cannot give birth to them. The little one pouted, tugging at her fingers. All right then. Tang Wan chuckled, ruffling her small head. This evening, your cousin Xiaoxian and your uncle and aunt will come over for dinner. Would you like to take your new toy to play with your cousin? The child's eyes sparkled, momentarily forgetting everything else, as she jumped off the sofa, exclaiming, Yes, I will wait for my sister in the yard. Song Huai gently tousled her hair, his eyes filled with warmth. Did you have fun today? Yes. The little one's cherubic face radiated joy. Soon, Song Chenghui and his wife, Chengyu, arrived with their child, and they all enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Little Anuo eagerly pulled her cousin Xiaoxian upstairs to play in the bedroom. After a while, Song Huai stepped away, prompting Song Chenghui to turn to Tang Wan, sister-in-law. We have something we wish to discuss with you. Tang Wan raised an eyebrow in curiosity and nodded. You are aware that you and I have recently ventured into entrepreneurship, right? We are focusing on the cultural book market and have opened a bookstore in Nanjing. We intend to expand further, but we lack sufficient funds and are seeking partners. Tang Wan listened intently as they spoke, perusing the materials they had brought. Why approach her instead of Song Huai? The answer was quite simple. Her current work focus was indeed in the realm of cultural literature, and she possessed valuable connections in this field, making her potentially more useful than Song Huai, who had not participated in this area. Both Song Chenghui and Chengyu had their own ideas and were quite astute. Tang Wan had no objections and discussed the partnership amounts with them. Xiaoxian piped up, Mom and Dad, I want to sleep with Nono tonight. Little Anno said, Uncle and Aunt, I want to sleep with my sister too. The two were at their wits' end. Tang Wan shook her head and smiled helplessly. To satisfy the two children, she and Song Huai escorted the couple, Song Chenghui and his wife, out. That evening, after washing up, little Anno and Xiaoxian continued to play, but eventually grew tired and struggled to stay awake. Xiaoxian could no longer hold back. She lay on the bed and yawned. No, Anuan, I'm so sleepy. I think it's time for me to sleep. Little Anno glanced at the clock on the wall, climbed onto the bed, and lay down beside Xiaoxian. Her little voice, tinged with drowsiness, asked, Sister, would you like to hear my dad tell a bedtime story? He'll come in 2 minutes to tell us. As she spoke, the little one drifted into slumber, her eyelashes resembling delicate fans resting beneath her eyes, her breathing becoming steady. The door opened quietly. Tang Wan entered to tuck them in, kissed the little one, and turned off the light. Song Huai listened intently, and, upon her approach, pulled her into his embrace, saying, "They are eyeing the connections you hold in your hand, but they are indeed capable in this field. You won't incur losses. Invest as much as you wish." Song Hui turned off the light and kissed her soft, sweet lips, his breathing quickening. Of course, after she discovered that her mother favored chocolate, she no longer differentiated between any of the chocolates. Little Anno too had her troubles. She disliked the way her grandmother looked at her. Grandma always stared at her and mumbled something strange. She couldn't comprehend it, feeling utterly perplexed, much like how her mother would often say to Grandma, "Grandma, I don't understand what you're saying. Would you like to wear your dentures?" Lu Chui's expression darkened in an instant, her mouth, missing a few teeth, closed tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Anyuo was determined to receive her red envelope from her grandmother, and upon receiving it, her joy was palpable. Eagerly, Xiao Anyuo was about to leap forward, but was held back by her father. Song Hui crouched down to her level, pinching her little cheek with a gentle smile, saying, "Just watch from the side, all right? In 2 years, Daddy will take you to set off fireworks." Thus, Xiao Anyuo watched as her father held her mother's hand to light the fireworks. The vibrant colors exploded against the dark night sky, a sight to behold, while the little one gazed upward, clapping excitedly alongside her cousin, Xiao Xian. Song Hui embraced Tang Wan, who barely noticed the fireworks, her attention instead fixed on her. Tang Wan's side profile, as pure as jade, glowed with a faint pink hue. When she realized he was watching her, she turned, her eyes, as radiant as the moon, gazing back at him, more beautiful and eternal than the fireworks themselves. With no one around to see, Song Hui could not resist leaning down to gently kiss her red lips. It was merely a fleeting touch, yet it was instinctive. An uncontrollable surge of affection. Suddenly, Tang Wan felt a weight on her legs. Looking down, she saw Xiao Anyuo gazing up at them with wide, curious eyes. Tang Wan bit her lip and smiled, lifting her up. Xiao Anyuo grasped her arm, saying, "Baby has grown heavier, so I can only be held by mommy for a little while." Tang Wan could not help but press her cheek against the little one's. In this lifetime, Tang Wan and Song Hui achieved great success, with a dutiful daughter, a blissful and fulfilling life, supporting each other until old age, leaving no regrets behind. Chapter 61. The Delicate Darling in the Hands of the Crown Prince. After the conclusion of her second life, Tang Wan sealed her memories and entered the next world. As customary, I first assimilated the memories and narrative. This time, it is set in an ancient realm. Just after absorbing the memories, Tang Wan abruptly opened her eyes, hastily threw off the covers, and rose from the bed. She pulled aside the curtains, startling her attentive maid, Ling Yu, who rushed to support her. "Miss? At this hour? It is still your time for a brief respite. Why have you awakened so swiftly?" Tang Wan's lips bore a pallid hue as she sat at the edge of the bed, raising a hand to her forehead to alleviate the dizziness brought on by her sudden rise. Once she regained her composure, she fixed her gaze upon Ling Yu, her eyes clearing of their previous haze, now bright and piercing, shimmering with a hint of chill. "Ling Yu, assist me in changing my attire promptly. I must visit a certain location." Ling Yu refrained from further inquiries, swiftly aiding her in donning her outer garments. Tang Wan exited the courtyard and summoned the system interface of 099, striding purposefully onward. She circumvented areas of human activity, meandering through a labyrinthine path until she reached a desolate miniature mountain grove. Ling Yu followed quietly, her brow furrowed in confusion. Advancing further would lead them to the former residence of concubine Xin, who had passed away 2 years prior. The courtyard had fallen into disrepair, neglected by the Duke, rendering this area the most forlorn corner of the Duke's estate. What purpose does the miss have in coming here? Tang Wan focused intently on the interface. The vicinity was devoid of servants and guards, and aside from herself and Ling Yu, 3 additional dark dots appeared on the panel. Ling Yu nodded, for she was a martial practitioner. Her steps lighter than Tang Wan's, nearly imperceptible. Tang Wan navigated around the scattered rocks of the miniature mountain, arriving at the dilapidated courtyard. On this sweltering summer afternoon, the cacophony of cicadas filled the air, and the oppressive sunlight bore down upon Tang Wan, unable to thaw the frostiness etched upon her lotus-like visage. She stepped quietly into a room, her gaze fixated intently on the figure before her, trembling by the window. Tang Wan smirked, feeling a sense of triumph. With this realization, the tension in her heart eased, and her exquisite features were illuminated by a smile, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. She approached the woman in pink with a measured pace, gently placing her hand on the woman's shoulder. Leaning in close, She whispered softly into her ear, her voice imbued with a unique tenderness. You saw everything, didn't you? The woman in pink clamped her hand over her mouth, her body suddenly covered in goosebumps. The voice beside her was as gentle as flowing water, yet it sent chills down her spine. The woman trembled, her shaking hands releasing their grip, and she inhaled the soft fragrance that enveloped her companion. Breathing heavily, her voice quivered with terror and choking sobs as she managed to utter in a barely audible tone, I won't tell anyone. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Outside, a lotus pond sprawled under the summer sun, the vibrant pink blossoms and green leaves carpeting the entire expanse, devoid of any human presence. No one could fathom that someone was ensnared beneath the chaotic bloom of the lotuses. The woman in pink had witnessed the entire scene, her body slick with cold sweat, tears streaming down her face, as muffled cries escaped through her fingers. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze darted toward the door, realizing someone was approaching. Lingyu whispered urgently, Miss, someone is coming. She nodded, releasing the woman in pink, allowing her to collapse onto the dusty floor. Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with a hint of clever mischief as she whispered a couple of words to Lingyu before turning towards the door. Upon opening it, her foot caught on the threshold, causing her delicate frame to lurch forward, only to be caught by a sturdy arm. Instead of regaining her balance, she leaned into his embrace, gazing up at him with her luminous eyes filled with admiration, her voice soft and sweet. Brother. Tang Zhao intended to steady her, but the melodic call momentarily stole his breath away. Lowering his gaze, he regarded her with a subtle warmth that seeped through his otherwise stoic demeanor. Amidst their shallow breaths, he stubbornly attempted to help her stand upright, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, What brings you here? Have you taken your medicine? Tang Wan pressed her lips together and grasped his sleeve, guiding him inside. He complied, and as he entered, his dark eyes immediately locked onto the woman in the pink attire, a flicker of concealed menace igniting within him. Tang Wan closed the door and turned to Lingyu, instructing, Release her. The woman, Tang Mingyi, gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face as she curled into a corner, shaking her head frantically. Second brother. I promise I won't tell anyone. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. Tang Wan nodded, leaving Lingyu to assist while she retreated into the inner room. Tang Mingyi, in her moment of dread, realized the futility of her situation. Her trembling eyes met Tang Wan's, and amidst her chaotic thoughts, she recognized her third sister. Reaching out desperately, she cried out, Third sister. Wan, save me. Lingyu swiftly covered her mouth and forcefully dragged her behind a dilapidated screen, pinning her to the ground. Tang Zhao walked over at a measured pace, his tall and imposing silhouette casting an oppressive shadow. He knelt on one knee, and a dagger slid from his sleeve. Tang Mingyi wept incessantly, shaking her head. The coldness in Tang Zhao's eyes surpassed that of the dagger as he fixed his gaze upon her and spoke. It was Tang Yushi who sent you, was it not? He never intended for you to survive. It is either I who must end your life for him. Tang Yushi has already succumbed in the lotus pond. In an instant, a distinctive dagger pierced her neck, and as it was withdrawn, Tang Mingyi breathed her last. Tang Zhao wiped the blood from the dagger onto her sleeve, raised his gaze, and inquired indifferently, Why have you come, Wan? He rose, his expression unchanged, simply remarking, Loyalty is indeed commendable. As he moved towards the inner chamber, Tang Wan emerged, reaching out to grasp him. Tang Zhao's fingers curled slightly, as if to evade her touch, yet he remained still. Tang Wan only caught hold of his sleeve, her eyes still reflecting her dependence on him. Brother, let us leave swiftly. He nodded and led her out with quickened steps, navigating through a labyrinth of turns until they arrived at a dry well. In the next moment, he encircled her waist, employing lightness skills to carry her into the well. Lingyu followed suit, her toes pressing against specific blue bricks on the well's wall, triggering a mechanism that concealed all traces. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage emerged from the alley beside the Duke of Zhan's residence. Her health had always been fragile, and she could not afford to be without her medicine. Tang Wan lowered her gaze, somewhat dejected, lamenting, Brother is always busy. It has been a long time since he has accompanied me. Tang Zhao's gaze faltered momentarily, and after a brief pause, he restrained himself from looking at her, allowing his eyes to rest upon the gently swaying tassels of the curtains. He paused for a moment, suppressing the emotions that surged within him, and softly spoke, Wan Jing, you must continue taking your medicine. Next time, I shall take you out for a spring outing. Tang Wanjing lifted her gaze to meet his, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Then it settled. Indeed, A sigh escaped Tang Zhao's lips. He lifted a corner of the curtain, glancing at the street outside before returning his gaze to Tang Wanjing, his tone growing more solemn. Wanjing, did you witness everything today? Tang Wanjing shook her head. No, but I overheard second sister saying. Brother, you killed eldest brother. It is fortunate you did not see it. A faint smile played upon his lips as his deep-set eyes regarded her, as if she were a precious gem. Tang Zhao diverted his gaze. Tang Wanjing lowered her eyes and smiled softly. After a moment, she heard his deep voice resonate. Today, Tang Yushi lured me to the West Garden. He had plotted for a long time, intending to kill me, but I ended his life and disposed of him in the Lotus Pond. Tang Mingyi was involved in his scheme and knows some of his secrets. He brought her along, intending that if he failed to kill me, he would eliminate Tang Mingyi and frame me for the act. However, had Tang Yushi succeeded in killing me, he would have silenced Tang Mingyi, whom he deliberately brought. Tang Wanjing listened intently. This mirrored the plot she was familiar with. She rushed over to prevent Tang Mingyi from leaving any clues in the chamber before her demise. At that moment, she had meticulously examined a brick where Tang Mingyi had left a clue, arriving just in time before Tang Mingyi could disclose anything. Tang Wanjing smiled at Tang Zhao. Brother, when you went to find her, you had already reached the door. Why did you not act when the door opened? Tang Zhao playfully tapped her head with his curled finger. What is it? Could I possibly fail to recognize the sound of your footsteps? He continued, tonight. Their bodies will undoubtedly be discovered, and the Ministry of Justice will intervene in the investigation. However, prior to that, Father will conduct a thorough inquiry into us. Tang Zhao gazed at her with a smile, a gradual sensation of bitterness swelling within his heart, causing his smile to fade. He scrutinized her eyes intently and spoke in a hushed tone. To me, they are like siblings. I have taken their lives. Do you have nothing to say to me? 1. A faint fragrance of serenity lingered in the air of the carriage, and his voice floated softly, yearning for her to comprehend, yet fearing her understanding. Tang Wan reached out to grasp his hand, asserting, Indeed, I have something to convey to my brother. She spoke gently, in my heart. No one holds greater significance than you. Whatever you do is right in my eyes. During the 7 years they wandered alone, relying solely on each other. She was his treasure, just as he was hers. They were a pair of dragon and phoenix twins from the Duke of the State's household, born of Princess Lin Kong. The Duke's wife, and personally named by the Emperor Rui Wu as Tang Zhao and Tang Wan. At the age of 5, while visiting a village, they encountered robbers and subsequently became separated from their family, enduring a full 7 years in the wilderness. Those years transformed them profoundly. From the pampered children of nobility to destitute beggars, learning the art of survival under the tutelage of an old beggar. Those years were fraught with hardship. Tang Zhao bore fresh wounds daily, as beatings were a common occurrence. Tang Wan's health was frail, and Tang Zhao shielded her, tirelessly searching for food and opportunities to exchange for medicine, earning a notorious reputation as the wolf cub among beggars. As they matured, they departed from the beggar's den and sought employment as laborers in a small apothecary. However, after being slandered and framed, they were swiftly expelled. The prolonged ordeal of wandering cultivated in them an extraordinary precocity, and they soon secured new positions, finally achieving a semblance of stability. Yet, trouble soon followed Tang Wan due to her striking appearance. Tang Zhao committed his first murder, taking the life of a wealthy scion who sought to tarnish Tang Wan's purity. He meticulously arranged her clothing and wiped away her tears, vowing on a stormy night that he would never allow anyone to harm her again. From that moment, he became remarkably reserved and cautious, harboring profound thoughts that he concealed deep within. His pitch-black eyes resembled a malevolent spirit lurking in the shadows, exuding an unsettling aura. The death of his mother did not stir any ripples in the already cold heart of Tang Zhao. He was more concerned with whether the court physician could restore Tang Wan's health. He watched over her as she took her medicine daily, relieved to see her complexion grow rosier and a faint smile return to her face. She remained utterly dependent on him, addressing him simply as brother. For many years, Tang Zhao safeguarded her pure, clear eyes. On her 15th birthday, during her coming-of-age ceremony, he observed her from a distance. His gaze filled with an unfathomable darkness that suppressed the tumultuous and unspeakable emotions clamoring within his heart. She was his cherished treasure, as precious as a pearl, and had always been so. Yet he loathed the fact that he was merely her brother. Unbeknownst to him, he was not Tang Wan's biological brother. The only person privy to the truth, Princess Lin Kong, had already passed away. In reality, Tang Zhao was the last scion of the Yin royal lineage. Before Emperor Ruiwu ascended the throne, he fought alongside his confidant, Prince Yin, to conquer the realm. However, in the third month of the first year of his reign, he ordered a massacre at the Yin prince's residence, resulting in the death of all 436 individuals within. In the midst of this chaos, the Yin princess, suffering from severe hemorrhaging during childbirth, entrusted her newborn son to a covert guard. With a final surge of strength, she extinguished the candlelight in the room and leapt into the flames, reducing herself to ashes. The covert guard successfully transported the infant, born just moments before, through a secret passage to the Duke of Jingguo's residence, where the child was handed to Princess Lin Kong, the Duke's wife. Despite being only 7 months pregnant, Princess Lin Kong resolved to preserve the last bloodline of the Yin royal family. She forcefully fell, resulting in a premature delivery, and subsequently declared to the world that she had given birth to a pair of twins. Meanwhile, the Yin princess had turned to ashes, and the soldiers merely reported that her child had died in utero, perishing alongside her. Yet, Emperor Ruiwu, ever cautious, was unsettled by the absence of the child's remains, and upon hearing of Princess Lin Kang's twins, he visited the Duke's residence to see the children for himself. Princess Lin Kong, with her silver tongue, assuaged his doubts, convincing him to trust her. After holding the children, he smiled and named them Tang Zhao and Tang Wan, betrothing Tang Wan to the fifth prince. In this world, Tang Zhao is cast as the antagonist, while the fifth prince represents the male protagonist. However, the protagonist is destined to perish in the schemes of the crown prince, who himself fails to ascend the throne and is ultimately slain by Emperor Ruiwu. This world is one where no soul finds a fortunate end. Tang Zhao, encountering the supposedly deceased Princess Lin Kong under certain circumstances, learns of his true identity and begins to plot, biding his time for 3 years before rising in rebellion. Though he has triumphed, he remains a solitary figure, for the one he cherished most has tragically passed away. Tang Wan, a premature infant, possesses a frail constitution, and according to the original narrative, her demise was destined to occur before Tang Zhao ascended the throne. This encapsulates the general plot. The world is replete with intricate storylines and complex relationships. For instance, Tang Yushi, who was slain by Tang Zhao today, ostensibly served as the companion to the fifth prince, yet in truth, she was a covert operative for the crown prince. Returning to the present, Tang Zhao accompanies Tang Wan as she selects jewelry. When she tries on a jade bracelet, his gaze swiftly flits to her fingers, and he inquires, "How did it fare when Lady Li punished you with copying text the other day?" Lady Li is the second wife of the Duke of the State, having been elevated to her position after the untimely death of his first wife, Princess Lin Kong. However, neither Tang Zhao nor Tang Wan grants her the courtesy of referring to her as mother, instead addressing her simply as Lady Li. A flicker of amusement dances in Tang Zhao's eyes as he instructs the shopkeeper to wrap up the items she has chosen. The headmaid, bowing her head, retreats with a hint of resentment on her visage. Despite Lady Li being the matriarch of the Duke's household for years, the second young lady holds her in little regard, often making her wait, presenting her words as elegant but merely a facade of goodwill. After a brief moment of contemplation, she proceeds toward Lady Li's courtyard. Along the way, she encounters several hurried young servants, and she gestures to Ling Yu, who intercepts them with the question, "What has you all in such a flurry?" The young servants cry out in protest, quickly reporting, "We are searching for the second young lady. She has been missing since noon." Tang Wan furrowed her brows gently, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, and pondered aloud, "You should hurry and search. The Duke's residence is vast, and with so few of you, it might be quite the task. How about this? I shall have Ling Yu assist you in finding the guards to aid in your search." The young servant, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Third miss, we dare not mobilize the guards for this matter. It would be better for us to continue searching ourselves." Tang Wan responded with a nonchalant mem, continuing on her way. Upon entering Lady Li's elegant chamber, Tang Wan wore a perfectly measured smile, one that could not be faulted, and respectfully bowed to the seated Lady Li. The latter was still comforting her eldest daughter, Tang Yunyan, who was weeping with her face covered. With a fleeting glance at Tang Wan, Lady Li coldly motioned for her to take a seat. Confused, Tang Wan blinked, her gaze shifting between Lady Li and Tang Yunyan, hesitatingly remarking, "But, sister truly did act, did she not? Is it not proper for her to take responsibility for her actions?" Despite the amusement bubbling within her, Tang Wan maintained an unblemished facade, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly disapproving of their behavior. Were they truly incensed over matters of reputation? If they were to learn of the death of their brother Tang Yushi, would they not be driven to madness? With a sigh, she persisted in her unyielding demeanor. Sister, while it may be acceptable for you to shy away from responsibility, concealing it from your mother is decidedly inappropriate. Tang Yunyin's face flushed with anger as she incessantly pointed at Tang Wan. Lady Li regarded Tang Wan with a complex expression to which Tang Wan innocently met her gaze, devoid of any pride or provocation. Yet, Lady Li understood well that Tang Wan was indeed provoking her. An hour later, several servants, unable to locate Tang Ningi, approached with trepidation to report her absence. Madame Li had already been aware of the situation while they scurried about in search of her. However, she paid it little mind, considering it merely the folly of a minor concubine's daughter, perhaps having wandered off in play. When the report reached her, she feigned surprise and dispatched additional personnel to search for the girl. Madame Li inquired of her chief maid, "Isn't young Master Yushi on leave? Why has he yet to return from his outing?" The maid, Ing Xiao, replied, "The eldest young master is diligent. He may be attending to matters at the military station." Madame Li smiled in approval, nodding, but suddenly her expression turned pensive as she asked, "And what of the heir?" Ing Xiao bit her lip. "It is said that the heir has accompanied the third young lady on a shopping excursion today." A cold smile flickered across Madame Li's face, though she quickly concealed it. In the evening, the Duke of Zhenghua emerged from the palace, feeling quite vexed, with a throbbing at his temples. Tang Wan remained composed, smiling faintly as she observed Tang Yunyin playfully charming him, silently counting, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the study, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts echoing. What could be the cause of such uproar? The Duke, already irritable, furrowed his brows and barked an admonition. A servant entered, accompanied by a guard. The latter drenched in cold sweat. "My lord, the second young lady has been harmed by thieves and is now lifeless." The Duke sprang to his feet, glaring fiercely at them, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Are you saying that intruders have breached our estate and taken my daughter's life?" The atmosphere was so tense that no one dared to breathe. The Duke of the State sneered coldly, exclaiming, "What are you all doing?" Lady Li, who had transitioned from shock to panic, trembled as she grasped the Duke's arm, saying, "Your Grace, Yushi has not been seen for a day. He usually does not take this long to return home during his days off." The Duke's pupils constricted, and he barked at the guards, "Go find him. Search everywhere he might have gone today. If you cannot locate him, you may as well forfeit your heads." Chapter 64. The Delicate One in His Hands. 4. The Duke's guards arrived at the Jin Yue station with great urgency, only to find the station closed and entry barred. The sentry merely responded, "You are asking about Tang Zhenfu? He has not been here." The Duke's eyes widened in fury as he demanded, "Where is Ning Yi's corpse? Search the vicinity. A living person cannot simply vanish." At some point, Tang Zhao had arrived and followed the guards to the Western Garden. The entire Duke's residence was in an uproar, illuminated throughout the night. Eventually, Tang Yushi's body was retrieved. The mud on his face was wiped away, revealing a ghostly pale visage. Lady Li, unable to bear the blow, fainted on the spot. The Duke, panting heavily with rage, drew the blade of the chief guard and struck him across the neck. "You incompetent fools! Assassins have infiltrated the residence, killing 2, and none of you noticed. A bunch of worthless wretches." Having fought for years, the Duke possessed formidable strength. With that strike, the chief guard's neck erupted in a fountain of blood. Tang Zhao discreetly stepped back, avoiding the blood, and inquired, "Father, may I have a word?" Upon gazing at his other son, whom he took great pride in, the Duke of the State calmed slightly. "Currently, there should be no one on duty at the Ministry of Justice. We can only report the matter first thing tomorrow. My elder brother holds the position of the commander of the Golden Feather Guard, and the ministry will certainly take this seriously. However, I find it perplexing that my elder brother did not go to the guard post as initially stated, but instead met his untimely end in the Western Garden. It is possible that the assassin had arranged to meet him here." The Duke's eyes were filled with fury. If what his second son said was true, how foolish could his eldest son have been? Tang Zhao maintained a composed demeanor, adding, "There is also the matter of our second sister's presence here. I suspect she was brought by elder brother as well." This situation was shrouded in mystery. The Duke's expression darkened as he instructed Tang Zhao, "Summon everyone in the residence to the main hall and have them recount everything they witnessed today." This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Tang Wan also arrived at the hall, seated at a lower position. She glanced at Tang Yunyan, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and Lady Li. When it was her turn to speak, she looked towards the Duke, her eyes misty, seemingly grieving for Tang Yushi's demise. After a thorough inquiry, not a single piece of useful information had emerged, prompting the Duke to slam the teapot in frustration. This sense of being enveloped in a shroud of ignorance was utterly dreadful. Had it been a few years ago when the household still maintained hidden guards, such a situation would have been inconceivable. Alas, the Emperor Ruiwu had grown increasingly autocratic, and since the establishment of the Jinhui, he forbade them from keeping hidden guards. With not a single clue in sight, Tang Wan and Tang Zhao exchanged a fleeting glance before quickly averting their eyes. The following morning, the personnel from the Duke of Zhengguai's residence reported the incident, which stirred not only the Minister of Justice, but also the fifth prince, the current Duke of Duan. The minister arrived directly with several subordinates and 2 coroner assistants to seal off the scene and conduct an immediate autopsy. In a single night, the Duke of Zhenghua had lost both a son and a daughter, the son being his exceptionally talented eldest. He even took leave from the morning court to observe the coroner's examination. The coroner first examined Tang Yushi, and after covering him with a white cloth, he informed the minister, young Master Tang did not possess any water or silt in his lungs. He was suffocated and subsequently cast into the water. He bears extensive bruising on his waist and abdomen, leading to the conclusion that he met his demise around noon yesterday. The minister, upon observing the bruises, nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Next, they examined Tang Ningyi. The 2 coroners' eyes brightened simultaneously at the sight of the knife wound on her neck. The second young lady exhibited only minor bruising, indicating she had been forcibly subdued from behind. However, her fatal wound could not have been inflicted by an attacker positioned behind her, suggesting the involvement of multiple assailants. The murder weapon was likely a dagger or short knife, with a wound measuring 2 inches in width and 6/10 of an inch in depth, a cut that could not be delivered by an ordinary dagger. The minister stroked his beard, pondering, a dagger 2 inches wide and 6/10 thick. The coroner further remarked that the second young lady had perished shortly after the eldest, with the time between their deaths not exceeding 15 minutes. The minister took a few steps towards the window, where dust lay thick and heavy, with distinct fingerprints visible along the window's edge. Upon inspection, the coroner concluded, these are the fingerprints of the second young lady. Upon observing the dust on the ground, it became evident that numerous footprints indicated a considerable number of individuals had traversed this space recently. The minister knelt down, furrowing his brow, and remarked, the perpetrator deliberately erased their footprints before departing. Among the multitude of prints, several smudged traces caught his attention, even within the inner chamber. What purpose did the assailant have for entering there? He instructed the coroner to continue their examination while he and the Duke of State stepped outside. Tang Zhao was also present. The deceased were his siblings, and he could not possibly feign indifference to his duties. As they deliberated, the most crucial clue emerged, the distinctive murder weapon. What made it so unique? The Prince of Duan approached with hands clasped behind his back, casting a glance inside. He felt a pang of regret. Tang Yushi, his devoted companion for many years, was suddenly gone. Having only heard part of the conversation, the prince's expression darkened, and he instinctively gripped something within his sleeve. The Duke of State pondered deeply, soon grasping the implications of the situation. His eyes hardened as he spoke with suppressed fury. If I recall correctly, a year ago, His Majesty bestowed upon His Highness the Prince of Duan a blade capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Its dimensions are quite substantial, but what are its exact measurements? The prince's fair visage clouded with frost as he replied slowly, what does the Duke imply? Do you suspect me of being the murderer? This blade measures 2 inches in width and 6/10 of an inch in thickness. I would never harm my own companion. Tang Zhao sought to calm his father, stating earnestly, Father, please remain composed. His Highness the Prince of Duan must be innocent. The Prince of Duan, without a word, swept away, while the Duke of State, recovering his composure, hurried to offer his apologies. The prince's expression was far from pleasant as he cast a cold glance at him. For these years, as the Duke has wielded military power, it is imperative to exercise caution in words and actions. The prince beckoned Tang Zhao to accompany him. Halting on a small bridge within the estate's garden, resting one hand upon the stone carving, deep in contemplation. What is your perspective on this matter? In the crystal-clear pond, their reflections danced in a particular angle. With his back turned, the prince stood while Tang Zhao positioned himself slightly behind, his pair of obsidian eyes, akin to the frosty chill of winter, silently scrutinizing the prince. This cannot possibly be the doing of your highness. It can only be a conspiracy. You have numerous adversaries, both overt and covert. It remains uncertain who has orchestrated this against you. The prince chuckled softly, shaking his head. Why have you suddenly adopted such a cautious tone? This is unlike you. Tang Zhao merely smiled faintly, lowering his gaze. The prince continued. No one possesses the audacity to assassinate the son of the Duke of the State, to brazenly sever my support. I presume it must be the crown prince. I dare not presume, Tang Zhao replied. Yu Shi is my royal companion and confidant. You are the biological brother of Wan Wan, and to me, you are also a trusted ally. Speak freely with me. As his fingers dug into his palm within the drooping silver-trimmed sleeves, a sharp pain coursed through him. Yet, a faint smile graced his lips as he acknowledged, I have always understood. The prince produced a small box and handed it to Tang Zhao with a smile as radiant as a clear sky after rain. Wan Wan refuses to see me. Please deliver this to her. There have been many mosquitoes of late, and I worry for her safety. Tang Zhao accepted it with a smile, exchanging a few more words. However, as they parted, his expression darkened abruptly, a heavy shade of malice lurking within. He thought to himself, a trusted ally? Yes. He shall become the source of my greatest affliction. The engagement truly incites envy. The fragrant pouch that Wan Wan wears was gifted by him. There is no need to replace it with another's. He is acutely aware of her recent needs, always ensuring to procure and deliver what she lacks. Tang Zhao retrieved a round fan from a concealed compartment, carefully encasing it in a box. Recently, this double-sided embroidered fan has surged in popularity within the capital. While it may not be particularly valuable, she had shown interest during a prior glance. Tang Zhao awaited her at the archway leading to the backyard, and soon received word from a servant that Tang Wan was on her way out. Brother, she greeted him with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. A consistent delight each time they met. He offered her the box, his voice low and gentle. The weather has been quite warm lately. Keep the fan handy. And use the ice sparingly. I understand, Tang Wan replied, opening the box to reveal its contents, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Brother, you know what I like. That is what matters, he responded softly. Suddenly, he inquired. The Duke of Duan mentioned you have been reluctant to meet him. Is there a reason? Tang Wan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her tone cooling. Not wanting to meet means precisely that. There is nothing more to it. Why do you bring this up, brother? Tang Zhao's spirits lifted further, a smile gracing his lips. Then let us not dwell on it. If seeing him brings you discomfort, you need not do so. I am here for you. Indeed, Tang Wan replied, her smile returning as she took out the fan, and together they strolled through the garden. In Xuanwu, the regulations regarding interactions between men and women are not overly strict. The sight of a brother and sister walking together does not attract undue attention. Tang Zhao relished these moments, yet he remained cautious, wary of allowing his emotions to surface, fearing they might repulse her. On one side of the government residence, a somber and tense atmosphere prevailed, while on the other, the day was bright and cheerful. The eyes of the two individuals reflected a subtle blend of delight and restraint, and in their occasional glances, it seemed as though their hearts drew closer. From a distance, a guard approached briskly, cupping his hands in salute, and announced, Young Master. Miss San, the Minister of Justice requests your presence for an inquiry regarding the individuals within the residence. Is there any news? Tang Zhao replied casually. Not yet. Tang Zhao's gaze remained tranquil as he turned to Tang Wan, offering her a gentle smile. Upon reaching the Grand Hall, they found the Minister of Justice, who had just concluded his examination of the Jingya Hall's occupants, furrowing his brow as he stroked his beard, his expression grave. Having served in his role for over 30 years, he recognized that this case, while seemingly unrelated to the household, posed the greatest concern. There must be an informant within the residence. He was merely conducting a preliminary inquiry, knowing that those with questionable characters would need to be taken to the Ministry of Justice for further questioning. Upon noticing Tang Wan and Tang Zhao's arrival, the minister straightened his demeanor. I have heard that Miss Sin accompanied the young master on an outing yesterday. Could you clarify the exact time of your departure? Were the guards at the gate able to see you? Tang Wan understood early on that providing overly precise answers was the most suspicious move. The minister summoned 2 guards, who responded, It was around the hour of close to noon, when we saw the young master and Miss Sin leave. This timing fell before the time of death of the victim, prompting the minister to dismiss Tang Wan from further questioning. The guards stepped aside, their heads hung low. The minister continued his interrogation. Suddenly, a commotion was heard at the entrance, and the guards dared not stop Lady Li, who burst through the door. She wept with trails of tears adorning her face, collapsing onto the duke's shoulder, her voice rising in a frantic pitch. It must be Tang Zhao. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for Yu Shi, and in his rage, he is struck with lethal intent. It can only be him. The Minister of Justice furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. With the presence of 100 guards, the estate was replete with skilled martial artists. No one's statements were contradictory, nor were any movements suspect. Could it be true that the culprit was not among them but rather an outsider brought in by Tang Yushi? What could be the motive behind the heinous act? Was it an impulsive decision stemming from a failed negotiation? The minister's gaze slowly traversed the assembly. The remaining children of the duke wore expressions of confusion and fear, while Tang Wan, though not fearful, bore a countenance of sorrow. In contrast, Tang Zhao maintained an air of calmness, bordering on indifference. It was said that he and Tang Yushi were at odds, so such a reaction was not entirely unexpected. The minister dismissed everyone, seeking a private conversation with the duke. Do you believe there is merit in pursuing this case further? With the absence of others, the minister's previously stern demeanor softened, revealing a hint of a smile. What do you imply? The duke discerned an unusual undertone. The minister presented him with an item. This was discovered by the officers in the eldest son's quarters. Please, Duke, peruse it and decide whether to continue the investigation. He had already played his part for the day and intended to draw the line here. Moreover, to press on could provoke the ire of the other two. It was a series of letters, and signed, yet each bore an acrostic poem. Upon finishing the verses, the Duke's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly recognized the author who had penned them for his eldest son. The minister leaned closer to him and whispered, Your Grace, it is ill-advised to offend both His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Duke of End. The death of Tang Yushi is likely linked to the dagger of the Duke of End, and coupled with the confidential correspondence with the Crown Prince, it nearly points to a singular conclusion. Tang Yushi, who served as a companion to the Duke of End, was, in fact, a covert pawn placed there by the Crown Prince. Once discovered by the Duke, he was swiftly eliminated. His demise entangles the rivalry between the two princes, making further investigation utterly perilous. The Duke of Jinghua inhaled deeply and after a prolonged silence, remarked, My son is foolish. How could he possibly navigate the treacherous waters between two princes? Neither of them possesses a benevolent nature. The minister poured himself a cup of tea, shaking his head, and said, The truth may not be as we perceive it, yet we must resolutely refrain from further entangling ourselves in this murky affair. Today, he has fulfilled his role sufficiently. The Duke of Jinghua fixed him with a cold stare, suggesting that this was not the first time he had handled such a task. The minister grimly waved his hand, saying, One cannot ascend to such a position by immersing oneself solely in duty. These individuals are astute in matters of factional strife. They turn a blind eye, for offending any one of them is universally unwise. With that, the minister took his leave. The Duke of Jinghua then went to view the lifeless body of Tang Yushi, his gaze heavy, ultimately dissolving into a sigh. He was left with only one capable son, while the other two illegitimate sons proved ineffectual. The legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua is betrothed to the Duke of End, and in 6 months, they will become family. The Duke of End has indeed played his cards well. With such a connection, even if he were to murder his eldest son, the Duke of Jinghua would still be compelled to remain bound to him in this alliance. Yet how could he, having killed his own son, dare to contemplate becoming his ally? Such audacity is truly shameless. The Duke of the State summoned Tang Zhao to his study and handed him a confidential letter. As Tang Zhao's brow furrowed, his slender fingers folded the letter, his tone growing somber. Brother, you are being foolish. The Duke fixed his gaze upon him. A hint of scrutiny mingled with concern. You have always been aware of your duties. The Duke patted his shoulder, observing the typically frigid and indifferent glint in his eyes. He had to concede that, in terms of talent and ability, his second son far surpassed the eldest. Yushi had fixated on the position of heir for too long, becoming somewhat delusional. Yet, that role was not one he was destined to occupy. Zhao heir, fulfill your responsibilities as the heir, and do not disappoint your father. Yes. Tang Zhao's eyes remained tranquil, and he inquired, Then, father, should I continue my dealings with the Duke of Duan? He is our enemy. The Duke's expression turned grave as he pondered. Wan is betrothed to him. We are inevitably tied to him. This marriage was bestowed by His Majesty, and the Emperor's intent is unmistakable. Subjects must not defy. A layer of frost immediately enveloped Tang Zhao's gaze. Yet, he anticipated this, thus suppressing his emotions. The emperor had consistently supported the Duke of Duan in his rivalry with the crown prince, and the duke's residence was specifically designated by the emperor to bolster the Duke of Duan's influence. There was no escaping that reality. He had indeed contemplated this. But the power of public opinion was formidable. Upon departing the study, Tang Zhao, adhering to the duke's instructions, incinerated the letter. The evening sun cast its golden glow upon his face, warming his pale skin and dissipating some of the chill that had lingered. The following day, rumors swirled throughout the capital, reaching even the secluded Tang Wan through the lips of her servant. It was said that the duke had slain his former companion, Tang Yushi. Sitting by the window, Tang Wan rested her chin on her hand and smiled faintly as she opened the system panel to observe the duke and the crown prince being thoroughly rebuked by Emperor Ruwu in the court. The duke, who initially vehemently denied the allegations, gradually fell silent, while the crown prince had already succumbed to belief in the gossip. Upon being summoned by Emperor Ruwu, the Duke of the State immediately knelt to plead for forgiveness, asserting that the fault lay entirely with him for failing to educate his sons properly, and imploring the sovereign to mete out punishment. Emperor Ruwu opened his eyes and exhaled a heavy sigh. He indeed harbored resentment towards the Duke. Knowing that this matter should not have been divulged, yet it had spread like wildfire throughout the entire city. However, upon reflection, he considered it a blessing in disguise. This incident provided him an opportunity to suppress both the factions of the crown prince and the duke, whose recent arrogance had become a source of irritation. Both the crown prince and the duke were struck with shock, their hearts heavy with sorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Emperor Ruiwu addressed the duke, stating, "You have lost your son and merit consolation. If I recall correctly, your heir has served as an assistant commander in the Xuanjia Guard for a year. Therefore, let him be promoted to the position of deputy director. What say you?" The duke's spirits soared in an instant, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. Tang Zhao, somewhat taken aback, donned a mask of feigned gratitude and knelt to offer his thanks. Tang Wan observed the proceedings through the panel, her smile deepening. The system remarked, "Indeed, he is a fitting villain." With a calculated act of murder and deceit, he shrouded the various factions in ignorance while securing his own gains. Tang Zhao remained, as ever, true to his nature. Tang Wan's eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture. Brother's thoughts have always been profound. Otherwise, during those 7 years away, we would have been reduced to mere bones. If he were to become an emperor, he would undoubtedly be an exceptional ruler, provided someone could contain the darkness within him. In his heart, Tang Wan was the sole beacon of light, the only one capable of dispelling his shadows. After the morning court session, the Duke of Zhenghua and Tang Zhao walked together, their expressions revealing a degree of delight. After a moment, he inquired, "Was it you who disclosed this matter?" Tang Zhao paused, frowning. "Father, it was not I." The Duke stroked his beard and grunted. "Then it seems Minister Zheng cannot rein in the tongues of his subordinates. Nonetheless, this may be for the best. However, regarding Wan's marriage," the Duke pondered, "she has come of age. We cannot delay her marriage any longer." Tang Zhao lowered his voice. "Father, the Emperor has just annulled the marriage. At this juncture, it is prudent not to hasten the arrangement of a new one." Indeed. The Duke fell silent. In the evening, upon returning from the Xinjia Guards, Tang Zhao found a note in the study and promptly changed his attire before heading to the courtyard. As he approached the lakeside, his keen eyesight spotted Tang Wan quietly brewing tea in the pavilion at the lake center. He stepped onto the long bridge above the water, his gaze unwavering as he observed her. The woman, clad in azure, with ebony hair and a slender figure, moved gracefully. The strands of hair at her cheeks danced softly in the breeze, exuding an elegance that was otherworldly. Her eyes, resembling delicate peonies shrouded in mist, conveyed an illusion of being profoundly cherished when she focused her gaze on someone. Sensing his approach, Tang Wan turned her head to gaze at him, her brows and eyes blossoming into a smile, delicate and melodious. "Brother," she was not brewing tea, but rather concocting wine, the rich aroma enveloping the air. Tang Zhao could only behold her smile, feeling as though he were already intoxicated. Tang Wan tilted her head slightly, choosing not to remind him. A question posed with full awareness. She shot him a playful glance before leaning in to pour him wine. Her skill in both tea brewing and winemaking was exceptional. While she often prepared tea, whenever she brewed wine, it was assuredly for his enjoyment. Brother has been promoted. Surely, indulging in a glass is not out of place. Tang Wan glanced around, ensuring they were alone, and then leaned closer, whispering with a laugh, "I could finish an entire pot without concern, as long as others remain oblivious. Tang Xiao's expression softened, seemingly filled with immense joy. He raised the jade cup and drained it in one go. After all, the opportune moment to shatter this delicate barrier had yet to arrive. Was Wan referring to the scheme against the Duke of Duan? Anticipating her inquiry, Tang Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he replied earnestly, "The Duke of Duan is not a suitable match. I do not wish for you to wed into his household." This was one reason. The second lay within his shadowed thoughts. He could scarcely fathom the day when the woman he cherished would leave for another, departing from his life and entering someone else's joyous carriage. Whenever he contemplated that moment, it felt as if his heart were gripped by a mighty hand, instantly constricting, overwhelmed by a tide of suffocating despair. "Brother cares for me. I am aware." Tang Wan spoke softly. Tang Xiao struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions surging within him, carefully draping a cloak over her shoulders, his eyes filled with unspoken affection. The wind in the pavilion grew stronger. As he fastened her shoelaces, he dared not touch her, yet this moment marked the closest they had ever been. She bit her lip, emotions nearly overwhelming her, and a faint blush colored the corners of her eyes as she lifted her gaze to meet his. A delicate haze clouded her eyes, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Is my father in such haste to arrange my next marriage? Yet, I have not even shared with you the qualities I desire in a husband." Tang Xiao momentarily found himself breathless, his fingers still gripping the shoelaces, their tips turning pale. At that moment, he heard the insincerity in his own words. "What do you wish for? Your brother can keep an eye out for you." Tang Wan, upon hearing this, gently pressed her lips together, a smile gracing her features. Her eyes locked onto his, and she spoke each word with solemnity. "I like a brother like you. If he were to differ even slightly from you, I would not be fond of him." He appeared momentarily entranced, his throat bobbing with unspoken emotion. Tang Wan then playfully murmured, her gaze sparkling with mischief as she averted her eyes. "Is it truly so difficult? Brother, do not forget to keep an eye out for me. Until you find someone, please ask father not to hastily arrange a marriage for me." As she poured him a drink, he, overcome with emotion, seized her delicate, porcelain-like fingers. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Tang Xiao could feel the tumultuous ache of his heart, yearning for her. Did she truly desire a man like him? Could he not be the one? At that moment, Ling Yu approached briskly from the long bridge. Upon witnessing the charged atmosphere between the two, she hesitated briefly before promptly leaning in to say, "Third miss, young master. Someone is coming." Ling Yu lowered her head and saw Tang Xiao dazedly release Tang Wan's hand, the faint red marks on her slender fingers betraying the intensity of his uncontrolled emotions. Ling Yu immediately focused her gaze, contemplating silently with a sigh. Some matters are always clearer to the observer. The young master must conceal himself more effectively. He must not allow others to discover the truth. Tang Wan rose, offering a respectful bow to Tang Xiao. "I shall take my leave now. Brother, do remember to finish your wine." He watched her retreating figure, his heart tethered to her presence. After a long while, she vanished from sight. A contingent of palace guards passed by, saluting him from a distance by the lakeside. His expression abruptly turned cold as he scrutinized them, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Tang Xiao continued to drink, the defined lashes casting shadows over the swirling darkness in his eyes. Why must it be someone else? What if it were he? Would his Wan accept such feelings? Yet, this sentiment ultimately remains unaccepted by society. If she were to discover that the brother she relies upon harbors such thoughts, would she deem him a madman? Tang Xiao closed his eyes, his lips brushing the edge of the white jade cup, slowly descending to kiss the spot touched by her fingers. A blend of affection and restraint. That night, as Tang Wan prepared for her evening routine, Tang Yunyan arrived. While combing her smooth, long hair at the vanity, Tang Wan casually remarked, "I will not meet." The maid beside her promptly exited to convey the message. Anticipating her rejection, Tang Yunyan, accompanied by several attendants, pushed past the maid and entered uninvited. Tang Wan frowned slightly, lazily lifting her gaze. Under the candlelight, her breathtaking beauty seemed almost confrontational, momentarily stunning Tang Yunyan. "What urgent matter brings you here at this hour, elder sister?" Tang Wan offered her a gentle smile, dispelling the earlier tension as if it were merely an illusion. Tang Yunyan, however, wore a serious expression as she replied, "Mother wishes to discuss something important with you. Come with me." Tang Wan hesitated as she glanced at the sky, her voice gentle. "I ought to wash up and retire for the night. If I rest past the hour of the pig, I shall awaken with a headache. Lady Li, being perceptive, will surely understand." With that, she exchanged a knowing look with Ling Yu. See our guest out. Tang Wan. Tang Yunyan bit her lip. Are you truly certain you do not wish to discuss your marriage with mother today? Tang Wan stifled a laugh, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Elder sister's own marriage remains unsettled. Why would Lady Li be in haste concerning mine? Ling Yu urged Tang Yunyan to leave, and Tang Wan softly added, by the way, elder sister, please convey to Lady Li that my marriage will be determined by father and brother. She ought not to meddle. A shiver ran down her spine, and upon a closer inspection, it seemed merely an illusion. Tang Wan still smiled, her expression innocent and sweet. 3 years prior, Tang Wan had caused her public humiliation, utterly tarnishing her reputation, leaving their mother in distress over her marriage prospects. Just as she suspected, Tang Wan was no benevolent soul. Her ruthlessness rivaled that of Tang Zhao. Those 7 years had imparted many lessons, and she wore her mask exceptionally well. Although she lacked Tang Zhao's decisive cruelty, she possessed her own methods. She adeptly maneuvered her way to a better life, skillfully orchestrating the downfall of her adversaries. The next day, Tang Wan awoke and leisurely finished her breakfast, when someone came to inform her that she was requested at Jingya Hall. Upon her arrival, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lady Li. The makeup on Lady Li's face was as thick as a wall, yet it did little to conceal her weariness. Indeed, the deceased son cannot attain a favorable outcome. He has been dismissed by all with indifference. How could she possibly be devoid of profound sorrow? She has arrived. Please take your seats. Mrs. Li's face bore no semblance of a smile, her demeanor as pale as the color of her attire. Not only had she come, but also 2 other illegitimate daughters and a son. Upon her arrival, they all rose to pay their respects. Tang Wan nodded towards them, indicating they should sit, before inquiring, what pressing matter brings Mrs. Li to summon us all? She discerned that Mrs. Li did not summon her to discuss a marriage proposal. Her words from the previous night had been laced with veiled threats, and Mrs. Li lacked the authority to intervene. The mere act of inviting them caused Mrs. Li considerable distress. After a moment's pause, she finally spoke. In 2 days, it will be the 15th. I shall take you all to the Ingguo temple to pay our respects, so you may also pray for your elder brother. Her gaze sharpened as she added, after all, he is your elder brother. Some should not entertain thoughts of finding excuses to abstain. Should one be so heartless and cold-blooded? They may not comprehend the repercussions that await. Upon hearing this, Tang Wan recognized that the remarks were directed at her. She smirked and concurred, indeed, you all must listen carefully. Pray earnestly for our brother. Recite the sutras for his rebirth before the Buddha, and beseech the king of hell not to condemn him to the depths of the 18 hells, allowing him to suffer less retribution. Mrs. Li, hearing the emphasis on retribution, rubbed her throbbing temples, feeling as though her veins might burst. She waved her hand, dismissing them all. As the narrative unfolds, we transition directly into the next scene. The events that were destined to occur at the incense offering will indeed transpire, and the host must brace themselves accordingly. Tang Wan's slender fingers grazed thoughtfully, her eyes curving slightly as she remarked, I understand. This presents a splendid opportunity, as it has been delivered to her hands much earlier than anticipated. She must devise a careful plan, ensuring that she does not become ensnared herself. The Duke of Jingguo remained silent, a wave of discomfort washing over him. And after a deep sigh, he stated, then let it be so, but do not disguise it as a blessing for you, Shi. Rather, let it be a prayer for the family. Lady Li dabbed at the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, her tone tinged with sorrow. Indeed. Tang Zhao, perusing the affairs entrusted to him by the Duke, listened attentively and then clasped his hands in respect, asserting, Father, I ought to accompany you to pay my respects to my elder brother. After all, with Tang Yushi deceased, there would be no risk of inciting fury. Lady Li paused, casting a swift, shadowed glance in his direction. The Duke nodded in approval. Lady Li had no authority to sway his convictions nor to restrain the heir, Tang Zhao, and thus she acquiesced with bowed head and compliant demeanor. Thus, 2 days hence, at the hour of the snake, the heir shall accompany us to Ingguo Temple. As the 2 days elapsed, the 15th day arrived, and 4 carriages came to a halt at the entrance of the Duke's residence. The foremost carriage bore Lady Li and Tang Yunyan, the second carried Tang Wan, while Tang Zhao rode alongside on horseback, with the remaining 2 carriages occupied by the illegitimate sons and daughters. Tang Wan lifted the curtain to gaze at the weather, her attention shifting from the radiant scenery to the profound silhouette of Tang Zhao nearby. The base of the carriage was elevated, nearly matching the height of Tang Zhao on horseback, allowing her to gaze slightly upward and clearly observe his profile. Clad in official robes, he emanated an air of sternness. While in casual attire, he exuded a graceful demeanor. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at her, inquiring with his gaze about her curious observation. Tang Wan blinked, her eyes sparkling, and with a smile, she lowered the curtain. She gently patted Ling Yu's hand, soothingly whispering, "Ling Yu, simply do as I say. And there will be no unforeseen occurrences, do not overthink it." Ling Yu nodded, still ensnared by her unease. Upon reaching Anhua Temple, Tang Zhao remained steadfastly by Tang Wan's side, prompting a swift furrow of concern from Madame Li. Upon entering the temple, they donated incense money, and the group knelt on the mats, closing their eyes in quiet meditation as they chanted scriptures. According to the etiquette of hierarchy, Tang Wan and Madame Li knelt side by side, the latter burning the scriptures for the deceased in the fire basin before them. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the hall, causing ashes and fragments of gray paper destined for incineration to swirl and settle upon Tang Wan's skirt. Startled, she turned silently to Madame Li, who remained composed and softly advised, "Before the Buddha, one must not be in unclean attire. You must go to the side room and change into proper clothing." Tang Wan rose to comply, but Tang Zhao attempted to follow. She said, "Brother, I am merely going to change my attire. Ling Yu will accompany me." With that, she departed with Ling Yu. A young maidservant brought forth the garments set aside for her in the carriage, and as she made her way toward the side room, she whispered to Ling Yu, "It is that maidservant." The maid understood. Upon entering the side chamber, with the door firmly shut, Tang Wan did not hasten to change her attire. Instead, she took deliberate steps and inquired of 099, the detoxification elixir produced by the System 1T be detectable by the physician, will it? 099 replied, "Of course not. It leaves no residual traces in the body." Having consumed only half of the antidote, Tang Wan merely hoped to retain a semblance of rationality. Ling Yu paced within the chamber, and in the blink of an eye, she seized the man concealed beneath the bed. The man in white widened his eyes, about to exclaim, when Tang Wan snatched a wooden box from the table, forcefully striking him on the head with its sharp edge. Blood immediately flowed from his wound, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Ling Yu laid him on the floor and cautiously opened a crack in the window to observe the surroundings. Tang Wan touched her spare garments and turned to her, saying, "Go now. The appointed time has not yet arrived, and those lurking in the shadows remain less vigilant." "Indeed, miss, exercise utmost caution," Ling Yu responded before swiftly departing. Tang Wan secured the door latch, took her attire behind the screen, and upon unfolding it, a small red bead rolled to the ground and shattered. The fragments transformed into droplets at a visible pace, rising as a faint red mist, ultimately vanishing into the air. Tang Wan gazed down, her breathing steady, catching a whiff of an alluring sweetness. A slight smile graced her lips, and her clear eyes momentarily dulled. "Forgive me, brother, but I must outwit you this time." The effects of the intoxicating potion were indeed formidable, rendering one dizzy and disoriented within mere breaths. Tang Wan's heart raced, blood coursing through his veins amidst a haze of dizziness, his body unbearably warm. Yet, as he continued his search, he could not find Tang Wan. His gaze sharpened suddenly, sensing something amiss, and he hastened forward. He discovered a closed room within, knocking on the door. "Wan, are you inside?" Logically, Ling Yu should not have been away from Tang Wan's side. As a military official, Tang Zhao possessed acute instincts, enabling him to discern the breath of two individuals within. Jing Yuan, standing behind Tang Zhao, promptly assisted in battering the door. The door, overwhelmed by the force, splintered open, revealing a disheveled scene of blue garments strewn across the floor. His heart lurched, and he swiftly turned to Jing Yuan, commanding, "Stay outside and keep watch." In the next moment, the door was shut again. However, instead of rushing in to strike, he circled behind a screen, seeking the source of the suppressed breathing. In an instant, Tang Zhao froze, his breath caught in his throat. The summer heat amplified every sensation, and an unknown emotion began to simmer within him, yearning to break free. A woman huddled in the corner, her eyes glazed and shrouded in a thick haze. The corners of her eyes adorned with a vibrant hue that spoke of boundless springtime passions. Her lips, a deep crimson akin to a blooming rose, quivered softly as she breathed. Tang Zhao had never witnessed her in such a state, his gaze hesitant to meet her porcelain shoulders, his palms slick with perspiration, rarely flustered. He quickly retrieved a spare outfit from the floor and draped it over her. As he drew near, his presence enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Tang Wan suddenly leaned in, her soft arms encircling his waist, her feverish face pressed against his clothing, murmuring incoherently. Her whispers, laced with breathlessness, were imbued with a seductive timbre. "It's so hot. I beg of you." Tang Zhao trembled as he adjusted her disheveled attire. His eyes suffused with crimson, his voice low and hoarse. "Dress properly. I will take you away." She clung tightly to his chest, tears of unbearable anguish spilling from her eyes, soaking his garment, her voice tinged with a raspy sob. "Please, I feel so unwell." As she spoke, she trembled and tugged at his clothing, her movements awkward yet enticing. Unable to endure any longer, Tang Zhao pressed her against the wall, deliberately enunciating each word. His voice thicker and more hoarse. "Do you know who I am? How dare you ask for my help?" There remained a flicker of rationality within Tang Wan. She understood his torment and restraint, her heart aching as if it were being flayed. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like strings of broken pearls. A torrent of tightly woven emotions. "I know," she said, grasping his large hand and pressing her cheek into his palm, her eyes shimmering with emotion as they bore into his. "It's you, brother," she murmured, her gaze growing more hazy, suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck, her crimson lips hovering near his, parting to utter, "As long as it's you, brother, I adore you." In the next moment, she captured his lips in a fervent kiss, her urgency igniting a chaos within him. In his mind, a thunderous sound erupted, his reason collapsing, overwhelmed by both her words and her kiss. He stood there, dazed for a long while, his heart racing as if it might explode, his eyes bloodshot. In the shadowy corner behind the screen, two figures entwined in a fervent embrace. Jingyuan, stationed outside the door, was visibly affected. Being a practitioner of martial arts himself, he could hear everything due to the poor sound insulation of the adjoining room. He sighed inwardly, realizing the truth of the situation. He could surmise the young master's feelings toward the young lady. Yet he had not anticipated that she too harbored similar sentiments. Tang Wan, initially somewhat lucid, found her clarity dissipating under the prolonged kiss from Tang Zhao. He suddenly withdrew slightly, hastily helping her don her garments, his eyes still a deep crimson, brimming with overwhelming emotion. His delicate lips brushed over her brow and nose in a soothing manner. She gazed at him with eyes filled with a dreamy affection, perplexed by the turn of events. Gently, he caressed her long hair and kissed her eyes, his voice hoarse yet tender. "We cannot linger. I must take you away at once." Having said this, he pulled up a spare garment to cover her face completely, then scooped her up in his arms, striding purposefully out. As he caught sight of the unconscious figure in white, Tang Zhao's expression darkened, and he commanded Jingyuan, "Eliminate him." Thus, when Ling Yu hurriedly arrived, carrying Tang Yunyuan, she was met only with the sight of the man's lifeless body. She paid little heed to it, hastily stripping both of their garments and placing them on a bed before departing swiftly. A mere quarter of an hour had elapsed since Tang Wan had left to change. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Lady Li completed her prayers and, after bowing devoutly, contemplated the incident in the adjoining room, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her mouth. The one who uncovered the events in the room was a lady from the Marquis's residence. She was completely unaware, and upon being led there, she was taken aback, emerging with several daughters and attendants, exchanging glances that reflected their amusement at the unfolding drama. At that moment, Lady Li arrived with her legitimate and illegitimate children, perplexed as to why Wan had changed her attire for a mere quarter of an hour. The lady of the Ho residence covered her mouth, her expression laced with distaste. "You should go in and take a look. This is truly scandalous." Lady Li, aware that they had all witnessed the scene, felt a sense of satisfaction, yet upon entering and discovering her own daughter on the bed, she staggered back in horror, collapsing to the ground. It was over. Meanwhile, Tang Wan was forcibly rendered unconscious by the physician's needle, while Tang Zhao observed her flushed face with concern. The physician brewed a bowl of medicine before departing, and unable to restrain himself any longer, Tang Zhao leaned down and gently kissed her lips. This took place at a villa outside the city. When Ling Yu arrived, Jing Yuan intercepted her, whispering a caution, "Be careful." Ling Yu felt a shiver run down her spine as she entered to offer her apologies. Tang Zhao administered the medicine to Tang Wan and tucked her in before turning to her, his voice low and icy. "What transpired? Speak of everything in detail." Tang Zhao instructed, "Investigate thoroughly. Determine whose influence lies behind this." Shortly after Ling Yu left, Tang Wan began to stir, slowly lifting her heavy eyelids. Her mind remained clouded, her brows furrowed tightly. With his left hand cradling her face, Tang Zhao gently comforted her, his fingers smoothing out the lines of her brow. As Tang Wan attempted to sit up, he supported her, allowing her to lean against the soft pillow, softly asking, "Are you still feeling unwell?" She blinked, her vision gradually clarifying once more. Raising her hand, she rubbed her sore eyes and gazed at him with confusion. "Brother, have I been crying?" He nodded, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon her. "What happened?" Her voice was soft, yet she looked at him with undeniable reliance. Tang Zhao swallowed hard. "You were under the influence of an aphrodisiac. I summoned physician Shui to provide you with an antidote." Tang Wan's expression stiffened, her breath faltering as she anxiously inquired, "Did you come to rescue me, brother?" "Yes, I." Tang Wan's lips gradually turned pale, her gaze evasive, almost too afraid to meet his. "Did I act inappropriately?" He remained silent, his large hand cradling the back of her neck, his dark eyes harboring profound affection as he spoke gently. Wan, what constitutes inappropriate behavior?" Her delicate face turned completely ashen, her long, dark lashes trembling as they fell, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice breaking. "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to." With a hint of a sob in her tone, she leaned in to embrace him desperately, her voice a low confession. "But no one in this world is better than you. I feel this way about you, brother, and I am at fault. I only wish for you not to despise me." In Tang Zhao's mind, fireworks exploded. Nothing delighted him more than hearing her acknowledge her feelings for him. He lifted her chin, his gaze ablaze with unmasked passion. First, he leaned down to gently kiss her lips, and as she looked at him in surprise, he pressed a kiss to her cheek, whispering softly in her ear, One has done nothing wrong. I am elated. How could I ever despise you?" His magnetic voice, filled with tenderness and laughter, was utterly enchanting. Tang Wan felt a delightful tickle in her ear, instinctively shrinking her neck. He cradled her delicate face, gazing intently into her eyes, and declared with sincerity, "I have remembered every word you spoke today." His rough fingers caressed her soft features, his gaze tender, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, exuding warmth and affection. Before long, he could no longer resist leaning down to kiss her, traversing from her eyes to her lips, whispering in between, "I love you, Wan. I dared not speak of it, nor let you know. I am sorry for making you wait so long." Tang Wan looked at him with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. There were no more words, just the infinite closeness of their hearts. Moments later, nestled in his embrace, Tang Wan's voice softened. "Brother, can we leave together to a place where no one knows us?" The implication was to soar away to freedom, a thought that Tang Zhao also cherished. Just the mere contemplation filled him with anticipation and joy. "Of course," he replied gently. "We will not live in hiding as we did before. Once I have everything arranged, I will take you away." Tang Zhao pondered carefully, holding her close. The summer in Jiangnan brings frequent torrential rains. Several petitions for flood control have already been submitted to the emperor. I suspect that within 2 days, the emperor will send someone to Jiangnan for flood relief. "Are you planning to go?" Tang Wan asked, lifting her head. "I believe this is a splendid opportunity." Tang Zhao tucked her hair behind her ear. "The emperor will undoubtedly dispatch the crown prince or the Duke of Duan as an envoy, accompanied by 2 elite guard units. I am to be assigned to this mission to feign death in Jiangnan and escape." Tang Wan, embracing his plan, wore a beaming smile. Yet, as she contemplated the narrative of the recent flood relief in Jiangnan, where the Duke was ensnared by the crown prince's machinations and swept away by the deluge, her smile faded. The emperor had imposed severe penalties on his personal guard, Tang Zhao, subjecting him to 50 strokes of the rod, stripping him of all positions, and relegating him to the status of a criminal. She grasped his hand earnestly and said, "Brother, if I wish for you not to lead the personal guard to escort the imperial envoy, could you refrain from going? What is the matter? If you do not go, we shall find another way. The floods in Jiangnan are dire, and I fear for your safety." Tang Zhao chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, and agreed, "Very well. We shall devise an alternative. I will not go to Jiangnan. Once the floods have subsided, I will take you there to enjoy its beauty." Tang Wan nodded vigorously. However, deep down, she understood the futility of escaping their fate. Tang Zhao would inevitably discover his heritage as a descendant of the Wang family, and the Princess of Lincoln, along with the remnants of the Yan King's loyalists, would urge him toward vengeance. He would find no peace. Yet he was swayed by the prospect of being with the noble princess and the one he cherished, thus igniting his ambitions for the throne. Tang Wan embraced him tightly, whispering with deep affection in his ear, "Brother, No one in this world is more important than you. I will always be by your side. Her devotion was not merely for the sake of a so-called rescue mission, but stemmed from her love for him. Whether he chose to flee with her into obscurity or ascend to the pinnacle of power to be openly together, she would support him and accompany him. They were each other's dearest love. As Tang Zhao listened to her tender whispers, a radiant smile graced his face, his eyes brimming with adoration, his heart melting into a pool of warmth. "Dear brother, would it be agreeable for you to find me a couple more maidservants?" She nestled against him for a while, before he gently replied, "Are you feeling that today Ling Yu has fallen short in her duties?" She gazed up at him, affectionately kissing his chin. "However, she departed only upon my command, and she performed admirably thereafter. I understand, but I cannot allow a repeat of today's incident." He tenderly reassured her, "We must secure 2 more attendants. You must always have someone by your side." Tang Wan nodded, then spoke. "Today must surely be the doing of Lady Li. She either aims to ruin my reputation or hastily marry me off to that man." Tang Zhao's features gradually tightened, revealing a fierce cold fury. Suddenly, Tang Wan raised her hand to rest on his shoulder, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, her voice barely a breath. "But that man is affiliated with the Crown Prince. He inadvertently let something slip. Lady Li has been outmaneuvered. The Crown Prince has cunningly used her scheme against her." The Crown Prince. Initially, he held no grievances against the Crown Prince, but now, he must be wary of potential future schemes directed at him. Upon returning home, they heard of Tang Yunyan's scandal and her swift engagement. Tang Yunyan remained oblivious to her mother's machinations against Tang Wan, only aware that she had been wronged, and it didn't take long for her to suspect Tang Wan's involvement. Her mother hastily arranged a marriage for her, forcing the esteemed daughter of a duke to accept a hurried union. "Wretched girl, why do you always ruin me?" Tang Wan raised an eyebrow in confusion and replied, "What does this have to do with me? You ought to direct your inquiries towards Lady Li. It is indeed your doing." Tang Yunyan, held back by Ling Yu, struggled frantically. Tang Wan harbored no desire to quarrel with her. She approached and seized her by the collar, her eyes gleaming with a cunning and frosty light. Leaning closer, she whispered with a sly chuckle, "Tell your mother, it is merely a matter of retribution." With that, she suddenly exerted force, pushing Tang Yunyan away. Having already entered the courtyard, she did not cast another glance in her direction. Upon hearing the words of retribution, Tang Yunyan felt as if her strength had drained away. Leaning against the soft couch in a daze, she had lost her accomplished son, and her daughter was to be married off to a family of a 4th-rank civil official. Could it be that her transgressions, having led to the death of Princess Linkong, were now exacting a toll on her children? 2 days later, the Emperor Ruiwu indeed brought up the matter of flood control in Jiangnan in the court. He first designated the still-imprisoned Prince Duan and 2 specialized officials from the Ministry of Works as envoys, intending to appoint 2 squads of personal guards as well. The Emperor Ruiwu had originally intended to send Tang Zhao, as the Duke of Jingguo's household was filled with his trusted aides, allowing him to monitor Prince Duan closely. This was a favorable assignment, albeit perhaps not entirely so, as all the military officials understood. Nevertheless, there were those among them eager to take risks for glory. Several military officers had already come forth to request the decree, speaking earnestly. The Emperor Ruwu scrutinized them, noticing that 2 were his loyal supporters, which prompted him to relax, waving his hand to command them to lead the guard teams forth. After being confined for several days, Prince Duan was finally permitted to emerge, appointed as the envoy for flood control in Jiangnan. With his release, the Crown Prince was also freed. Tang Zhao, observing that the individual approaching was a retainer of Prince Duan, understood the unspoken message and dismounted, waiting aside. Soon, he heard the cheerful voices of Prince Duan and the officials from the Ministry of Works drawing nearer, until they stood before him, having encountered His Highness the Crown Prince. Tang Zhao's voice resonated with an unfamiliar distance. The Crown Prince gestured for others to withdraw, locking eyes with Tang Zhao's abyssal gaze. He gently patted Tang Zhao's shoulder and murmured, "I have been abruptly confined, and there are matters I could not convey. Thus, I shall be succinct. Your elder brother was not slain by my hand. Rather, there exists a clandestine orchestrator who has conspired against both me and the Crown Prince." Tang Zhao maintained his detached demeanor, replying, "On your singular assertion, I cannot, in good conscience, place my trust." The Crown Prince pressed his lips together, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "I recall your tenuous relationship with Yushi. What is this? Do you now seek to use that as a pretext to distance yourself from me?" Tang Zhao clasped his hands, lowering his gaze in a display of utmost respect. "I would not dare, Your Highness. However, I must confess my genuine incredulity, for the murder weapon, the dagger, exists in singularity within the capital." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince felt a throbbing headache. The dagger bestowed upon him was unique, distinguished by its larger size, inscribed with the date of his birth. No craftsman in the entire capital, or even the nation, dared replicate it. It was precisely this distinctiveness that branded him as the perpetrator. The shadowy figure behind this machination aimed to usurp power, willing to risk the capital crime of forging a dagger. What was there to fear? The Crown Prince declared vehemently. He and the Crown Prince were of similar ilk, perhaps merely a shade more benevolent than the latter. His hubris blinded him to the true aspirations of those beneath him, leaving him perplexed as to why Tang Yuxi, despite being his companion, willingly served as the Crown Prince's pawn. What Tang Yuxi yearned for most was the position of the Duke of the State. Alas, the prince he served remained oblivious to his true desires. Thus, after the Crown Prince pledged his support for him to attain the position of heir, he wavered and betrayed his former master. It remains uncertain whether the Duke of Duan comprehends this. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, the sky had fully darkened. Awaiting Tang Zhao at the entrance, his trusted confidant, Chong Lin, leaned in and whispered, "Young master, the third miss has sent you dinner." After the dishes were laid out, Tang Zhao suddenly commanded, "You may all leave." Once the room was cleared of all attendants, he retrieved the most inconspicuous piece of stationery. The handwriting was delicate and gentle, initially sharing the day's events with him. But as the narrative progressed, a subtle sharpness began to emerge from its tenderness. Tang Zhao's originally smiling demeanor gradually transformed into a keen intensity. Ultimately, he tore away the portions regarding the Duke of Duan and the Crown Prince, incinerating them in the flames, while carefully preserving the earlier sections that recounted amusing anecdotes, imbued with the charming essence of a young lady. As he partook of his evening meal, he mused that Wanwan truly shared an unspoken bond with him, aligning perfectly with his thoughts. The Duke of Duan's expedition to Jiangnan was destined for significant accomplishments, intended to enhance his standing in the Emperor's eyes and acquire new power to compensate for the loss of the Duke of Zhen's support. Therefore, he would undoubtedly exert himself in the matter of flood control. However, the flooding in Jiangnan was exceedingly perilous, with many swept away by the torrents. Thus, the Crown Prince would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to eliminate the Duke of Duan. The Crown Prince's malice far exceeded that of the Duke of Duan. Even if the Duke took precautions, he might still fall victim to the Crown Prince's schemes. Tang Zhao initially believed that the Duke of Duan was likely to perish. So why not devise a plan to ensnare the Crown Prince? Even if the Duke of Duan did not perish due to the Crown Prince's scheme, he must ensure that the world recognizes the Crown Prince as the puppet master behind the murder. As Wanwan aptly stated in her letter, should the Duke of Duan alone fall while the Crown Prince remains unscathed, the Emperor would undoubtedly be consumed with fury. However, if it were revealed that the Crown Prince was indeed the mastermind behind the Duke's demise, the Emperor might feel a sense of relief, for he could then decisively suppress the faction of the Crown Prince. What the Emperor desires is a delicate balance. Being in the prime of his life, he would not tolerate his son coveting his position, nor would he allow any faction to dominate. The simultaneous downfall of both the Duke of Duan and the Crown Prince's party would align with his innermost wishes. With the support of Tang Wan's correspondence, Tang Zhao resolved to intervene. Beneath his silent gaze, a faint crimson hue concealed his malice. He had long harbored thoughts of eliminating the Duke of Duan. The moment he first witnessed Wanwan asserting her dominion before him, he felt an impulse to conspire against the royal family. This matter required meticulous planning. Merely half a month after the Duke of Duan and his entourage departed for Jiangnan, the day of the town earl's eldest daughter's wedding arrived. Although Tang Yuyan was marrying beneath her station, to demonstrate the town earl's esteem, Lady Li and the town earl orchestrated an exceedingly grand affair. Box after box of dowries was transported amidst the sound of gongs and drums, radiating joy. As the lavish bridal sedan chair made its way around the capital before heading towards the western capital, the bride garnered considerable attention, and within the confines of her palanquin, Tang Yunyan tightly clutched her handkerchief, her eyes tinged with red as she lifted her chin in a display of defiance. Despite Tang Wan's efforts to diminish her standing, her parents still cherished her, striving to elevate her status in her new family, ensuring they understood that she was not the discarded daughter of the Earl's household. Yet, midway to the capital of Xijing, as they passed by the northern gate, a band of marauders suddenly emerged, laughing raucously while seizing silks and brocades, thereby throwing the procession into disarray. Amidst the chaos, wedding gifts were strewn across the ground, and many servants and guards were injured, with the closest soldiers of the Xiangwu Guard rushing to apprehend the bandits. In a flurry, a maid hastily lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, intending to inquire about Tang Yunyin's well-being, but upon catching sight of the empty space, her eyes widened in shock as she screamed, "The young lady is missing." Another wave of panic ensued, with the wedding party and those escorting the bride milling about like headless chickens. Upon hearing the news, the crown prince, who was attending to affairs at the Xiangwu Guard, wore a grim expression, slamming down the documents on his table before mounting his horse and galloping towards the northern city gate. It was already too late. He might have forever forged an enmity with the Duke of the State. When Lady Li learned of this incident, her vision blurred, nearly causing her to faint. In a frenzy, she searched the entire estate for Tang Wan. Tang Wan, meanwhile, was in the courtyard, feeding the fish. On this auspicious day, she donned a bright, delicate yellow attire, leaning against a red-painted railing, her slender waist resembling a willow leaf, standing gracefully. She absent-mindedly tossed food into the pond full of koi when Lady Li rushed over, calling her name in a loud voice, prompting Tang Wan to pause and turn around in confusion. Tang Wan. Lady Li had reached her side, her eyes bloodshot with rage. "How could your heart be so cruel?" Tang Wan glanced down at the porcelain bowl of fish food in her hands, then looked back at her, innocence reflected in her gaze. "I am merely feeding the fish. How does that make my heart cruel?" Before Lady Li could raise her voice in reprimand, she scattered the fish food in her hand. The shimmering light of the lake reflected in her eyes. With a tone that was both playful and chilling, she remarked, "I have also heard about the matter concerning my elder sister. Do you believe I am responsible? If you think so, then present your evidence. Without proof, who would believe your claims?" Tang Wan's voice was sweet, with a teasing lilt at the end. Lady Li, perceiving the underlying meaning, trembled and raised her hand incessantly, her breathing heavy. Tang Wan exchanged a knowing glance with Ling Yu, who understood and pushed Lady Li's maid away. Tang Wan approached Lady Li, grasping her outstretched hand firmly, compelling her step by step until she was backed against a pillar. Holding her down, Tang Wan's voice was laced with mischief. "I have already stated. It is merely tit for tat. This is just the beginning, and you are already so enraged? Tang Wan, your heart is so malicious. You shall face divine retribution. How am I any more malicious than you?" Tang Wan blinked, twisting Lady Li's wrist to the side and thrusting her away. "Go on. Tell everyone it was I who did this. You have lost your son, and your daughter has met such a fate. You must have been driven mad long ago. Who would believe your words?" Indeed, Lady Li was teetering on the brink of madness, overwhelmed by the shock. She had not considered how Tang Wan could have orchestrated the entry of the bandits while remaining in seclusion. Only Tang Zhao had the capacity to execute such a plan. A scheme devised in collaboration with Tang Wan, ostensibly aimed at harming Tang Yunyin, it was, in truth, a stratagem to sow discord targeting the crown prince. The northern city gate was guarded by the Xiangwu guards, under the crown prince's command. Thus, the infiltration of bandits was a dereliction of his duty. The victim of the bandits was the young lady of the Duke of Jinguo's residence, which would undoubtedly lead to enmity between the crown prince and the duke. Meanwhile, they were also leveraging each other's strengths. Upon learning of this incident, Emperor Rui Wu, for the sake of his trusted confidant, the duke, and his own ulterior motives, would surely impose punishment upon the crown prince. Tang Wan continued to feed the fish, her eyes sparkling with a bright and lively light. Before long, one of the maidservants sent by Tang Zhao, named Coral, approached her and said, "Miss, Lady Li is searching for the duke everywhere. Her hair disheveled and her demeanor resembling that of a madwoman. In my humble opinion, she has indeed lost her sanity." Tang Wan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Knowing Coral possessed medical skills, it seemed Lady Li had truly gone mad. After a moment of astonishment, she let out a soft laugh, exclaiming, "How amusing." After some contemplation, she whispered to Coral, "Encourage her madness a bit more, but ensure she does not perish. I want her to remain alive." Coral immediately took her leave to carry out the task. Tang Wan seated herself on a stone bench, coughed lightly, her figure resembling a willow, with an expression of innocent purity. The slight upward curve of her eyes turned a delicate shade of red, adding to her allure. Everything was of no concern to her. The crown prince gritted his teeth and implored, "May Father Emperor grant me a deadline? I shall personally interrogate those vagrants to uncover who allowed them entry." If this matter remains unresolved, it poses a threat to the entire imperial city. Emperor Rui Wu looked down at him from his elevated position, stating, "There is no need for you to handle this. I shall assign it to your seventh brother." The seventh prince stepped forward, ambition gleaming in his lowered eyes, replying, "I am grateful to Father Emperor. I shall ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated." The crown prince remained kneeling, a faint smirk playing on his lips. How capable could a mere youth, not yet of age, be in executing such tasks? Let us wait and see. Today, Tang Zhao showed no regard for his elder sister, who was recently married, and insisted on attending his duties. Upon returning to the residence, he was summoned by the Duke of the State, where he listened with lowered head to a few words, all of which entered through one ear and exited through the other. Upon hearing about Lady Li's descent into madness, a notable astonishment crossed his face. "Father, what do you intend to do?" The Duke rubbed his temples, his expression somber. "We must not allow her to continue bringing shame upon herself. Find an appropriate time for her departure." Tang Yunyan had only just married, and now she was to be without a mother. A hint of cold sarcasm flickered in Tang Zhao's eyes. The following day marked his day of rest. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Father, the recent bandits and vagrants roaming the outskirts of the capital have been cleared by several guards, making the area quite safe. I wish to take one to the estate." She had recently mentioned the night blooming Sirius there. The Duke shifted slightly, thoughtfully stroking his beard, his keen gaze assessing the gentleness on Tang Zhao's face. "Zhaoer, tell me first, regarding today's bandit incidents, did you involve yourself?" "Father, I was completely unaware." Tang Zhao's smile faded. "As you wish." He maintained his composure, though a chilling depth lingered in his eyes. "If you wish to go, then go. However, despite your fraternal bond, prudence is essential, so maintain your distance." "I understand. I shall prepare now and take one with me." "Are you staying overnight at the estate?" "Yes. Many Sirius bloom at night." The Duke offered a few more reminders about maintaining distance before permitting him to leave. Tang Zhao was not particularly close to him. Yet Tang Wan was different. She was his most beloved daughter. Whatever she desired, he would generally acquiesce. However, he did not anticipate that as soon as Tang Zhao and Tang Wan stepped out, she would disregard his words entirely. When Tang Wan beckoned him to board the carriage, he relinquished his horse. Inside the carriage, the curtains were drawn tightly, and the hanging tassels swayed gently. "Does your father harbor any doubts about you?" Tang Wan inquired, gazing up at him. "Yes, but it is of no consequence," he replied, stroking her long hair with a calm demeanor. "As long as he still values me, he would not cause a commotion over such trivial matters." After speaking, a sense of helplessness flickered in his eyes, and he advised her, "Make sure to rest well tonight. I will awaken you when the flowers bloom." Tang Wan let out a soft hum, wrapping her arms around his neck and swaying slightly. The jade ornaments of her hairpin chimed against his neck, her voice sweet and melodious. "No, that one do. Last time, we missed it this way. Brother went to great lengths to take me once. I cannot afford to miss it again." Suddenly, Tang Zhao grasped her waist, distancing her slightly. His features taut and his voice firm. "Sit properly. No more of this childish behavior." She shot him a reproachful glance, adjusted her hairpin, and elongated her words playfully. "Very well. I had intended to gift you the embroidered handkerchief, but it seems you might not need it. So be it." Tang Wan nodded, straightening her posture, and lightly tapped her lips with her index finger, her eyes glinting with mischievous delight. "Just a kiss, and I shall give it to you." His breath and gaze instantly intensified, his deep and inscrutable eyes shimmering with a secretive light, more profound than usual, fixated on her as she playfully pressed her charm. She remained unaware of the consequences of being held in his embrace. With a playful tug at his neck and her lips pursed in contemplation, she suddenly changed her mind. "No, you must kiss me first, and then promise to let me see the flowers tonight. Only then will I." Her words trailed off, swallowed by the fervent kiss that enveloped her, silencing her incomplete sentence. After a lingering moment, he finally released her, maintaining a slight distance, and beheld her flushed visage, her slightly parted lips glistening with freshness, exuding both innocence and allure. He allowed her only a few breaths before capturing her lips once more. "What about the gift you promised me?" he murmured, drawing close, his tone both affectionate and possessive. "You haven't yet agreed to let me see the flowers." Though dazed, she managed to remember. "I promise." Clever girl. Only then did she nod, retrieving the silk handkerchief she had tucked away in her sleeve, neatly folding it for him. Tang Zhao examined it closely. The stitches bore her craftsmanship, depicting resilient green mountains. His heart swelled with joy and contentment as he gently pressed his forehead against hers. His voice tender. "Thank you, Wan. I truly adore it." Tang Wan felt equally elated, her glistening eyes reflecting his gaze. Upon arriving at the estate, the steward received word and hurried out to greet them, ushering them into the hall for dinner. Tang Zhao dismissed the bustling staff, and as night fell, he carefully guided Tang Wan to the secluded garden beside the night-blooming cereus. "If you feel tired, you may sleep," he advised, having reiterated this more than once. "I know," she replied, leaning against his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at the unbloomed flowers before them. As the night deepened, fireflies flitted about, and the frogs in the pond croaked incessantly, the surroundings growing ever more tranquil. Indeed, the lantern I desire most is situated in the heart of the river, yet Prince Duan has persistently failed to strike it. However, my brother succeeded with a single arrow and gifted it to me. She squinted her eyes in delight, her voice soft and gentle. "To me, Prince Duan pales in comparison to my brother. Whatever I wish for, only he has the power to bestow it upon me." He has always been attuned to her preferences, mindful of her joys and sorrows, and over time, those shared moments of companionship have coalesced into a river of affection. As Tang Zhao listened to her words, his heart involuntarily contracted, igniting a fervent flutter within him. Unable to resist, he tenderly kissed her enchanting eyes, his lips brushing against her smiling mouth. A multitude of night-blooming cereus seemed to bloom in unison, their blossoms unfurling in a magnificent display of white and pale purple hues. Tang Wan rested her chin in her hand, gazing as the summer night breeze tousled her hair, veiling her bright eyes momentarily before she brushed it aside. Little did she know, in Tang Zhao's eyes, her beauty surpassed that of the blooming cereus. As the blossoms flourished, they quickly withered away, fleeting in their splendor. Tang Wan blinked, suddenly reminded of the grim fate that awaited her in a few months, an impending demise that would bring her story to a close. Yet this time, nothing could claim her life. A glimmer of darkness lingered in the depths. 099 gently reminded Tang Wan, prompting her to swipe open the system panel, where she caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure. With a calm gaze, she addressed 099, "I am aware she has arrived. After all, is it not around this time that my brother discovers his true lineage?" Princess Lin Kong feigned death, secretly observing them for an unknown duration, fully cognizant of their affairs. She is the most trusted confidant and hidden card of the deceased King Yin, who has buried her true feelings deep within. In her heart, the affairs of her former master overshadow all else, leading her to focus solely on consolidating power, even at the expense of her own daughter. Tang Wan's emotions remained largely undisturbed. Tang Zhao laid her gently upon the bed and spoke softly, "Wan, someone has arrived. I will handle it. Do not come out. You must be cautious." He exited swiftly, his short dagger slipping from his sleeve. He advanced toward the uninvited guest, only to find her standing beneath the locust tree, gazing at him. She appeared to be a woman, her head covered securely, leaving only her eyes visible. Tang Zhao's aura became sharply menacing. Yet just as he was about to strike, the cloaked figure spoke first. "Zhaoer, do not act rashly." Tang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon her. She removed her mask, revealing a gentle smile upon her face, her tone amiable. "It is I. There is no need for suspicion. Let us converse in the secret chamber." She circled behind the locust tree, and her figure vanished. The flickering candlelight illuminated the intimate chamber, where the Princess of Lin Kong, her visage marked by the passage of time, exhibited a hint of helplessness. "Enough. I mean you no harm. Please ensure those above keep their distance." Tang Zhao remained unmoved, his eyes fixed on her. She shook her head. "Very well. The walls here are soundproof. I shall speak plainly with you." That night's conversation left Tang Zhao nearly sleepless. He burned the letter Princess Lin Kong had given him after reading it. Rare moments of slumber were filled with her words. "I was once a member of King Yan's court, and I am Wan's mother, but I am not your mother. Your father is King Yan, and your mother is the queen. I feigned death to secretly cultivate power, intending to hand it over to you in the future. Your Highness, the grievances of the King and Queen of Yin can only be avenged by you. The ruthless and unyielding Emperor Ruowu has brought untold suffering upon the people, inciting continuous uprisings among the refugees beyond the capital. One day, under the name of the Prince of Yin, you shall slay Emperor Ruowu, and the world will rally behind you as its sovereign." Many of these notions may sound utterly absurd, yet Tang Zhao maintained a stoic expression, refraining from uttering a word. "Your Highness, You and Wanwan are not true siblings. Only by reclaiming your identity as the Prince of Yin can you marry her openly, rather than living in obscurity for a lifetime. This revelation jolted him awake from his dreams. Turning his head, he noticed the dawn had just begun to break. Tang Zhao sat up, his eyes bloodshot, as he placed a hand over his heart, where the rhythmic pounding felt like a drum, and his blood surged. He and Wanwan were not siblings by blood. He was entitled to marry her openly. No one would condemn them for their love. He yearned for blessings from all. The thought of such a scene filled Tang Zhao with uncontainable excitement. After freshening up, his exhilaration lingered, a faint blush coloring the corners of his eyes. As dawn fully arrived, he made his way to the kitchen in the front courtyard, where the servants were bustling about in a flurry, urging him to leave. Instead, he dismissed them, choosing to prepare several dishes himself, which he then brought to the hall. Before long, Tang Wan arrived. Tang Zhao shifted, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at her, his eyes tracing from her bright orbs down to her lips. Over the years, her health had improved significantly. Her lips no longer bore the pallid hue of illness. He suddenly recalled how, during her time in exile, the physician had mentioned that she had likely suffered lasting effects from being born prematurely. Before uncovering the truth, they were merely premature infants. Curiously, he did not share the same affliction as she did. Everyone assumed he had merely consumed an excess of nutrients in the womb. Last night, the princess of Lin Kong revealed to him that the hidden guards of Prince Yin had delivered him, freshly born, into her care. She had then given birth to Wanwan, creating the illusion that they were a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, thus allowing him to evade pursuit. Therefore, Wanwan was indeed the genuine premature infant. It was astonishing that a mother could be so ruthless, compelling her own child into existence for the sake of an old master. It was all his fault. Had it not been for him, she would not have endured years of suffering. As Tang Zhao suddenly grasped this realization, his joy dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of sorrow and a sharp, piercing pain. Brother? Tang Wan called him for the third time, waving her hand in front of his eyes. He raised his hand, grasping her fingers tightly, pulling her into his embrace. His cheek brushing against her hair, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. Wanwan. He turned his head slightly, whispering to her in a hoarse yet tender voice. I am sorry. I will always be by your side. Tang Wan furrowed her brows momentarily, lowering her gaze with a silent smile, tinged with resignation. She understood perfectly why he said such words, yet the events of that year were beyond their control. She turned her head and planted a kiss at the corner of his mouth, her voice soft. Even if you didn't say it, I know. No one in this world has treated me better than you. Tang Zhao released her, silently observing her for a moment, then, as he had in their childhood, ruffled her hair gently and said softly, Let us dine. You must eat more. You seem to have lost weight recently. Have I? I feel I have gained weight. Tang Wan pouted, casting him a sidelong glance. He served her a bowl of porridge, softly coaxing, You've lost weight. When I lifted you last night, you felt lighter than before. Tang Wan suddenly recalled something, her eyes curving into crescent moons, radiating a charming brilliance as she playfully inquired, Can you lift me with one hand, brother? She gazed at him intently, unabashedly adding, You are a military officer. Surely you can lift me with one hand? As he turned to her, she felt herself plunge into the depths of his expressive gaze. Tang Zhao raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with amusement. How would you like me to carry you? Like a child, perhaps? With her delicate frame, how could he possibly struggle to lift her? Tang Wan straightened up, casually replying, I was just speaking whimsically, with no ulterior motives. What nonsense about carrying her like a child. If he truly did, she would be mortified. Tang Zhao said nothing further as they finished their breakfast. He observed her take her medicine and casually mentioned, Weren't you going to the back courtyard to personally plant some flowering crabapple trees? Let us go together. She, not indulging his thoughts, wiped her mouth and obediently responded. In the next moment, she rose from her seat, only to find herself swept into his arms. Startled, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks flushing crimson. He held her securely with his left arm, confidently making his way to the back courtyard. Though she was slightly taller than him, she glared at him fiercely, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder, her voice laced with indignation. Put me down. You mustn't do this. Tang Zhao met her gaze, his smile unwavering. What is the matter? The rosy hue on her face spread to her eyes and brow, her earlobes flushed, and with a feigned fierceness. Her shy eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Brother. He came to a halt, his dark eyes deepening with intensity. Is it not permissible to embrace like this? Tang Wan. feeling flustered and exasperated, composed herself and glanced quickly around, relieved to find no one else present. Her heart raced wildly, her fingers gripping his collar, and an unexpected thrill surged within her. Tang Zhao could not suppress a chuckle, his smile illuminating his features, while his profound black eyes shimmered with the tranquil joy of simpler times. The onlookers, Ling Yu and Jing Yuan, stationed around the courtyard, felt their hearts leap as they spotted the pair approaching, instinctively lowering their heads, too intimidated to gaze further. They were accustomed to the unconventional behaviors of this brother-sister duo, yet each encounter left them wishing they had remained oblivious. Tang Zhao led Tang Wan to the backyard, reluctantly setting her down as they began to plant a flowering crabapple tree together. She asked him to assist in rolling up his sleeves, digging several holes. And then she placed the young sapling into the earth, covering it with soil and watering it diligently. In this serene moment, a voice interrupted. "Host, this moment has finally arrived. The male lead's demise has been confirmed. In this small world, there is no true protagonist. It is more a tableau of power struggles. And the male lead's death is an established outcome." Tang Wan paused, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, the crown prince exhaled in relief, having silenced the piece he had placed beside the Duke of Yuan. However, he did not anticipate that within a day, someone from the Department of Justice would testify, revealing his conspiracy in detail, with the confession presented before Emperor Ruiwu. "What more can you say?" Emperor Ruiwu thundered, forcefully sweeping the confession and memorial off the table, causing them to scatter to the floor in a cacophony. The crown prince fixed his gaze intently upon the blood-stained confession, hastily bowing his head and submitting without a word. Tears streaming down his face. "Father, please investigate thoroughly. I am but a victim of deceit, unjustly accused." His mind raced as he wept and defended himself. "That guard, Wu Qi, has no connection to me whatsoever. Unknown forces have placed the heinous crime of murdering my own brother upon my shoulders. I am truly innocent. I implore you, Father, to interrogate Wu Qi further and uncover those who orchestrated this scheme." The crown prince's pupils constricted sharply, panic setting in as his tears ceased. The emperor, composed and imposing, surveyed the crown prince from above. For years, the crown prince and his younger brother, the Duke of Duan, had been locked in a delicate balance of power. With the duke's demise, the constraints upon the crown prince's faction had lifted, yet should the prince be falsely accused, his faction might also crumble. Who would care whether he was indeed innocent? Moreover, the crown prince was hardly blameless in this affair. He had many sons. In time, he could cultivate a worthy heir. The emperor closed his eyes briefly, gesturing with his hand. "Wu Hai, draft an edict." The crown prince's eyes widened with desperation as he bowed deeply, pleading for his father to ascertain the truth, insisting on his innocence. The emperor, eyes still shut, continued to recite the edict. The decree to depose the crown prince spread like wildfire. He was condemned to lifelong imprisonment, leaving both factions, those of the duke and the crown prince, mutually weakened, while the court remained enveloped in a chilling silence. The emperor was quite satisfied with the current state of affairs. As he recalled the machinations behind the crown prince's predicament, he narrowed his eyes, instructing the imperial guards to investigate further. Which son could it be? It would be best if none of them made their ambitions known for the time being. He had no desire to witness the aspirations of a son eager for his throne. During the tenure of the Jinui, officials, apart from attending court and fulfilling their duties, seldom ventured beyond their doorsteps. Those who were interrogated emerged with trembling legs. A figure clad in black knelt and reported, "Master, the task has been accomplished." Tang Zhao fixed his gaze upon him. These individuals had been entrusted to him by the Princess of Lin Kong, possessing exceptional martial prowess and stealth capabilities. After personally assessing them, he selected a few to assist him, while the remaining were assigned to the Xuanjia Guard and other divisions. The black-clad man continued. "My subordinates successfully circumvented them." Tang Zhao nodded. The Jinui proved to be formidable adversaries with great strength, yet this was beneficial. Discovering the whereabouts of the seventh prince would likely take no more than half a day. As anticipated, on that very day, the Jinui presented items retrieved from the seventh prince's palace to Emperor Ruiwu. The emperor scoffed, opting to suppress the matter. Yet he would henceforth keep a close watch on this son of his. Unbeknownst to the seventh prince, items had been unearthed within his palace, and he continued with his duties as usual. Time swiftly passed, and autumn approached, heralding the upcoming autumn hunt. Tang Wan smiled softly, but the thought of the hunt gradually straightened her lips. During this autumn hunt, Emperor Wu would be assassinated by a hired killer hidden within the royal hunting grounds, where a black bear had also been secretly introduced. Her brother, in a bid to earn the emperor's complete trust and favor, would vanquish both the assassin and the bear, sustaining grave injuries in the process. She vowed never to allow her brother to suffer as he did in the original narrative, nearly losing his leg. Contemplating this, Tang Wan was gently prodded by 099, who suggested, "Host, you might want to explore the system's shop. It contains numerous items, and you can purchase anything deemed useful." She let out 2 soft exclamations, opening the marketplace and immediately fixating on the shimmering dream token placed high above. However, upon glancing at her points, she fell into silence. The dream token required 1 million points, yet she possessed a mere 19,700. Originally, she had 20,000, but she had previously spent 300 on an antidote. Even if she had not made that purchase, 20,000 would still be insufficient. Tang Wan sighed momentarily and remarked, "No, with a mere 10,000 points in this world, when could I ever afford it?" 099 hastily interjected, "That is not the case, host. Each minor world has a stringent level classification. The previous 2, including the current one, are all low-tier worlds. The points in high-tier worlds are significantly higher, typically reaching 100,000, with the maximum being 1 million. Tang Wan closed the marketplace, nodding in understanding. She resolved to devise a plan on her own. She stroked her chin, thinking that since she could not create dreams for her brother, she might as well weave a dream for herself. Summoning Coral, she whispered softly in her ear, "Tell my brother that I have been plagued by nightmares lately, and it is quite distressing." Coral complied and departed. Tang Wan continued to leisurely prune her potted plants. Beneath the sunlight, her skin appeared as pale as congealed cream, with a faint rosy hue, and her focused, bright eyes sparkled with vitality, betraying none of the distress she claimed to feel. When Tang Zhao arrived, he beheld this scene, and his tense heartstrings eased slightly. He approached softly, saying, "Wan, I have brought the physician from the estate to check your pulse." They were in the courtyard, not in Tang Wan's private chamber, so their presence was not deemed inappropriate. Tang Wan looked up at him, then at the physician behind him carrying a medicine box, her luminous eyes flickering with curiosity. Initially, she had no intention of feigning illness, but given the circumstances, she decided to play along. She set down the scissors and obediently placed her hands on the small table beside her. The physician of the residence was well acquainted with Tang Wan's health condition. After a brief examination, he stroked his beard and candidly stated, "My lord, the third miss has been diligent in taking her medicine daily, and her physical health is not in jeopardy, yet her heart is troubled, perhaps due to nightmares." Tang Zhao instructed him to withdraw and, adjusting her sleeves, gently said, Wan, if something weighs on your mind, do share it with your brother." Little did Tang Wan realize that the physician could truly discern the unrest within her heart. Although she was not plagued by nightmares, she indeed harbored many concerns. Meeting his gaze, she rose and proposed, "Brother, accompany me for a walk." They exited the courtyard without the company of any attendants. She remained focused on the system panel until they were entirely alone, at which point she halted and turned to him. "Brother, I have had dreadful nightmares over the past few days." Tang Zhao nodded, listening intently without a hint of insincerity. She moved closer, her voluminous sleeves concealing their clasped hands. She held his hand tightly, her brow furrowed, her eyes trembling slightly. "It was about the autumn hunt. I saw you wounded by an assassin attempting to harm the emperor, and there was a bear in the vicinity, leaving both you and the emperor trapped." Her words tumbled out chaotically, yet Tang Zhao listened closely, his gaze gradually darkening with seriousness and intensity. Once she finished, his top features remained unyielding as his penetrating black eyes bore into hers. Wan, have you spoken of this to anyone else?" "No, I have only confided in you." She gently shook his hand, her expression tinged with confusion. "Brother, do you not find this somewhat absurd? Yet these dreams feel so vivid. They cause my heart to ache when I recall them during the day. Is it possible that they might come true?" As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking a sense of tenderness. "I implore you, regardless of whether they come to pass, please take precautions. I cannot bear the thought of you suffering a grave injury." Tang Zhao's thoughts raced, as if he were contemplating something profound. Upon witnessing her distress, his heart ached to the point of halting his breath. He lowered his head and spoke softly, "I shall remember your words. I hold them dear to my heart, so do not fret." He lifted his hand, his rough fingertips brushing gently against the slight redness of her eyelids, and lowered his voice. "The dreams are not entirely absurd. There are patterns to the events that unfold. This autumn hunt, I aspire to secure the position of commander of the Xuanjia Guards. Should there be assassins, I will undoubtedly risk my life to protect you. If I wish to earn merit and gain the Emperor's favor, slaying both assassins and beasts is imperative. Tang Wan gazed at him, and he smiled as he cradled her face, his gaze intensely focused. Thank you, Wan, for sharing this with me. I shall exercise greater caution and ensure that the fate you dreamed of losing a leg does not come to pass. After their conversation concluded, 099 remained bewildered. Wait. Does he truly believe this? Tang Wan smiled slightly. As long as he has promised me, he will surely keep his word. He has always been attentive to her words, just as she is to his. The dream serves merely as a prelude. Its authenticity matters not. As long as it leaves a mark upon his heart, he will remain vigilant. In 2 days, the autumn hunt would commence. Tang Zhao, having traversed between the Imperial Guards and the hunting grounds, donned his military attire along with several subordinates and entered the royal hunting grounds. He despised engaging in futile endeavors, seizing every opportunity with great diligence. In truth, had there been no assassins lurking within the hunting grounds, he would have orchestrated the emergence of a few to fulfill his objectives. The presence of genuine assassins would only heighten the peril. After the roll call of the officers, they set forth alongside the esteemed Emperor Rui Wu, riding forth to hunt. Tang Zhao discreetly caressed the concealed weapon in his sleeve. A dagger, gifted to him by Wan, was laced with potent venom. Should any beast lie hidden in the thicket, this blade would need to pierce either its abdomen or its eye to swiftly subdue it. The first and second days passed uneventfully. However, on the evening of the third day, the assassins, lying in wait within the dense forest, commenced their attack. Even the formidable Jin Yi could not withstand their ferocity. And after a deadly confrontation, 2 assassins pursued the Emperor Rui Wu. Tang Zhao, along with 2 other officers, remained by the Emperor's side to provide protection. The 2 officers managed to restrain one assassin, who was gravely injured, as the sounds of battle mingled with the distant growls of a feral beast, causing the ground to tremble ominously. Tang Zhao's expression shifted, and as he turned to assess the situation, his pupils constricted slightly, yet he remained remarkably composed. A sharp arrow struck the assassin in the neck, propelling him towards an oncoming black bear. The barely living assassin was instantly torn asunder. A gruesome spectacle that painted the scene in blood. The live broadcast system abruptly went dark. Tang Wan, watching with bated breath, blinked in disbelief. 099 feigning calmness. The scene is too gruesome to air. That person was literally torn in half. I could see the entrails, sob. Although it has traversed numerous dimensions and witnessed grand spectacles, the sight of someone tearing apart adversaries is truly rare. Tang Wan pressed her lips together, her hands clasped. The battle raged for a quarter of an hour, and when the reinforcements finally arrived, they were met with a gruesome scene of fallen bodies and the convulsing form of the black bear. On the other side stood the unscathed Emperor Rui Wu and the injured Tang Zhao. Upon seeing the rescuers, the Emperor relaxed momentarily, only to furrow his brow and sternly reprimand them. He then turned to assist the kneeling Tang Zhao, his astute eyes shimmering with approval as he patted the young man's shoulders with vigor. Truly, he is my esteemed cousin, a worthy scion of the Duke of Jinghua. Tang Zhao regarded him with humility and reverence. Upon returning to the tent, Tang Zhao finally secured the coveted position of commander of the Xuanjia Guard. As he knelt to receive the decree, he briefly closed his eyes to conceal his emotions. Gaining the Emperor's trust is a formidable challenge, often requiring one's very life. Fortunately, this time Tang Wan's timely reminders spared him from incurring a considerable cost. The Duke of Zhenghua paced anxiously before his quarters, letting out a heavy sigh. Jing Yuan leaned in, saying, "My lord, the physician has examined the young master's injuries. They are not severe, so please rest assured." When Tang Zhao awoke, several hours had passed. The moment he opened his eyes, he found Tang Wan seated by his bedside. He paused, rubbed his forehead, his voice still hoarse. Wan. What brings you here?" Tang Wan assisted him in sitting up, her gaze fixed on his injured arm, her gentle eyes lifting to meet his. "Brother, did you not promise me you would be all right?" Tang Zhao could no longer withstand her unwavering gaze, imbued with tenderness. He simply pulled her into his embrace, rolled up his left sleeve, and whispered softly near her ear, assuring her, "It is truly nothing. See, it is but a minor injury, and in a couple of days, I shall be well." Tang Wan allowed his kisses to wander freely across her, and after carefully inspecting his arm, She tenderly lifted his face from her neck and initiated a gentle kiss upon his lips. Tang Zhao did not permit her to withdraw. He held her tightly and kissed her fervently. Once he released her, he lightly brushed against her rosy, delicate lips and chuckled softly. Thanks to your reminder, Wan Wan. I could have avoided this injury, but that would have been too uncertain, so I inflicted the wound upon myself. She smiled and playfully pinched his arm. That day, the Imperial Guards undertook extensive operations, thoroughly investigating the rebellious forces within the capital. The following day, they indeed apprehended numerous officials who had been seduced to treason. They were brought before the court, where the emperor, with a chilling smile, regarded them and commanded that the traitorous officials be executed in a gruesome manner. Their heads were displayed at the city gates, while the remaining parts were chopped into pieces to create meat porridge and buns, distributed to the beggars fleeing outside the city. This act left the court gasping in shock. Even his trusted aide, the Duke of Zhenghua, felt a wave of trepidation and stepped forward to advise against it, saying, Your Majesty, this course of action may alienate the people, for the beggars are also subjects of the throne. The emperor's eyes darkened as he coldly replied, Are not the bandits who claim the mountain's birth from these very beggars? I intend to see whether this intimidation will deter their rebellious hearts. And these traitors, who dared to unleash assassins and beasts into my domain, deserve no pity. He fixed his gaze on the sweating duke, inquiring, What say you? Does the Duke of the State still wish to speak on behalf of the displaced people? The Duke bowed deeply, uttering only, I dare not, Your Majesty is wise. The imperial edict rendered the ministers silent, as they listened to the surrounding uneasy breaths, their eyes filled with an icy gloom. At the Emperor Ruiwu's command, on that very noon, the beggars outside the city, driven mad by hunger, received meat porridge and dumplings. Unaware of the grim truth, they devoured the food voraciously. The soldiers distributing the provisions felt a deep chill in their hearts, simultaneously gripped by terror. This world, it seemed, was beyond salvation. The heads of the treasonous officials were hung prominently at the city gate, and the leading soldier, following Emperor Ruiwu's orders, pointed at the row of severed heads while addressing the frenzied crowd of beggars. The meat you consume is their flesh. To rebel against the court is to meet their fate. The beggars fell silent for a brief moment, before erupting into a cacophony of retching sounds. The brutality etched upon Emperor Ruiwu's visage was unmistakable, yet the beggars, their eyes ablaze with fury, refused to acknowledge it and joined the ranks of the rebel army at Fengshan. The treacherous terrain of Fengshan made it exceedingly difficult for the soldiers below to ascend. Originally occupied by a band of mountain bandits, the rebel leader infiltrated their ranks, and upon successfully reaching the summit, he eliminated the chief and seized control of the stronghold. The rebel forces continued to swell in numbers, while the imperial troops sent by Emperor Ruiwu struggled to subdue them, returning empty-handed for the 5th time after a month. In a fit of rage, Emperor Ruiwu struck the leading commander with a hard inkstone, berating him, Incompetent fool, it has been a month, and with an entire golden feather guard at your disposal, you cannot defeat a mere band of common brigands and have even lost your weapons. What is your mind made of? It has been proven that the head of the Jin Yue commandant is indeed made of flesh and blood, as he has been struck until blood flows from his wounds. He lies on the ground, too fearful to utter a sound. Useless wretch. Emperor Ruiwu gasps, his eyes scanning the assembly of martial generals, finally resting upon Tang Zhao. Tang Qing, from this day forth, you shall concurrently assume the position of Jin Yue commandant, leading the Xian Jiaowei and Jin Yue to eradicate the bandits of Feng Mountain. Whoever desires this command may take it, for I am nearly driven mad. Tang Zhao steps forward, cupping his hands in submission. Your humble servant accepts the decree and shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Upon arriving at the Jin Yue garrison, he observed the soldiers' dispirited demeanor, a stark contrast to the Xian Jiaowei's vibrant state. Rather than hastily leading them out of the capital to confront the bandits, he took several days to restore the morale within the garrison. Emperor Ruiwu, exceedingly displeased, summoned him to the palace for questioning. Why have you yet to take action? Remember my command. Tang Zhao knelt, his face reflecting his inner turmoil, yet his tone remained respectful. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. Upon my arrival at the Jin Yue garrison, I found the soldiers in a pitiful state, likely exhausted from a month of relentless skirmishes. I believed it prudent to rigorously train them, so that when the time comes to cooperate with the Xian Jiaowei, our efforts would yield greater results. Emperor Ruiwu glared at him fiercely, gripping the inkstone, contemplating another strike. Are there conditions comparable to the importance of eradicating the bandits? Tang Qing, you must always remember my command. Tang Zhao, his tone filled with trepidation, replied, Your Majesty, I beseech your forgiveness. I am merely concerned that should we deploy our forces and fail once more, it would embolden the bandits further. If the Xiangwu Wei could also mobilize, I would be 90% confident in our victory at Feng Mountain. What are we waiting for? The fury of the Emperor of Wisdom has abated somewhat, and he summoned the commander of the Xiangwu Guard. The Grand Eunuch immediately proceeded to convey the imperial edict. Tang Zhao, bowing his head, spoke with utmost reverence. Your Majesty, the confidence I professed, a 9/10 certainty, derives from the collective training of the soldiers from the 3 major guards. Each garrison possesses its unique style, and I fear they may not achieve the results I envision. The Emperor of Wisdom fixed his gaze upon him, lost in contemplation for a moment. He recalled how Tang Zhao had sincerely protected him during the autumn hunting expedition, and, coupled with the fact that he was his cousin, a flicker of concern dissipated. Upon the arrival of He Qing, I shall command him to hand over the Xiangwu Guard's insignia to you. You shall temporarily lead the 3 major garrisons, and within 5 days at the latest, you must mobilize the troops. Tang Zhao acknowledged the decree, expressing gratitude for the Emperor's trust. When the Duke of National Defense received the news, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. Reluctantly, he donned the tiger talisman and proceeded to the palace, presenting it to the Emperor of Wisdom with both hands. After obtaining the insignia of the Xiangwu Guard, Tang Zhao exited the imperial study, a thin sheen of sweat gradually forming on his palm. The autumn light, imbued with warm orange hues, cast its glow upon his pale skin, accentuating his profound features. The Duke of National Defense walked silently, casting a glance at him. Here in the palace, words could not be spoken freely. The commander of the Xiangwu Guard approached Tang Zhao, his tone ambiguous. Young Master Tang, you are indeed exceptional. Accepting the edict to quell the bandits and commanding the 3 major garrisons, are you not concerned it may be a hot potato? Tang Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. Your words are too flattering, Sir He. The commander of the Xiangwu Guard regarded him a moment longer, then saluted the Duke of National Defense before departing. It was not until they exited the palace and entered the carriage that the Duke of National Defense gritted his teeth and remarked, Zhao, what exactly do you intend to do? Are you aware that the tiger tally serves as a protective talisman for the Duke of Jinghua? It is precisely this realization that emboldened Tang Zhao to assert his request for command over the 3 garrisons in the presence of Emperor Wu, who would likely acquiesce to him for the sake of the tiger tally. This statement bears truth, and the Duke of Zhenggua's inscrutable gaze reflected his thoughts. Very well. You possess capabilities now, and wield a modicum of military power. The eradication of bandits must be executed successfully. Tang Zhao remained silent. The following day, he summoned the soldiers from the 3 garrisons to the training grounds west of the capital, where a formidable assembly of 30,000 soldiers practiced in perfect unison. Tang Zhao observed from the command platform. A figure clad in military attire approached his side and remarked, Once, there were 8 great garrisons in the capital, which have now been gradually diminished to 3, augmented by the newly established Jinyue, thus forming 4 garrisons. Your Highness now commands 3 garrisons. Vengeance is imminent. Tang Zhao did not turn to regard Princess Lingkong, his eyes betraying no emotion. She was once his mother, yet in truth, she was merely a person consumed by the obsession of avenging her former lord. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Tang Zhao promptly sought out Tang Wan. The courtyard gate was secured, and the door to the side chamber was bolted, with Ling Yu and others vigilantly guarding outside. Tang Wan, who had been practicing calligraphy, immediately sensed that the anticipated moment had arrived. Tang Zhao approached her, took her hand, and settled onto the soft couch behind the table, his expression solemn yet gentle. He gently caressed her fingers and said, Wan, I have something to tell you. In 5 days, perhaps 10, I shall send someone to escort you out of the residence, to reside outside the capital. Tang Wan nodded in agreement, understanding. Tang Zhao gazed into her eternally pure and flawless eyes, his heart at peace. He leaned in and kissed her gently, softly saying, My Wan has always been astute. From the moment I conspired against the Crown Prince and Prince Duan, did you not discern my intentions? She rested her hand upon his shoulder, drawing closer, her voice lowered. Tenderly speaking, initially, I believed you sought to exact fierce revenge upon them, but later I realized that you actually desire that position. Indeed. Tang Zhao's eyes deepened, his voice slightly hoarse. Does Wan know why I covet that position? The emperor is tyrannical and merciless, leaving the populace in despair. Who among those with the capability and concern for their country would not wish to usurp him? He parted his lips, words faltering halfway, then chuckled. Is that the kind of person I am in your eyes? Tang Wan glanced at him and chose to honestly shake her head. He affectionately pinched her delicate face, confessing, I am indeed not that kind of person. The true reason will be revealed to you in a few days. Afterward, he embraced her, whispering sweetly in her ear. By then, I hope Wan will share in my joy. Everyone should bless our union. He would not tolerate even a whisper of reproach towards their love from the world. 5 days later, Tang Zhao had yet to mobilize his troops against the bandits. Instead, he personally entered the palace to plead for forgiveness from Emperor Wu, successfully securing an additional 3 days. He replaced the leaders of 3 military garrisons with his own subordinates and, under the cover of night, secretly smuggled Tang Wan out of the capital, settling her in a concealed residence. With all preparations complete, Tang Zhao assumed the name Yan Zhao, raising the banner of rebellion in the name of the son of the Prince of Yan. The 4 great guards, stationed in the imperial city, were always prepared for rebellion. When insurrection loomed, the front lines were alarmingly close, leaving scant time for intervention. 3 of the guards had accompanied Tang Zhao in his bid for the throne, leaving only the Jinyui to staunchly defend the palace. In a moment of urgency, Emperor Reiwu summoned Duke Zhenghua to lead the Imperial Forest Army in apprehending the rebel leader, Tang Zhao, thus creating a stark division at the palace gates. Duke Zhenghua sat upon his steed, gazing at Tang Zhao across the way, his countenance paling as he beheld the insurgents brandishing the black and red flag emblazoned with the character for Yan. Are you truly the son of the Yin King? He questioned, still incredulous, as feelings of betrayal and humiliation surged within him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, What have you regarded me as all these years? Tang Zhao replied, You are also my father, that will not change. He surveyed the multitude of Imperial Forest soldiers behind him, alongside a handful of Jinyui who had arrived, his gaze somber. But father, do you truly believe the Emperor has entrusted you with the task of capturing me? Duke Zhengguo's expression stiffened, and as if on cue, the leader of the Imperial Forest Army pressed a blade to his throat, forcing him down from his horse. Yan Zhao, if you do not surrender, he shall meet a grim fate. Will you stand idly by and watch your father perish for the sake of imperial power? Tang Zhao responded resolutely, I shall not surrender, nor will I permit his death. Barely had the words left his lips when the leader of the Imperial Forest Army felt a sharp pain in his chest, having been pierced by a blade wielded by one of his own subordinates. Chaos erupted within the ranks of the Imperial Forest Army, and amidst the turmoil, a path began to unfold. The arriving Jinyui, numbering merely 40, were swiftly overwhelmed and slaughtered by the hundreds of soldiers. Consequently, the Imperial Forest Army formed an orderly line flanking the palace gates, allowing Tang Zhao and his soldiers to ride forth unimpeded. The Duke of the State, his back hunched in despair, found himself in a dire predicament. The palace was largely occupied by the Imperial Guards, yet their numbers were woefully insufficient against the overwhelming force of the rebel army. The secret passageways lay in ruins, and the Emperor Wu, disheveled, fled through the palace corridors. From a distance, Tang Zhao observed, passing his bow and arrow to Princess Lin Kong, who received them with trembling hands. With eyes alight with vengeance, she aimed at the retreating figure of Emperor Wu. Just as he was about to round the corner, a poisoned black arrow pierced the back of his skull, ending his life in an instant. Lowering her bow with a shiver, she remarked, He was my cousin, yet not a worthy sovereign. Long ago, I pledged my allegiance to Prince Yan, becoming his secret weapon. Tang Zhao replied, Now, your obsession has met its conclusion. He turned his horse and made his way to the Golden Throne Hall. The royal family members were rounded up and imprisoned, the imperial seal entrusted to Tang Zhao's hands. The rebellion, which lasted merely 2 hours, had culminated in ruin. The officials, trembling in fear, bowed in submission. And the senior cabinet minister was the first to propose Tang Zhao as the emperor, urging him to restore order to the court. The others echoed his sentiments, hastily drafting the documents for the transition of power over the course of 2 days and nights, articulating their reasons with righteous fervor, beseeching the new emperor to ascend the throne. Tang Zhao, or rather now Yan Zhao, ascended as emperor, adopting the era name of Jianwei. Upon his first audience after taking the throne, his foremost decree was to establish an empress. The Duke of the State, positioned among the military officials, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. A few literati who revered Yan Zhao stepped forward, adding, The nation cannot be without an empress for even a day. We beseech your majesty to establish one post-haste. The countenance of Yen Zhao, once cold and austere, softened slightly into a gentle smile. The daughter of the Duke of Zhan, Tangwan, shares a profound bond with me. She is wise and gentle, endowed with both virtue and talent, fitting to become the mother of the nation. The courtiers, their eyes darting with keen interest, hastily knelt in agreement, daring not to harbor any dissenting thoughts. The Duke of Zhan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, a sense of inevitability creeping in. Upon being mentioned by Yen Zhao, he stepped forward, bowing his head, and could only express, "I am deeply grateful for your majesty's favor. I thank you on behalf of my daughter." He had resigned himself to reality, recognizing that he had been manipulated by his former wife, raising a son for another. Yet, it was undeniable that he had devotedly nurtured this son and held genuine affection for him. Now, the boy respected him, but he was now an emperor, and he could harbor no rebellious thoughts. Where are the Minister of Rights and the Grand Secretary? We are here. The coronation ceremony must be grandly arranged. We shall complete the procedures within 3 days. They responded in unison, "We shall obey your command." What a fortunate fate the Duke of Zhan had. His son was the new emperor, and his daughter was on the verge of becoming the empress. As long as he refrained from causing trouble, he was assured a lifetime of honor. The unfolding of events transpired much more swiftly than anticipated, for it was not yet the depths of winter. As Yen Zhao exited the court, she had just awakened. He dismissed the maidservants and approached the bedside, taking her outstretched hand gently. "Brother?" Tang Wan's voice carried a hint of lingering drowsiness as she parted the curtains to gaze at him. "It is I." Yen Zhao seated himself beside her, embracing her tenderly. His voice soft. "Wan, I shall style your hair." He claimed he would arrange her hair, but in truth, he held her close and kissed her for an extended moment before lifting her and placing her at the vanity. He meticulously styled her hair, gently cradled her delicate face, and adorned her brows with elegance. Finally, he leaned in to gaze into her eyes and inquired, "Why do you still call me brother?" She pouted slightly, her glistening eyes casting a fleeting glance at him. "It's simply a habit. It comes out unconsciously." Before he could respond, her soft palm enveloped his hand resting on her left cheek as she lifted her gaze, beaming with a smile. "Of course, you are not my biological brother. I am truly delighted." His eyes brimmed with affection as he shared a tender moment with her, sighing, "In 3 days, the coronation ceremony will take place, and we shall be together openly." After a brief pause, he gently inquired, "How was your conversation with mother yesterday?" Tang Wan exhibited no signs of distress, her expression neutral as she simply smiled and replied, "It was nothing significant." She expressed her regrets, explaining that she had a sovereign to whom she owed loyalty, and for the greater good, she chose to induce my premature birth, without expecting my forgiveness. I feel nothing particularly profound. Perhaps my feelings for her have waned. Throughout my life, it has only been you by my side. You are my utmost priority. Nothing else can sway me. Yen Zhao's dark eyes shimmered with depth as he caressed her petite face, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly, "I too, Wan, hold you dear above all." After a light breakfast, he escorted her to the study. She sat beside him, grinding ink for him while he watched her with a smile for quite some time before picking up his brush to begin reviewing memorials. Soon after, several military generals dispatched to quell bandits sought an audience. Yen Zhao set down his brush, casting a cool glance at them, an invisible aura of authority pressing down upon them. "I commanded you to seal their descent. Have you accomplished this task? Your Majesty, please forgive us. We have sent someone to seal off the area, yet they still possess alternative routes." Yen Zhao smiled silently, his aura suddenly turning icy cold, his voice imbued with frost. "Have you softened your hearts? Though they are but ragtag bandits, comprising the old, the weak, women, and children, they are still led by those who drive their actions. I commanded you to act, to eliminate their leader. Once he falls, the rest will likely surrender. If you continue to show mercy, be wary that I may turn my wrath upon you first." Yen Zhao had encountered many types of individuals, and one could discern their thoughts through their actions. There were far too many elderly, weak, and children on Feng Mountain. Each time, the bandit leader dispatched them to descend for provisions, and there were always generals who, upon witnessing their pitiful state, could not bear to act and hoped for the bandit leader's swift surrender. Several martial generals, trembling, accepted their orders and dared not play tricks. The new emperor did not erupt in rage like the wise martial emperor, yet merely hearing his cold, detached voice sent chills down their spines. Tang Wan lowered her gaze, contemplating the ink, her voice gentle. Their refusal to surrender may stem from a lack of faith in the court, yet their leader most likely harbors true treachery. It is best to eliminate him swiftly. Yan Zhao generously remarked. Wan is more astute than they. Their minds are shrouded in foolishness, akin to that of swine. Tang Wan furrowed her brow and shot him a glance. Please refrain from such remarks. If they were to overhear, it would surely dishearten them. I shall heed your counsel and remain silent. He pressed his thin lips into a soft arc, his demeanor gentle. Following Yan Zhao's instructions, the martial generals disregarded all else, sending men to lie in ambush at the foot of Feng Mountain, once more reciting the surrender edict, creating a commotion to lure out their leader. As he made his appearance, the military generals no longer paid heed to whether they harmed the defenseless individuals, but instead began to advance relentlessly. Feng Mountain was a formidable stronghold, yet they deemed it unnecessary to seize it entirely. Their objective was merely to extinguish the life of the leader. The moment he emerged, they had to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. With the leader's demise, the rebel forces descended into chaos, and gradually, those who wished to survive began to lead their surrender down the mountain with decisive resolve. As night approached, all on the mountain descended. Although they claimed it was imprisonment, they were, in fact, provided with ample clothing and provisions, serving as a means of persuasion. 3 days later, the grand coronation ceremony for the empress commenced in earnest. Tang Wan received the imperial decree and the ceremonial treasures, assisted by palace attendants as she ascended the phoenix carriage. Entering through the Fengtian Gate, she made her way to the Chengtian Gate. The civil and military officials, clad in court attire, lined the sides and knelt in reverence to welcome her. As Tang Wan dismounted from the phoenix carriage, her long empress robe trailed elegantly upon the ground, the phoenix intricately embroidered in gold thread, resplendent and noble. Yan Zhao did not await her arrival atop the dais, but stood at the foot of the steps, his gaze etched with affection and longing for her. He took her hand and accompanied her up the western steps, leading her into the inner hall. He assisted her in taking her place upon the throne. An overwhelming joy swelling within him, irresistible as he leaned down to press his lips against her painted red ones. Surrounding them were the grand eunuchs and numerous ceremonial officials, who, upon witnessing this tender moment, averted their eyes, inwardly admonishing themselves. Once Yan Zhao took his seat, the officials resumed their duties, reciting the formalities as all present echoed their cheers of longevity and prosperity. With the ceremony concluded, it was already noon. The emperor and empress, having partaken of the nuptial wine in the main palace, marked the true completion of the rites. As the officials departed like drifting fish, the emperor and empress arrived at the Fengyi palace within the harem, shedding their elaborate court attire. Yan Zhao gently massaged Tang Wan's neck and shoulders, his movements tender, his expression suffused with contentment. From this day forth, she was truly his wife. Tang Wan stifled a yawn and glanced at the sky, which was already cloaked in the hues of evening. She turned to embrace his neck, her voice a soft murmur. Brother, are you hungry? Indeed, he replied, playfully pinching the tip of her nose, his gaze fondly lingering on her charming demeanor. Let us dine. The first evening meal following the coronation was lavish, adhering to ceremonial customs, predominantly tailored to her tastes. After satisfying her hunger, she was attended to by her personal maid for a bath. The Fengyi Palace boasted a private bathing pool, where Tang Wan leaned over the edge, eyes closed, relishing the experience before rising from the water. Meanwhile, Yan Zhao had also completed his bathing ritual, clad in night attire, perusing a book upon the soft couch. As the fragrant warmth of her presence drew near, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace, enveloping her in a tender hold. Lowering his gaze, he drank in her beauty, his heart igniting with fervor. The allure of a freshly bathed maiden is always particularly enchanting. The mist-kissed corners of her eyes seemed to beckon him like delicate hooks. How long will you gaze, brother? She teased, playfully poking his chest. Shall I let you choose a few? He inquired, but upon meeting her bashful gaze, he cast the book aside, unable to restrain himself any longer, capturing her lips with his own. I shall choose for you. Tang Wan felt a touch of shyness, yet as she regained her composure, her boldness flourished. In moments of passion, she would breathily whisper husband against his ear. Yan Zhao was driven to madness by her, as the dragon and phoenix candles burned brightly throughout the night. The following day, Yan Zhao did not need to attend court. Even upon waking, He remained nestled with the person in his embrace, his spirit invigorated and his entire being suffused with contentment. Tang Wan slumbered for an extended period before rousing, groggily nuzzling against his neck. As noon approached, Yin Zhao and she indulged in tender moments, and upon her complete awakening, she shot him a playful glare. He assisted her in rising, dressing her, arranging her hair, and delicately painting her brows, his eyes brimming with affection. When it came time for lip color, he hesitated momentarily, gazing at her lips, reminiscent of blooming roses, luscious and vibrant. A smile crept upon his lips as he set aside the lip color. On the first day of their marriage, they resembled an ordinary couple, engaged in writing and painting, their actions harmonious. Although Yin Zhao's painting skills paled in comparison to Tang Wan's, he crafted a portrait of her that captured her essence to a remarkable extent. The curve of the woman's lips and the sparkle in her eyes embodied her spirited mischief. Tang Wan carefully examined the painting, her face radiating joy, before gently rolling it up and placing it in a scroll. Previously, while she was still in her boudoir, she had purchased a set of Go, an uncommon game in this era, from the system's marketplace, thoroughly studying the accompanying strategy guide. In the past, she either played against herself or engaged with Ling Yu and the others, but now she recalled that she had yet to play with Yin Zhao. Tang Wan retrieved the game, placing it on the small table beside the bed, and excitedly proclaimed to Yin Zhao, "Brother, let me teach you how to play, and then we shall compete." Yin Zhao approached, casting a glance at the black and white stones, which bore some resemblance to Go. He did not linger on the game. Instead, he playfully entangled her for a while, grinning as he asked, "Have you forgotten what to call me?" Tang Wan sweetly addressed him as husband several times, inviting him to sit opposite her. The rules were quite simple, and upon hearing them, Yin Zhao nodded, taking the black stones into his hands. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Why have you stopped playing?" Only 3 rounds had passed. She smiled sweetly, gently humming. "Do I not know you? Once you win, it is clear you have mastered the game and can continue to triumph." Yin Zhao, for 3 consecutive days, did not attend court, devoting his time to accompany Tang Wan. At night, he was particularly mischievous, as a young man newly awakened to desire can be quite persistent. After indulging in such unrestrained revelry, Yin Zhao prepared to resume his morning court sessions. As dawn broke, the sky dimly illuminated. The newly appointed Grand Eunuch, Liang Yong, hesitated momentarily. Considering the commotion that had persisted until the midnight hour, he realized it was indeed time for court. Thus, he cautiously announced from outside the dragon bed, "Your Majesty, it is already the hour of the rabbit." Yin Zhao slowly opened his eyes, casting a languid gaze at the fragrant softness nestled in his embrace. She remained deep in slumber, her fair cheeks adorned with a charming blush. Love shimmered in his eyes as he tenderly pressed his lips against hers. Recently, Yin Zhao had been preoccupied with matters concerning the apprehension of bandits, and he recognized that to effectively curb the rising number of displaced individuals, economic development was imperative. At the Grand Court Assembly 2 days hence, this issue would be the focal point, prompting numerous officials to offer their counsel. Yin Zhao remained mostly silent, listening intently. As more court officials echoed their support, one proposed, "After the court distributes relief grain and winter garments, let us command the landowners of various villages to employ the displaced. We, who have a modest estate, shall be the first to hire them, setting an example for the affluent. In due time, the wealthy landowners will have sufficient manpower, and the displaced will gain income and find stability." A subtle sharpness glinted in Yin Zhao's otherwise placid gaze as it swept over their faces. Once they concluded, he interjected with a few incisive words, "Do you intend to trivialize a grave matter?" Their expressions tightened, and they exchanged furtive glances, lowering their heads. In the solemn court, the dragon throne loomed high, allowing Yin Zhao to survey the entire assembly with ease. With a casual glance at their subtle movements, he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "The root of the increasing number of displaced individuals lies within the affluent landowners of the realm, who act with impunity, disregarding the principles of the court. Pray, have all of you not yet awakened?" Upon sensing the gravity of the situation, a scholar from the cabinet promptly stepped forward to propose a new strategy, aligning with Yin Zhao's sentiments by directing the blame toward the wealthy landowners. The welfare of the populace was paramount. Thus, Yin Zhao dedicated a fortnight to enacting new regulations. He initiated a pilot program in the fertile Jiangnan region, aimed at confiscating the grain that landowners had illicitly extracted from tenant farmers, while imposing severe penalties on those who misreported grain figures to the court. In conjunction with this endeavor, A considerable number of local officials who had sheltered the landowners and colluded with them were also apprehended. As Yin Zhao perused the memorial, a lengthy list of names unfolded before him, a mere fraction from the local level, with even more anticipated from the central authorities. Following the detention of these local officials, they adopted a more submissive demeanor within the court, particularly those with vested interests in colluding with their local counterparts, who scarcely dared to venture beyond their confines. Yin Zhao was unyielding in his pursuit, deliberately highlighting several of the most egregious offenders. At the Grand Court Assembly, he cast the evidence gathered by the imperial guards upon the floor, coldly declaring, "Pick it up and examine it. Do not hesitate to point out any injustices you perceive." They crawled forward on their knees, glancing at the material before their vision darkened, repeatedly bowing their heads and pleading for forgiveness. Previously, during the reign of the sagacious Wu Emperor, such matters had gone unchecked, enabling their brazen misconduct, as the truth had been insubstantial. Some, unwilling to concede and vehemently proclaiming their innocence, were met with Yin Zhao's chilling smile, his eyes glinting with a ruthless coldness. "Then perhaps you should simply dash yourselves against the columns of the Golden Chariot Hall to prove your innocence. A multitude of officials has been detained, and vast quantities of gold and silver have been extracted from their residences. This campaign to purify the court has reached its conclusion. Yet the endeavor to improve the livelihood of the people is far from over. As winter swiftly approaches, the development of the economy has shown signs of progress after 3 months of effort. During this period, Yin Zhao deliberately held an autumn examination, for he was in dire need of personnel, both at the central and local levels. The courtiers no longer dared to challenge him and obediently complied with his orders. In the depths of winter, Tang Wan occasionally visited the imperial study to accompany Yin Zhao as he reviewed memorials. Today, with the rare absence of snow, she brought with her a bowl of nourishing soup and several dishes, arriving at the study in a sedan chair just before noon. Her presence required no announcement. She entered directly. Yin Zhao had just closed a memorial, his long, slender fingers pressing against the golden cover, creating creases with a subtle force. Upon seeing her, the chill in his gaze melted away, replaced by a warm smile. Tang Wan placed the food box on the table, resting her hand in his palm, which he took and guided to his lap. The thick, white marten fur had been shed, revealing her graceful form enveloped in a soft satin gown. Yin Zhao embraced her, feeling his earlier agitation dissipate. "I was just about to come to you," he remarked. The imposing figure of the man, increasingly authoritative, disregarded the formality of the imperial study and leaned in to kiss her lips softly. "Ling Yu and the others reported that you were angry during the morning court session. I simply had to come and see for myself," she said, her hand resting on his shoulder as she playfully nudged him, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting his gaze. Yin Zhao's eyelids lowered slightly as he caressed her back, chuckling. "It's nothing serious, just a few fools that need to be dealt with." Tang Wan opened the food box and retrieved the soup to offer him. His gaze fell upon it, pausing slightly, a hint of a smirk glimmering in his eyes. Compliantly, he took a sip from the spoon she provided, then remarked, "Wan, you always serve me this soup. In the evening, you'll blame me for not letting you go." Tang Wan's hand trembled slightly, her gaze wavering with uncertainty, her clear eyes brimming with confusion. "This is merely a nourishing soup. What nonsense are you speaking?" Yin Zhao pinched her cheek, his eyes filled with fondness. "I have no need for nourishment. If I were to indulge in it, I would have to engage in other activities." Tang Wan ground her teeth and pushed the soup away. He would certainly finish whatever she brought him. Yin Zhao continued to handle state affairs, and Tang Wan refrained from disturbing him, settling to the side to quietly read. When fatigue overcame her, she lazily stifled a yawn. Just as she set the book aside, Yin Zhao lifted her into his arms and carried her into the inner chamber. The heated floor was pleasantly warm, and as Tang Wan nestled into the soft bedding, she squinted and nuzzled the pillow, quickly drifting off to sleep. That night, a heavy snowfall ensued, soon blanketing the palace doors and windows. His large hand brushed against her smooth waist, the heat igniting Yin Zhao's senses, causing him to awaken abruptly. "Wan," he murmured in the darkness, pressing his forehead against hers, his gaze suddenly sharpening. She stirred unconsciously, offering no response. In that instant, he found himself breathless, a wave of palpitations engulfing him, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, siphoning away his very essence. That sensation was foreign, yet hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of confronting the merciless visage of fate. Yin Zhao sat upright, drenched in cold sweat, as though he had just emerged from water. The palace door was sealed by snow, while the palace attendants outside frantically cleared the snow away. The imperial physicians still on duty in the Thai hospital were hastily brought forth by the guards. Upon their arrival, the hall was brightly lit, and they hurried towards the figure of Yin Zhao, whose eyes were a dark, brooding red. Yin Zhao sat beside the bed, his expression still grim. Exuding an overwhelming aura of hostility, his demeanor akin to that of a madman. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and attend to the Empress." He glared at them, his anxiety palpable. The lead physician quickly stepped forward, placing his hand on Tang Wan's wrist, which was adorned with a silk handkerchief. After a moment, the physician's initially racing heart gradually calmed as he reported, "Your Majesty, the Empress has contracted a chill. I shall prepare a remedy to reduce her fever." Yin Zhao's taut nerves remained unyielding, commanding them to proceed without delay. He was still engulfed in unease, casting his gaze down at her peaceful face. Her eyes closed in deep slumber. With trembling hands, he gently lifted them, fearful of shattering the illusion before him, as if he were reminded that this figure was but a fleeting mirage. Had he not endured such a moment before? A moment when he had utterly lost her. Tang Wan was enveloped in a deep sleep. Even when she became vaguely aware, she could not open her eyes. At one point, she was fed a medicinal broth, which she obediently consumed. In her muddled thoughts, she wondered if she was experiencing a life-threatening winter ordeal. The narrative had become chaotic, rendering it impossible to predict when calamity would strike. But how could this be? She had followed her routine, diligently taking her medicine and nurturing her health, having consumed nothing improper nor exposed herself to the cold. How had she succumbed to this fever? The story demanded her exit, yet she would no longer be a pawn of its whims. This is a confrontation against the forces of fate. The medicine prescribed by the imperial physician proves ineffective, leaving her to resist and endure on her own. It is evident that the host's willpower, liberated from the grasp of the narrative, is remarkably resilient. As Tang Wan's fever subsides, the physicians collectively exhale in relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Yet, Yin Zhao's condition remains troubling, his lips pale, and his usually profound eyes are now vacant. He remains silent, and the physicians, having reported their findings, dare not withdraw, lingering nearby. Only when Yin Zhao sees Tang Wan stir does a glimmer of light return to his eyes, dispelling the overwhelming sense of despair that had enveloped him. 1-1. His voice is hoarse, as if he has not spoken for days, gravelly and strained. Tang Wan struggles to awaken, her gaze meeting his as she registers his ashen face. A pang of anguish gripping her heart. Slowly, she extends her hand, grasping his trembling fingertips. Suddenly, Yin Zhao leans down to embrace her, his icy lips brushing against her cheek, then capturing her mouth, whispering fervently, "Wan, are you awake? Do not leave me." Tang Wan feels a wave of bittersweet sorrow wash over her, her heart constricted, as tears brim in her eyes, blurring her vision. "Brother," she whispers, her lips parting, unable to contain the flood of tears. In that moment, they seem like survivors of a calamity, their lips pressed together in a tender embrace. The physicians, despite their trepidation, realize they must make haste to depart. Yin Zhao pulls back slightly, his gaze fixed upon her vibrant form, and softly confesses, "Wan. It feels as though I have helplessly lost you before. It is not merely an illusion. It is as if fate itself seeks to snatch you away from me." Tang Wan's heart ached unbearably as she cradled his face, gently caressing the red mark at the corner of his eye with her fingertips. In a soothing whisper, she reassured him, "My dear husband, I am well now. Nothing will trouble me again. The past is behind us." He enveloped her in his embrace, his iron-like arms longing to meld her entire being into his parched lips brushing against her delicate cheek. After a long while, the agonizing pain within her gradually dissipated, soothed by her gentle murmurs. Gazing into his eyes, she spoke softly and deliberately, "I will never leave you, I promise." Love surged within him like a tide, and he whispered 3 words in her ear, feeling the vibrant rhythm of her heartbeat, dispelling the turmoil and resentment that had plagued his heart. No one could ever take her away from him again. Since her recovery from the cold, it seemed as though a switch had been flipped within Tang Wan. No longer was she like a sieve, with her health leaking through. All her wounds had been mended, and her body had truly been nourished. Regular checkups were conducted, and she was delighted to see the indicators on the display panel indicating her improving health. "Look, host, your condition is steadily improving. In due time, you may attain a physique that could last a century." Tang Wan smiled, pressing her lips together as she felt the softness at her waist. Lowering her gaze, She pouted playfully and leaned against Yin Zhao, teasing, "Husband, I've gained quite a bit of weight these past few months. Am I too heavy for you to carry?" A broad grin illuminated Yin Zhao's face, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "We can both carry you, and I could even lift you with one hand. Would you like to test it?" Yin Zhao chuckled, his chest trembling slightly, as he gazed into her flushed cheeks with his dark eyes, gently coaxing, "Wan. This isn't being plump. It's quite delightful. A little more flesh would be even better." Tang Wan's demeanor brightened with a radiant smile, her fingertip playfully tapping his chest. Her voice sultry, "If you sweet-talk me a bit more, I might just indulge in an extra half bowl of rice at dinner." His gaze was tender and unmasked, overflowing with affection as he softly persuaded her, gradually leading to sweet kisses. Observing the scanned data panel, 099 harbored grave doubts about the host's oversight of the final line. However, it refrained from interjecting at that moment, waiting until their kiss concluded before cheerfully addressing Tang Wan. "Host, do take a glance at the last line. It's crucial to be mindful of your diet and attire in the upcoming days." She glanced over, her gaze faltering, her mind momentarily blank. The system is a hyperdimensional technological marvel. Even if the host has been pregnant for less than half a month, I can detect it, 099 continued. Tang Wan's hand instinctively moved to her abdomen, her eyes widening in astonishment, shimmering with unshed tears. "Wan." Yin Zhao called her softly, brushing his fingers through her long hair, gently tilting his face to meet her lips, which felt exquisite. As the night deepened with passion, Tang Wan recalled her condition and abruptly pushed Yin Zhao away. He mistakenly assumed her reluctance stemmed from disinterest and composed himself, wrapping his arms around her to lull her into slumber. After a fortnight, when he was once more met with rejection, he gasped, yet before he could utter a word, she turned to lie atop him, her eyes shimmering with a hazy springtime affection, poised to speak yet hesitating. Yin Zhao's breathing grew heavier. After a while, he embraced her waist and rose, casually taking a handkerchief to wipe her fingers clean. In the flickering candlelight, his eyes appeared as dark as the night, harboring lingering thoughts. He gently inquired, "What troubles you of late? Have I upset you?" Tang Wan leaned against him, her delicate form evoking a sense of tender affection. "No, but my dear husband, let us wait for these 2 months, shall we?" She traced circles on his chest with her fingertips, her voice sweet and alluring, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with softness. "We must ensure the stability of the pregnancy first." Yin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, his expression tightening instantly. Tang Wan watched him with a composed demeanor. He swallowed, carefully clasping her waist with his large hand, his dark eyes fixated on her with concern. "Wan." Her laughter was bright and clear as she playfully poked his forehead, saying, "Today, the physician came to check the pulse and mentioned it was a slippery pulse, still quite faint. We will need to wait a while longer to confirm." Yin Zhao nodded, his face still tense yet increasingly cautious, though a glimmer of joy began to emerge in his eyes. Observing his reaction made her smile even wider. She nestled against him for a moment before leaning closer to his ear, whispering softly, "So, my husband, let us endure these days." At that moment, he set aside her teasing, gently placing his palm on her abdomen, as if finally understanding, his expression softening. He gazed at her, the depths of his eyes swirling with emotion, his voice low and heartfelt. "Wan, thank you." Tang Wan gave a soft hum in response, burying her head in the crook of his neck, her lips lightly brushing against his rapidly beating carotid artery. Since Tang Wan became pregnant, she has grown increasingly delicate. On warm summer nights, she is particularly sensitive to heat and requires Yin Zhao to fan her before she can fall asleep, expressing disdain for his naturally warm body temperature. "Your Highness, please save me." A palace maid, whose once pretty face is now swollen, struggles against her captors when she catches sight of Tang Wan, her eyes lighting up with hope. Tang Wan casts her a dispassionate glance. A eunuch swiftly covers the maid's mouth and drags her away, while another bows slightly to Tang Wan, his face beaming with a smile. "Your Highness, the Emperor is waiting for you inside." A faint smile graces Tang Wan's lips as she steps inside. Yin Zhao's face, previously clouded with anxiety, brightens upon seeing her. He quickly approaches, taking her hand and guiding her to sit on a soft couch. "Wan, we have received a new batch of intriguing tributes from the West. Come and see if there's anything you fancy." His gaze momentarily falters as he looks at her earnestly. "I am well aware of their intentions. My heart has always belonged solely to you. There will be no selection of concubines, nor will there be other women." Tang Wan smiles, leaning in for a gentle kiss from him, her lips curling playfully. I would be willing to declare my devotion 100 times over if it would ease your worries. I simply wish for you to remain untroubled. They lack the power to manipulate me. Indeed, her eyes sparkle brighter than the stars. As the due date approaches, Yin Zhao visibly becomes more anxious, his demeanor increasingly fraught with concern. He has specifically summoned physician Shui from outside the palace to inquire daily about Tang Wan's health and whether the impending childbirth might jeopardize her safety. Several months ago, upon first learning of her pregnancy, he felt a sense of unease deep within him. Yet at that moment, the joy and surprise overshadowed his vague apprehension. As time progressed, this feeling became increasingly pronounced. I had always sensed something amiss in his demeanor towards you, a dissonance that felt uncharacteristic of a brother's affection for his sister. Every time I voiced my concerns, he would scowl in response, vehemently denying my insinuations, as though he harbored no ulterior motives towards you at all. Tang Wan smiled. Her lips pressed together, her complexion radiating a healthy blush. Dr. Shui, she remarked, your condition has improved remarkably compared to before, even surpassing that of some healthy individuals. I am genuinely curious how you have managed to nurture your body within the palace. It appears to have benefited even more than my own efforts in your care. Tang Wan replied softly, having surmounted that particular hurdle, my body gradually replenished itself after enduring that critical moment. I believe that is the case. The child within her was exceptionally well behaved, rarely causing any distress, only occasionally giving a gentle kick against its mother's belly. When the child was born, Yin Zhao paced anxiously outside the delivery room, later disregarding objections to enter and accompany Tang Wan, utterly devoid of his usual calm demeanor. It was only when the physician reported that both mother and child were safe that he finally exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Dr. Shui was beside them, checking the pulse of the little princess. He nodded in approval, then turned to see Yin Zhao leaning down to kiss Tang Wan's pale lips. He hesitated for a moment, sighed softly, and stepped outside. There had been similar scenes in the past. The youthful Yin Zhao once cradled Tang Wan, administering her medicine and delicately wiping the remnants from her lips, his expression a mirror of the same nervous tenderness. Now, as they journeyed together, it was fortunate that their affections had found a solid foundation, never once betrayed. This was indeed a wonderful outcome. The little princess, affectionately named Ran Ran, is the cherished darling of Tang Wan and Yin Zhao, with the entire palace serving as her playground. As she grows a little older, she begins to walk and speak, accompanying Yin Zhao to the imperial study, where she sits on a soft couch, playing with the new toys that have been sent from the West. At that moment, a minister arrives for an audience, cautiously and solemnly suggesting, Your Majesty, the offspring beneath your knee are few. It would be wise to broaden the harem. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his foot. Reflexively, he withdrew his foot, grimacing in pain, nearly letting out a cry. Upon glancing down, he saw the small Western clock rolling away, while a delicately carved little doll gazed up at him with innocent eyes. Your Highness. The minister smiled at her, his expression softening. Who could resist such an adorable little doll? The princess must have simply lost her grip on the clock. The minister bowed to Ran Ran, picking up the clock to return it to her. Yin Zhao bent down to scoop her up, pinching her tiny nose playfully, then raised his gaze back to the minister, his tone laced with an icy chill. Are they all so fixated on my harem, fearing I may leave no heirs? The minister immediately broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, I would never dare. Yin Zhao casually dismissed him with a few words. As soon as the minister departed, Ran Ran's bright, watery eyes widened, tugging at Yin Zhao's sleeve, pointing in the direction he had gone, and urgently uttering a couple of sounds. The little one struggled to articulate her thoughts in her excitement. Yin Zhao looked down at Ran Ran, gently ruffled her hair, his face alight with affection. Speaking in a doting tone, Take your time, Ran Ran. Puffing out her cheeks, her voice sweet and without malice, she declared, That person is bad. Hit him. Those ministers, emboldened by audacity, have cast aside his previous words merely 2 years after their utterance. It is imperative that they receive further lessons. Ran Ran was easily appeased by a single phrase from her father, cheerfully indulging in the delicacies laid before her. Upon awakening from her afternoon slumber in the imperial study, she crawled to the edge of the bed, still dazed and, not spotting Tang Wan, pouted her lips and rubbed her eyes, on the verge of tears. Yin Zhao approached, and she rushed towards him, sniffing back her emotions. I want mother. Mother hasn't held Ran Ran today. All right, your father will take you to your mother immediately. Yin Zhao wiped her little face and chuckled softly. Just this morning, We praised Ran for her cleverness, and now she transforms into a little crybaby? Ran clenched her tiny fists, asserting, I am crying, but I am not a crybaby, as mother says. Tangwan had been asleep for quite some time and was just beginning to rouse. Upon seeing them, her drowsiness vanished as she lovingly gathered Ran into her arms, bestowing a tender kiss upon her smooth little face. Chapter 84, End. A brief interlude from the past. Yin Zhao. Ah, the little one is but a small bundle. Innocent and endearing, snuggling against her in affection, softly murmuring, Mother, Ran is hungry. Whatever mother eats, Ran shall eat too. As night fell, Ran retired early, already deep in slumber. Yin Zhao, persistent in his affections, continued to press against Tang Wan, his antics lingering into the late hours. He was becoming increasingly difficult to manage, prompting Tang Wan to gently push him away with trembling fingers. One day, as she observed Yin Zhao playing with Ran, she inquired about the matter of the 099 darkening value. Long gone, replied 099. The antagonist's thoughts have always been heavy, yet now that he possesses all he desires, contentment leaves no room for darkness. Tang Wan propped her chin on her hand, gazing at them softly. How wonderful it is. Everything I yearn for is now within my grasp. As Tang Wan conversed with Princess Linkong, she tenderly held Wan Ruan's small hand and said, Wan. This is your grandmother. Though still a child, Wan Ruan had a remarkable memory, recalling her grandmother from a single encounter. She gazed at her with curious, obsidian-like eyes. Princess Linkong bore a few more fine lines on her face, yet her smile remained warm and kind, nearly unchanged from years prior. She embraced Wan Ruan, her smile deepening, and a glimmer of tears shimmered in her eyes as memories of Tang Wan's childhood surfaced. Wan Ruan wandered over to Yin Zhao for a snack. He seldom conversed with the ministers, instead feeding her. After the palace banquet, Wan Ruan soon fell asleep nestled in Tang Wan's embrace, when suddenly a thought struck her awake. Wan, Tang Wan queried, puzzled by her sudden alertness. Leaning closer, Wan whispered, Mother, why aren't grandmother and grandfather together like father and mother? They seem to be apart. Ah, Wan can perceive this, can she? Tang Wan raised an eyebrow. After pondering for a moment, she gently responded, Sometimes. Separation is not a negative thing. When feelings fade, parting becomes inevitable. Princess Linkong had long relied on the Duke of Zhenghua, and to claim that he bore no resentment would surely be a falsehood. As for Princess Linkong, her feelings for the Duke were likely minimal, as her earlier life had been consumed by a quest for vengeance for her former lord. Tang Wan was lost in thought, her heart filled with a mixture of emotions, when her little Ran suddenly sobbed in her arms. She quickly patted her back and gently asked, What is it, Ran? Ran waved at Yin Zhao beside her, taking his hand and placing it together with Tang Wan's. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke in a quivering, childlike voice. It's a bad thing. Father and mother cannot be separated like grandfather and grandmother. If they are, it is bad. They have deceived Ran. Yin Zhao clasped Tang Wan's hand and drew her close, reassuring Ran. What Ran says is true. We will not part ways. We will not deceive you. Ran nodded earnestly, her little face stern, as the palanquin swayed gently. Her small head bobbed, and soon she drifted off to sleep. Upon returning to Fengyi Palace, Yin Zhao took Tang Wan to admire the moon. Not long after, he could no longer resist, and kissed her softly, their lips meeting tenderly. They would remain together forever. In a spacious imperial study, Yin Zhao rested his forehead on his hand, not knowing how long he had closed his eyes. The sky was overcast, and the flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced upon the walls behind him. He rubbed his temples, surprisingly free from the excruciating headaches that had plagued him for years. His mind remained calm as he continued to attend to state affairs. On a golden-sealed memorial, the cabinet minister's words were both gentle and resolute, advising, last year, His Majesty made an exception to hold the autumn examination, attracting enough talent. Now, there are no vacancies in the court. Should the spring examination be held, it would be another exception. A flash of sternness crossed Yin Zhao's eyes as he picked up the vermilion brush and wrote, Nonsense, utterly unfounded. Had he ever made an exception for the autumn examination? The sky had darkened considerably, heralding the approach of a mountain storm. Yin Zhao had just completed his review when the chief eunuch hurriedly entered, keeping his distance and cautiously uttering, Your Majesty, the Astronomical Bureau has reported continuous heavy rain for 3 days. Do you wish to proceed to the Fengyi Palace now? Yin Zhao raised his gaze to fixate upon him. his dark eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. The chief eunuch felt a shiver run down his spine, bowing his head in trepidation, pondering the sudden strangeness of the emperor's demeanor. Yin Zhao remarked, "Have you forgotten my rules? Go and receive your punishment." The chief eunuch, trembling with fear, recalled Yin Zhao's instructions from the morning and mustered the courage to respond, "Your Majesty, you commanded earlier to prepare accordingly and to depart for the Fengyi Palace at the hour of Shun. However, it is almost time for dinner, and the Empress is likely still awaiting your presence." Yin Zhao's pupils constricted, a dark fury brewing within him. What Empress? When had he ever designated one? His mind, usually pricked by pain as if by needles, felt a sudden awareness of something amiss. He gasped, flipping open a memorial, his eyes falling upon the date. And he froze in shock. After a long pause, he stood, his palm pressing against the table, fingers trembling and turning pale. Rushing to the Fengyi Palace. He had barely crossed the threshold when the torrential rain began to pour down behind him. He stood beneath the eaves, raindrops splashing against his robe, weighing it down heavily. His heart felt equally burdened, filled with the love that lay before him. Under the lantern's glow, he beheld the beauty, akin to a flower blooming amidst the clouds. Suddenly, Tang Yuan turned to see him, her delicate brows furrowing tightly as she hurried over to grasp his hand, leading him inside. In a soft voice, she chided, "Why do you stand there in the rain, lost in thought?" Yin Zhao gazed at her intently, the depths of his eyes layered with shattered affection. Piecing together a complete image of her, Tang Yuan had already sensed his unease. A thought flickered through her mind, and with it came a pang of bitterness and heartache. She bit her lip, stifling the tears that threatened to spill, and gazed at him softly as she whispered, "Brother, what is it? You've been looking at me for quite some time." Yin Zhao slowly drew her closer, his lips trembling as they brushed against hers. Then he tenderly kissed her ear, murmuring, Wan, I miss you so much." Tang Yuan lowered her gaze. Her eyelashes dampened as she pressed her lips to his, replying, "Brother, I know. I miss you too." He kissed her fervently, the embrace both awkward and passionate. Nestled together, his voice was husky, filled with love as he confessed, Wan, I love you. I know, I love you too." She smiled, tears finally escaping her eyes. He held her tightly. In this lifetime, he possessed her, didn't he? Before she departed, he hadn't the chance to utter his love for her. He was like a parched soul in the desert, greedily clutching this extraordinary gift of grace. They were now a couple, sharing meals together, cleansing themselves, and as he held her close to sleep, his eyes remained wide open, unwilling to close, fixated on her. Tang Yuan wrapped her arms around his neck and initiated a kiss upon his soft lips. The rain pattered down relentlessly. The lonely traveler embraced his beloved, pouring forth a heart full of affection that brought solace. Chapter 85. The Rough Man's Delicate Wife. Additional chapter. Tang Yuan entered her next life, absorbing memories in but a fleeting moment, and suddenly her eyes fluttered open. The path before her appeared to have been trodden by many, flanked by thickets, with glimpses of figures wielding hoes visible over distant fields. Last night, the rain fell, and now the sun blazes overhead, transforming the once muddy path into a firm surface. Gazing along the trail, a vast expanse of shimmering pond lies ahead. My elder sister is just up ahead. My embroidered shoe has fallen there. Tang Yuan, grasping Tang Yuan's left hand, noticed that she had come to a standstill and promptly tugged at her. Tang Yuan displayed little reaction. Tang Yuan stamped her foot and raised her voice. "Elder sister, can you hear me speaking?" Tang Yuan blinked, turning to look at her, her exquisite features radiating a subtle chill, akin to a prickly rose. "I heard you. It's up ahead, right? Then let us proceed." Her voice remained laced with laughter, as gentle as ever. Tang Yuan, oblivious to her sister's peculiar demeanor, continued forward, her gaze fixed on the pond, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. Tang Yuan could hardly blame her. After all, she had obstructed her path. Upon reaching the pond's edge, Tang Yuan glanced around, furrowing her brow. "You're looking for your embroidered shoe, which is peach pink, correct? I don't see it here." Tang Yuan's hands trembled slightly as she quickly surveyed the surroundings. "Could it have fallen into the water? You are the best sister. Please help me look." Tang Yuan acknowledged her request and crouched by the pond's edge. The clear waters revealed swimming fish, reflecting her eyes, which brimmed with an icy clarity. Aware that Tang Yuan was approaching from behind, she curved her lips into a smile and spoke softly. "Mother spent several days crafting this embroidered shoe for you. It must not go missing." Suddenly, a force surged through the air from behind, and Tang Yuan swiftly bent, pulling Tang Yuan's wrist with a fierce tug. With a sudden splash, Tang Yuan flailed in panic, her face contorted as she screamed for help. Save me. Tang Yuan stood up and, observing her struggling and gasping for air, her expression turned icy. She casually picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it forcefully towards Tang Yuan's head. The stone struck its mark, intensifying Tang Yuan's panic as she sputtered, nearly sinking beneath the surface. Tang Yuan, twirling a strand of hair in front of her, sweetly admonished with a gentle smile, "Didn't you say your embroidered shoes fell into the water? Hurry and retrieve them, or mother will surely scold you." After saying this, without needing any further prompt, she briskly departed from the shore, vanishing into the woods in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a man emerged from the other side. Upon noticing Tang Yuan, her clothes disheveled from her struggle in the pond, his eyes gleamed with eagerness as he rubbed his hands together and plunged into the water to swim towards her. Soon, a crowd of villagers from Chishan gathered. Witnessing the comical scene where the notorious layabout Qi Tsungen had saved Tang Yuan, only to be met with hostility. "I saved you. Is this how you treat your savior?" Qi Tsungen glared at her fiercely, addressing the onlookers. "Everyone saw it. I was the one who rescued her." A kind-hearted woman pushed her way through the crowd to shield Tang Yuan, expressing her sympathy. "Aren't you the little sister from the Tang family in the eastern village? Don't worry, someone has gone to fetch your parents." Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had already distanced herself from the pond, skillfully maneuvering through the throng without being noticed. 099 observed the direction she was heading and exclaimed, "Host, why have you come this way towards the western part of the village?" Tang Yuan lowered her gaze and smiled softly. "Of course, it's to complete a task." In this moment, she was far removed from Xiao Cheng, yet she had to create some opportunities. In truth, she had only encountered him twice. Had it not been for her understanding of the world's narrative, she would have been oblivious to his affection for her. The first time she saw him was when she brought lunch to her father. She inadvertently glimpsed Xiao Cheng laboring silently in the fields. Beneath the scorching sun, his clothing clung to his form, drenched in sweat, accentuating the robust and powerful lines of his muscles, which held an inexplicable allure. Suddenly, he paused his toil, turning his head to glance in her direction, his sharply defined and stoic features striking her eyes, his dark gaze locking onto hers. The second encounter occurred when she ventured to the outskirts of the forest in search of red flower grass for her lip balm. Accidentally, she stepped into a trap set by a hunter. The steel clamp was neither sharp nor particularly strong, perhaps left behind carelessly. Initially, she felt fortunate, but as she knelt to pry it open with her hands, she found it rusted and immovable. Pampered by her family, her delicate fingers soon became raw and sore, leaving her breathless with exhaustion. In that moment, a large shadow loomed over her, emanating an impressive presence. Like a startled rabbit, she lifted her eyes, glistening with moisture, and beheld Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng knelt before her, his bronze hand effortlessly prying the clamp apart with a mere flick of his wrist, which cracked with a decisive snap. He had not touched her throughout the entire ordeal. She pressed her lips together and murmured, "Thank you." In close proximity, she noted the stubble on his jaw and the pronounced elegance of his high nose. He gazed at her and simply said, "No need. It's about to rain. Let us descend the mountain." It was her first encounter with his voice, steady, resonant, and imbued with an unspeakable, perilous aggression. Regardless of her quest for the red flower grass, she lifted her gaze to the sky, quickly grasped her small basket, and hastened down the mountain. An overwhelming sense of security enveloped her, steadying her steps. He diverted his gaze, adjusted his straw hat, and strode away with purpose. She harbored vague suspicions about their origins, yet they felt utterly incomprehensible. "So what does the host intend to do?" 099 felt quite pleased. She murmured, "There is a small river nearby, and I cannot swim." How could she bind herself irrevocably to Xiao Cheng, forging an inseparable connection? She would have to strategize against him. Only in this manner could he, a man of his caliber, cast aside the judgments and scorn of others, abandon his lineage, and genuinely approach her. This miniature world was rather unique, a realm drawn from the pages of a book. Tang Yuan was not only the beloved of the antagonist, but also the protagonist of the narrative. She was born in the 6th year of Shengfeng, in Chishan village, within the jurisdiction of Chang'an Prefecture, where her father was the village's sole scholar. In the future, Tang Yuan would encounter the male lead, develop a profound love, and unite in matrimony, together expanding their family business and rising to the status of imperial merchants. Yet, following the sweetness, a tale of torment unfolds. wherein the two souls oscillate between union and separation, inflicting both physical and emotional anguish upon one another. The male protagonist harbors the belief that her affections lie more with wealth than with him, nurturing a plethora of suspicions. Meanwhile, she endures the tribulations of amnesia, miscarriage, and various hardships, only to reunite with the remorseful male lead after several years. The antagonist of this narrative is Xiao Cheng, a resident of the same village as her. His mother passed away after giving birth to him, leaving behind a father who was perpetually bedridden and a mute sister. Xiao Cheng apprenticed under the village's elderly carpenter from a tender age, earning a living through labor, his hands marred with calluses and scars. He is regarded as the most capable individual in the village, possessing an exceptional appearance. Had it not been for his family's plight, he would have been besieged by marriage proposals. For a long time, he harbored feelings for someone yet never dared to approach her. It was only after she wed that he ventured beyond Qishan village to engage in commerce. When she found herself in an unhappy union with the male lead, he sought to contest the title of royal merchant, resenting him for possessing what he fails to cherish. From the perspective of an observer, clarity emerges, yet, when immersed in the tumult, one realizes the depths of Xiao Cheng's concealed emotions, akin to a bird trapped within a bamboo cage, silently watching her through the narrowest of slits. As Tang Wan contemplated the narrative, she arrived at the riverbank, her slender figure concealed within the thicket, a solemn expression gradually manifesting in her eyes. She approached Xiao Cheng for the sake of her mission, while simultaneously contemplating the potential to exploit him. The heart-wrenching saga lingered in her thoughts, causing her distress. Since she would inevitably marry, why not seek a partner who would love and cherish her from the very beginning? Yet, she must take the initiative. Otherwise, she would remain forever ensnared in a narrative where he would never unveil his feelings. Tang Wan exhaled softly, surveying her surroundings before casting the pouch of herbal insect repellent tied at her waist into the water and plunging in herself. Although she could not swim, Xiao Cheng was not far off. She was wagering on his instinct to rescue her. Yet, she was prudent enough to purchase a lifebuoy from 099, ensuring that if her gamble failed, 099 would promptly deploy the buoy for her. As water filled her lungs, her instinctive struggle ensued, and she cried out for help. Nearby, beneath a tree by the fields, Xiao Cheng had just finished a steamed bun, still feeling unsated. He needed to resume his work. With only 3 plots of land at home, he could wrap up after sowing the wheat seedlings and still had to venture to the county for some rosewood. Just as he picked up his hoe, a panicked cry pierced the air, mingling with the splashes of water. Xiao Cheng's pupils constricted, and he hastened towards the riverbank. Within moments, he arrived, his brow furrowing deeply as he plunged into the water. Tang Wan fell into his embrace. Instinctively, a drowning person clings desperately to anything within reach. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, holding on with fervor. Xiao Cheng paused, securing her waist with one hand, guiding her back to shore. Once on land, Tang Wan coughed a couple of times, her complexion pale and her body shivering from the cold, yet she clung to him without letting go. Xiao Cheng pressed his lips together, avoiding her gaze as he attempted to pry her arms away, murmuring, "It's all right." He tried to rise, but the softness of her touch was astonishingly delicate, leaving him uncertain of how to exert force without causing her pain. In his moment of confusion, he glanced down at her, his deep-set eyes reflecting her own, and he was momentarily entranced. A subtle current coursed through his heart, the rhythmic pounding echoing in his ears, rendering Xiao Cheng's mind momentarily blank. In the next moment, he swiftly rose and distanced himself. As the space widened, the woman's excessively fair skin was illuminated by the sunlight, shimmering like freshly fallen snow, captivating to behold. Xiao Cheng's facial features were taut, as he averted his gaze and said in a solemn tone, "Miss, your attire, thank you." She raised her head to meet his gaze once more, her eyes sparkling with pure light, her voice soft as she replied, "Xiao Cheng, this is the second time you have saved me." The fact that she knew his name took Xiao Cheng by surprise, and upon hearing it from her lips, a corner of his heart seemed to collapse. Tang Wan, trembling slightly, stood up and adjusted the damp fabric clinging to her body, water dripping from her form, vibrant and alive. After rising, she wrapped her arms around herself, lowering her head in a moment of uncertainty, biting her lip and furrowing her brow. Xiao Cheng's breath became somewhat labored as he dared not look at her, his gaze fixed on the rippling surface of the river. His hand clenched into a fist. His voice low and grave, "I will take responsibility for today's events." She had been embraced by him, and he had seen her in such a vulnerable state. If he were to shirk his responsibility, it would be akin to behaving like a beast. Yet, given his circumstances, he could not offer her a life of comfort. Xiao Cheng closed his eyes briefly, his tone heavy. However, if you're unwilling, you may refuse. I will ensure that today's events remain confidential. Tang Wan lifted her gaze to him. Without a hint of hesitation, I have no reluctance. She still felt somewhat cold, her body shivering, yet her voice remained resolute. You have saved me twice. You are a good person, and I am willing to marry you. My home is located to the east of the village. Do you know where that is? She inquired softly. I know, he replied. How could he not know? As he passed through on the way to the county town, he would instinctively glance over, occasionally catching sight of her sitting in the courtyard. Her head bowed as she sorted vegetables. The Tang family's rural courtyard is quite well kept, surrounded by a sturdy wall, with 2 red lanterns adorning the entrance. I must apologize to your parents, he remarked, remaining steadfast. You are my savior. Why should I need to apologize? She furrowed her brow in disagreement, gazing at him. You should leave quickly. I will clarify matters with my parents. Tang Yuaner was also inside, and she could not allow her to know. This matter must be discussed privately with her parents. Otherwise, Tang Yuaner would embellish the story, spreading it throughout the village and putting her in a vulnerable position. Tang Wan detested such feelings and acknowledged her own selfishness. Only after watching Xiao Cheng depart did Tang Wan finally exhale, her heart settling. The events of the day had concluded. Inside, her mother, Zheng, with reddened eyes, was comforting Tang Yuaner, who suddenly pushed her away. Chapter 87. The rough man's delicate wife. Tang Wan shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she led her sister into her room and swiftly closed the door. She fell into Zheng's embrace, weeping sorrowfully. Mother, today my sister caused me to fall into the water. I nearly lost my life. Thankfully, heaven bestowed a savior upon me. You mean Yuaner? How could she? Zhang, heartbroken, wiped her tears, her brow furrowing with concern. We will discuss this later. You must change into dry clothes and dry your hair. Tang Wan vigorously shook her head, clutching Zheng's hand. Mother, it was my sister who claimed her embroidered shoes fell into the water, and when I went to retrieve them, she pushed me in and ran away. As she spoke, a chill deepened in her heart, and she concluded, I feel my sister is no longer like my sister. She bumped her head a few days ago. Could something be amiss? Zheng gently prodded her forehead, inquiring, what nonsense are you spouting? She furrowed her brow in contemplation. Is it truly that Yuaner pushed you into the water? You sisters never quarrel, do you? Tang Wan rubbed the corners of her eyes and grasped Zheng's hand earnestly, saying, Mother, please listen to me. It was indeed she who pushed me into the water. I have always cherished Yuaner, and we have never had any disputes. If she were to harm me out of spite, that would be utterly terrifying. Zheng murmured. Could it be that Yuaner has truly encountered some misfortune? Tang Wan pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she buried her head in Zheng's embrace. My sister is no longer my sister. She harbors within her the essence of a book traveler. This traveler, also named Tang Yuaner, upon entering the narrative, seeks to eliminate the protagonist, Tang Wan, to usurp her place and encounter the male lead, thereby living a prosperous life, which has culminated in today's events. Zheng continued. She has indeed been acting strangely these past few days. She has refused to eat her favorite dish of braised eggplant and pork. Just now, when I attempted to braid her hair, she even retorted against me. She was once the epitome of filial piety and understanding. As she spoke, Zheng, in her agitation, paced back and forth. Tang Wan interjected, Mother, perhaps my sister has genuinely fallen under a spell. We must summon Granny Sun Lu to examine her. The elders in the village are steeped in superstition, particularly regarding Granny Sun Lu. Though she possesses no true abilities and merely engages in deceitful antics, the villagers hold her in high regard because she once purportedly cured a farmer with her talisman water. In Tang Wan's view, it was merely a stroke of luck. Upon hearing about Granny Sun Lu, Zheng nodded in agreement. Yes, we must have her come and take a look at Yuaner. Zheng turned her gaze towards Tang Wan and remarked, Fortunately, you are all unharmed today. By the way, who came to your rescue? Your father, and I shall pay our respects to them tomorrow. Tang Wan was taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Noticing this, Zheng's heart skipped a beat as she leaned in closer and whispered, Is it a man? She nodded slightly and replied softly, It is from the Xiao family in the west of the village. Xiao Cheng. Zheng's voice rose in surprise, her expression one of astonishment. Tang Wan affirmed with a quiet observing her mother's incredulous countenance, and slowly continued, Mother, he mentioned coming to discuss our marriage tomorrow. Initially, He intended to apologize for the trouble, but since he saved my life, he is my savior. How could he owe any apologies? I let him leave. Zheng felt a slight headache and suddenly collapsed onto the Kong. Tang Wan hurriedly supported her, saying, "You and your sister, both entangled in matters of the heart. Yuan Heir was saved by that scoundrel Qi Tsuingen, and now you have been rescued by the Shao family, with discussions of marriage looming. This is too much." Tang Wan bit her lip, her brow furrowed as she patted her mother's back, reassuringly stating, "Mother, Qi Tsuingen is not a good match." But Xiao Cheng is different. Zheng sighed. Indeed, Xiao Cheng is a fine young man, but you are merely 16, and he is in his early 20s. No one dares to marry their daughters into his family. His father is gravely ill, and the cost of medicine each year exceeds their earnings. There is little left to save, and marrying into such a family would mean enduring a life of hardship, not to mention he has a mute sister. I truly fear for your well-being if you were to marry into that family. Zheng gently caressed Tang Wan's half-dry hair, her face etched with concern. Her daughter had been raised in comfort, accustomed to ease. How could she endure the toils of a difficult life? Tang Wan nestled into her mother's embrace and slowly said, "Mother, if I do not marry him, whom shall I marry?" After their discussion, Tang Xiaotsai's furrowed brows remained tense. "He will come tomorrow. We shall see how he performs." He then added, "Moreover, Yuan Heir has indeed been acting strangely of late. Father, it seems my sister has arrived." No sooner had Tang Wan spoken than the door swung open, revealing a sullen-faced Tang Yuan Heir. "Yuan Heir," Tang Xiaotsai called to her. Tang Yuan Heir glared at Tang Wan, her expression shifting as if she were lost in thought, before she rushed towards Zheng Shi, bursting into tears. "Father, mother, is second sister not denying that she pushed me into the water? Do not believe her. She is the one who did it. She caused me to be entangled with Qi Tsuingen. She harmed me." Tang Yuan Heir cried out in a pitiful manner, fully aware that a child who weeps often receives sweets. Tang Wan's eyes brimmed with disappointment, her tears hovering on the brink of falling. She held back, thinking, "Sister, I went out today to find you embroidered shoes. And the moment I crouched down, you pushed me into the water. How has this turned into me pushing you? It was you who pushed me." Tang Yuan Heir glared fiercely at Tang Wan. Tang Wan narrowed her eyes and softly replied, "But you were the one who originally led me there. As for talk of revenge, if there is to be blame, let it fall upon me." Hearing Tang Wan's fabricated words, Tang Yuan Heir was left speechless. "You speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. When have I ever said such things? What revenge? Yuan Heir must truly have been possessed." Tang Xiaotsai, though skeptical of such superstitions, found himself willing to entertain the notion, given Tang Yuan Heir's current state. They left Tang behind at home, hastily departing. The house was now occupied solely by her and the locked-up Tang Yuan Heir. Tang Yuan Heir banged on the door, shouting, "Mother, father, let me out." Tang Wan. Tang Wan stood by the door, leisurely responding in a slow, deliberate manner, laced with malice. "Conserve your voice. Don't strain it too much, or you might end up with a sore throat. And remember to tell me what the water tastes like after you finish drinking it." "You've wronged me, Tang Wan." Tang Yuan Heir paused momentarily, then pounded on the door with fervor, causing it to rattle. Tang Wan feigned innocence, saying, "How have I wronged you? You fell into the water due to your own carelessness. Qi Tsuingen is the one who concocted the scheme to draw you near, and that injury on your head? You got that from striking a stone on the bank while in the water. It has nothing to do with me. Tang Wan, I will kill you." Tang Yuan Heir's eyes reddened with fury. Tang Wan shrugged nonchalantly. Feeling a bit peckish, she sauntered to the kitchen to reheat some food and began to enjoy her lunch. Outside, silence enveloped the scene as Tang Yuan Heir, panting heavily, gradually regained her composure. Her thoughts began to churn, and she realized something was amiss with Tang Wan. Biting her lip in contemplation, she discerned that Tang Wan had begun to change today, although she still appeared gentle on the surface. She had previously been oblivious to her own deceit until this morning when she attempted to push her into the water, and Tang Wan saw through her, turning against her. But why? What had caused Tang Wan's sudden transformation? Tang Yuan Heir's mind raced with absurd and fantastical notions. She quickly leaned against the door, calling out, "Second sister, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Tang Wan was having her meal and had no intention of acknowledging her. After finishing a bowl of hot porridge, she also prepared a scallion and egg pancake. With her hunger satisfied, Tang Yuan Heir grew anxious as she waited, eagerly pressing against the door to peer through the crack. Upon seeing Tang Wan approach, she immediately called out, "I have something to discuss with you." Tang Wan raised an eyebrow, her tone gentle, "Go ahead. Change is constant. yet some things remain unchanged. Tang Yuan felt a surge of nervousness, holding her breath. Since she could traverse into this book, perhaps others could as well. Was Tang Yuan also a traveler? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan blinked, quickly deducing that the phrase belonged to Tang Yuan's previous world. She was likely attempting to test her, to recognize a fellow traveler. However, Tang Yuan had no intention of revealing her own identity, so she replied, "Chickens are raised in the backyard, and there are no lotus roots in the house." Tang Yuan let out a deep sigh of relief, patting her chest. She did not wish for Tang Yuan to be a traveler. She wanted to be the sole one with an advantage in this world. But why had Tang Yuan suddenly changed? At last, the door creaked open, and they entered together, their expressions grave. Tang Yuan warily scrutinized the elderly woman before her, whose face was deeply lined, and cautiously stepped back. Granny's son scrutinized Tang Yuan for a long moment, then unfastened the gourd at her waist, opening the lid from the top half and suddenly splashing its contents towards Tang Yuan. "Ah, no!" Tang Yuan shrieked as the foul-smelling water splattered over her. Tang Yuan, standing by the door, turned her head and chuckled at the commotion, realizing that the woman before her was a renowned shaman in the village. Tang Yuan hastily exclaimed, "I am neither ill nor insane. There is no need for any talismanic water." Regrettably, her words now carry no weight. Son Liupa swiftly emerged, preparing several large bowls of talismanic water. Zheng and her daughter-in-law Lin, along with Tang Yuan, collectively restrained Tang Yuan in a chair. Son Liupa, possessing immense strength, pried open Tang Yuan's mouth and poured the concoction down her throat. The peculiar taste flooded her mouth and throat, causing turmoil within her stomach. Zheng felt a pang of compassion, but Tang Yuan whispered in her ear, "Mother, just 2 more bowls, and sister will likely return to her normal state." Zheng steeled herself, continuing to hold Tang Yuan down. After 3 bowls of talismanic water, Tang Yuan had yet to lose consciousness, tears streaming down her face. Son Liupa squinted, contemplating that it was nearly sufficient. At this moment, Tang Yuan spoke up, "Sixth aunt, could you prepare 2 more bowls of talismanic water for us? It would be prudent to have some in reserve." Son Liupa readily acquiesced, as it merely entailed charging for 2 additional bowls. The fee was modest, akin to the cost of a half meal, and she soon departed with her payment. Tang Xiaocai and Zheng accompanied her outside, leaving only Tang Feng and Lin within the room. Tang Yuan turned her back to them and leaned closer to the slumped Tang Yuan, her pale fingers gripping her chin firmly. Tang Yuan opened her eyes to meet her gaze, bloodshot and tear-filled, reflecting Tang Yuan's cold countenance in a blurred image. Tang Yuan leaned in closely, her sweet voice lowered to a whisper, "Recently, you have caused our parents distress, and yet you dare to act harshly towards them. They have always cherished us sisters dearly. You must put on a better front to spare them further sorrow. Do you understand? If you do not comprehend, continue to drink the talismanic water until you do." Tears streamed from Tang Yuan like an incessantly running faucet, her heart pounding relentlessly. "Sister, why is Yuan crying so desperately?" Lin asked, her heart aching at the sight. Before her sister-in-law could see, Tang Yuan released her grip on Tang Yuan's chin, gently pushing her face down to conceal the marks left by her harsh grip. Tang Yuan turned to Lin, offering a soft smile, her eyes clear and serene. Sister must have frightened her, but she has calmed down considerably now. She is no longer screaming as she was before. She should be all right soon. Lin nodded, a smile gracing her lips. That is good to hear. She observed Tang Yuan for a moment longer before taking Tang Yuan's hand and leading her outside. In a hushed tone, she confided, "To be honest, I have noticed something amiss with Yuan lately. She often rolls her eyes at me, and I am at a loss as to what I may have done wrong." A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Tang Yuan's eyes before vanishing. She gestured towards her head and whispered, "Did she not bump her head a few days ago? Perhaps she has been possessed. Which is why we called for Lupa to check on her." A smile curled on Tang Yuan's lips at the thought that Qi Tsuingen was the source of Yuan's troubles. She mused that if the water did not drown her, perhaps she would be ensnared by Qi Tsuingen instead. Now she was reaping the consequences of her actions. However, this matter involved their family, so Tang Yuan gently patted Lin's hand in reassurance. "Sister-in-law, we are not at a disadvantage here. It is true he saved our sister. We offered our gratitude. And if he continues to press us, we shall not hesitate to retaliate. We must adopt a firm stance against wicked individuals." Tang Yuan had her own considerations regarding this matter. She did not wish for someone like Qi Tsuingen to entangle their family. She resolved to seek him out at the earliest opportunity to discuss the matter, directing all blame towards Tang Yuan'er. Tang Xiaocai and Zheng entered to see Tang Yuan'er, with Tang Wan trailing closely behind, her gaze fixed upon the latter. Tears streamed down Tang Yuan'er's face, and upon meeting Tang Wan's penetrating eyes, a shiver coursed through her. Silencing her sobs, Tang Wan smiled gently at her, then turned to her parents, saying, "Father, Mother, do you not think Yuan'er appears considerably better?" With her biological sister gone, the interloper who dared to inhabit her sister's body was expected to play the role faithfully. Should she cause their parents further sorrow as she had in the past 2 days, Tang Wan would ensure she experienced profound sadness in return. The wicked must be tempered by the wicked. Tang Yuan'er shrank back, lowering her head as she murmured, "I am feeling much better." Zheng gently ruffled her hair and sighed. "I perceive that you have not fully recovered. You must rest well." As everyone exited, Tang Wan was the last to leave. Before closing the door, she glanced back at Tang Yuan'er, placing her index finger lightly against her lips, her smile radiant and tender. Zheng and Tang Xiaocai called the others to the main hall, stating, "Your father and I will soon be taking our gratitude to the Qi family to repay the life-saving favor. For now, let us set aside Yuan'er's matters, as we must also attend to Wan's affairs tomorrow." Lin looked at Tang Wan with confusion. What has befallen the second sister? Zheng gestured for Tang Wan to sit beside her, clasping her hand as she furrowed her brow, saying, Wan also fell into the water. It is said that Yuan'er pushed her, and as you know, Yuan'er has been possessed these past few days. As she spoke, a flicker of resentment towards Tang Yuan'er stirred within her, leaving her heart heavy. Tang Wan soothed her discomfort. Lin inquired, "So Wan also fell into the water? What happened afterward?" Zheng replied, "It was Xiao Cheng from the Xiao family in the west of the village who saved our Wan. He has claimed responsibility and will come to discuss Wan's marriage with us tomorrow." Tang Feng and Lin couldn't help but frown. "Mother, Xiao Chengren is indeed a fine young man, but his family's circumstances." Tang Xiaocai interjected, "Do not speak of Wan's affairs outside. Tomorrow, let us refrain from going to the fields and instead visit the Xiao family to see Xiao Cheng." They responded in unison. Now, they needed to prepare gifts for the Qi family. Tang Wan accompanied them, leaving only Lin to care for Tang Yuan'er at home. Upon arriving at the Qi residence, Qi's mother smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly disappeared. Incessantly practicing Tai Chi, however, Tang Xiaocai and Zheng were not easily trifled with, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. Qi Tsungin gazed at Tang Wan, spat, and rubbed his hands together. "Speak." Tang Wan replied, "You did save my sister, that much is true. But my parents do not consent to her marrying you." Qi Tsungin snorted, "Her reputation is already tarnished. If she does not marry me, who else could she possibly wed?" Tang Wan's smile was faint, her eyes sincere as she regarded him. "In truth, I find you quite agreeable, a suitable match for Yuan'er. I wish to assist you in winning her heart, but I have a few stipulations. Will you truly help me?" Qi Tsungin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Please, tell me, if he could truly marry Tang Yuan'er, what else would he have to worry about? After all, Tang Wan was her elder sister, and her assistance would surely be beneficial." Tang Wan spoke deliberately, "You may only seek out Yuan'er in secret. Whatever you do privately is your affair. But you must not disturb her openly, nor let my parents or anyone else in the village be aware, until you have received her consent. Do not allow your parents to propose to her." Qi Tsungin had brought this predicament upon himself. The consequences were his to bear. Tang Wan was resolute in ensuring that Qi Tsungin's harassment of Tang Yuan'er would not tarnish the reputation of the Tang family. Nor did she wish to burden her parents with worry. Was it truly that simple? Qi Tsungin wore a grin that nearly reached his ears. Tang Wan replied, "Very well. Then swiftly return indoors and inform your parents that there is no need to marry Yuan'er. Consider it an act of kindness on your part. Remember, the matter of marriage should be postponed until you have succeeded in persuading her." Qi Tsungin sensed something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the discrepancy. So he complied and went inside to relay the message. The Tang family felt a tremendous weight lift from their hearts and departed with a sense of relief. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Tang Wan finished her dinner, washed up, wrung out her hair, and collapsed into bed. When she awoke, daylight had already arrived. Stretching lazily, she rose to freshen up, styled her hair into a braid, adorned herself with a floral hairpin, applied fragrant ointment, and smeared on her homemade lip balm. Clad in a light green narrow-sleeved short blouse and a silk skirt of magnolia hue, she stood gracefully, a vision of beauty. She proceeded to the kitchen to assist Lin Shi, calling for Tang Yuan'er to tend the fire. Upon seeing Tang Wan, Tang Yuan'er felt a pang of trepidation and refrained from rebuttal, dutifully attending to the flames. In no time, breakfast was prepared, and after the family had finished their meal and cleared the dishes, a visitor arrived. "You must be Xiao Cheng. Please come in," said Tang Xiuzai and Zheng Shi, their expressions neutral as they beckoned him into the main hall. Tang Yuan'er gazed at the newcomer, noting his towering stature, which seemed to dominate the entrance. Resembling a mountain in his solidity, likely standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Not to mention, his exceptionally handsome and rugged visage was captivating and difficult to look away from. Lin Shi took Tang Yuan'er aside, and the latter's face was alight with astonishment as she quietly inquired of Lin Shi, sister-in-law, "Why has he come here?" "Xiao Cheng. He is the most formidable antagonist from the stories." In the matter of Tang Wan's marriage, the Lin family did not elaborate much, having agreed yesterday with their parents to keep silent about Tang Wan's incident of falling into the water. Tang Yuan'er widened her eyes, for such a development was not found in the book. Wasn't Tang Wan supposed to marry the male lead? In the main hall, Zheng urged Tang Wan to step outside first. Tang Wan cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Qing, who was also gazing at her. In that brief moment, their hearts resonated subtly. Tang Wan hurriedly exited, and the door to the hall closed behind her. Xiao Cheng rose, bowing respectfully to Tang Xiuzai and Zheng, uncle and aunt. "I wish to express my apologies first." Tang Xiuzai furrowed his brow, urging him to sit. "You are Wan's savior. There is no need for apologies. Wan spoke to us about you yesterday. What do you intend to do now?" Zheng inquired solemnly. Xiao Cheng had contemplated throughout the night and had resolved firmly, "If you do not mind, I wish to marry Miss Tang." As he uttered these words, the long-hidden yearning within him surged forth like a dam bursting, relentless and overwhelming. This opportunity would not arise again. He had desired her for so long, and if possible, he would exert every effort to provide her with a good life. Zheng paused momentarily, contemplating asking about his father's recent circumstances, but Xiao Cheng continued, "Uncle and aunt, I am aware of my family's modest means, yet I assure you that I will not let Miss Tang suffer. Over the past few years, I have earned some money from carpentry, and after deducting the expenses for medicine, I have saved a bit. Please take a look." He retrieved a small bundle from his sleeve and laid it open on the table. Tang Xiuzai immediately declined. "Wait a moment, the matter of wealth." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Cheng had already opened the package, revealing a thick stack of silver notes that caught their eyes. Estimated to be at least 60 taels. The Tang family's income was considered good in the village, earning about 18 taels a year, but after a year of hard work, they could only save 12 or 13 taels. Thus, 60 taels was a considerable sum for any household. They were all visibly astonished, exchanging silent glances. Had they underestimated Xiao Cheng? Tang Xiuzai coughed lightly, pressing his fist against his lips, and said, "Quickly put it away." Xiao Cheng complied, his expression serious. "As you and aunt have advised, wealth should not be flaunted. Moreover, my household consists solely of my gravely ill father and a younger sister. So I have refrained from disclosing the extent of our resources to avoid attracting unwanted attention." His tone was deliberate and earnest. "I wish to marry Miss Tang. If you would entrust her to me, I assure you she will not suffer." In comparison to the Tang family, his situation was indeed modest, with a father and sister to care for. Nevertheless, whether it was due to her willingness to marry him after their intimate encounter or for other reasons, he did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Zheng and Tang Xiuzai exchanged a knowing look, reaching a mutual decision. After agreeing on the betrothal gifts, they set a date for the next morning for the matchmaker to visit and formally propose, allowing them to finally relax. The door to the main hall swung open, and Tang Feng called out to Xiao Cheng, "Stay for lunch. The meal is ready." During the meal, the two unmarried women did not emerge. After bidding farewell to Xiao Cheng, Zheng hastily made her way to Tang Wan's room. "Mother, how did your discussion go?" Tang Wan grasped her mother's arm. In truth, she had already observed the entire proceedings through the system panel. Zheng Shi remarked, "Not bad at all." She expressed her sentiments, noting that he had even brought proof of his financial stability, indicating his capability and resolve to spare her from hardship. "Our greatest fear was that you would marry into a life of toil. Now, that concern has dissipated." Zheng Shi gently patted the back of Tang Wan's hand. "We have also considered that the Xiao family lacks a matriarch. Once you marry, you will assume the role of the eldest sister-in-law, free from the burden of appeasing anyone." As she spoke, her smile grew increasingly radiant, eventually turning to Tang Wan with a question. "What do you think, Wan? Do you truly wish to marry him?" Tang Wan blinked, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Mother, I will heed your advice. I actually find him quite admirable. The family continued their daily labors. Tang Feng and Tang Xiaozai toiled in the fields. Lin Shi tidied the courtyard and washed clothes, while Zheng Shi tended to the chickens. As Tang Wan prepared pancakes in the kitchen, Tang Yuan stole a glance at her, darting over to Lin Shi's side to fetch a garment for washing. In a hushed tone, she inquired, Sister-in-law, is Xiao Cheng really going to marry our second sister? But what is the reason behind it? Just tell me. Lin Shi hesitated to divulge such matters and replied, You should ask your mother. Zheng Shi observed her, sensing that the affliction that had befallen her was not entirely resolved. Additionally, due to her involvement in the matter that had led to Tang Wan's predicament, she felt somewhat uneasy and stated, Xiao Cheng is quite commendable. He is sincerely devoted to Wan Wan. Tomorrow, he will send a matchmaker to propose. Tang Yuan furrowed her brow, biting her finger, her mind racing. Could it be that Tang Wan was truly going to marry Xiao Cheng? But wasn't she destined for the male protagonist? Contemplating this, a smile crept onto her lips. This situation is rather intriguing. The antagonist, Xiao Cheng, harbors a cherished memory of his first love. While Tang Wan's marriage to him may result in her never truly winning his heart, ultimately leading her to an existence of despondency. However, the identity of Xiao Cheng's first love remains undisclosed within the narrative. She had only skimmed through the text, and could it possibly be Tang Wan herself? Tang Yuan instinctively dismissed this notion, as her aversion towards Tang Wan led her to subconsciously believe that the latter could not possibly enjoy such favorable circumstances. Upon returning home, she hastened to her father's quarters. Xiao's father, stifling a cough, emitted low, muffled sounds, and the room was permeated with the bitter scent of medicinal herbs. Sunlight streamed through the window, yet it could not dissipate the lingering aura of twilight that enveloped the space. Xiao Cheng's turbulent emotions suddenly calmed, and the smile that had graced his face faded, restoring his usual composed demeanor. The room was modest, and within a few strides, he reached the bedside, gently patting his father's back. What is the matter? Do you have something to say? Xiao's father gradually composed himself, a warm smile adorning his features. Indeed, Xiao Cheng began, recalling the marriage arrangement with the Tang family. A soft smile graced his lips as his dark eyes softened. Father, I just visited the Tang family in the eastern part of the village. I wish to marry Miss Tang Wan. He briefly recounted the incident in which he had rescued Tang Wan, explaining that he had refrained from informing his father the previous day, as he was uncertain whether the Tang family would accept him. Xiao's father had been bedridden for an extended period and had no recollection of Tang Wan, only remembering that there was indeed a Tang family residing in the eastern part of the village, known for their favorable standing among the locals. If you cherish that young lady and her family consents, then that is splendid news, he remarked, a glimmer of sentimental tears shimmering in his eyes. Let us not impose any burdens on her. All I desire is for you both to lead a harmonious life together. He was acutely aware that he had become a burden to his family. He mused that if a virtuous young woman were willing to marry his son, he could depart this world in peace. Yet, as he contemplated this, he realized it was not his time to go. He must witness Qin'er's marriage to a good family before he could find solace. As Xiao Cheng gazed into his father's tear-filled eyes, he seemed to understand his thoughts. Lowering his gaze, he fetched a cup of warm water and softly reassured, Father, I will surely find the most esteemed doctor in the prefecture for you. Your health will certainly improve. In the afternoon, Xiao Qin learned of Xiao Cheng's impending visit to propose to the Tang family, and she excitedly gestured. Is it the second daughter of the Tang family? Xiao Cheng, thinking of Tang Wan, felt warmth fill his eyes as he nodded. Xiao Qin's eyes sparkled with delight as she continued to gesture. I know her. She is beautiful and gentle. 2 years ago, when I went fruit picking, she gifted me the ripest peach, which was absolutely delicious. Xiao Cheng observed his 12-year-old sister, her eyes brimming with admiration for Tang Wan. Did he not feel the same? The first time he met her, she had picked up a broken piece of porcelain and handed it to him. As he looked up at her, he fell into the depths of her starry eyes, the chaos around them fading into silence. She likely did not remember that moment, but he never forgot. Each recollection sent his heart racing with fervor. She was pure and gentle, and whenever she casually glanced his way, it ignited a celebration of joy in his mind. The enchanting figure from his youth had become the moon in his heart, and countless times he had succumbed to his feelings for Tang Wan. Now, he felt an undeniable void within, bubbling over with elation. Xiao Qin, eager to express more, blushed and exclaimed, Brother, You must not let her slip away. Please ensure she becomes my sister-in-law. If only that woman were truly his sister-in-law, how wonderful it would be. The Xiao family may not be well off, yet they would undoubtedly treat her with kindness. Xiao Qing's dark eyes were filled with deep emotions as he recalled the moment by the river yesterday when Tang Yuan, her face flushed with shyness, expressed her willingness to marry him. He slowly closed his hand, struggling to contain the surging feelings within, and spoke earnestly. Word by word, she would not flee. She was not the type to have a change of heart. The following morning, after breakfast, just as the families were preparing to head to the fields, a knock resonated at the Tang family's gate. Upon opening the door, the round face of matchmaker Zhang appeared, her eyes squinting with mirth. Sister Zhang, have you had breakfast? Seeing her, Zhang's face lit up with joy as she welcomed her inside. Yes, Sister Zhang. You arrived just in time. Please come in. Dressed in festive attire with a red silk flower tied around her waist, matchmaker Zhang entered the main hall. Chatting merrily with Zhang, her gaze fell upon Tang Yuan, who was busy tidying the dishes, and her eyes sparkled with delight. The two young ladies of the Tang family were renowned beauties across several villages. She had visited before to propose matches for Tang Yuan, but none had succeeded. She wondered how this time would unfold. Wan, quickly bring some refreshments to welcome our guest, Zhang instructed. Tang Yuan smiled and greeted matchmaker Zhang before preparing the tea and snacks. In the hall were also Tang Xiuzai and Tang Yuaner. Matchmaker Zhang grasped Zhang's hand as she sat down, her smile unwavering. Your second daughter must be over 16 now, growing ever more lovely. So many families, both near and far, have their eyes on her. I know you cherish your daughters and wish to keep them for a few more years, but look here. More people have entrusted me with marriage proposals, so I have come again. Zhang smiled and exchanged some polite remarks. Tang Yuan brought in the refreshments and led Tang Yuaner, who had been eavesdropping, out of the hall. Once outside, she released Tang Yuaner, who looked at her with apprehension, too intimidated to resist. Rubbing her sore wrist, Tang Yuaner gazed at Tang Yuan's retreating figure and, biting her lip, ventured, second sister, do you truly have feelings for that Xiaocheng? What if you encounter someone you like even more in the future? Tang Yuan halted in her tracks, turned to face her, and after a brief pause, suddenly seized her arm, pinning her against the wall. Startled, Tang Yuaner pressed her back against the brick surface. Have you forgotten to take your medicine today? Contrary to her forceful action, Tang Yuan's voice was remarkably gentle and melodious, imbued with deep concern. You have improved considerably. Yet a few more bowls of talisman water may cure you entirely. Come with me to drink it. At the sight of Tang Yuan, Tang Yuaner felt as though she bore demonic wings, sending shivers down her spine. She quickly wriggled free and replied, I am perfectly well now. The entire family, steeped in their archaic beliefs, insisted she had been possessed. She had no recourse but to acquiesce to their words, swallowing her grievances in silence. However, she remained perplexed by Tang Yuan's earlier comments, which had seemed so strange. It was Tang Yuan who appeared to be under some enchantment. Tang Yuan allowed her to struggle for a moment before releasing her, tilting her head with a smile. Tang Yuaner, feeling a chill run through her, turned on her heel to leave. Observing her exit from the courtyard, Tang Yuan casually summoned the interface and followed her out. She walked all the way to Qi Tsuingen's house and knocked on a wall, from which Qi Tsuingen immediately poked his head out. She said, My sister has gone towards the old willow tree. Be cautious and remember not to let anyone else know. Qi Tsuingen quickly climbed over, chuckling to himself, and hurried off. Tang Yuan watched his retreating figure, her lips gradually falling into a frown, her eyes filled with coldness. Not only had Tang Yuaner usurped her sister's body, but she also sought to kill her, an indelible memory in her heart. Had she not awakened first, she might have drowned or fallen victim to someone like Qi Tsuingen. She would forever remember the lethal intent Tang Yuaner had directed at her. Tang Yuan remained motionless at the corner, waiting until the passerby displayed on the panel had walked away before she swiftly departed. On her way back to the Tang residence, she pondered the matchmaker's proposal, a smile creeping onto her lips as her mood lightened, prompting her steps to quicken. Upon arriving home, she found matchmaker Zhang still present, animatedly conversing with Scholar Tang and Mrs. Zhang, their laughter ringing through the courtyard. Just as Tang Yuan was about to push open the door, a flashing red dot on the panel caught her attention. Instinctively, she glanced towards the bamboo grove on her left and spotted a corner of blue fabric. A pang of anxiety gripped her, and she tugged at her sleeve, taking stock of her attire before cautiously making her way in that direction. In the verdant bamboo grove, a tall man stood, his physique as resilient and upright as the bamboo itself, exuding an aura of sharpness. He was intently examining something in his hands, his profile strikingly handsome. Tang Wan approached quietly, but he suddenly turned his head, his dark eyes sweeping over her, the piercing gaze momentarily taken aback before softening. "Why didn't you come in?" he inquired. Tang Wan's face was adorned with a faint blush, her voice soft and delicate as she gazed intently at him. He tucked away the item in his hand, clenching it tightly, and met her luminous, clear eyes with a slightly husky voice. "It wouldn't be appropriate for me to enter." Today he had come here by some inexplicable whim, but with the matchmaker engaged in conversation inside, his presence would be ill-timed. Such was not the etiquette. Yet, he could not bring himself to leave, remaining steadfastly by the door. Lost in thought over the wooden carving he had painstakingly worked on under the light for an entire hour, his heart quietly yearning for something. Perhaps his silent longing bore fruit, for she indeed approached him. As he observed her, she shyly averted her gaze, tilting her head to the side, revealing the delicate pink hue of her petite earlobes. He inadvertently glanced over, and his throat tightened involuntarily. Upon finishing his statement, he fell silent, vexed by his own clumsiness in articulating his thoughts. Fortunately, she did not seem to mind. Her bright eyes sparkled as they glanced at him, curving gently. "What is it? A gift?" They stood a little distance apart, but after a moment's contemplation, Tang Wan took a few steps closer, reducing the space between them to 2 paces. Xiao Cheng found himself engulfed in her fragrance, reminiscent of that day he had carried her ashore, enveloped in her intoxicating aroma. His well-groomed jawline, devoid of stubble, gradually tightened, mirroring the tension within his heartstrings. His eyes brimmed with sincerity as he slowly replied, "It is not quite a gift, merely a trinket, and I am grateful that Miss Tang does not find it lacking." He retrieved the wooden carving he had hidden in his sleeve, his broad, calloused palm cradling a finely crafted rabbit carved from exquisite red sandalwood, the creature remarkably lifelike, accompanied by intricately designed embellishments. Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with delight, rippling with joy as she exclaimed, "How adorable." "Thank you." Xiao Cheng presented her with a rabbit, and upon witnessing her genuine delight, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He then retrieved a small box from his sleeve and handed it to her, saying, "There is also this. I do not possess anything particularly exquisite, but in the future." As he gazed into her bright, radiant eyes, his voice bore the weight of a promise. "I shall ensure you receive something better." Tang Wan's heart fluttered. Her fingertips instinctively curled as she lowered her gaze to the small box in his hand. Receiving it, she softly replied, "I believe in you." Her approach toward Xiao Cheng was motivated by a mission and her own future, leaving her devoid of any profound feelings for him. Her actions were merely a performance. Yet, how could she disregard the tenderness he could not conceal? The depth of his dark, compassionate eyes stirred undeniable emotions within her. Xiao Cheng stood frozen, hesitant to move, as the soft sensation enveloped his fingers like drifting into a cloud, rendering his breath momentarily suspended. "Your hand. The wound is too deep," Tang Wan remarked. Her brows furrowed in concern as she lifted her gaze to meet his, worry evident in her eyes. His dark gaze locked onto hers, her concern overwhelming him. He swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. "It's nothing serious." Last night, while carving wood, he had momentarily lost focus, resulting in a small cut on his finger. In the past, when crafting larger pieces, he had endured far worse injuries without complaint. Tang Wan shot him a disapproving look, biting her lip. Her voice laced with a hint of playfulness. "It hasn't even scabbed yet. Wait for me." Xiao Cheng remained rooted in place, raising a hand to shield his eyes, attempting to suppress the overwhelming desire that surged within him, his breath quickening. She was merely expressing concern for him. Yet he felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He is not an admirable individual. In fact, he is rather despicable. In the past, he could only steal furtive glances at her, never imagining that today would come, where she would engage him in conversation, smile at him, and express concern for him. These gestures merely igniting the desires that lay dormant within him, unbeknownst to her. After a considerable pause, during which he subdued the tumultuous emotions within him, he had yet to regain his composure when he noticed her approaching. Tang Wan had just placed the items he gifted her in her room, retrieved some medicinal wine from home, and hastily packed a bag of snacks from the kitchen, nearly being caught by her parents in her haste. He accepted the large parcel wrapped in oiled paper from her hand, which, in his grasp, appeared diminutive. In that fleeting moment of exchange, she couldn't help but reflect on how large his hands were. They were engaged, and with no one around to witness. It was hardly inappropriate. Xiao Cheng mused this to himself as he extended his injured left hand, his gaze fixed intently upon her. As if a subtle light flickered in the depths of his eyes, Tang Wan gently grasped his fingers, applying a cloth to his wound. Her voice soft and tender. My parents say that deep cuts must be treated, and if the knife is rusty, it's best not to bind the wound. In that moment, Xiao Cheng felt his heart soften, melting like wax, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he beheld her petal-like, vividly colored lips. Her sweet admonitions ringing in his ears, while all other sounds faded into oblivion. Once she finished attending to him and closed the lid, an unmistakable intimacy blossomed between them. The invisible barrier that once existed dissipating inexplicably. A gentle breeze swept through, alleviating some of the heat. Tang Wan, suddenly aware of her own awkwardness, lifted her gaze to meet his, only to be caught in his penetrating stare, a blush creeping to her ears. To the ears of those in love. It was akin to a delicate tease, charmingly playful. His throat felt parched, and his gaze burned intensely as he responded, "All right." Tang Wan nodded slightly. The pearl chain adorning her hair, swaying gently with each movement, resonating with his heart. However, as she took a step, her toes collided with a newly sprouted bamboo shoot, causing her to lose her balance. She gasped, yet did not fall to the ground. Instead, she was ensnared by a force and tumbled into Xiao Cheng's embrace. Momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushed crimson. Xiao Cheng was also taken aback, instinctively catching her to prevent her from falling. The sensation now was entirely different from when he had rescued her from the water. She felt astonishingly delicate in his arms. Though Tang Wan was relatively tall among women, she only reached his chest, and at that moment, she remained rigid, her body pressed against his firm muscles, feeling flustered. Her petite face was thoroughly flushed, her eyes shimmering with a mix of moisture and embarrassment as she clutched the medicinal wine tightly, saying, "I must go." The unexpected and unanticipated contact stirred a tumult of emotions within them, not merely causing her heart to race, but ensnaring Xiao Cheng inescapably as well. He stood there for an extended moment, and only after the lingering soft fragrance dissipated did he awaken from his reverie, pursing his lips before departing. Xiao Cheng must have smelled of wood incense, she mused, shaking her head to dismiss the thought. Suddenly, a panel materialized before her, the heart rate section flashing, alerting her to her accelerated heartbeat. 099 chuckled, "Huh? This isn't my doing." It appeared on its own. Tang Wan bit her lip and put away the panel. In the main room, the matchmaker Zhang and the scholar Tang were engaged in a pleasant conversation, leaving behind the betrothal gifts from the Xiao family. Before departing, she remarked, "Xiao Cheng, at 22, has yet to receive any marriage proposals. Many believe that his family cannot afford the betrothal price of 8 or 10 taels. If they were aware of his family's capability, countless suitors would surely seek him." After seeing the matchmaker off, Zhang turned and made her way to Tang Wan's room. Tang Wan's face had lost some of its previous redness, and the warmth had dissipated, yet she remained exceptionally radiant. Zhang, intrigued by her beauty, inquired, "Where did you run off to just now? Your face is so flushed." Tang Wan shook her head and softly replied, "The sun was quite strong outside. I must have been sun-kissed." Zhang suddenly chuckled, playfully poking her forehead. "Oh, you. What a fibber, just like your mother. With your enchanting looks. Did you meet Xiao Cheng?" Tang Wan felt a rush of warmth and hurriedly nodded. Zhang affectionately stroked her long hair, shaking her head in exasperation. "You previously showed no interest in anyone. Yet now you have taken a liking to someone of good standing. Your father and I can rest assured about marrying you off. He is from the same village. And we will have the chance to see you often." Leaning her head on Zhang's shoulder, Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with joy as she sweetly called, "Mother." Having grown up, she seldom displayed such childlike affection anymore, prompting Zhang to smile, her eyes narrowing in delight as she gently patted Tang Wan's back, feeling a wave of nostalgia. "Mother has informed me that we have entrusted your birth details to the matchmaker, who will determine an auspicious date by tomorrow. I estimate it will be either at the end of this month or the beginning of next. You shall soon be wed." Mrs. Zhang chattered on, dabbing at the corner of her eye. Tang Wan gently grasped her arm, sweetly soothing her, alleviating any lingering sadness. With a smile, Mrs. Zhang went off to feed the chickens, while Tang Wan remained indoors. She lifted her pillow and glanced at the small box, unable to resist the temptation to open it. Inside lay a vibrant red silk, cradling a pair of jade earrings, exquisite and translucent, of remarkably high quality, delicate and refined. Tang Wan was taken aback. Such quality jade earrings were seldom seen in both the countryside and the county town. The village chief's wife had once possessed a similar pair, flaunting them daily with utmost care. She slowly closed the box, a pang of emotion stirring within her for the genuine feelings concealed inside. Sighing softly, she pressed her hand to her heart. After composing herself, Tang Wan ventured outside to assist with chores. Unable to partake in the heavier tasks, she opted to help with drying the laundry. Just as Lin Shi rose from her stool, she suddenly swayed, prompting Tang Wan to rush to her side. Sister-in-law? Lin Shi steadied herself, her complexion pale. I'm fine, just felt a bit dizzy upon standing. A realization flickered in Tang Wan's mind as she helped her sit down, gently asking, Sister-in-law, could you be expecting? She recalled that in the narrative, her sister-in-law had recently been diagnosed with pregnancy. Lin Shi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Then glancing down at her abdomen, I have not received my monthly cycle this month. Tang Wan smiled brightly, exclaiming, I will fetch mother. You sit tight, sister-in-law. Upon hearing Tang Wan's words, Mrs. Zheng promptly summoned the village doctor. The elderly physician, after taking her pulse, nodded approvingly. Congratulations, the child is 2 months along. Mrs. Zheng beamed with joy, exclaiming, today brings double happiness. Overwhelmed with delight, she decided to slaughter an old hen to prepare a nourishing soup. Lin Shi, her face aglow, assisted in plucking the feathers, attentively following Mrs. Zheng's instructions. All right, mother. Tang Wan washed her hands and stepped outside, standing for a moment along a certain path. She arrived at the riverbank. There, Tang Yuan squatted, weeping and incessantly cursing Qi Tsuingen. Sister? Tang Wan called out with a smile. Why are you crying? She approached and gently took her hand, her expression filled with concern. Tang Yuan violently shook off her grasp, retorting sharply, don't feign innocence. You are the one who harmed me. Originally, it was intended that such a detestable person as Qi Tsuingen would ensnare Tang Wan. However, Tang Wan had unexpectedly pushed her into the water, leading to her entanglement with Qi Tsuingen. Tang Wan emitted a soft sound, her gaze gradually growing icy. Suddenly, she forcefully pulled her sister beneath a tree, fixing her with an intense stare. What do you mean by harmed? I have no idea what you are talking about. You must still be possessed and not fully recovered. Tang Yuan screamed. It was you who harmed me. You pushed me into the water and pretended to be innocent, making everyone believe you. You are the reason I became entangled with Qi Tsuingen. Do you not realize that? Oh, Tang Wan chuckled, her lively eyes resembling crescent moons, though a chilling coldness lingered within. Is that so? Yet, you must be mistaken. I did not push you. You fell into the water by yourself. Have you forgotten what I told you 2 days ago? You truly have a poor memory, don't you? Upon hearing her tone, Tang Yuan felt a surge of panic. In the next moment, her arm and chin were seized. Tang Wan gazed intently at her and gently said, do not misremember, it was you who fell, and I bear no responsibility. As for Qi Tsuingen, you brought that upon yourself, and it has nothing to do with me. Tang Yuan's mind was consumed with curses directed at Tang Wan, a tumult of fear and hatred swirling within her. Who exactly are you, Tang Wan? Tang Yuan no longer perceived her as the original Tang Wan. Although she lacked the memories of the original, she was certain that the true Tang Wan was not a duplicitous person. I am simply myself, Tang Wan replied. She had been raised in a family that cherished her, treating others with kindness and courtesy, yet she would show no mercy to her enemies. Moreover, she understood that when dealing with malevolence, one must be even more ruthless. It is you, dear sister, who has been acting strangely these past few days. You are not the sister I once knew. Tang Wan scrutinized her closely. Tang Yuan felt a sudden wave of anxiety, her gaze evasive. No. Her complexion turned pale as she wished to escape the nauseating liquid that had once filled her throat and stomach. The previous night had been a torment of abdominal distress, leaving her utterly drained. Second sister, I am completely well now. Deep down, Tang Yuan believed that Tang Wan had lost her senses. It was she who should be deemed possessed. In a state of panic, Tang Yuan wept, repeatedly asserting, I am fine, truly fine. The taste of that repugnant concoction, which had made her roll her eyes in anguish, was an experience she never wished to endure again. Those were chemical substances. Should she consume even a few more bowls, she feared she might meet her end. Tang Wan gently pulled her along for a few steps, as she sobbed uncontrollably. Releasing her grip, she softly remarked, once you feel better, please be more sensible. Refrain from speaking of such superstitious nonsense, like being entangled by someone. Do not share such tales with our parents, lest you cause them undue worry. If you do, I shall make you drink it in the middle of the night. Tang Yuan, with her head bowed in tears, wiped her eyes. Tang Yuan patiently awaited her response, knowing that once she encountered the male protagonist and married him, becoming the wife of a royal merchant, she would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Tang Yuan. Lost in these thoughts, she was abruptly startled when her gaze met Tang Yuan's enigmatic smile, causing her to lose all previous notions. Upon returning home, Tang Yuan gestured for her to assist in preparing the fire for soup, under the scrutiny of others. She gritted her teeth and complied. That evening's dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring 7 dishes, with chicken soup specifically made for Mrs. Lin, ensuring there was enough for everyone to enjoy a bowl. Tang Feng was also in high spirits, and the family shared a delightful moment together. He remarked, "Today, while working in the fields, everyone learned about our family's engagement with the Xiao family. News travels remarkably fast. A few envious souls remarked that Xiaoqing is unworthy of our Wan, out of sheer jealousy. The village was indeed not devoid of such envious individuals, particularly the neighbors of the Xiao family." The following day, the news of the engagement between Xiaoqing and Tang Yuan had spread throughout the village. Xiaoqing intended to travel to the county town to purchase festive items for decorating their wedding chamber, but with his father's inability to assist in the preparations, he had no choice but to consult the village head and matchmaker. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, a voice called out from the side, "Oh, where are you off to, dressed so splendidly?" Xiaoqing glanced over with a detached expression. Li Degui from next door sat on the threshold, enjoying his meal, while his small eyes scoured the surroundings before he scoffed. "How could the Tang girl possibly fancy you? You and Miss Tang are utterly mismatched. Besides, I am no less than you. I possess muscles too." Last year, he had his parents take a matchmaker to the Tang family to propose. But the discussions had fallen through, leaving him perplexed. Was it that Tang Yuan had no interest in him, or that the Tang family disapproved of him? Li Degui spat disdainfully. "A poor wretch without a mother. You're lucky to have her." His voice was low, yet it did not escape Xiaoqing's ears. Xiaoqing, just stepping out, overheard him as well and shot him a fierce glare, gesturing, "Say another word, and I'll make you regret it." This was not the first time Li Degui had spoken of them in such a manner. He often did so behind their backs, and since it was common gossip, he felt no particular offense. He observed Xiaoqing's gestures, frowning slightly. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying." At that moment, a group of people rushed over, frantically knocking on the door of the Li residence. "Uncle Li, your son Degui is in trouble. Come quickly. He stepped into a trap on the mountain and has pierced his foot." The crowd hurriedly dashed away, and Xiaoqing glanced back a few times, turning to Xiaoqing. "Brother, did you have a hand in this?" Xiaoqing closed the door, still holding a large bag of red invitations. His gaze profound. "I am quite displeased with his words." Xiaoqing understood immediately and leapt in delight, nodding repeatedly as she asked, "When is the wedding date?" A gentle smile graced his face as he replied, "Before heading to the county, I inquired with the matchmaker. It is set for the 3rd day of next month." The Tang family had also received the auspicious date and had begun their preparations. Tang Yuan has recently been exceptionally well behaved, especially upon learning of the impending wedding date. Feeling as though her arduous days are finally coming to an end, she merely needs to exercise caution for another month. Mrs. Zheng engaged seamstresses from the county to craft a bridal gown, which arrived after several days of dedicated work, and she eagerly urged Tang Yuan to try it on. The gown, designed with a cinched waist in a vibrant crimson hue, was adorned with flowing silk and embroidered with a delicate cloud motif, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. The edges featured auspicious designs of mandarin ducks and pomegranates, and the red fabric complemented her skin, rendering her even more breathtaking. Mrs. Zheng beamed at her, unable to contain her joy. It was not only beautiful, but also fit impeccably. Tang Yuan smiled, her eyes glistening with tears. The sight of the bridal gown made her acutely aware that the day of her marriage was drawing near. The bridal chamber was exquisitely arranged. The courtyard draped in festive red silk, with windows adorned with the double happiness character. A commotion was heard in the courtyard as Scholar Tang called to Xiaoqing, insisting, "I have told you not to bring anything. Since you've come, please enter and have some refreshments." This marked yet another occasion of Xiaoqing delivering furniture, all crafted by his own hands from fine timber. Having just changed out of her bridal gown, Tang Yuan emerged from her room and, upon lifting her gaze, found herself momentarily meeting Xiaoqing's eyes. Their gaze barely brushed past each other, and she quickly lowered her lids, turning to prepare the refreshments. Xiaoqing stayed briefly before departing as he too was occupied, having arranged the entire courtyard with the vibrant red silk and spent several days decorating the new house. Every detail was meticulously attended to, reflecting his earnest dedication as he was involved in the preparations for the banquet throughout. After a month of bustling activity, the wedding day was finally approaching. On the eve of the wedding, Mrs. Zheng accompanied Tang Wan in her room, presenting her with a small book. Tang Wan was engaged in conversation, holding a book in her hands, which she opened with a hint of curiosity. However, Zheng Shi gently intervened, advising her with a smile to keep it to herself. Realizing the significance of the book, Tang Wan hastily concealed it beneath the quilt. Over the past few days, she had observed Xiao Cheng. Previously indifferent, she now recognized that he was unlikely to lead a mundane life, as his character suggested he was destined for greatness. Zheng Shi nodded, handing her a small package while softly reminding her that a woman must take care of herself. "You are delicate. If you feel discomfort, make ample use of this," she whispered, imparting a few words that caused Tang Wan's cheeks to flush as she accepted and tucked it away. Zheng Shi embraced her, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart. Yet, knowing her daughter would be wed nearby, the thought of visiting the Xiao family would take merely half an hour, easing her sorrow somewhat. Once Zheng Shi departed, Tang Wan steeled herself and opened the book, her face instantly flushing. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Shouldn't such literature be intended for the groom? The following day marked the wedding, with nearly the entire village receiving invitations to celebrate at the Tang and Xiao family's banquet. As Tang Wan prepared for her marriage, dressed in her bridal attire, she sat before the dressing table, her heart racing. Experienced matrons from the village styled her hair into an exquisite bridal coiffure, skillfully shaping her face and adorning it with floral embellishments. The assembled guests could not help but exclaim that the bride was breathtakingly beautiful, with floral adornments gracing her eyes. They appeared even more vibrant, shimmering like rippling waters. Shyly, she cast a glance at her mother, acknowledging her beauty. Zheng Shi echoed the praise with a beaming smile, presenting her with a bright red apple. Soon, the procession to escort the bride arrived. The sounds of joy from outside grew ever closer, as a multitude of guests gathered in the Tang family courtyard, creating a lively atmosphere. "The groom has arrived." The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, their laughter filling the air. Among the throng were numerous relatives of the Tang family, some hailing from villages several miles away, who were meeting Xiao Cheng for the first time. Their eyes brightened with admiration at the sight of him. Chapter 95. The rough man's delicate bride comes to fetch her dressed in a groom's attire. Xiao Cheng stood tall, with a robust physique, exuding an air of handsomeness that was utterly unblemished. Even the villagers of Qishan, who were accustomed to his presence, marveled at his appearance, feeling that he seemed different from his usual self. Although the Xiao family had few relatives, he had invited those from neighboring villages, and both sides of his parents' families came to lend their support, resulting in a considerable number of attendees. The process of fetching the bride was naturally filled with trials and tribulations. The Tang family's relatives devised various challenges for Xiao Cheng, demanding that he consume 3 large bowls of white liquor and engage in bouts of skillful grappling. Yet, he adeptly navigated these hurdles and soon found himself in the bride's chamber. With a warm smile, the matron announced, "The groom has come to fetch his bride." Tang Wan sat at the edge of the bed, her vision obscured by the red veil. However, she could sense his presence drawing near without needing anyone to inform her. Some individuals possess an intangible aura that commands attention. Being gazed upon by him or feeling his proximity imparted an overwhelming sense of existence. Tang Wan bit her lip, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He had now positioned himself before her, and beneath the veil, she glimpsed his outstretched hand. His palm was broad, and as a thought crossed her mind, she lifted her right hand to meet his. In that moment, she could truly measure the size of his hand, feeling its rough texture upon contact. As their hands clasped, her delicate fingers were entirely enveloped within his single grasp. This sensation was extraordinary, leaving Tang Wan in a state of delightful reverie. She and he walked out together and entered the bridal sedan. Along the way, joyous music played, and the villagers followed to the Xiao family home. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the lavish setup. Numerous tables adorned the yard, which was far from the meager abode they had anticipated. Every corner of the interior was meticulously restored with blue bricks, and the furnishings were of exceptional quality, seemingly surpassing even their own home. A moment of realization struck them. Xiao Cheng was a carpenter, regularly taking on work in both the village and the county. Hence it was only natural for him to craft fine woodwork for his family. However, most of his earnings were spent on medicine, and today, in preparation for the banquet. It was evident he had spared no expense. The food and drinks had yet to be served, as they awaited the couple to complete their vows. Tang Wan stepped over the fire basin and made her way to the main hall. Today, Xiao's father appeared in good spirits, struggling to rise from his sickbed, and now sat in the honored position, beaming as he watched them approach. Once they stood in the hall, the matchmaker called out, "Bow to heaven and earth." After completing the 3 bows, it was time to usher them into the bridal chamber. The crowd followed with awe, pondering whether the Xiao family truly was not as impoverished as they had believed. Upon reaching the new bedroom, Tang Wan sat on the bed, while Xiao Cheng took the scale beam and gently lifted the red veil. The room seemed to freeze in time, the curious villagers taken aback in wonder. A bride on her wedding day is always at her most resplendent, adorned in a vibrant red wedding gown. Tang Wan's complexion glowed like jade, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her lips bloomed like roses, flawless in every way. The bride and groom shall now drink from the cup of union, the matchmaker announced with a smile as she presented the wine. Tang Wan and Xiao Cheng together raised their glasses and drank. Tang Wan had not dared to meet his gaze, only stealing a quick glance at him as she set down her wine cup. He had been watching her intently, not missing that fleeting moment, captivated by her lustrous and charming eyes, which set his heart ablaze. The crowd erupted in cheers. "The groom is mesmerized too. Ha ha ha." The matchmaker smiled warmly, and Xiao Cheng rose to his feet, ready to lead the others to the banquet. Everyone in the bridal chamber exited, and Tang Wan lifted her eyes to survey her surroundings, noting the meticulous attention to detail. Her heart brimmed with joy as she smiled and tugged at the quilt beneath her, feeling the texture of longan and lotus seeds. At that moment, a young girl, around 11 or 12 years old, entered carrying a wooden basin. Tang Wan promptly approached her, gently taking the basin and speaking in a soft voice. "You must be Qin Air, just set it down for me." Xiao Qin looked up at her, her eyes sparkling, and did not allow her to take the basin, instead placing it on the table herself. From her pocket, she pulled out a piece of letter paper and handed it to Tang Wan. Tang Wan accepted it with a smile and read the words, which were somewhat juvenile. "Sister-in-law, my name is Xiao Qin, and you can simply call me Qin Air from now on. I am so happy that you can be my sister-in-law." The page was filled with writing, recounting the times Xiao Qin had seen Tang Wan and the things she had done. Tang Wan read it attentively, her heart melting into a gentle pool of warmth. She gazed at the little girl before her, unable to resist the urge to gently ruffle her hair, whispering softly, "The moment you mentioned it, I recalled that day beneath the peach tree, where I spotted you gazing longingly at the peaches above. You wandered back and forth, contemplating how to climb up. I was curious about which delightful girl this was, and I couldn't help but use a long hook to pluck a peach for you." To which you responded with a radiant smile, your eyes twinkling like stars. Tang Wan's heart softened profoundly. The little girl's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy, and she would not let that affection go unreciprocated. Suddenly, Xiao Qin leaned in and embraced her, lifting her head to gaze intently at her, a brilliant smile illuminating her face. Tang Wan returned the embrace for a moment, then pointed toward the basin, and Tang Wan nodded in agreement. "All right. I can wash my face now. Thank you, Qiner." Xiao Qin circled around her for a while, watching as she meticulously removed the hair ornaments from her head and washed her face. Xiao Qin's eyes widened. She felt that her sister-in-law looked even more beautiful post-wash. Realizing her sister-in-law must be hungry, she dashed to the kitchen to fetch some food. After they finished their meal together, fatigue from the day weighed heavily upon them. "Qiner, I wish to rest for a while. Would you like to take a short nap as well?" Xiao Qin shook her head, gesturing. "I will stay here to keep you company, sister-in-law." Tang Wan understood her intention, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she squeezed her hand. The bedding on the bed was entirely new, and after placing the longan and lotus seeds into a basket, she lay down, the softness and comfort instantly bringing her joy. And before long, she drifted into slumber. As dusk descended, the villagers who had gathered for the festivities began to disperse, the boisterous sounds of games fading into silence. The relatives assisted in clearing the banquet, and soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Tang Wan awoke in the evening, taking advantage of the early hour to indulge in another bowl of rice. Once the guests had dispersed, she retreated to the cleansing chamber to bathe and refresh herself. The facial cream she applied was of her own making, a daily ritual to nourish her skin, extending its care to her neck and arms. She cascaded her long, flowing hair, and as the strands unfurled, she lost a touch of her composure, her crimson lips resembling those of an enchanting sprite. Feeling a hint of fatigue, and with nothing pressing to occupy her, she nestled into the warmth of her blankets for a brief respite. Xiaoqing, known for his swift grooming habits, had already arrived at their new abode, entering and shutting the door behind him, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. Chapter 96. The rough man's delicate wife on their wedding day. Just as Tang Wan had settled beneath the covers, the sound of movement prompted her to rise hastily. Upon Xiaoqing's glance, he was met with the sight of a delicate figure nestled amid the vibrant red bedding, her fair skin resembling freshly fallen snow. Tang Wan, observing him frozen in place, tilted her head in confusion, a cascade of dark hair slipping down one shoulder, her alabaster neck appearing as if it radiated light. Xiaoqing's breath quickened, and he averted his gaze to regain his composure before slowly approaching her. It would be disingenuous for Tang Wan to claim she felt no apprehension. This was the man with whom she would share her life, and today marked their wedding day. Steeling her racing heart, she knelt upright from her cocoon, leaning forward gently to embrace the waist of the man who had reached the bedside, her eyes gazing up at him with a shy allure. The combination of her bashfulness and charm, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, created an intoxicating allure. Xiaoqing visibly stiffened, his breath fervent. His voice a low rasp. "I apologize for making you wait. It shall not happen again." She smiled, a playful curve of her lips. "I did not mean to imply any grievance." As her words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the room, their gazes entwined. An unbroken bond forming between them. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling spilled rouge. Xiaoqing gently clasped her small hand that encircled his waist, softly uttering, "Wan Wan." It was the first time he had called her that, though he had whispered it countless times in his heart. She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you tired? We can take a rest." Tang Wan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she nodded. The candlelight of their wedding night should not be extinguished. It was meant to burn throughout the night. Xiaoqing removed his shoes and leaned in to tenderly embrace her waist, his thin lips cautiously brushing against the corner of her mouth. "My mother said we must eat the apple." Her voice was somewhat delicate. According to the customs of Qishan village, on the day of their marriage, the newlywed couple must eat an apple together to ensure a harmonious union. Tang Wan had been mindful of this tradition, even placing a bright red apple by the bedside to avoid forgetting. Xiaoqing stepped back to retrieve a small knife. Tang Wan rose, adjusted her collar, and followed him to sit on a stool. He sliced the apple into pieces, and after a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth to accept a piece from his hand. The atmosphere was just right. Her lips glistened with a dewy sheen, and soon his lips enveloped hers. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Xiaoqing awoke late. As he stirred, he found the person in his arms so soft that he was reluctant to let go. He gazed down at her, caressing her delicate face and planting a gentle kiss on her lips before carefully rising. He tiptoed out of bed, ensuring the blanket was properly tucked around her before stepping outside. In the courtyard, Xiaoqing spotted him and gestured, "Brother, you're up. Father said not to wake you." Xiaoqing nodded, closed the door, and approached her, saying, "Your sister-in-law is still asleep. Do not disturb her. I will step out for a moment." He hurried over, and Tang Wan was just beginning to awaken, her eyes slowly fluttering open. When her dreamy gaze fell upon him, he felt a surge of shyness. He gently caressed her delicate face by the bedside and softly murmured, "Wan Wan, you are awake." At the sound of his tender whispers, she fully regained consciousness. Her eyes filled with affectionate longing as they gazed upon him, unable to withstand the intensity of her gaze. Xiaoqing couldn't help but indulge in a moment of intimacy with her before inquiring, "Wan Wan, do you feel any discomfort?" Upon hearing his question, Tang Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully pushed him away. While she certainly felt unwell, it was not solely that. Xiaoqing grasped her hand, leaned closer, and whispered something in her ear. Tang Wan's face turned as red as blood, and she protested, "No, I won't allow it." Seeing her on the verge of tears brought a smile to his heart. Yet he understood that there was little he could do about his shy wife. He handed her a small box of ointment, saying, all right, I shall take my leave." His tone was gentle as he added, "Call for me when you feel better." Once he exited, Tang Wan let out a sigh of relief, rising to her feet and clutching the small box of ointment he had given her, biting her lip as she silently scolded Xiaoqing. Ultimately, their differences in stature were considerable, yet that did not deter her from chastising him. After a while, she called for Xiaoqing to come back in. The door opened and closed again, and Xiaoqing found himself met with her bright eyes, which were glaring at him with great intensity. He paused momentarily, placing a basin of warm water on the dressing table before cautiously wrapping his arms around her and quickly offering his apologies. She did not refuse. Letting out a soft huff, and after pinching his waist in a fit of complaint, she commanded, "Pick me up," delighted by her request. He lifted her effortlessly and placed her in front of the dressing table, attending to her as she prepared for her morning routine. She playfully pushed him away, prompting him to gather her back into his embrace, soothing her with gentle words. Tang Wan typically presents herself as gentle and demure, yet now, in the presence of her newlywed husband with whom she has shared an intimate night, her various little tempers emerge. After being held and kissed for a while, she finally relents. "I should go pay my respects to father," she softly states, gazing at the man who is shaping his eyebrows. "No rush, let us dine first," he replies. After finishing his grooming, he bends down to carry her out. Tang Wan is taken aback and playfully punches his chest, hastily insisting, "Put me down. I can walk out myself." If he were to carry her like this, she would lose all semblance of dignity. Xiao Cheng gazes down at her, his eyes filled with curiosity. Tang Wan shoots him a disapproving look, asserting, "I can still walk." Although Xiao Cheng is reluctant to set her down, he acquiesces to her insistence. Upon seeing them, Xiao Qin immediately rushes to Tang Wan's side, pointing towards the kitchen. Tang Wan smiles and nods. "I know, let's eat." By this time, the sun is already high in the sky, yet breakfast has been reheated. This is her first experience with Xiao Qin's cooking, and the moment she takes her first bite, her eyes widen in delight. "Qiner, did you make this? It's exquisite." Xiao Qin's eyes sparkle with pride as she sits nearby, cradling her face in admiration. Tang Wan's praise is sincere. The food is so delicious that it makes her want to swallow her own tongue. Xiao Cheng serves her more dishes, and once she is satiated, he chuckles as he wipes her mouth. After brewing a pot of tea, she enters the room to pay her respects to Xiao father. The room is bright and airy, the medicinal scent having dissipated significantly. Xiao father leans against the bedside, engrossed in a book. Though he appears thin and frail, his eyes radiate warmth as he smiles at their entrance. "Father, your daughter-in-law offers you tea. Please enjoy it at your leisure." According to the customs of the village, on the first day of marriage, the newlyweds must serve tea to their parents, who in turn present them with red envelopes. After drinking the tea, Xiao's father handed her a plump red envelope, his voice gentle, his eyes filled with warmth and joy. "From now on, may you both live happily together. Your happiness is all that I desire." "Father, we will," Tang Wan replied softly. Xiao Cheng gazed at her profile, captivated by the earnestness reflected in her clear eyes, a wave of tenderness swelling within him, as he found himself irresistibly drawn to her once more. Holding the tea, Xiao Cheng and Tang Wan stepped out of Xiao's father's house. As the door closed gently behind them, Xiao Qin headed to the kitchen, leaving the courtyard empty. In a hushed tone, Xiao Cheng turned to Tang Wan and asked, Wan, are you still feeling unwell?" She shook her head, glanced around, and replied in a soft whisper, "I feel fine now." A faint smile graced Xiao Cheng's lips as he felt a sense of relief wash over him. She fixed her gaze on the courtyard gate, pondering what might be happening outside. Xiao Cheng then opened the gate, and the bustling group of neighbors outside fell silent, all eyes turning towards him. Aunt Li from the neighboring family stood up, her expression far from pleasant. "Xiao Cheng, our families have been neighbors for many years. Why did you not invite us to your wedding?" Not only had they not been invited to the banquet, but no wedding candies had been shared, leading the entire village to believe that the Li family had somehow wronged them. Xiao Cheng's face reflected confusion as he hesitated before responding. "Aunt, yesterday, Li de Gouet was at the county medical clinic, and your entire family accompanied him. How could I possibly invite you? Besides, given Li de Gouet's condition, it would seem inappropriate to have you partake in a celebratory feast." Tang Wan stood beside Xiao Cheng, her brow furrowed in concern as her eyes, filled with worry, remained fixed upon him after their departure. Xiao Cheng smiled gently at her, suggesting, "Let us refrain from engaging with the Li family in the future. Mere formalities will suffice." His expression then turned earnest as he continued, "If they ever do anything to upset you, Wan, you must tell me, all right?" Taking the initiative, Tang Wan grasped his hand, her voice soft and tender. "Of course, you are my husband, and naturally, you must stand by me." Unable to resist, Xiao Cheng playfully rubbed her delicate fingers before inquiring, "Do you wish to eat grilled fish? I can take you up the mountain to catch some." He retrieved a few seasonings from the kitchen and led her up the mountain along a path seldom trodden by the villagers. This route would lead them to a serene stream where the fish were particularly fresh. Sometimes, I find it difficult to procure firewood in the city. So I sneak up this way to gather some, he explained, his voice slow and deliberate as he walked beside her, sharing his thoughts. She laughed, her eyes widening with surprise at his admission of secretly gathering wood, as if to say he was quite audacious. The trees on this mountain were protected by the village, and cutting them down was forbidden. Yet who would notice if a tree lost a few branches? Xiao Cheng smiled down, walking closely beside her. He wrapped his arm around her waist, his laughter low and tinged with a hint of helplessness. Be careful on the path. She nodded eagerly. Yet he did not release her. The narrow trail was flanked by trees, and as he guided her a step forward, her back pressed against the trunk of a tree. In that moment, as he lowered his head, his breath enveloped her, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. He fixed his gaze upon her. The depths of his eyes rich with inky darkness, and his breath had unknowingly transformed into a fervent heat. On their first day of marriage, they found themselves inexplicably entwined in a kiss, reluctant to part. The man's kiss seemed to carry an overwhelming affection, enveloping her very heart. Only after a considerable time did they arrive at the brook. Although it was not a great distance, usually, Xiao Cheng would traverse it in a mere 15 minutes. They took an astonishing 30 minutes to reach their destination. Tang Wan's lips were a vibrant crimson, her eyes glistening like pebbles submerged in a tranquil pool, and her brows were adorned with an alluring grace. Xiao Cheng held her hand, wiping a smooth stone clean with a cloth he had brought, inviting her to sit. He rolled up his sleeves, fashioning a sharp spear, and spent a while at the brook. At a certain moment, with a swift motion, he pierced the water, and a fresh fish was caught. Tang Wan observed the bulging muscles of his arm, glancing away briefly before stealing another look. When he turned to face her, she nearly found herself caught in the act. As he tended to the fish, he insisted she refrain from helping, prompting her to sit on the stone and declare, I can actually handle fish. As long as you don't ask me to kill them, I do not wish for you to do this. Without a second thought, he acquiesced. Tang Wan stifled a laugh, resting her elbow on her leg, propping her chin in her hand as she watched him. Initially, she sought merely to carve out a pleasant existence for herself, never anticipating that she would genuinely develop feelings for this man. He skillfully speared the fish, preparing it on the designated wooden stake, and began to toil. This endeavor was not burdensome. He turned to her and asked, would you like to give it a try? She accepted the challenge, and he settled beside her, observing her movements, occasionally offering words of encouragement, the atmosphere suffused with a tender warmth. As he was about to finish, he sprinkled it like seasoning, roasting it a little longer before fanning it cool for her, watching her take small, delicate bites. Suddenly, time seemed to transform into a gentle tranquility. On the descent, Tang Wan spotted a patch of grass beside a tree, her eyes brightening as she lifted her skirt, intending to pluck a few hibiscus flowers, but was caught by the man behind her. He glanced ahead and said, I'll pick them for you. The grass was teeming with tiny insects. Observing his silhouette, Tang Wan's thoughts drifted away. Xiao Cheng took her hand, and they continued walking, enveloped in a serene satisfaction. In the past, he could only admire her from afar, lacking the means to engage with her. Now, holding her hand felt like a dream come true. A soft smile graced his lips as he pondered. Xiao Cheng gazed at her, his large hand cradling the back of her neck, his voice a gentle murmur. Wan. There truly is no reason. To treat her well required no justification for him. He grasped her meaning almost instantly, his breath faltering for a moment, struggling to trust his own judgment, not merely because he considered himself a good man. Xiao Cheng followed her, and after a while, he replied with a soft his dark eyes layered with tenderness. 3 days was ample time for them to become acquainted. When Tang Wan casually mentioned her desire to see his wood carvings, he fetched a piece of wood, skillfully bringing to life the image of a woman through his rough fingers. The figure resembled Tang Wan, her brows and eyes exquisitely detailed, the curve of her smile particularly lively. Tang Wan fondled it lovingly for a while, exclaiming, if you set up a small stall on the street to sell your wood carvings, your business would surely thrive. Perhaps, he mused. Xiao Cheng chuckled, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands, and seated himself beside her, gently wrapping an arm around her as he gazed intently at her delicate brows and eyes for a considerable time. Xiao Cheng had brought an abundance of items, which prompted Zheng Shi to furrow her brow in disapproval. You have already brought so much before, and now you bring even more. Xiao Cheng merely listened, nodding occasionally. At this moment, they had entered the main hall, and Zheng Shi, not forgetting her daughter, pulled Tang Wan to sit down, saying, you have married well, and your mother feels at ease. I can visit you when time permits. Tang Wan smiled, her lips pressed together, her eyes shimmering with a hint of happiness. Zheng Shi observed her discreetly, her heart finally at ease. Tang Xiukai conversed with Xiao Cheng, his face adorned with a smile, clearly pleased with this son-in-law. When Tang Wan inquired about the recent happenings at home, Zheng Shi responded, "Everything is splendid. By the way, yesterday a private academy from the county came looking for your father, inviting him to become a teacher. You can't imagine how delighted he was. He spent the entire day grinning." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with joy, but when the conversation shifted to other matters, her smile faded. However, Yuan Air seems to be preoccupied with something. She refuses to disclose it when asked. Tang Wan lowered her gaze, gently patting Zheng Shi's hand. During lunch, Tang Yuan Air was also present, her head lowered as she ate, barely glancing at Tang Wan. After the meal, Tang Wan softly said, "Sister, let us converse for a moment. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." Tang Yuan Air's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in as she suspected Tang Wan had some mischievous intent. She hastily replied, "Oh, never mind, second sister. I have something to attend to shortly. We can talk later." In an effort to evade Tang Wan, she hurriedly tidied up the dishes and excused herself. With a furrowed brow, Zheng was about to call out to her when she truly stepped outside. Tang Wan wore a look of resigned acceptance. Zheng handed them a large bag filled with dried meat and seasonal fruits and vegetables, and despite their reluctance, they took it. Zheng smiled gently as she watched them depart, feeling little sorrow or regret in her heart. The ox cart heading westward passed along a well-trodden path frequented by villagers, and a flash of yellow fabric, along with Tang Yuan's reddened eyes, darted past the trees lining the road. Tang Wan subtly averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. However, Xiao Cheng had seen it too. He leaned closer to her and asked, "Do you not need assistance?" Tang Wan turned to him. Who else could be pestering her but Qi Tsungen? Such a person would not relent without applying pressure. After Xiao Cheng spoke, he gazed at her for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. "If you don't require help, then consider my words unspoken." Tang Wan bit her lip, pondering for a moment before quietly taking his hand, her fingertips teasingly brushing against his palm as she whispered, "You know nothing at all." Indeed, he nodded. He himself did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. There were few people he truly cared for, yet he listened intently to the words of the one he cherished. 2 months later, as the weather turned cooler, Tang Wan relished curling up in Xiao Cheng's embrace while sleeping, occasionally nuzzling against him in her dreams. Xiao Cheng delighted in this arrangement, taking her along to the city to purchase lumber, their bond growing ever closer, akin to conjoined twins. Sometimes, the extent of their intimacy left Xiao's bedridden father astounded. Observing Xiao Qin's gestures of complaint, Xiao's father couldn't help but chuckle, a laugh that quickly turned into a fit of coughing. That night, a torrential rain began to fall, and Tang Wan nestled in Xiao Cheng's embrace, lulled by the howling wind outside, teetering on the brink of slumber. At that moment, Xiao Cheng stirred slightly, gently moving her arm that rested upon his waist. "Where are you going?" she inquired, her soft arms encircling him as she propped herself up to gaze at him, her alabaster neck glowing in the dim light of night, the fragrant softness enveloping them like a tender cocoon. Xiao Cheng leaned down and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "I am going to check on my father's bed. The rain has brought a chill, and I want to ensure he is warm enough." Instantly, Tang Wan's drowsiness dissipated, and she urged him, "Then you must hurry." Xiao Cheng promptly departed, ensuring she was snug beneath the covers. Tang Wan lingered for a moment, her gaze fixed upon the top of the bed curtains, her thoughts drifting to Xiao Cheng's aspirations within the narrative. Xiao's father was ill, but his condition could be remedied. Xiao Cheng's future endeavors were intertwined with his father's ailment. He had not anticipated that, despite warming his father's bed, his father would still succumb to the chill of the night. Tang Wan grasped his hand, causing him to pause momentarily as he enveloped her fingers within his own, softly confessing, "I wish to engage the services of the governor's physician from Shenzhou, the finest doctor in the entire prefecture. However, at present, I find myself unable to summon him." He had been tirelessly seeking opportunities to approach the governor to secure the physician's services, yet every attempt had proven futile. Tang Wan discerned the weight of his sorrowful words and replied gently, "There will always be a way. Both Qiner and I will stand by your side." Xiao Cheng suppressed his emotions, offering her a faint smile. "Originally, I had no intention of sharing these burdens with you. Your marriage to me suffices. I do not wish for you to bear these weights alongside me." The thoughts that occupied his mind and the pressures inherent in his aspirations were burdens he wished to shield her from. He merely wished for her to experience nothing but joy when they were together, to provide her with splendid days. Tang Wan furrowed her brow and dissentingly remarked, "But we are husband and wife, are we not? Your father is also my father. The responsibility of caring for him should be shared between us." He exhaled slowly, abruptly pulling her into his embrace, nuzzling his cheek against her hair, closing his eyes as he placed a tender kiss upon her. Xiaoqin prepared a fish soup, utilizing simple yet homely seasonings to create an exceptionally delectable flavor. Tang Wan took a sip and was immediately astonished, giving Xiaoqin a thumbs up in admiration. Xiaoqin was indeed the culinary virtuoso portrayed in the narrative. The path of business for Xiaocheng was, in its early stages, intrinsically linked to Xiaoqin. Upon receiving praise from her sister-in-law, Xiaoqin stood a little taller, pride swelling within her. Xiaocheng steamed the fish, which was also quite tasty. Yet when compared to Xiaoqin's dish, the difference became evident. Over the past few months, Tang Wan had not been idle. She had scoured the mountains for flowers of various colors and fragrances, diligently experimenting with her own spices and cosmetics each day. This alone was insufficient. She also practiced makeup on her own face, combining lip color and powders to create her looks. Yesterday, Xiaocheng had seen the charming Tang Wan. Today, he might encounter her with alluring makeup accentuating the corners of her eyes. Tang Wan would also apply makeup on Xiaoqin, rarely missing the mark, always eliciting smiles. After each successful application, Xiaoqin was eager to wear her makeup throughout the day. A month prior, during her second attempt at beautifying Xiaoqin, she adorned her with smoky brows and floral embellishments. Without much thought, he directly asked Tang Wan, "Wan, would you like to open a shop in the county town selling cosmetics and offering makeup services?" He had an instinctive feeling that Tang Wan's skills were exceptional, destined for renown. Tang Wan did not deceive him with pleasantries, stating, "I have indeed been contemplating this." "Then leave everything to me," he replied. However, securing a shop was no easy feat, particularly in bustling areas with high foot traffic. Xiaocheng was reluctant to let Tang Wan's establishment be situated in a remote locale. Thus he focused his attention on several underperforming shops in the city's prime locations. Fortune soon smiled upon them. One of the noodle shops could no longer sustain itself, having been exposed by the authorities for utilizing spoiled meat, leading to its definitive closure. "What is the monthly rent?" Tang Wan inquired, still brimming with excitement. 20 taels. "It's quite a prosperous area, and that is the going rate," Xiaocheng informed her, gently tapping her forehead. "Wan, I have already paid the rent for 3 months. Take your time, there is no need to rush. Even if you incur losses initially, things will gradually improve." She responded, smiling at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. Upon arriving at the shop, Tang Wan was taken aback, pulling Xiaocheng closer and exclaiming, "It's on Tongan Street. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Xiaocheng, understanding her thoughts, chuckled helplessly. Wan, I have saved some money over the years. I can certainly afford the rent." He anticipated her anger and prepared to offer further explanations, but instead, she gazed at him with a radiant smile and said, "My dear husband has secured me the finest shop. With such trust placed in me, I shall undoubtedly live up to your expectations and faith." Xiaocheng's heart raced slightly. Feeling reassured, they stepped inside, where renovations were underway. The original decor of the noodle shop was ill-suited for a cosmetics store and needed to be refined for elegance. After surveying the premises, Tang Wan fell into a contemplative silence. Everywhere here reveals Xiaocheng's meticulous care. Even a blind person could discern it. The shop should be ready by the beginning of next month, at which time Wan will become the proprietor, and I shall rely on her as my employer. He teased her in a whisper, his voice as consistently deep and magnetic as ever, creating an electrifying sensation that tingled at her ears. Xiaocheng was amused by her reaction and, in the next moment, captured her lips in a kiss. Upon learning that Tang Wan was to open a shop in the city, both Zheng and Tang Xiuzai were naturally elated, their faces beaming with joy. However, when they discovered that the shop would be located at the intersection of Tongan Street, they were taken aback. The rent for such a prime location must be exorbitant. Yet, it is crucial for attracting a substantial clientele in the early stages. She is confident that the women who have experienced her craftsmanship will become loyal patrons. Very well. Work diligently, and if you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to speak with your parents, Tang Xiuzai advised. I earn a considerable sum from teaching at the private school. You may freely approach us for assistance. Tang Wan responded affirmatively and inquired, Father, Mother, have you arranged a marriage for my sister recently? Is it with the Liu family from the neighboring village? Indeed, Zheng confirmed. Yuan was saved by Qi Tsuingen when she fell into the water. If she does not marry him, the families available will not be very suitable. The Liu family from Hongshan village is among the better options. Tang Yuan leaned closer to Zheng and asked, Mother, does my sister not wish to marry? Yes. Zheng sighed. She finds fault with everything. In Tang Yuan's eyes, no farmer could possibly be worthy of her. If she were to marry, it would be the wealthiest gentleman. Zhao Luxiao. As she could not recall the exact day the gentleman might appear, she frequently ventured into the city, hoping for a chance encounter. Tang Yuan said, Mother, you might consider speaking less about her. She is currently unwilling to heed your words, yet she still finds fault with the favorable circumstances of the Liu family. One can only wonder what thoughts occupy her mind. Perhaps she is afflicted with some sort of malady that clouds her judgment. It may be wise for you and father to invite Granny's son back once more. As Tang Yuan devised this plan, Tang Yuan, who was eavesdropping outside, felt her spirit wane, biting her lip and paling. When she initially overheard Tang Yuan's intention to open a shop in the city, a surge of jealousy bubbled within her, as she believed it was solely due to Xiao Cheng's influence. However, upon hearing this new revelation, all her emotions were swiftly quelled by a wave of panic. Why did Tang Yuan, now married into another family, still seek to undermine her? Why doesn't she just go inside? The voice of her sister-in-law, Lin, suddenly pierced through the air from behind Tang Yuan. Startled, she quickly glanced at the heavily pregnant Lin before darting a look toward the door. With a swift turn of her heel, she departed hastily. Tang Yuan, noticing the disturbance, initially smirked, but her expression soon fell flat, straightening into a frown. Individuals like Tang Yuan were notoriously forgetful. She needed to be dealt with promptly. Turning to Tang Xiaocai and Zheng, Tang Yuan suggested, Father, Mother, perhaps we should hasten to set a wedding date for my sister to avoid any potential mishaps. Her gentle persuasion soon swayed them, and they nodded in agreement. The wedding was scheduled for the 18th of next month. Realizing that this was Tang Yuan's scheme, Tang Yuan fumed as she paced within the confines of the room, her teeth grinding in frustration. Having long since abandoned hope in her parents, who still treated her like a child, they insisted on making decisions on her behalf, disregarding her wishes while placing their trust entirely in Tang Yuan's words. Whatever Tang Yuan proposed, they believed without question. In this household, she felt as though she possessed no agency, and thus she had long since abandoned any attempts to persuade them. While Tang Yuan's shop flourished, Tang Yuan was plotting her escape. The prospect of marrying into the Liu family was utterly inconceivable. Her heart belonged solely to the male protagonist. She harbored a premonition that he would soon make his appearance. Tang Yuan kept a watchful eye on Tang Yuan as she dashed from the mountain to another corner of the village, engaged in applying makeup to a female client. Tang Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight. It was a pear blossom makeup, perfectly complementing Miss Xiao's delicate features. Tang Yuan remained focused on her task, maintaining her cheerful demeanor as she conversed with the client. Miss Xiao, admiring her reflection, remarked in awe, Indeed, Miss Tang possesses remarkable skill. My cousin mentioned your talents just the other day, though I was initially skeptical. With a light-hearted exchange, Miss Xiao inquired, I hear you are proficient in several styles of makeup. Might I invite you to work at my residence? This marked the third time Tang Yuan had received such an invitation. Grateful for Miss Xiao's kindness, she replied, I truly appreciate your offer, but alas, I am unable to leave my shop. I hope to serve you again in the future. For those who spent a minimum of 15 taels of silver in her establishment, Tang Yuan personally attended to their makeup, a consideration that might require deliberation for an ordinary household, yet posed no challenge for affluent families, such as that of Miss Xiao, who was related to the esteemed Liu family of the state capital. Though some criticized the high prices of her cosmetics, Tang Yuan had her reasons for such a pricing strategy. By the time she finished applying Miss Xiao's makeup, evening had fallen. She closed the makeup box, her thoughts drifting once more to Tang Yuan. Has my order doll arrived? Tang Yuan pressed the number 099. Upon arrival, I await solely your designated time, and at your command, I shall release it for you. By the way, are we to carve the visage? Tang Yuan's face can indeed be sculpted at this very moment. Tang Yuan responded, I require it by the hour of Chun. I shall specify the location. And please ensure the effect is executed with utmost precision. From the moment she learned of Tang Yuan's impending nuptials, she began to lay traps upon the mountain. It is inevitable that Tang Yuan would attempt to flee. This is a foregone conclusion. Tang Yuan has already prepared her sister's lifeless form. for she is determined to strip Tang Yuan'er of her identity. Moreover, her true sister has perished, and she has yet to find the opportunity to lay her to rest. As Tang Yuan ascended the mountain at dusk, she utilized the panel for navigation, venturing deeper into the wilderness. The surroundings were eerily silent. No soul dared to tread the mountain at this hour. Yet, Tang Yuan remained vigilant, meticulously scanning for any signs of approach. Once assured of her solitude, she positioned herself behind an ancient locust tree, carefully clearing away the withered leaves to reveal what lay beneath. Several enormous animal traps lay in wait, strategically arranged. Should an unsuspecting individual be ensnared, their foot would be severed, and a fall into another trap could spell certain death. The effort expended in setting these devices was considerable. Tang Yuan designated the placement of the effigy, positioning it such that one of the traps would clasp around its neck, and blood gushed forth, staining the earth in a vivid crimson. Drawing a deep breath, she gazed upon the ground, where a visage indistinguishable from her sister's lay, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Swiftly, she descended the mountain, retracing her steps and methodically disturbing the underbrush to create distinct footprints in the soil. Upon noticing that Tang Yuan'er had not returned for an extended period, the residents of Tang's household began to search far and wide. As night fell without any sign of her, the entire village was stirred into action, each person contributing to the frantic search. Xiaoqing and Tang Yuan were equally engaged in the effort. However, their endeavors bore no fruit, and Zheng, filled with anxiety, nearly fainted. Tang Yuan, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to support her. From a distance, a cacophony of voices echoed, as a large group of villagers rushed in a state of panic, shouting, "It's terrible! Zheng, come quickly! Your youngest daughter is in trouble." Upon reaching the scene, Zheng and Tang Xiaozai discovered Tang Yuan'er being carried down the mountainside by Wang the Butcher and others, her body drenched in blood, save for her intact face. The sight of her battered form caused Zheng to nearly lose consciousness, her eyes rolling back in distress. Tang Yuan quickly steadied her, applying pressure to her acupoint to revive her. Tang Xiaozai, his face ashen, appeared to age 20 years in an instant, stooping in despair until Tang Feng supported him to prevent him from collapsing. It was revealed that Tang Yuan'er had ventured deep into the mountains and fallen into a hunter's trap. Wang the Butcher sighed, reminding everyone of the village's unwritten rule to avoid the deep mountains, for any injuries caused by traps set by hunters were not the hunter's concern. This was the first incident in which someone from the village had succumbed to such a trap. Zheng wept inconsolably, her sorrow profound, refusing to sleep for 2 consecutive nights as she made arrangements for Tang Yuan'er's funeral. In the dead of night, Tang Yuan embraced her mother, her eyes brimming with tears, softly urging, "Mother, think of the grandchildren soon to arrive. Consider them, and take care of yourself. If you falter, how will you be there for your grandchildren?" Tang Yuan then brought her sister-in-law, Lin, to stand before Zheng and Tang Xiaozai. Tang Yuan had already stayed up for 2 nights. Her eyes now darkened and her eyelids tinged with red, revealing her exhaustion. Zheng embraced her, tenderly stroking her hair. "You have both worked hard. You must rest soon." After soothing Zheng to sleep, Tang Yuan stepped outside. Xiao Cheng was waiting for her, taking her hand in his brow furrowed. "Wan, you need to go to bed." She had not slept for 2 days, and the sight of her eyes filled him with concern. During these days, Tang Yuan had been residing at the Tang family home, assisting with the funeral arrangements. However, as her husband, Xiao Cheng was bound by convention not to stay in Tang Yuan's marital chamber, necessitating his daily travels between the Tang and Xiao households. Tang Yuan soon drifted into slumber, allowing Xiao Cheng to leave the Tang family estate. In truth, he had harbored suspicions regarding the peculiar circumstances surrounding Tang Yuan'er's death. Yet, with the finality of death, he wished for Wan to refrain from making a spectacle of the matter. The dark circles beneath her eyes were already alarming enough. Following the conclusion of the funeral, the Tang family remained enveloped in silence for over half a month. One day, while accompanying Zheng in conversation, Lin was also present, engaging in their discourse. Zheng, observing Lin's burgeoning belly, turned to Tang Yuan and inquired, "Wan, you and Xiao Cheng have been married for some time now. It is essential to consider matters of children soon." Recognizing her mother's intent to shift her focus entirely to her grandchildren, Tang Yuan hesitated slightly. "Mother, such things cannot be forced. We shall take our time." "Indeed," Zheng nodded, her expression serene. "I will provide you with a nourishing soup recipe. Drink it every 3 days, and it will yield results. You may also share it with Xiaoqing occasionally. Tang Wan could only acquiesce, taking the recipe as she departed. On her way home, she examined the prescription, recognizing a few of the herbs, and helplessly rubbed her temples. Tang Wan let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of joy each day as she visited the shop. Her deceased younger sister finally had a proper funeral of her own. Naturally, the cost would be significantly less, as the lumber merchant could not sell to her at full price. Xiaoqing required this batch of wood, as someone in the county had commissioned him to craft a set of furniture. It was only after marrying Xiaoqing that Tang Wan realized how lucrative skilled carpentry could be. Though it was exhausting, the earnings were quite substantial. Just as she was about to respond with her understanding, a thought crossed her mind, causing her expression to darken slightly. She then rephrased, "Is it in Wu County? I would love to accompany you. I have yet to visit Wu County." Xiaoqing appeared somewhat surprised, but refrained from commenting, simply stating, "Very well. I shall call for you tomorrow, but you must not go to the shop for the entire day. I will inform the staff. I simply wish to accompany you in selecting the lumber." He jested again, prompting Tang Wan to laugh. The next day, they traveled together to Wu County. In comparison to their home county of Li, Wu County was far more prosperous, with nearly every street vendor enjoying good business. Tang Wan followed Xiaoqing to a modest shop, where the short-statured proprietor was the lumber merchant he had contacted. The merchant led them to the backyard, initially showing Xiaoqing the batch of wood. After ensuring everything was satisfactory, he summoned several workers to load the bundled wood onto a cart. Amidst the bustling street, the lumber merchant sighed, "This will be your last transaction with me. I am being suppressed by competitors, and I cannot contend with it. I am considering abandoning the lumber trade altogether." Xiaoqing expressed his understanding of the fierce competition among peers. "What about you? Will you continue as a carpenter in the future?" Mu Shang gazed at Xiaoqing, his previously furrowed brow transforming into a teasing smile. Indeed, carpentry was a lucrative trade. However, now that you have taken a wife, wouldn't you prefer to pursue a more leisurely occupation to spend time with her? From the very beginning, he discerned that Xiaoqing was not destined for an ordinary life. "You speak the truth," he replied. "The ox cart would be stored here." As Xiaoqing took Tang Wan to a tavern for lunch, this had almost become his ritual. On the day he entered the city, he would visit the tavern and stroll the streets, keen to listen to the latest news from the provincial capital. While he did not always glean significant information, and often found the tidbits scarce, after all, he seldom frequented the county town. He occasionally caught wind of decisions made by the prominent figures in the provincial government, such as the announcement to open a night market. However, today seemed different. The entire tavern buzzed with fervent discussions. Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes, attentively eavesdropping on the conversation at the adjacent table. Recently, the governor of the province had fortuitously acquired a completely snow-white South Lake silverfish, adorned with a golden fringe on its tail, a true treasure. Indeed, the South Lake silverfish was a delicacy. Although costly, it was still within their means. Yet that fish had grown to an unattainable size. Yet, I've heard that the governor's prized silver fish met its untimely end, and he has been scouring the city for a second such fish, utterly obsessed. It is not just the governor who is obsessed. Many from Wu County have fallen under the same enchantment, with countless individuals rushing to purchase silverfish fry, hoping to rear a second one to present to the governor in exchange for a handsome reward. As Xiaoqing listened to their conversation, his expression gradually grew solemn, contemplating a certain possibility. Tang Wan was also listening, and upon finishing, she let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, she had not misremembered. This was the opportunity for Xiaoqing to seek medical help for his father. However, the appearance of a silver fish with a completely snow-white tail and golden edges was exceedingly rare, with a minuscule probability of occurrence. It had taken Xiaoqing nearly a year to cultivate such a specimen. Many who endeavored to raise this type of fish abandoned their efforts midway, yet Xiaoqing persevered. And the fish in his possession was the sole one of its kind in the entire prefecture, which he intended to present to the governor. "I aspire to cultivate a white silver fish as a gift for the governor," he explained preemptively before Tang Wan could inquire further. "The governor's residence has the finest physicians. I wish to invite one to treat my father." "I understand. I will support you in whatever you decide," Tang Wan replied softly. At that moment, 099 interjected. "That type of white fish is merely a genetic mutation. It is exceedingly difficult to achieve an exact replica." Tang Wan did not grasp the concept of genetics, but the term mutation was easily understandable. "I do not intend for him to wait an entire year to summon the governor's physician as in the original narrative. I wish to assist him," she stated resolutely. "Absolutely," Host 099 chuckled. If you purchase a mutation-enhancing serum and inject it into the fish, the probability of mutation will significantly increase. Without much hesitation, Tang Wan made the purchase, as the serum for the fish was quite affordable. Although she had acquired it, the timing was less than ideal, given that Xiao Cheng had just recently purchased the fish. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental. Having never raised fish before, Xiao Cheng was apprehensive that all of them might perish. Thus, he excavated a small pond of less than 6 feet in the backyard, introducing flowing water, aquatic plants, and smaller fish and shrimp to simulate a creek environment. Each day, he also worked on furniture, and one day, after completing a set, he went to check on the small pond, only to find that all the fish and eggs had perished. Ing introspected and deduced the reasons, subsequently venturing into the city to procure silver fish. The price of these fish had soared to exorbitant heights, allowing the fishmonger to reap substantial profits. Ing presented him with money, encouraging him to embark on his 5th expedition to acquire the silver fish. Surprised yet amused, he gazed at her with a smile. Nevertheless, he did not decline her offer. Upon accepting the funds, he paused in silence, embraced her, and gently kissed her forehead, murmuring, "WN, you are truly wonderful to me." No matter how whimsical his endeavors appeared, she consistently supported him, endorsing his pursuits. Ing recognized that her unwavering support stemmed from her profound trust in him. He continued to procure the fish, opting for those that had reached maturity, as they would soon produce roe, which could hatch in 5 days. As the days unfolded, Miss Xiao made her 3rd visit to Ting's shop, accumulating enough to warrant a personal makeup session. After Ting skillfully applied her makeup, Miss Xiao nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Mayan has heard of you. She is hosting a flower appreciation banquet the day after tomorrow and wishes to invite you to her residence to prepare her makeup." Ting raised her eyebrows slightly, feigning surprise. "Miss Xiao's aunt, I presume, is the wife of the governor?" Miss Xiao responded with a smile, "Indeed. I shall escort you there. You will be able to attend, won't you?" Ting acquiesced, feeling a sense of reassurance welling within her. From the inception of her shop, she had envisioned this moment. She aspired to establish her reputation, initially capturing the attention of the elite young ladies from affluent families, gradually paving the way for her recognition to reach the governor's wife. Women, after all, possess an innate love for exquisite beauty, and where there is a social circle, there is competition. By dedicating herself to crafting their looks, gaining notoriety was not an insurmountable challenge. The anticipation for this day had lingered for some time, and at this moment, upon receiving Miss Zhao's invitation, Tang Wan finally felt a sense of tranquility. Xiao Cheng had just set aside his work, his eyes reflecting a fleeting surprise, yet predominantly filled with joy, as he generously praised, "Wan, you truly are remarkable now. I shall have to rely on you." Tang Wan smiled softly, her lips pressed together, as she gazed into his eyes, which consistently shimmered with tenderness. Unable to resist, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek, her eyes brimming with warmth. Marrying him was undoubtedly the most significant choice she had made for her life. There were no quarrels or suspicions. She was living in bliss. Initially, she had taken advantage of him, and it was only fair that she gave something back. Turning her gaze towards the window, she caught a glimpse of the fish pond that Xiao Cheng tended to through the open crack. In the evening, as they cooked together in the kitchen, Tang Wan excused herself to the restroom and stealthily made her way to the backyard. From her sleeve, she discreetly retrieved a syringe and squatted beside the pond, observing the swimming silver fish. Some of the mature silver fish were no longer suitable for mutation, so she focused on a group of recently hatched fry. According to the instructions from 099 Institute, injecting the solution into the fish's body would induce direct mutation with no side effects. In her quest to create snow-white silver fish, Tang Wan needed to inject several fish with the solution, hoping that within this batch, one would transform into the desired hue. The newly hatched fish were small and fragile. Tang Wan proceeded with utmost caution, carefully scooping one up to inject. On her first attempt, lacking experience, she failed to control the pressure adequately, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the fish between her fingers. Frustrated, she bit her lip and furrowed her brow, determined to try again. The small fish were far too numerous. She found herself unable to catch them all. Some swam away to distant corners, satiated and indifferent to the morsels she had cast aside. Tang Wan had just released a little fish that had been injected with a serum, and instead of fleeing immediately, it persistently nudged her fingers that dangled in the water, its slender tail flicking rapidly, as if expressing its indignation. Amused, Tang Wan poked the particularly lively fish with her index finger, laughing softly. Are you angry because it hurts? Perhaps you are a tad too spirited? The fish, disturbed at its back, sank momentarily before darting away with a flick of its tail. Having exhausted the serum, Tang Wan spent a quarter of an hour on this task. As she stood up, a wave of dizziness washed over her. She proceeded to the washroom to cleanse her hands before making her way to the kitchen. Xiao Cheng had just finished serving the meal and gently guided her to sit down. As she took her seat, a strand of her hair brushed against his face, causing him to pause momentarily and glance up at her. Did you go to the fish pond? He inquired. Yes, just to take a look, she replied softly. Xiao Cheng fell silent as Xiao Qin served the dishes to Xiao Father. Once she stepped out, he grasped Tang Wan's icy fingers, lifting them to his nose for a faint whiff, his expression darkening abruptly. Tang Wan furrowed her brow slightly. What's the matter? I merely want to take a look. Xiao Cheng's demeanor fluctuated, his lips pressed tightly, his eyes filled with a deep, inky hue. As Tang Wan awaited his response, a sense of melancholy began to settle within her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Did he catch a whiff of blood? She had indeed unintentionally crushed a fish. But was it necessary for him to regard her with such disapproval? Her lowered lashes veiled the mist that threatened to spill from her eyes. Her nose tinged with a poignant ache. She had indeed been spoiled by him, unable to tolerate even the slightest grievance. The moment she felt even the tiniest slight, tears would brim in her eyes. She turned away from his soothing kiss, pushing him away, and her eyes instantly reddened. Wan. Xiao Cheng firmly held her in his embrace, hastily explaining, I did not mean to forbid you from touching the silver fish. I merely... He faltered. Tang Wan lightly struck his shoulder, her misty eyes gazing at him. You can't articulate it, can you? If that's the case, just say it directly. I won't touch your precious silver fish any longer. Is that satisfactory? These past few days, he had not allowed her to even lay a finger on them. At most, he permitted her to observe from a distance. Was he afraid she would harm them or something? Tang Wan could no longer restrain her feelings of grievance and sorrow, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls that had come undone from their string. Xiao Cheng was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly wiping her small face, holding her tightly to prevent her from pushing him away. Soon after, he pressed her face into the crook of his neck, his voice hoarse. Wan, I'm sorry. I'm so clumsy with words. I truly did not mean that. They are not as important as you. I just don't want the fishy smell to cling to you. He meticulously explained, her tears staining his neck, causing his heart to ache with pangs of guilt, as the warmth of her tears felt like needles against his skin. As he spoke, he ultimately whispered in her ear, Wan, the fishy odor is unpleasant. You are so pristine, I don't want you to be tainted by it. He sincerely wished for no trace of the fishy scent to adhere to her. His Wan was immaculate, always exuding a faint fragrance, unworthy of mingling with any other odor, especially one that was so distasteful. Thus, he made it a point to bathe with utmost care each day, ensuring that not a trace of the fishy smell lingered on his body. Deep within him lay a profound sense of guilt, believing that it was his failure to ensure her happiness that had led her to endure the unpleasant odors that clung to him. Tang Wan restrained her tears, momentarily dazed, and lifted her gaze to him. He soothed her, kissing her tear-stained eyes, whispering softly, Wan, I simply wish for you not to accompany me in encountering such scents. I have always aimed to provide you with the best, fearing that I might instead bring you something undesirable. Tang Wan blinked, her long lashes brushing against his lips, and as she lowered her gaze, another tear cascaded down her cheek. Xiao Cheng leaned down and captured her lips with his. That droplet of sorrow slipped between their mouths, and he tasted it, his heart feeling as though it might be torn asunder. This was the first time he had caused her to cry, and it was entirely his fault. As he released her lips, he softly called her name, Wan, and then gently coaxed. The fishy odor on your hands is too strong. It's not good for you. Let us step outside and wash it off. With a voice still tinged with a nasal tone, Tang Wan retorted, What could possibly be bad for me? Xiao Cheng, you truly possess a peculiar rationale. After he explained, she grasped his meaning, yet Xiao Cheng was indeed consumed by an indescribable madness for her. I am quite peculiar, and rather mad, he thought, gazing at her. It is merely the fishy scent. I fear that your life alongside me may deteriorate. He recognized the absurdity of his own thoughts. Tang Wan rubbed her eyes, transforming her tears into laughter, playfully pinching his arm and teasing, All right, I understand your intentions. I shall accompany you to wash my hands. Xiao Cheng gently pinched her little face and led her outside. There, Xiao Qin stood, frowning as she observed them, using sign language to convey, brother, sister-in-law. Please do not quarrel. Tang Wan's eyes were still quite red as she nodded at him, saying, very well, we shall not quarrel. Xiao Qin remained uneasy, watching them wash their hands. After a meal, Xiao Qin observed them closely and noticed that they had returned to normalcy, sharing dishes with each other and even serving her, which put her at ease. That night, after taking a bath, Tang Wan leaned against the headboard, engrossed in a book. After a while, when the steam had dissipated, he approached her and wrapped his arms around her. Their kiss was fervent, and it was a long time before Xiao Cheng released her sweet, soft lips. He murmured near her mouth, I made you cry today. It was my fault. I apologize. It shall not happen again. His lips lingered near hers. And as he continued speaking, he added, Wan, forgive me this time. Do not hold my faults against me. I am rather clumsy with words. Is that agreeable? Tang Wan felt tears welling up again, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sensation she had never experienced before, as if she might dissolve in his every utterance. His clumsiness with words seemed trivial. She was almost melting with every syllable he spoke. She nodded repeatedly in agreement, acquiescing to him. And he eagerly captured her lips once more. The following day, Tang Wan rose quite late, still enveloped in a daze. She remembered she needed to go to the shop, so she gathered herself, struggling to get up. Xiao Cheng entered, supporting her gently and saying softly, Please, do not go this morning. I have already spoken with the staff and arranged everything. Tang Wan nodded, feeling aches all over her body. Xiao Qing expertly massaged her shoulders and, in the end, held her close, silently pressing a kiss to her forehead. Once Tang Wan regained her composure, she felt significantly better and opened the panel to observe the little fish in the pond. Shang Xiao was deeply concerned that she might become tainted and lose her sanity. After contemplating for a while, Tang Wan finally spotted a small, snow-white fish nestled at the edge of the pond, motionless in slumber. A surge of joy coursed through her, quickening her heartbeat. Just as she was about to seek out Xiao Cheng, she noticed the little fish stir, evading the approach of other fish and retreating further behind a stone, refusing to emerge. Is it shy? She mused. Does it feel different from its companions? Could it possibly perceive its own reflection? Tang Wan pondered, resting her forehead on her palm. After all, it must see itself through the eyes of the larger fish. Such sensitivity is indeed rare among fish. Deciding to remain passive, she resolved to wait for Xiao Cheng to discover the fish during his daily inspections of the pond. Xiao Cheng was meticulous and would surely notice it. There were also some unhatched fish eggs at the bottom, ensuring this batch would not be culled just yet. When Xiao Cheng conducted his inspection, he quickly spotted the snow-white fish. His hand nearly plunged the tightly woven net he held into the water upon seeing it. This was the first silver-white fish he had encountered, yet he restrained himself, refusing to let his excitement cloud his judgment. He decided to wait until the following day to relocate it. Nearby, Xiao Qin also noticed the fish, her eyes widening as she tugged at Xiao Cheng's sleeve to draw his attention to it. He smiled upon confirming her observation. He then shared the delightful news with Tang Wan, who expressed her joy with an effusive smile. That is truly wonderful, she exclaimed. Xiao Cheng's smile remained unwavering. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the governor's residence. He had originally intended to accompany her, as the journey was too distant, and he felt uneasy about her traveling alone. Now, with the exquisite white silver fish in hand, he was determined to present it to the magistrate. The following morning, Tang Wan and Xiao Cheng arrived at the shop, where Miss Zhao's carriage awaited them. After boarding the carriage, they reached the magistrate's residence in an hour and a half. Tang Wan presented a visiting card, and a young servant led her to the back courtyard. When Xiao Cheng introduced himself as one bringing fish to the magistrate, the guard's demeanor shifted noticeably, frequently glancing at the black cloth box he held, saying, I must inform the magistrate, please wait here. Before long, he returned with a beaming smile, saying, Come with me to meet the magistrate. The rotund magistrate was sipping tea when he instructed Xiao Cheng to open the box. Upon seeing the shimmering white fish with golden-edged tails swimming in the clear water, his eyes lit up, and he took it with growing fondness. After observing the fish, the magistrate turned his attention to Xiao Cheng, saying, Well, as I mentioned earlier, I will provide a generous reward. Do you desire 1,000 taels of silver, or a minor official position? Xiao Cheng appeared exceedingly respectful. Upon hearing this, he knelt down, stating, I am profoundly grateful, esteemed magistrate, but I seek not these rewards. My only wish is to procure treatment for my gravely ill father. I humbly request your benevolence in sending a physician from the office to attend to him." The magistrate raised an eyebrow in surprise, appraising him with newfound admiration. "As for this matter," Xiao Cheng replied, "I only request that my father be treated." The magistrate clapped his hands together, saying, "Very well, I shall immediately dispatch a physician to your father, not only to assess his condition but also to provide the necessary medicinal supplies until he recovers." Xiao Qingdong respectfully bowed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed governor." Just as the governor was about to issue a command, his wife entered the room. Upon noticing her, the governor observed that she appeared exceptionally radiant today. The governor's wife glanced at Xiao Cheng and smiled gently, then turned to the governor and remarked, "Are you intending to send the physician to treat his father? That is good. There is no need for me to persuade you further." Following the governor's instructions, Xiao Cheng departed with a servant. It was only then that the governor's wife spoke to him. "I have invited his wife to assist with my makeup. She has asked me to encourage you, and you have agreed." The physician, adhering to the governor's orders, boarded a carriage bound for Qishan village. In another carriage, Xiao Cheng held Tang Wan's hand and earnestly said, "Thank you, Wan." She playfully brushed her fingers against his palm and replied with a smile, "I haven't truly assisted you. It is all your own merit." Her actions were merely a precaution, as the governor would likely heed his wife's words. Xiao Cheng kissed her forehead, affection shimmering in his eyes. With his reassurance, they both exhaled in relief, feeling that everything was progressing favorably. Tang Wan's shop was gaining increasing recognition. Young ladies from affluent families in the county frequently requested her services for makeup. However, Tang Wan could not always accommodate them, leading most to visit the shop, where she would dedicate an entire day to their needs. As a result, the shop's earnings could reach as high as 200 taels in a single day, allowing Tang Wan to swiftly purchase the shop outright. A month later, she acquired another establishment. The profits from this venture were exceedingly lucrative. In the world of business, it was uncommon not to engage in profitable pursuits. The task at hand is rather effortless. Xiao Cheng can occasionally take on carpentry jobs. Although his monthly profits may not rival those of Tang Wan, they are still quite substantial. Many have begun to emulate Xiao Cheng and Tang Wan. Yet at this juncture, Tang Wan's enterprise is beyond their reach. Xiao Cheng has already forged agreements with several fish vendors in the county, engaging in business with them. He remains adamant that Tang Wan should not involve herself with the fish, as the aquaculture is situated at a considerable distance. Tang Wan can only acquiesce. "Then I shall trouble the governor's wife." The governor's wife raised an eyebrow, smiling knowingly. "Your husband is quite concerned for you." She turned to Xiao Cheng. "It is rather late now. Do you intend to take your wife to an inn? If not, you may stay in my guest room, as a gesture of hospitality." Her words were beautifully articulated, and to refuse would be to display a lack of gratitude. Thus, they had no choice but to accept the invitation for the night. Tang Wan replied, "I have an engagement. It would be improper to break it." Xiao Cheng did not press further. Tang Wan proceeded directly to the shop, parting ways with Xiao Cheng. However, upon entering the store, her gaze was drawn to a man in a blue robe seated in the reception area. There was no other reason than his exceptional aura, which made him stand out distinctly among the crowd, coupled with his handsome countenance that was hard to overlook. Many patrons in the shop were already observing him. Although he was her husband in the original narrative, she merely paused in surprise before regaining her composure. "Sister Tang, that gentleman has expressed a desire to discuss a collaboration with you," a newly hired girl in the shop whispered. "I understand." Tang Wan nodded, making her way towards him. With a mere lift of his gaze, Zhao Luxiao beheld Tang Wan approaching him. Strangely, that single glance ignited within him a sensation of accelerated heartbeats. This feeling was both wondrous and abrupt. Zhao Luxiao, a person of considerable rationality, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. Upon reaching him, Tang Wan adorned her face with a polite smile and inquired, "Does this gentleman wish to discuss business with me? Please accompany me to the private room on the 3rd floor." Zhao Luxiao responded with a faint smile of his own, "I appreciate your assistance." Zhao Luxiao was engaged in the silk trade, yet he was keen on collaborating with individuals from the upper echelons of society. Having just arrived in this area, he had quickly set his sights on Tang Wan's establishment, the Dianfu Pavilion. However, as their negotiations commenced, despite presenting what he considered favorable terms, Tang Wan frowned and graciously declined, saying, "I am grateful for your interest, young Master Zhao, but my establishment does not lack for this modest profit." Zhao Luxiao sensed an incongruity, but could not articulate it. Yet, since the other party was disinclined to cooperate, he saw no reason to linger and turned to leave the Dianfu pavilion. As he brushed past Tang Wan, an unexpected pang of pain seized his heart, a surge of inexplicable emotions causing his complexion to pale. She moved towards the waiting area, where several women, likely acquaintances of hers, greeted her with warmth. Her smile was far more genuine than before, her lips curving in a gentle yet radiant manner. At that moment, as she stepped into the interplay of light and shadow and glanced in his direction, her features appeared blurred, and an overwhelming sense of destiny enveloped him. Zhao Luxiao stood entranced, his feet rooted in place, unable to exit. Had he encountered her before? Why did he feel this way? His companion looked at him in confusion and politely urged him to step outside. He stirred slightly, a sense of reluctance washing over him, as he felt an inexplicable loss looming should he step beyond that door. It was peculiar that he remained motionless, drawing the attention of several onlookers, including Tang Wan, who gazed at him in puzzlement. A friend beside her whispered, "Why does he keep staring at you? How rude." Choosing to avert her gaze, Tang Wan watched as he finally left, his spirit seemingly adrift. He did not venture far, lingering at the entrance, until after a while, Xiao Chen approached. Occasionally, he would visit the shop to see Tang Wan, and today, with some rare leisure, he had come by. His eyes first fell upon Zhao Luxiao, but only for a fleeting moment. Upon entering the shop, Tang Wan's friend remarked, "That man named Zhao was staring at Wan Wan. It was truly impolite, and he still seems to be lingering at the door, though I wonder what he is up to." Xiao Cheng barely furrowed his brow, stepping outside to find that the man had vanished. Tang Wan reassured him, "It's nothing serious, he came to discuss business." But it seems they could not reach an agreement and he may have left in a huff. 099 chuckled, "Do you really think the male lead appears angry?" It was evidently a matter of fate entwining. Yet, Tang Wan cared little for such musings. Her sole desire was to ease Xiao Cheng's mind. Indeed, he harbored little suspicion, spending some time with her in the shop before treating her to her favorite lunch. Throughout the day, Tang Wan found little respite, resuming her work post-meal. A young errand boy arrived to convey a message to Xiao Cheng, who promptly departed. Exhausted and aching by the end of the day, Tang Wan finally completed her tasks. Smiling at her last friend, "We look forward to your next visit." As Tang Wan entered, her eyes were immediately drawn to several bags of fresh vegetables and fruits in the courtyard, along with 2 bottles of red wine. Inside the hall, laughter and chatter filled the air. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted her parents, her brother and sister-in-law, and her newly born 3-month-old nephew, Qingqing. Initially somewhat distracted, her eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing them, and she hurried inside, her face alight with joy. "Mother, father, what brings you all here?" Tang Xiaocai responded with a warm smile. "Isn't today the Mid-Autumn Festival? We thought we would enjoy a meal together." Tang once slapped her forehead, a look of regret crossing her face. "How could I have forgotten that it is already mid-autumn? Look at me, so busy that I lost track of time." Zhang Shi gently urged her to sit down, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Meanwhile, little Qingqing, gnawing on his finger, turned his eyes around and, upon spotting Tang Wan, began to coo and reach out for her embrace. With a smile, she took him in her arms, wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief and soothing him softly. Father Xiao had recently begun to walk again and occasionally came out to bask in the sunlight. At that moment, he was engaged in lively conversation with the others, his face beaming with joy. Xiao Qin was also smiling, enjoying some snacks while listening to their chatter. Suddenly glancing at the sky, she sprang to her feet, gesturing, "You all continue your conversation. I must go prepare the meal." Zhang Shi rose to assist her, but Xiao Qin waved her hands repeatedly in refusal. However, she could not dissuade her, so they went to the kitchen together. Tang Wan returned Qingqing to Lin Shi and followed them into the kitchen. The 3 of them worked together to prepare the meal, but for some reason, Xiao Qin's expression shifted, and she pinched the hem of her garment, standing up and hastily exiting. "Mother, I will go check on Qiner," Tang Wan said, quickly drying her hands. Shirao Qin opened the door, her urgency palpable as she shook her head, uncertain of her own feelings. Tang Wan smiled gently, assuring her, "There is nothing to worry about. Qiner, come with me to the cleansing room and fetch a set of clean garments." Upon reaching the cleansing room, Tang Wan patiently explained the situation to her, detailing the items and their proper use. Gradually, the panic in Shirao Qin's expression began to dissipate. Having lost her mother at an early age and living in a household dominated by 2 men, no one had ever imparted such knowledge to her. Moreover, Her life had been so sheltered that she was largely unaware. Once Tang Wan had elucidated everything, she waited for Shirao Qin to change into her garments and the necessary monthly items. Turning back, she gently caressed Shirao Qin's flushed cheek and softly remarked, "Qin is now a young lady." With clear eyes and a warm, affectionate smile, Shirao Qin gazed at her, a hint of attachment evident in her gaze. Tang Wan recalled something and asked, "Have you ever considered starting a business, Qin? Your skills are exceptional. If you opened a shop, many would surely support you." Initially, Shirao Qin seemed intrigued, but she quickly shook her head, stating, "No, I cannot. Father is still unwell, and I must care for him." Tang Wan patted her head, reassuring her, "Your father will surely recover. I mean, when the time comes, I shall buy you a grand shop." Shirao Qin grasped her hand, determination settling in her heart as she nodded. Tang Wan mirrored her nod, saying, "Very well, let us head out for now." Shirao's father had regained some strength, enough to express his grievances. After enduring a few reprimands, Shirao Chung seized the opportunity to assist in the kitchen. As Tang Wan tended to the fire, he suddenly took the firewood from her grasp and said, Wan, why don't you go to the hall and chat for a while?" She remained, leaning close to him, whispering with a smile, "I was just scolded by my parents as well." The dinner was sumptuous, and after everyone took a taste, the dishes prepared by Shao Qin were the first to be devoured. When Tang Wan felt sufficiently satiated, she glanced at the remaining dishes on the table and, unsurprisingly, realized that the only food left was the one she had made herself. She blinked thoughtfully and conceded that her dishes were rather ordinary. However, someone was considerate. After she set down her chopsticks, Xiaoqing finished off the food she had prepared. After the meal, they began to appreciate the moon. The mooncakes, homemade, included varieties such as 5-nut, salted egg yolk, and lotus seed paste. To be honest, Tang Wan was not fond of these fillings. She preferred the outer crust, so she discreetly tore off the skin to savor while giving the filling to Xiaocheng. The elders discussed setting off fireworks, and many families were indeed letting them fly. Xiaoqin went to hold Qingqing, while Zheng chatted with Tang Wan. Zheng cast a glance at Xiaocheng, then whispered to Tang Wan, "You and Xiaocheng have been quite busy lately, haven't you? It seems you haven't spent quality time together in ages." Tang Wan's gaze flickered as she regarded her. Her mother was merely inquiring, and she knew their business was thriving, leaving little time for each other. Yet, it was essential to maintain their emotional connection. Becoming estranged was utterly unacceptable. "Mother," Tang Wan replied, somewhat amused, and upon reflection, recognized the truth in her words. "I understand. Mother, that is good to hear. By the way, how long have you been married? There hasn't been any news of a child." The other day, the village gossip from the Chi family, having had her fill, spread rumors about this at the village square. I nearly lost my temper and wanted to silence her. Tang Wan quickly glanced at Xiaocheng and continued to listen to Zheng's chatter. A child? She felt it was simply a matter of fate yet to arrive. Beside the dwelling of Tang Wan and Xiaocheng stood a cleansing chamber. She indulged in lengthy baths, utilizing an ample amount of hot water, which Xiaocheng diligently prepared for her each day. Upon entering, a familiar fragrance enveloped her, reminiscent of the captivating allure she exuded. As Tang Wan applied her facial cream, she barely noticed his arrival. Just as she closed the box, he swept her off her feet from behind. In a whirlwind of motion, she found herself nestled into the softness of the bedding, her lips sealed by his. Previously, Xiaocheng's bed had been quite rigid, yet after marrying her, he transformed it into a sumptuous haven, layering it with 2 exquisite mattresses to ensure her utmost comfort, allowing her to enjoy restful nights. Tang Wan always appreciated his thoughtfulness, cherishing his tender nature as well as his occasional moments of intensity. The following morning, Tang Wan awoke in high spirits, adorning herself with a delightful visage. With a subtle blush gracing the corners of her eyes and a selection of finely woven garments from her wardrobe, she radiated beauty. Upon arriving at the shop, she caught the attention of numerous passers-by. Guided by an attendant into the elegantly adorned and bustling establishment, the atmosphere was lively and slightly noisy, compelling the attendant to raise his voice to convey, "Sister Tang, that young master, Zhao, came again yesterday." Tang Wan paused, her brows knitting momentarily before she replied with a light chuckle, "Why has he returned? Please ask him to leave. Tell him I am unavailable and there is nothing of significance to discuss." The attendant promptly complied. Tang Wan then resumed her tasks, as she had recently taken on apprentices, and she was keenly aware that several young women, who had approached her for makeup services multiple times, were subtly observing her technique. In any case, These skills are not exclusive to her. She is merely teaching them how to apply makeup, and her techniques will inevitably be observed by others. She has no intention of hoarding her knowledge. Having garnered a reputation, she is not reluctant to impart some wisdom to others. How much they learn is entirely their affair. Just as she begins her busy routine, Zhao Luxiao, dissuaded by her companions, enters Tang Wan's peripheral vision. Tang Wan discreetly averts her gaze, pretending not to see. 099 is correct. It is a matter of fate. Zhao Luxiao's interest in her is merely a consequence of the narrative, rather than genuine affection. Her heart is devoid of both sorrow and joy, and in an instant, Zhao Luxiao evokes memories of Tang Yuaner, whom she has not seen in months. Since the male protagonist is present, it stands to reason that Tang Yuaner is also nearby. Tang Wan's previously calm eyes darken slightly, a cold glint flashing within. Zhao Luxiao refuses to leave, and several of the servants forcibly escort him away. Passers-by glance over, accustomed to the sight of the establishment's rivals being ejected in such a manner. A woman in gray, hiding in a nearby noodle shop, witnesses this and hurriedly sets down her bowl, rushing over. Luxiao, what has happened? Tang Yuaner circles around him, glaring at the servants, her foot stomping in indignation. These uncouth lackeys have such contempt for others. Zhao Luxiao, still in a daze, turns pale upon seeing her, a chill emanating from him. Have you been following me? Tang Yuaner clutches her sleeve, her expression one of grievance. I didn't know where to go, so I just followed you. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Luxiao, having been followed for an entire month, finds it difficult to maintain his composure, regretting not having brought more attendants with him. You don't know where to go? Then come with me to the magistrate's office, Zhao Luxiao said, fixing a fierce gaze upon her. Tang Yuaner bit her lip, gazing at him with a pitiful expression, shaking her head repeatedly while harboring a quiet resentment. Zhao Luxiao was truly not a man. No matter how she threw herself at him, he remained as unyielding as a block of wood, repeatedly threatening to take her to the authorities. Was it truly the case that the male protagonist was fated to love only the female lead? She refused to believe it. Tang Wan paid no mind to the entanglement outside, merely casting a glance with a faint smile gracing her lips. Once again, Tang Yuaner appeared before her, and this time, she was determined to take her life. Ultimately, Zhao Luxiao failed to deliver Tang Yuaner to the magistrate, simply shaking her off and leaving. At that moment, Tang Wan had just completed the makeup of a woman and whispered a few words to a trusted associate who had been with her the longest. The tall, thin assistant's eyes glimmered as he looked outside, catching sight of the disheveled figure of the woman in gray through the intricately carved window. He quickly nodded and went about his task. Before long, a clamor arose in the streets. The evidence is irrefutable. You little thief, still defiant. The slender assistant clutched Tang Yuaner's sleeve tightly, the ground scattered with fallen rouge boxes. Consumed by rage, Tang Yuaner retorted fiercely, I did not steal. I have never even entered this shop. The thin assistant called out to the passers-by, everyone has seen it. These rouge boxes and lip balms from the Dianfu Pavilion fell from her person. She is the thief. Fortunately, I noticed the missing items and chased after her to catch her. The onlookers, eager for entertainment, whispered among themselves, it does seem to be the case. The Dianfu Pavilion is no stranger to catching thieves. This woman must indeed be a petty thief. Tang Yuaner shook her head desperately, but the surrounding individuals remained unconvinced. The tall, lean attendant grasped her and insisted they were heading to the magistrate. In a moment of panic, her gaze fell upon the sign of the Dianfu Pavilion. And with a resolute heart, she called out, Second sister, it's me. Please come out. She had long been aware that the Dianfu Pavilion belonged to Tang Wan, as the establishment in the book she had read shared the same name. Initially, she had intended to avoid her, yet she realized that without assistance, she would indeed find herself at the magistrate's mercy. Upon hearing Tang Yuaner's desperate cries, Tang Wan did not even flinch, merely smiling at her guests as she said, Close your eyes and do not blink. One of the guests casually inquired, Who is that woman shouting outside? I do not know, she replied. Tang Yuaner was momentarily stunned. With a surge of determination, she shouted Tang Wan's name, only to be forcibly taken away by the attendant in the next instant. Indeed, she was escorted to the magistrate's office. Upon hearing the events that transpired, the magistrate displayed little skepticism. Despite Tang Yuaner's fervent denials, no one believed her, and she was swiftly confined in a temporary cell. While languishing in her prison, she cursed the attendant for falsely accusing her, as well as Tang Wan, who had heard her cries yet chose not to assist. As she reached this realization, Her entire being froze for a moment, her lips and teeth beginning to chill. It dawned on her that it was Tang Yuan who had orchestrated this treachery. The duplicitous and sinister woman was intent on harming her, just as before. The more she contemplated, the deeper her hatred grew. As night fell, her stomach grumbled with hunger. The jailer entered with a food box to distribute rations, carelessly tossing Tang Yuan her share. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the plate on the ground, which held 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. In a fit of urgency, she snatched a bun and began to gnaw on it, her heart still consumed by resentment. Half a steamed bun had been consumed, and a slow-burning sensation began to rise in her stomach. The other prisoners, who were attempting to use a straw to pry the bun from her plate, witnessed her plight and gasped in horror, hastily discarding the straw and retreating to a safe distance. "Someone has died. Quick, call for help," they cried out. The guard rushed in and promptly checked Tang Yuan's breath. She exhibited no signs of life, her eyes wide open in shock. This was the first time Tang Yuan had taken a life, and her apparent calmness was undoubtedly a facade. At that moment, she was in her own home, meticulously reviewing the day as planned through a panel, with 099 assisting in a thorough recap. "There's no issue, host. The county magistrate is 99% unlikely to investigate the case of her death. Once he confirms on his end, you may rest assured." Tang Yuan dismissed the panel and pressed her left wrist to check her pulse, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. "You are correct." She swiftly achieved complete tranquility. Tang Yuan was finally dead, and she would no longer appear to vex her. Indeed, the county magistrate paid little heed to Tang Yuan's demise, regarding it merely as a case of someone choking in prison. After several days without anyone claiming the body, he decided to wrap her in a straw mat and ordered her discarded in a mass grave. Zhao Luxiao soon realized that Tang Yuan, who had been a constant source of annoyance, was no longer present. He showed no concern for her whereabouts and felt a sense of relief instead. After being once again rebuffed by Tang Yuan, his pride forbade him from shamelessly pursuing her further, prompting him to deliberately distance himself and pack his belongings to leave. Mr. Xiao's health gradually improved, and when the old doctor finally announced his recovery, the entire family broke into smiles. Tang Yuan was smiling, eager to prepare lunch with Xiaoqing. However, as she stood up a bit too abruptly, her head suddenly went blank and her body swayed slightly. She nodded repeatedly, on the verge of speaking, when the old doctor, stroking his beard, looked at her and said, "Is your daughter-in-law available for a pulse diagnosis? If my eyesight serves me well, she is most likely with child." These words fell like a stone into a lake, sending ripples through everyone's eyes. Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing quickly helped her sit down. After taking her pulse, the old doctor nodded and smiled, saying, "You are 2 months pregnant. Congratulations." Ever since Tang Yuan became pregnant, her need for sleep had increased significantly. Both families disapproved of her continuing the intense work at the shop, so she halved her time there, preferring to stay at home, mostly experimenting with her new spices. The spring orchid butterfly she had previously crafted received feedback from customers that it was too sweet, necessitating further improvement. He swiftly approached Tang Yuan, smiling as he pulled her close, habitually placing a kiss on her forehead. "I don't need to go in person, with no one else around." Xiaoqing's kiss found her lips in a tender peck. In his embrace, she had grown increasingly spoiled by him, tugging at his collar with a playful grin. A couple of kisses on her cheeks left her blushing as she turned her head to shy away. Xiaoqing continued to smile, his eyes filled with affection as he wrapped his arms around her waist, leading her into the house. After closing the door, he held her a little longer before reluctantly letting go, softly asking, "Wan, have you been feeling stuffy lately? Do you wish to go for a walk?" "Yes," she replied, wrapping her arms around his neck, her apricot eyes shimmering with mischief. "I'm craving the fish you roast. Carry me up the mountain and hold me all the way." Xiaoqing playfully pinched the tip of her nose, his tone affectionate. "I shall heed your every word." He then fetched the seasonings, lifting her effortlessly as he ascended the mountain. "Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by others this time?" Despite carrying her without so much as a breath of exertion, he maintained a light-hearted conversation. "What of it if my man carries me?" Tang Yuan retorted, though she could not help but glance around furtively. Xiaoqing tightened his embrace, walking steadily. Upon reaching the brook, he skillfully caught a succulent fish, igniting a fire to roast it. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Tang Yuan found herself salivating uncontrollably. Her appetite had certainly improved, igniting a desire for food that she could hardly suppress. She grasped the arm he had placed at her waist, entwining herself in his embrace, her voice sweetly pleading. Husband, is it ready? I am so hungry. Xiao Cheng settled her onto his lap, his dark eyes reflecting her form, a smile gracing his features. One has become quite clingy. Do you not like me this way? She feigned a tone of disappointment. He sighed softly, leaning down to tenderly kiss her eyes, trailing along her delicate nose to her lips. Like? Of course I do. He cherished her affectionate nature, holding her close. During dinner, she managed to consume 2 bowls. But when she could eat no more, Xiao Cheng would finish the remainder for her. Tang Wan sipped water delicately while Xiao Cheng set down his chopsticks, addressing them. Father. Wan, little sister, I have a matter to discuss with you. Xiao's father raised an eyebrow. Speak. Xiao Cheng glanced at Tang Wan, who was also looking at him with curiosity. Beneath the table, his large hand enveloped hers as he addressed them. I wish to purchase a courtyard in the county town. And when the time comes, we shall move there together. However, if you find it unsuitable, consider it as if I had not spoken. Over the years, Xiao's father and Xiao Qin had seldom ventured out, harboring little attachment to the village, primarily considering Tang Wan. Tang Wan glanced around, setting her cup down with a smile. In truth, after the establishment of the branch of Dinfu Pavilion, I had contemplated relocating to the county town. Now that my husband has broached the subject, I naturally support the idea. After voicing this, she cast a glance at Xiao Qin, seizing the opportunity to discuss the prospect of opening a shop with him. At nearly 14, Xiao Qin was capable of managing things independently. Though somewhat excited, she furrowed her brow and shook her head, gesturing, sister-in-law is with child. I wish to take care of her. Tang Wan shot her a playful glare, saying, you needn't worry about me. Our family is thriving in business and can afford to hire help. Besides, I will look after your sister-in-law. Xiao Cheng, feeling a bit helpless, looked at Xiao Qin, urging, you should pursue what you love. Xiao's father chuckled, also in favor of her opening a shop. Thus, the matter was settled. Tang Wan grasped his hand, applying some ointment to his fingers and knuckles while softly saying, as the weather grows colder, you must take care of your hands. I delivered some ointment to father and Qin during the day. Xiao Cheng felt a warmth in his heart, his gaze lingering on her reflection in the bronze mirror, gradually descending to her gently parting red lips. Noticing his stare, Tang Wan smiled and released his hand, turning to entwine her arms around his neck. He obediently bent down, and while he was momentarily distracted, she playfully blew a breath into his ear, only to be swept into his embrace the next moment. Chapter 108. The Rough Man's Delicate Wife. End. The Xiao family relocated to the county town. And as the months passed, Tang Wan's pregnancy became increasingly burdensome. Xiao Cheng hired numerous experienced matrons to assist, yet none could rival the care provided by Mrs. Zhang. She prepared sour plums for Tang Wan, filling a large jar that would be emptied within 2 to 3 days. Mrs. Zhang playfully poked Tang Wan's head, teasing her. At this rate, you will turn into a jar of sour plums. While still enjoying her treat, Tang Wan pouted and defiantly popped another plum into her mouth. The shop established for Xiao Qin had been beautifully renovated. Due to her youth, Tang Wan and Xiao Cheng appointed a spirited shop manager, who, after careful consideration, was deemed capable of overseeing the establishment on Xiao Qin's behalf. On the grand opening day, Tang Wan made a special effort to attend, participating in the ribbon cutting and the celebratory firecrackers. Many onlookers recognized Tang Wan, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't that Manager Tang? We haven't seen you in ages." With a smile, Tang Wan responded, "I have been less active lately, as my delivery is imminent. However, today marks the auspicious opening of my sister-in-law's restaurant, and I am here to lend a hand. I hope all esteemed guests will show their support." Indeed. Today, in honor of the new opening, all patrons received a generous discount of 30% off their meals, attracting many customers. The menu boasted a wide variety of dishes. Several signature items were crafted by Xiao Qin herself, while others were prepared by renowned chefs brought in for the occasion, ensuring that every bite was delightful. Diners immersed themselves in their meals, savoring each morsel as if they could swallow their tongues in sheer enjoyment. As dusk settled, the atmosphere was imbued with a serene charm. Regarding her ambitions, Tang Wan felt a sense of fulfillment in expanding the Dianfu Pavilion to the provincial capital, recognizing her limits and acknowledging that she could not take on more. As for Xiao Cheng, he currently supplies fish to the restaurants in the entire provincial capital, and his business flourishes day by day, completely detached from the storyline. One day, Tang Wan recalled that the plot had mentioned Xiao Cheng eventually becoming involved in the restaurant business, even reaching the level of competing with the imperial merchants. Yet, at present, Xiao Cheng has not opened a restaurant at all, rendering him utterly unrelated to the narrative. 099 remarked to her, "Oh well. It's not the first time the plot has gone awry. Does she remember the second world where the male lead met a tragic end? Since then, she has come to terms with many things. Only the male lead, Zhao Luxiao, remains diligently pursuing the path of an imperial merchant, officially becoming a member in the third year. He currently has no connection to Tang Wan, yet whenever he occasionally thinks of her, his heart still experiences a pang of pain. One day, he found himself once again in the bustling capital of Chang'an. As he entered the lively district and passed by a bustling tavern, he felt somewhat disenchanted and decided to enter, ordering a few dishes at random. Despite not being hungry, he managed to finish every dish, and as the last morsel was swallowed, something nudged against his foot. He set down his chopsticks and glanced down, discovering a small wooden cart quietly resting by the edge of his black boots. Zhao Luxiao was momentarily stunned, shaking his head to dispel the myriad of unclear thoughts. He sighed in relief, picked up the child, and gently tapped the tip of his nose. The little one blinked his large eyes and held up the wooden cart, saying, "Auntie, the cart is running all over the place. The cart is being naughty." Xiaoqin chuckled softly, tightening her embrace and pointing outside. Just as they reached the door, Tang Wan arrived. Xiaoqin observed them with a smile, her peripheral vision catching sight of a horse-drawn carriage tethered beneath a tree outside her restaurant. Alongside a figure of a man, poised like a pine tree, who appeared momentarily taken aback. A blush crept onto Xiaoqin's cheeks as she hurriedly nodded, glancing at her attire. Midway, Xiao Jing dismounted and began to walk, skipping joyfully while holding Tang Wan's hand. Upon returning home, Xiao's father, noticing Xiaoqin's absence, scoffed, remarking, "That lad surnamed Lu is here to seek out Qiner again, is he? Always fawning about. Father, did you not assist in arranging this young Master Lu initially?" Tang Wan chuckled softly, covering her lips with a hand. Yet, this did not prevent the old man from suspecting ulterior motives. Given Xiaoqin's circumstances, her family supported her in meeting suitors before making a commitment. Previously, she had encountered a man who, despite his disdain for her muteness, was covetous of her wealth and feigned interest until Xiaoqin dismissed him. As for Lu Hui, Xiaoqin felt he was perfectly aligned with her desires. This sentiment was not hers alone. The Xiao family had also observed Lu Hui with keen eyes. Before long, Xiaoqin's marriage was settled. Young Xiao Jing, blissfully unaware of the implications of his aunt's marriage, clapped his hands at the window on the day of her wedding, exclaiming, "Auntie looks so beautiful." However, once Xiaoqin was seated in the bridal sedan, little Xiao Jing suddenly comprehended the situation, furrowing his brows as tears threatened to spill. Tang Wan gently patted his little topknot, soothingly saying, "Today is your auntie's joyous day. Jinger must not cry. You will still be able to see your auntie often." Xiao Cheng lifted little Xiao Jing with one arm, while embracing Tang Wan's slender waist with the other, affirming, "Your mother speaks the truth." Little Xiao Jing had already comprehended, yet her eyes twirled playfully, her rosy lips pouted, and with a huff, she declared, "But Jinger still wishes to cry, unless mother and father sleep with me tonight. And tell me stories, not just tonight, but also tomorrow night." Xiao Cheng raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes fixed upon her. Xiao Jing, feeling a bit mischievous, "Are we?" Tang Wan had been laughing, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Did we not say that upon growing up, one could sleep alone?" Little Xiao Jing, flustered, wriggled about, pouting. "But Jinger hasn't he grown up yet, and cannot sleep by herself tonight and tomorrow night." Tang Wan chuckled. "Just this once, I shall indulge you." Xiaoqing observed them, his gaze suffused with undying tenderness. Chapter 109. The end times overlord's pampered wife Tang Wan had lived a life of ease and joy, withdrawing from her small world to seal her memories. Upon awakening in the physical realm, it felt as if a century had passed. Her heavy eyelids felt leaden, barely lifting to reveal a glimpse of hazy light before they shut once more. A chilling cold enveloped her, and something scuttled above her head, making rustling sounds. Strange noises echoed in her ears, reminiscent of someone stifling sobs close to her, accompanied by the unsettling sound of chattering teeth. Tang Wan's brow furrowed slowly, turning her head to evade the rapid breaths brushing against her ear. Wan, have you awakened?" Her movements caught the attention of Luo Xiangrui, who swiftly tugged at her arm, her tone laced with uncontainable joy. Tang Wan's mind felt muddled, and with great effort, she finally managed to awaken her consciousness and opened her eyes. In her line of sight, there first appeared a face smeared with grime, wide eyes staring in shock. followed by a dimly lit basement cluttered with scattered debris and large cardboard boxes. Blood-red handprints marred the surface, evoking a chilling sense of dread akin to a scene from a horror film. A sudden shiver coursed through her heart, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing in focus. How wonderful! How wonderful! You have finally awakened. Before her, Luo Xiangrui clutched Tang Wan's arm with a nervous intensity, her fingers digging painfully into the soft flesh. Tang Wan cast a glance at her, forcefully pushing her hand away, murmuring, "You're hurting me." Luo Xiangrui paid little heed, attempting once more to grasp her hand, only to be evaded. Tang Wan lifted her gaze to the dim hanging lamp, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Above them, a layer of zombies roamed, their movements sluggish due to the viscous blood that coated the ground. Wanwan, what should we do? There are so many zombies above, and Jiejia was bitten to death by them. Luo Xiangrui covered her mouth, tears of fear welling in her eyes. Be quiet. Tang Wan's voice was flat as she glanced at her right leg, concealed in the shadows. After a moment, Luo Xiangrui regained her composure, with Tang Wan awake. She felt less isolated and found a semblance of courage. In a hushed tone, she said, "Wan, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Is there any food in the villa? Can you find something for me?" She was acutely aware of the danger above, yet the gnawing hunger threatened to consume her, and she felt she might perish if she did not eat soon. "The food is up there. Do you expect me to go retrieve it?" Tang Wan's icy gaze fixated on her. "Didn't you say there was a passage from the basement that leads directly up?" Luo Xiangrui felt utterly defeated, the overwhelming hunger clouding her thoughts. Tang Wan, feeling disoriented, furrowed her brow and replied, "I don't know. Just go away." Luo Xiangrui bit her lip, yearning to grasp Tang Wan's arm, pleading, "I really feel like I'm starving." Unfazed by her words, Tang Wan was acutely aware of the numbness spreading through her injured right leg. She leaned against the wall, forcing herself to rise, and painstakingly maneuvered her way to the large box, rummaging through it for sharp implements. Her leg had remained shrouded in darkness earlier, unseen by Luo Xiangrui. But now its injury was revealed, causing Luo Xiangrui to gasp in horror and retreat against the floor. "You've been bitten." Tang Wan unearthed a rusty little knife, no longer than her middle finger, and clasped it tightly in her hand. With a stoic expression, she cast a glance at Luo Xiangrui and warned, "Yes. You'd best keep your distance. The moment I transform into a zombie, I shall be the first to bite you." Startled, Luo Xiangrui shrank into the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Tang Wan sank back to the floor, steadying her dizzy head. The situation was dire. She had been bitten for approximately 15 minutes, her body radiating heat. According to the narrative, she was supposed to be goaded by Luo Xiangrui to ascend the stairs in search of food and a medical kit, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of a zombie, an utterly foolish fate. Taking a deep breath, she communicated with 099. "Please check if I will awaken any special abilities or if I am destined to transform into a zombie." The scan performed by 099 took merely half a second. "You will awaken special abilities, rest assured, but you must endure for a while." Tang Wan pressed her hand against the wound, biting her tongue to stave off unconsciousness, beads of cold sweat cascading down her forehead. She could not afford to faint. Suddenly, the zombies upstairs erupted into chaos, their disordered footsteps rushing toward the door, accompanied by furious, beast-like roars. Luo Xiangrui was startled by the tumult, trembling with fear. Tang Wan moved slightly, pulling up the panel, her heartstrings taut with anxiety. Upon seeing the figures on the panel, Tang Wan covered her pale lips, her eyelids fluttering, and tears clung to her lashes, fragile droplets precariously perched, ready to fall. The incessant gunfire erupted with a cacophony of bangs, as those above seemed to have lost their sanity, ruthlessly exterminating the zombies. Jing Zhan and his companions must have arrived. "I am saved." Luo Xiangrui's panic transformed into elation, her lips moving in silent prayer. Her peripheral vision caught sight of the ailing beauty, slumped weakly against the box, and fearing she might soon succumb to zombification. She hastened to the basement entrance, waiting for the commotion above to cease before dashing outside. The zombies' roars abruptly fell silent, the gunfire ceased, and Luo Xiangrui immediately flung open the door, racing up the stairs. At that moment, the villa's ground floor was drenched in blood. Grotesque zombies sprawled in disarray. Zhao Chongxing crouched down, brushing aside the hair of a female zombie. Inhaling sharply, "Chong Jiejia?" Lin He cast a quick glance, furrowing his brow deeply. Raising his gaze, he saw Jing Zhan, clad in black gloves, frantically searching for someone. leaving no closed room unchecked, repeatedly calling out, "Wan." Jingzhan's expression was grim, his face shadowed with a heavy darkness, akin to a beast confined. Lin He and Zhao Changxing wasted no time, desperately continuing the search. From a corner room, the door swung open, and a disheveled Lo Xiangrui stumbled out. The three of them rushed towards her, and as she looked at them, she burst into tears. About to speak, but Jingzhan brushed past her, quickly plunging into the basement passage. Luo Xiangrui was momentarily taken aback as Zhao Changxing seized her and inquired, "Is Wan inside?" Her expression turned frantic. "Yes, but she has been bitten." Before she could utter the last three words, Zhao Changxing and Lin He had already bypassed her, hastily plunging into the passageway. Luo Xiangrui bit her lip, harboring a silent resentment. In the dimly lit basement, Jingzhan immediately spotted Tang Wan, and for a fleeting moment, his breath caught. His heart felt as though it were being torn asunder. He hastened towards her, dropping to one knee to embrace her. His steady hand that was accustomed to wielding a gun now trembled slightly. Tang Wan struggled to lift her head. The stains on her shirt resembled a disordered oil painting, the white even whiter, the crimson more vibrant, her damp hair clinging to blood as it fell across her forehead. Her exquisitely delicate face bore a sickly pallor, and her expressive almond-shaped eyes gazed at him. Jingzhan removed his gloves, cradled her face in his hands, and repeatedly pressed his lips to her parched ones, his voice gravelly as if scraped over gravel. Wan, it's me, it's all right now." Tang Wan blinked, the mist before her eyes dissipating. A sharp pang gripped her heart, a wave of sorrow surged to her nose, and tears cascaded unbidden down her cheeks. Jingzhan kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes, pulling her tightly into his embrace as if they had narrowly escaped disaster, his voice low and soothing. "I came late, and I made you worry for so long. I'm sorry." Tang Wan shook her head, wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her eyes glistening with tears as she whispered, "Jingzhan, let us never quarrel again. It's so exhausting." Jingzhan had completely forgotten about their previous disputes, his only concern throughout being her well-being. He gently replied, "All right, no more arguments. How do you feel now?" "You're burning up." Tang gently moved her right leg, her expression delicate and pitiful. "I've been bitten, it hurts." Jingzhan lifted her pant leg for a moment, his pupils contracting sharply. He gazed down at her, his eyes betraying an unmasked tenderness and concern. "Do not be afraid, it is nothing. I shall take you to have it bandaged." He lifted her effortlessly and strode out. Lin He and Zhao Changxing looked at her wounded leg with worry, saying, "There is a first aid kit in the car, let us retrieve it first." Luo Xiangrui was taken aback to see Jingzhan carrying Tang out, retreating in shock to the doorway. Two vehicles were parked outside, a white SUV in front and a striking red sports car behind. Lin He rummaged through the SUV's trunk for the medical supplies when suddenly someone emerged from the sports car. "Have you found Tang? Hurry, let's go," the newcomer urged. Hastening to Lin He's side, Duan Yin gritted his teeth and followed him into the villa, repulsed by the overwhelming stench of blood, and gagged repeatedly at the entrance. He trembled but ascended to the second floor, which was surprisingly clean. Jingzhan and the others were on the second floor. Tang sat on the sofa, her pant leg rolled up to reveal a shocking bite mark on her porcelain-like calf, with purplish veins visibly crawling beneath her skin. Duan Yin shouted in alarm. "She has been bitten." Jingzhan was disinfecting Tang's wound, the cotton swab brushing over the jagged surface when he heard this. A fierce glint appeared in his narrow black eyes as he turned to look at him. Oblivious, Duan Yin pointed at Tang's leg, exclaiming, "She has been bitten. She will soon turn into a zombie. Why are you all surrounding her? Are you mad? Hurry, let us leave." Zhao Changxing struck him sharply on the back of the head, his gaze cold and menacing. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Duan Yin staggered, glancing at him, then at Jingzhan, who was meticulously disinfecting and treating the wound. His lips twitched involuntarily as he muttered, "You all must be insane, valuing your lives so little." He turned and fled, utterly disheveled. "If you don't care about your lives, I certainly do. I'm leaving." Jingzhan cast a piercing glance at Zhao Changxing. Wan, you must hold on. As long as you endure, I shall call you auntie for a lifetime." Zhao Changxing squatted nearby, watching Tang Wan, murmuring to himself. Tang Wan coughed softly, her eyes brimming with tears once more. "You said that?" Zhao Changxing sighed, his tone softening. "Indeed, I did." Jingzhan finished bandaging the wound, enveloped her in his arms, wiped away her tears, and gazed into her dazed eyes, whispering, Wan, Promise me you'll hold on, all right? Tang Wan, her head spinning, nodded before losing consciousness entirely. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin He lit a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs before extinguishing it. I'll drive the car into the courtyard and secure the anti-theft net. Duan Yin spat out the blood in his mouth, glaring at them. She has already been bitten by a zombie. Do you need to witness her turning into one before you decide to leave? Duan Yin cursed inwardly, still convinced that these three were out of their minds. Zhao Chongxing looked at Luo Xiangrui, huddled and trembling in the corner of the staircase, raising an eyebrow. You are Wanwan's friend, Luo Xiangrui, aren't you? Indeed, I am. Luo Xiangrui gazed at them as if they were her saviors. However, they merely nodded and proceeded downstairs to attend to their tasks without uttering another word. Luo Xiangrui bit her lip in frustration and tentatively ascended the stairs. She nodded hurriedly, her head bowed in a display of submission. The room on the second floor where Tang Wan resided was the most orderly in the entire villa, marred only by a few traces of blood. Jing Zhan tucked Tang Wan in, caressing her feverish little face in silence for a long while before gently grasping her hand and kissing it softly. Tang Wan's body fluctuated between chills and fever, leaving her in discomfort for some time. At an indeterminate moment, amid the darkness, she seemed to perceive a glimmer of cold light approaching her. From that point onward, her furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and the fog in her mind began to dissipate, bringing her back to a state of awareness. Wan, a harmonious trio called out, prompting Tang Wan to blink and feel a refreshing clarity. She turned to them and offered a gentle smile. Lin He took her temperature with a thermometer, and upon seeing the result, he breathed a sigh of relief. No fever. Without waiting for Jing Zhan to reach for her, she leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her voice soft and soothing. I'm fine now, really. A smile crept onto Jing Zhan's stern face as he cradled the back of her head and replied tenderly, That's wonderful. How long have I slept? Are you hungry? I shall prepare a bowl of noodles. Jing Zhan gazed down at her, his eyes filled with compassion. Zhao Chongxing stayed with them for a while before eventually heading downstairs. Jing Zhan cast a glance at Tang Wan's leg injury, which astonishingly had healed and formed a scab within the span of the afternoon. He said nothing, instead cupping her face in his hands and leaning in to kiss her fervently, urgently claiming her lips and tongue. After an intimate and lingering kiss, his eyes were suffused with bloodshot veins, and his delicate lips hesitated to part as he repeatedly kissed her petite face. His kisses were imbued with tenderness, each breath a cherished caress, akin to handling a precious treasure that had been lost and then regained. Tang Wan, stifling the urge to weep, felt like a cherished darling, spoiled to the core. Jing Zhan gazed at her, softly murmuring, I am sorry, Wan. I shall never leave you alone again. She shook her head, replying softly, I apologize as well. I will never cast you out again. As she spoke, she tugged at his arm, her brow furrowed as she surveyed him up and down. By the way, are you all right? The apocalypse had struck with alarming abruptness the previous night, with only minor tremors and a brief downpour of crimson hail, after which people inexplicably mutated, and zombies roamed freely, turning the streets into a gruesome tableau. I am fine, Jing Zhan replied, allowing her to fuss over him. Placing her right leg upon his, he continued, when the zombies appeared, we were at Half Moon Bay. We picked up a few guns on our way here, and we encountered no significant trouble. Tang Wan sensed that he was downplaying the situation. Half Moon Bay was quite distant, and considering the hordes of zombies on the streets, how could they have made it here so swiftly? She buried herself in his embrace, gazing down at his hand and reaching out to grasp it. They were both originally from Jing City. She was a first-year graduate student who had intended to travel south for a research report during the summer break. Accompanied by her research team members, Luo Xiangrui and Chang Jiejia, Jing Zhan, having already graduated and working in the family business, had followed her out of concern. Zhao Chongxing and Lin He had mentioned traveling to Qinghe City for leisure, joining Jing Zhan on this journey. However, Luo Xiangrui is not merely a minor character in the narrative. She is one of the harem of the male protagonist, Qi Li, and holds the esteemed position of the third leading lady. When she found herself targeted by Jing Zhan, she seized the opportunity to escape in a vehicle parked by the roadside and subsequently encountered Qi Li, with whom she fell deeply in love. According to the age-old adage, a woman who captivates the male lead is not to be trifled with. Jing Zhan and his companions quickly confronted Qi Li, each side unwilling to yield. In this realm, the male protagonist possesses an undeniable aura. Despite Jing Zhan having shot him thrice, Qi Li remained unscathed, further intensifying the conflict between the factions. Following their acknowledgement of kinship, Qili began to usurp the Jing family's control over the base, utilizing his charisma to attract a multitude of formidable abilities, ultimately surpassing Jing Zhan's previously dominant position and gradually defeating the entire faction of antagonists. This world is rife with numerous antagonists, including Jing Zhan, Zhao Changxing, and Lin He, forming a collective of adversaries against Qili. However, the greatest threat to him is indeed the Zombie King, from whom he narrowly escaped death. Lin He remarked, "Let us all share a meal, for we are famished." The four of them closed the door to dine together, and Jing Zhan attempted to feed Tang Wan, who gently pushed his hand away, murmuring, "You eat yours, my hands are fine." In truth, Tang Wan was ravenously hungry, her stomach numb, with the first sip of soup. Her appetite awakened, revealing just how starved she truly was, as she devoured every last bit of noodles and broth. Once she set her bowl down, they were astonished to discover that they had all finished their meals and were now gazing at her. Jing Zhan took her bowl and said, "I shall serve you another helping." She smiled at them, grasped his hand, and rubbed her belly, appearing quite adorable as she declared, "I am full. I shall eat no more." With her bowl set aside, Jing Zhan once again wrapped his arms around her. Zhao Changxing, having regained his carefree demeanor, sat in a rocking chair and inquired, "Auntie, how do you feel now?" "I've managed to endure," Tang Wan replied, her smile slightly fading as her gaze swept past their faces. "However, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Zhao Changxing straightened up, raising an eyebrow at her. Tang Wan gestured toward the bottle of mineral water in Lin He's hand. Understanding her intent, Lin He willingly handed it over. She poured a small amount into her palm, and to her astonishment, the minuscule amount of water visibly crystallized into ice. Although she had only recently awakened her abilities and was unable to directly condense the moisture in the air into ice, she could manage this feat, albeit with considerable effort. Lin He nodded, smiling as he remarked, "This is splendid. It's a blessing in disguise." In the sweltering summer heat, the ice quickly melted. Jing Zhan enveloped her cool palm in his, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tang Wan felt a surge of joy, saying, "I will be able to assist during our journey as well." Jing Zhan gently squeezed her hand, chuckling softly, "Shall we devise a training plan?" "Absolutely," she affirmed with a decisive nod. "Allow me to take charge," Lin He interjected, raising his hand. Without delay, the group displayed remarkable efficiency. Lin He swiftly scribbled down a training schedule. Tang Wan's ice-type abilities were easily comprehensible, serving both logistical and offensive purposes. With a mere glance, Lin He discerned the direction they should take. The plan focused on offensive strategies, beginning with training using water exposed to the air, followed by exercises with water in bottles and glass cups, and finally, water contained in sealed vessels. Zhao Changxing clicked his tongue, fidgeting with his fingers. "This fool is at it again, bothering us." Tang Wan called out to him swiftly, saying, "Last night, the zombies made their first appearance. They seem to have poor vision during the day, but at night, their sight greatly improves, and they are highly sensitive to sound. Even the faintest footsteps can drive them into a frenzy. We must exercise utmost caution in our movements." The zombies within the villa have been cleared out, but numerous others have gathered in the vicinity. After the gunfire ceased, they began to wander aimlessly, and it became evident that a considerable number were congregating around the villa. They nodded in understanding. Tang Wan rose from her bed and joined them as they ventured outside. When Duan Yin saw Tang Wan, he stared at her in astonishment, his lips moving as he asked, "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Tang Wan replied, shaking her head. Luo Xiangrui nodded obediently. The corpses on the first floor had been dragged out of the villa and piled onto the street, where bodies littered the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Even on the first floor of the villa, the stench lingered, and the air purifier had ceased functioning. They were left to manually spray air freshener to mask the odor. Chapter 112. The End Times Esteemed Master and His Pampered Wife. 4. As darkness fell swiftly, the surroundings fell eerily silent. In the distance, a piercing scream shattered the night, followed by a cacophony of growls, accompanied by countless chaotic and frenzied footsteps rushing forth. The villa remained in darkness, and as the zombies sprinted past, their sharp black claws scraped against the security bars, producing a jarring screech. Luo Xiangrui huddled in the corner of the second-floor sofa, shivering violently as she desperately covered her mouth, tears of terror seeping from her tightly shut eyes. Duan Yin's face turned ghostly pale as he gritted his teeth, fighting against the rising panic. Jingzhan stood beside the floor-to-ceiling window, parting the curtains slightly to gaze downwards. His deep-set eyes cold and sharp as a blade. Under the moonlight, dozens of zombies sprinted frantically towards the city center. Lin He was also observing, his pen flying across the paper in swift notation. The horde soon passed, and Zhao Chongqing procured candles, igniting one on the coffee table. A few individuals gathered around the table, and Lin He unfolded his notes, speaking in a hushed tone. Their speed surpasses that of last night. They traversed 100 meters in merely 12 seconds, and this may not even be their full velocity. If this trend continues, their speed will become terrifying in the future. Zhao Chongqing inhaled sharply, muttering under his breath. Jingzhan asserted, "We cannot leave just yet. We shall remain for another day and prepare to depart the day after." Lin He concurred. "Indeed, we should attempt to gather information from the news, to ascertain whether the military in Qinghe City and its vicinity are searching for survivors. If they are, we shall join them. If not, we must set out on our own." "Tang Wan, how is the computer functioning?" Jingzhan inquired, turning to Tang Wan. The progress bar on the network had become a swirling circle, and Tang Wan replied, her tone somber. "The network in Qinghe City has collapsed. Without electricity or internet access, the computer is rendered useless." Jingzhan responded, "However, the satellite should still have a signal. Tomorrow, we will seek out a generator in the Villa district to restore power, enabling us to turn on the television and watch the news reports." He directed his gaze towards Lin He, instructing, "Formulate a plan. We must be prepared for any eventuality." Understood. They were unlikely to await rescue and would have to set out on their own. Lin He sketched a route, engaging them in a detailed discussion regarding the path to catch up with the military. The military undoubtedly possesses satellite phones, enabling them to establish contact with the capital when the time arises. Luo Xiangrui approached, her initial anxiety considerably alleviated upon hearing their conversation. It was evident that following them was the right choice. After finalizing their plans, Jingzhan leaned, and he proceeded downstairs to inventory the available supplies before retiring upstairs for rest. The absence of electricity enveloped the surroundings in darkness, prompting each to seek their respective rooms for sleep. He heaved a sigh of relief as Tang Wan nestled into his embrace, softly murmuring, "You must be weary today. Go to sleep." "Very well." His large hand swept through her hair, cradling the back of her head. Moments later, his deep, resonant voice broke the silence. "Wan, I am grateful that you are unharmed." Tang Wan remained silent, nuzzling against him, her voice tender. "What could possibly happen to me? It is you all who, without me, would not have ventured to Qinghe City and faced these tribulations." A pang of emotion tightened in her chest, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jingzhan gently patted her back, soothing her into slumber. Throughout the night, it seemed that none of them rested well, as they awoke in unison at dawn. Tang Wan, who typically cherished her sleep, found herself awake as Jingzhan rose. Upon descending to the first floor, she was greeted by the sight of bloodstains, now dried and discolored under the morning sun, a chilling spectacle. Jingzhan patted the back of Tang Wan's hand, saying, Wan, you should head upstairs. We will prepare breakfast to bring up." "No need. I would like to help as well." Tang Wan entered the kitchen, where she observed Lin He and Zhao Chongqing stacking stones to kindle a fire for cooking. Lin He nodded in her direction. "You're up early. Perhaps you should return to training. We can manage the cooking." Tang Wan glanced at the remaining provisions in the kitchen, estimating they would suffice for only 3 days. She was somewhat petty, fixating on the other's attitude from yesterday, and she certainly did not wish for someone like Luo Xiangrui to linger among them, potentially betraying them at any moment. The 3 men turned their gazes toward her simultaneously, yet none inquired. Lin He promptly produced his notebook, opened it, and began to write, stating, "Let us add this to today's agenda. Should we encounter any zombies, we shall leave her behind." His tone was somewhat icy, and Lin He exchanged a glance with Zhao Chongqing, both of whom made a note of it. Tang Wan glanced down, lifting the lid to inspect the pot, only to find the rice slightly scorched, prompting Zhao Chongqing to swiftly extinguish the flame. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became, particularly because Jingzhan and the others had not mentioned bringing him along. Without their affirmation, the unease in his heart lingered persistently. Tang Wan offered him a reassuring smile, suggesting, "That sounds good. Let us find the generator later. You should join us." Duan Yin nodded repeatedly, but soon regretted it, sensing the potential dangers of venturing outside. However, observing the composed expressions of Jingzhan and his companions, He noted their lack of opposition to Tang Wan's proposal to include him, which eased his internal tension. In order to avoid appearing useless, he resolved to muster his courage and accompany them outside. Luo Xiangrui, having finished her preparations, entered the kitchen, where 2 dishes had already been sought addition. With a hint of anxiety, she offered, "Let me handle the remaining dishes. I can cook as well." Jing Zhan replied succinctly, "No." Without raising his eyes, he efficiently completed the last 2 dishes. Dinner commenced. The 4 dishes were not overly abundant, especially with 4 large men present, whose appetites were considerable, thus prompting the decision to boil another pot of noodles. Tang Wan had a modest appetite, despite Jing Zhan's persistent offers of meat. She found herself satiated by the morsels he provided, leaving 2 bites of rice untouched in her bowl. Zhao Chongxing, shaking his head in exasperation, remarked, "Dear lady, at such a time, you should not be so frugal with your portions. Indulge a little, or else tomorrow's meat will spoil." With determination, Tang Wan lowered her head and finished her rice, prompting Jing Zhan to serve her another helping of vegetables while affectionately ruffling her hair. "You should eat more. Let this meal commemorate our long-standing friendship," he encouraged. To her right, Luo Xiangrui bit her chopsticks, observing the exchange with growing resolve to accompany them. They were all childhood friends of Tang Wan, treating her with such kindness, while she, merely a friend, felt assured that her days with them could not be lacking. Though jealousy had once consumed her, it had now transformed into gratitude. A strange sensation welled up within Luo Xiangrui, and she quickly turned to Tang Wan, asking, "Will you go? I want to go too." Tang Wan grasped Jing Zhan's hand, her brow furrowed as she stubbornly insisted on joining. "I have a map to navigate and can help avoid zombies to the greatest extent. I will follow you closely. And this could also be an opportunity to train my abilities. You can teach me how to use a gun." Jing Zhan firmly placed a hand on her shoulder, his expression grave. "Listen to me." Left with no choice, Tang Wan could only watch helplessly as they prepared to leave. Luo Xiangrui, filled with confusion and intense anxiety, stood rooted to the spot, repeatedly questioning, "Why must I go as well? I cannot be of any assistance to you." Zhao Chongxing glanced at his watch, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "You can be of assistance. When the time comes, we shall require someone to keep watch. If you do not join us, your value remains unseen, and we cannot ascertain whether your presence is beneficial." His words were sharp and cunning. Despite Luo Xiangrui's hesitation and trepidation, she could never fathom that these individuals harbored intentions to harm her. Nevertheless, she fell into their trap, anxiously climbing into the SUV. Tang Wan stood at the doorway, watching the vehicle pull away, her heart heavy with dread. Once it disappeared from sight, she locked the door behind her. Inside, Lin He powered on the television, fixating on the switch, then gestured to her reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. Typically, the backup generators in such villas are located within the management area. They will follow the signs without error. Most of the zombies have retreated to the city. Any remaining ones are likely contained. Just try not to fret too much, Wan." Tang Wan settled onto the sofa with a notebook, her gaze fixed on the television. "You are right," she conceded, though her anxiety lingered. She activated the panel, closely monitoring the movements of Jing Zhan and the others. They soon arrived at the management area, which was enclosed by a fence. The barrier bore substantial breaches, adorned with discolored flesh and tattered fabric, while a single-story building at the center displayed the management sign. The double doors, painted red, were tightly shut. Perhaps the sound of the vehicle's engine had roused something within, for a beastly roar erupted from the building, the red doors shuddering under violent blows. "What are we doing here?" Duan Yin gritted his teeth and questioned, "I have no firearm. Why should I go inside?" Jing Zhan's voice was calm and composed. "We will handle the zombies. You all go and activate the generator." Duan Yin believed his words, while Luo Xiangrui bit her lip, her eyelids twitching, sensing something amiss. However, there was no time for her to ponder, as they had already stepped towards the door. The scenes displayed on the panel were gruesomely bloody. Tang Wan stared in shock before turning off the screen, nearly retching her breakfast. At that moment, the television powered on, and Lin He was adjusting the channels. Tang Wan patted her face and promptly seized a pen to take notes. Qinghe TV was incessantly replaying 2 news segments. The first segment featured a host repeatedly urging the public to stay indoors and secure their windows and doors, along with various precautions. The second segment announced that the city of Qinghe would organize military forces in 2 days to search for survivors, asking those who remained alive to hold on for 2 days and to report to the city center by noon for evacuation to military trucks. Both Tang Wan and Lin He frowned in concern. Soon, the sound of engines was heard outside. Tang Wan peered through the curtain and spotted Jing Zhan. Rushing to open the door, after locking it behind them, they gathered to watch the news, their expressions darkening. Tang Wan remarked, "This must have been recorded in haste last night. It keeps repeating, and there hasn't been any update today." Zhao Chongxing turned to Jing Zhan and asked, "Brother Jing, are we to endure for 2 days and wait for rescue?" Jing Zhan replied solemnly, "The official information is too scant. We must wait for today's news update." They did not wait long before the television screen suddenly froze for a moment, then broadcast a newly recorded news segment. The background was filled with piercing screams, accompanied by the incessant sound of gunfire. The host spoke rapidly, delivering the latest news. Survivor bases have been established in various locations, and all survivors from our city will be evacuated to the southeastern base. Our military is on high alert, affiliated with the southeastern base, and is set to conduct a large-scale purge of the mutated population. The troops are expected to arrive in our city in 2 days. We implore surviving citizens to remain patient as they await rescue. After viewing this news segment, Jing Zhan swiftly changed the channel to Kyoto Satellite Television. There, the news echoed the same sentiments, the establishment of the Jing district base to assist all survivors in the northern regions, yet prior to this, the military also needed to eradicate the zombies. Now we face 2 options. Either proceed to the southeastern base and later seek opportunities to reach the Jing district base, or set off directly to Jiangxin City to join the military forces of the Jing district base. Lin He contemplated aloud. Lin He nodded, glancing at Tang Wan and then at Jing Zhan, pondering for a moment before stating, "However, the prerequisite is that we must contact the Tang family." Tang Wan replied softly, "We only need a satellite phone. The network in Qinghe City has completely collapsed, with all base stations utterly destroyed. Only a satellite phone can serve as a means of communication. Such devices are not commonplace, but the military undoubtedly possesses them. Yet, why would the military grant us access?" Jing Zhan's tone grew somber. "We should head to Jiangxin City, gather supplies, and then set off." Lin He responded, "Agreed. We must act swiftly. Once the military mobilizes, all resources will be swiftly depleted." Upon hearing this, Tang Wan's thoughts stirred, prompting her to access the system panel, and her mind began to formulate new ideas. Her panel served as a monitoring device, revealing the presence of moving figures within a designated area, accompanied by small colored dots. Such a tool is invaluable at any moment. She inquired of 099, "If I were to consider the panel as my own supernatural ability, would that be permissible?" 099 responded with an affirmative hum and a smile. "Of course, host. As long as the existence of the system panel remains undisclosed, you are free to utilize it as you wish. The system is indeed yours." Tang Wan felt a sense of determination, taking a deep breath as she grasped Jing Zhan's hand. "I have yet to share something with you all." They looked at her with curiosity, and she slowly continued, "After being bitten by a zombie, I retreated to the basement, feeling dazed. Yet somehow I could perceive a layer of wandering zombies, and even discern their numbers. I believe I may possess another kind of supernatural ability." Lin He, typically composed, could not contain his astonishment upon hearing her description, exclaiming, "What sort of ability is this? Is it an exploratory psychic ability?" Upon hearing this, Jing Zhan and Zhao Chongxing quickly realized the immense advantage this could provide, their expressions mirroring Lin He's surprise. Tang Wan scratched her small face. "Indeed. I can only see it when I wish to." Lin He suddenly leaped to his feet, seizing his notebook and pen, and rapidly inquired, "What is the current range of exploration in square meters? Can you detect stationary individuals? Is it direct sight or merely a sense presence?" Tang Wan answered each question, refraining from embellishing her abilities too much, although the scope of her panel's vision was indeed vast. Lin He scribbled furiously, an unusually broad smile gracing his face. "Wan. Your ability is far more useful than those offensive types." Tang Wan touched his nose, pondering that the base indeed housed numerous explorers with special abilities. This type of power was not in short supply and was quite sought after, as they were responsible for assessing the number of zombies in the mission area prior to operations, acting as scouts. Mental type abilities could also accomplish this task, albeit lacking the professionalism of exploration type powers, which predominantly leaned towards mental assault. Lin He tucked away his notebook, a cheerful expression gracing his face. Taking a while to compose himself, the others exhibited remarkable adaptability. Jing Zhan inquired. What is the situation with our neighbors? Tang Wan quickly glanced around and replied. To the left, there are 4 zombies, a family of 4. To the right, there are 3, one of which is confined to a room. Only 2 are wandering in the living room. We can proceed to the house on the right. It appears quite tidy, and most of the kitchen supplies are usable. Can you see what's in the kitchen? Zhao Chongqing asked, eyes wide with surprise. You are quite observant. The world has changed. I must broaden my horizons, he remarked, admiringly gazing at Tang Wan. Tang Wan cast him a sidelong glance, saying, I believe that once we reach the base, we will all be in for a revelation. The exploration-type abilities, when compared to transformative powers that allow one to morph into animals, were not particularly extraordinary. Shall we set off now? There are only 2 zombies to deal with on the right. I can handle them alone, Zhao Chongqing said, cracking his knuckles and grinning. Let's clear out this villa area before heading to another. Jing Zhan nodded. How many bullets do we have left? I have 3 remaining, he replied. Zhao Chongqing opened his magazine and spread his hands. 0. Then he drew out the gun, 5 rounds in total. Jing Zhan's elongated black eyes remained indifferent. His tone unchanged. There's no need for the gun. We won't be fortunate enough to find one on the road. For now, let's prioritize our safety. All right. Then I'll use a knife. I'm quite adept with one, Zhao Chongqing remarked, fiddling with the gun in his hands, mumbling about how he wished he could acquire another firearm. Lamenting the constraints of the situation at that time, Tang Wan blinked, inquiring, how did you manage to get one back then? He covered his mouth, chuckling as he leaned closer to her. The world had descended into chaos. Some people possessed guns and were raiding stores for supplies. Conflicts arose, and we took down a few individuals with our knives and seized their ammunition before fleeing. Jing Zhan suddenly fixed his gaze upon him, and Zhao Chongqing felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing he had let slip too much, quickly casting a glance at Tang Wan. The firearms were not found, but rather taken by force. He had inadvertently revealed that detail amidst his excitement. Tang Wan, initially puzzled by their sudden silence, glanced around, unsure of their unspoken tension. It's nothing, really, Zhao Chongqing waved his hand dismissively, a slight unease creeping over him. Let's continue discussing our plan of action. Jing Zhan gently clasped Tang Wan's hand, proceeding to elaborate. We'll rely on knives. We've managed to procure 5 on the road, currently in the vehicle. We'll head to the villa on the right, striking directly. However, once inside, we must be discreet, ambush when possible, and avoid attracting any other zombies. After meticulously devising their battle strategy, they began their preparations to proceed. Jing Zhan suddenly gazed deeply at her, his dark eyes reminiscent of a cold, profound pool, glimmering with a hidden warmth. Tang Wan just stood up and, seeing his appearance, her eyes sparkled. She playfully flicked her finger across his palm and smiled softly. I wish to join in. Let me practice a bit. Jing Zhan harbored this intention as well. However, his heart hung heavily, gripping her hand tightly. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a hushed tone. Wan, stay close to me. I must keep an eye on you. All right. Tang Wan beamed, embracing him before hastily moving to pull Zhao Chongqing along. Let us go. Bring me the knife. Zhao Chongqing, utterly bewildered, exchanged glances with Jing Zhan, questioning, Are you sure about this? Letting Wan go? Before he could express further concern, Tang Wan had already whisked him away. The SUV's trunk swung open, revealing a box containing several bloodied knives. Jing Zhan approached, handing Tang Wan a long fruit knife. The zombies' weakness lies in their heads. Strike with force. Simultaneously, he passed her a handgun, his emotions clearly reflected in his eyes. Hold on to the gun. Use it just as you practiced at the shooting range. Understanding that Jing Zhan's intentions stemmed from concern rather than doubt, Tang Wan accepted the gun. Then he picked up a knife, weighing it in his hand, while Zhao Chongqing nudged him with his elbow, signaling with his eyes. Lin he shrugged and muttered, as long as brother Jing is willing, it's all right. Besides, there will be times when we cannot protect her. With fewer zombies on the right, we can use this opportunity for her to practice. Killing zombies is no trivial matter. They can be quite vicious. Eventually, she must confront this reality. The reluctance to let her venture out earlier was due to uncertainty about the number of zombies at their destination. They feared for her safety, but the circumstances had changed. They did not exit through the yard. Instead, they scaled the wall into the neighboring yard on the right, and then clambered through a window into the house. A zombie wandering in the living room suddenly turned its head, roaring as it lunged towards them. To speak frankly, the appearance of the zombies diverged greatly from that of normal humans. Their skin was a sickly pallor, marred by dark, bulging veins, and their eyes were clouded and protruding, laced with streaks of blood. When they opened their mouths, fangs dripped with flesh, emitting an unbearable stench that could induce nausea with just a glance. As two zombies charged forward, Jingzhan and the others quickly stepped up, but suddenly remembered that this was an opportunity for Tang Wan to hone her skills. The zombies lunged, and the group scattered. Jingzhan forcefully pulled Tang Wan, but she bent down, causing him to grasp at nothing, his pupils constricting in alarm. The male zombie missed its target, baring its teeth as it lunged at Tang Wan. She rolled sideways on the ground and swiftly rose to one knee, turning to kick the zombie, evading its claws, and plunged a knife into its neck. Only half of its neck remained connected to its head, yet it was not dead. Becoming increasingly frenzied, screaming in madness. Without hesitation, Tang Wan sidestepped and delivered a decisive stab. The fruit knife plunged into its skull, immediately splattering dark red blood, and the zombie collapsed. The other female zombie had just fallen to Jingzhan's hands, silencing the cacophony, and the living room descended into an unexpected stillness. As Tang Wan contemplated retrieving the knife from the zombie's head, she felt Jingzhan's arm encircle her waist, turning her to face him. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his expression serious as he inspected her from head to toe. She immediately opened her arms and smiled at him. "I'm perfectly fine, and my adaptability is quite commendable." Jingzhan cast a glance at the bloody corpse on the ground behind her and gazed into her clear, bright eyes, his heart twisting with a pang of bittersweet pain. Yet he understood that this was a trial she must endure. Should she encounter a zombie in a place where he could not see, she needed to be capable of defending herself. Jingzhan grasped her hand and admonished gently, "As long as you are safe, do remember to hone your abilities." "Of course," she replied. Upon confirming that Tang Wan was unharmed, Zhao Chongqing and Lin he set off in search of supplies. Tang Wan and Jingzhan approached, and Lin he gestured towards the gathered resources, discussing, "Should we consider taking residence here for the next few days? The ground floor at our place is drenched in dried blood, which is quite unappetizing. Then let us stay here. We can dispose of those two corpses. And there is also a zombie in one of the ground floor rooms." Tang Wan pointed to a corner room where a zombie was currently banging against the door. Zhao Chongqing brandished his knife and moved forward, swiftly silencing the remaining zombie. Jingzhan concurred, "We can move over anything useful from there." They spent some time gathering clothing, supplies, and edible ingredients. With the generator now operational, the electricity was sufficient to store the food in the refrigerator. The three corpses were disposed of, the bloodstains removed, and the entire house appeared unchanged from the world before the apocalypse. After a brief respite, the four of them ventured to another house that housed 4 zombies to collect further supplies. The resources there were scant, and blood was smeared everywhere. Their primary purpose was to accompany Tang Wan in practicing her skills. Now, the conditions are ripe for a sumptuous dinner. The 4 individuals are ravenous, their stomachs pressing against their backs, and they indulge heartily in the evening feast. The supplies appear sufficient to last us a week. After another day of scavenging tomorrow, we shall have provisions for 2 weeks, freeing us from worry. Zhao Chongqing beams with joy. Tang Wan, equally delighted, begins to strategize their looting itinerary for the following day. The 18th household is brimming with valuables, but as its occupants are still alive, that will have to be passed over. However, the private garage on the 20th contains 2 crates of gasoline. They attentively listen and meticulously map out their route for the morrow. After their discussion, Zhao Chongqing attempts to uncork a bottle of red wine, urging them to raise a toast together. Jingzhan's gaze flicks towards him, simply stating, "1 glass will suffice." "Understood, understood." Zhao Chongqing, granted permission, hastens to fetch glasses, pouring each of them a drink. As the wine flows down their throats, they have barely set their glasses down when Tang Wan suddenly halts, gesturing for silence as she rises to extinguish the kitchen light. They had only illuminated the kitchen, and with that switch, complete darkness envelopes them. The 4 of them silently reach for their weapons. Tang Wan carefully observes the panel. Outside, 2 zombies stagger past, drawn to the glow of a certain villa. Suddenly, they break into a frenzied sprint, clawing relentlessly at the iron gate, producing a shrill clamor that pierces the stillness of the night. The gate stands tall, devoid of any structures to scale, and they thrash against it, their racket attracting 3 more zombies. Tang Wan furrows her brow, noticing even more zombies in the distance responding to the commotion. The inhabitants of the villa hurriedly extinguish the lights, holding their breath as the zombies outside gradually fell silent, meandering aimlessly. A profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, and after a considerable time, Tang Wan lit a candle, illuminating the space. Jing Zhan inscribed on a piece of paper, "Tonight, we shall take turns keeping watch. Lin He and Chong Xing will guard the first half, and I shall take over at 1. Their expressions were solemn as they nodded in agreement. No further words were exchanged. When Jing Zhan was to take his shift, Tang Wan insisted on accompanying him. In the dim light, Jing Zhan glanced at his watch, noting that there were still 5 minutes until 1 o'clock. The kiss he bestowed upon her left her in a daze, and only after a moment was she released. He gently murmured near her lips, "Rest well, nothing will happen." He stepped outside, and Tang Wan yawned, feeling the pull of sleep. She tapped a message to 099. "Still there?" "Yes, I'm keeping an eye on everything around. Nothing significant has occurred." Tang Wan expressed her gratitude and soon drifted into slumber. As dawn's light timidly broke, she suddenly awoke, rolling out of bed to pull aside a curtain, revealing the muted morning glow. Everything appeared to be well, and Tang Wan exhaled in relief before washing up and heading downstairs. At that moment, Lin He emerged, greeting her with a raised eyebrow and a grin. "Up so early?" Tang Wan detected the teasing tone in his voice and shot him an exasperated glance. "Aren't you up rather early yourself?" Lin He replied, "It's merely a matter of habit." They descended the stairs, and upon entering the dimly lit living room on the first floor, Tang Wan flicked on 2 lamps. Jing Zhan, who had been dozing on the sofa, immediately opened his eyes upon seeing them, only to close them again, rubbing his temples. Tang Wan grasped his hand and furrowed her brow, urging, "You should go back to rest." Jing Zhan responded affirmatively, preparing to rise. But Tang Wan's expression shifted as she touched his palm and then reached to feel his forehead, her tone laden with concern. "Zhan, you have a fever." Lin He, who was heading to the kitchen, changed his expression upon hearing this and hurried over. Jing Zhan swayed slightly as he stood, and both Tang Wan and Lin He supported him. "We should help him to rest," Tang Wan suggested, nodding at Lin He. "I believe he is on the verge of awakening his abilities." Lin He understood, feeling somewhat relieved. They laid Jing Zhan on the bed, where he succumbed to a high fever, drifting into a deep slumber. "I will check on Chong Xing," Lin He suddenly remarked. After a moment, he turned to Tang Wan and added, "Chong Xing also has a fever. He is unable to wake up. Do not worry. I suspect it is related to their abilities. They should regain consciousness in a while." Tang Wan reassured him with a smile. "All right, I shall prepare dinner then." The day's plans were postponed, as both Jing Zhan and Zhao Chongxing were lost in feverish slumber. Administering antipyretics in such a state would be unwise, and they were unable to consume anything. Tang Wan and Lin He kept vigil over them for several hours, until they finally stirred awake. Zhao Chongxing was the first to awaken. He blinked in confusion for a moment before his spirits began to lift. Lin He smiled and patted his head. "How are you feeling?" Zhao Chongxing, filled with excitement, leapt from the bed and walked in circles, unable to contain his laughter as he looked at them. "Can you guess what ability I have awakened?" Tang Wan, having carried a small fish tank from the first floor and sitting nearby practicing, overheard his exuberant words. She turned and grinned. "I guess it must be fire-related." Zhao Chongxing scratched his head in confusion and glanced at her. "How did you guess so quickly?" He opened his palm, and a cluster of flames spontaneously erupted from his hand. He chuckled twice, about to speak, when a terrible scream escaped his throat. His left palm had been scorched by the fire. In a frantic rush, he dashed to Tang Wan's side, thrusting his hand into the fish tank. The large block of ice extinguished the flames, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Lin He observed him with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "I was just about to commend you. Now, it's time to establish your training regimen." Jing Zhan was also in the room. Having just opened his eyes, Tang Wan went over to help him sit up and softly inquired, "How do you feel?" Zhao Chongxing approached, staring intently at Jing Zhan. "What is Brother Jing's ability?" He held Tang Wan's hand, gently massaging it for comfort, and after regaining his composure, he replied, "It should be related to lightning. It's somewhat perilous, and I might not be able to control it well at the moment." Lin He, seated nearby, spun his pen with a smile. "Then let us practice on some zombies. You two can't effectively train in this room." Half a day had passed, and after receiving the training plan devised by Lin He, Zhao Chongxing eagerly set out to gather supplies and hunt zombies. Along the way, they encountered zombies that had wandered over from the previous night. They drove around, luring those 5 zombies away, with everyone being at a novice level in their abilities. The destructive power of lightning was the most formidable. The first zombie struck by the lightning fell to the ground, struggled to rise again. But after being hit for the fourth time, its entire body was charred black, rendering it utterly motionless. The situation concerning the zombies summoned by the flames remained relatively stable. One of them lunged at the driver's side window, its gaping maw dripping with blood. Upon opening the window, He thrust a knife into its mouth, piercing its skull. Tang Wan's ice abilities were largely ineffective unless she reached the fourth tier, capable of condensing air into ice. Thus, she resorted to using a blade as well. Today's haul was commendable, as they managed to transport supplies inside, and Zhao Chongqing began washing the vehicle with water from the courtyard's fountain. The following day, He, feverish and delirious, awoke to discover his newfound psychic abilities. This day marked a massive military operation to eradicate zombies in the urban area of Qinghe City, with the sound of explosions echoing incessantly, causing the ground to tremble. Jing Zhan and the others remained in the living room, engrossed in the television, which rarely featured live news broadcasts. The military had initiated fire in the city. The streets were strewn with the remains of zombies, and numerous buildings lay in ruins. Hospitals, supermarkets, and hotels remained largely intact, as the military simply lured the zombies out to gun them down before entering to retrieve vital supplies. The early zombies, under the overwhelming firepower, showed no signs of resistance, nor did they attempt to hide, despite their staggering numbers. The footage displayed the military evacuating survivors from a residential building when suddenly, an exceptionally large zombie emerged from a corner, biting through the neck of a man, causing the scene to descend into chaos, abruptly cutting off the broadcast. Zhao Chongqing, biting into an apple, sighed. Lin Gu, your abilities rely on intellect, don't they? Perhaps you should refrain from overthinking. You already use your mind enough in daily life. He gently tapped his head. How can one improve without practice? You must train diligently. Your flames yesterday merely scorched the zombie's clothing. I have been practicing for 5 hours this morning. However, there are news updates to catch up on, so I came over to take a look. Jing Zhan switched the channel. Some satellite TV stations had already lost signal. He spoke in a low voice. We can set off whenever we find the time, but we have yet to locate a satellite phone. They had been particularly vigilant in their search for supplies, hoping to find a satellite phone, yet regrettably, such items are seldom kept by the average person. They had scoured nearly every inhabited house in the entire villa community. Zhao Chongqing pondered, it is indeed elusive. Aside from individuals with specialized needs, such as those engaged in outdoor exploration or maritime operations, who else would possess a satellite phone? Just a moment ago, I saw a major on the news. Perhaps we could approach him and request to borrow his satellite phone? He adjusted his forehead and replied, Are you jesting? Who can simply borrow military communication tools? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly became alert, rising swiftly. Someone is approaching outside. Tang Wan immediately stated, It's a zombie and a man. In less than a second, the four of them wore solemn expressions, swiftly retrieving their knives and positioning themselves at the entrance of the living room. Help! Help me! The man's cries for help were particularly harrowing, sharp and high-pitched. Jing Zhan moved to the window, parting the curtains slightly to observe. The man had been gruesomely mauled by the zombie, struggling to crawl forward, his bulging eyes fixated on their direction. Before long, the man succumbed to the infection, transforming into a zombie, and the two zombies began clawing at their courtyard gate. It's time to train, Jing Zhan remarked with a calm demeanor. Understood, Zhao Chongqing responded, opening the door and stepping outside. The moment the zombies set their eyes on the living, they descended into a frenzied madness, clawing desperately at the door, their mutated hands reaching through the iron barrier, emitting low, guttural growls from deep within their throats. This, however, proved advantageous for their training. Jing Zhan and Zhao Chongqing each took one. The zombies struck by lightning fell to the ground, lifeless. Yet, the situation on Zhao Chongqing's side caused He to furrow his brow. He remarked, Do not extend the attack range too broadly, focus on the head. What purpose does burning their clothes serve? Zhao Chongqing nodded vigorously, and, on his next turn, concentrated a fireball upon the zombie's head, which soon succumbed to the flames. He gleaned an insight. Perhaps next time, I could narrow the range further, compressing it into a fiery blade to strike. With the zombies dispatched, Tang Wan gazed at the open door of the dwelling across from them and said, They are the residents from the opposite side. Let us procure their supplies. However, He intervened, somewhat exasperated, pointing towards their own abode. We truly possess an abundance of supplies. We could sustain ourselves for 2 weeks. A single vehicle is insufficient to carry it all. Jing Zhan turned to Tang Wan and inquired, as for food, we can forego that, but do they possess any medical supplies that are essential to us? We are in dire need of alcohol, iodine, and bandages. Thus, they proceeded, retrieving only the medical kit. In Qinghe City, the population was vast, and the zombies seemed to emerge incessantly. The military suffered considerable losses, hastily evacuating the majority of survivors onto vehicles before retreating. Many survivors were left behind, unable to board the trucks. The military presented them with 2 choices: either continue waiting for the next rescue operation or follow their convoy, with the assurance that the military would intervene should zombies appear in their path. Most individuals opt for the latter choice. The roads are now teeming with vehicles, and one could simply extract a charred zombie from the driver's seat and drive away. Jing Zhan and his companions lingered at the villa for several days, dedicating their time to honing their supernatural abilities. Even in the absence of instruments to gauge their powers, they could discern a notable enhancement in their skills. In the living room, there resided an aquarium that dominated half the wall. One day, the fish within underwent a mutation, sprouting sharp fangs and repeatedly colliding with the glass. Upon witnessing this, Tang Wan encased the entire aquarium in ice, the fish's mouth agape, trapped within the frozen confines. Lin He, passing by, playfully tapped the glass, grinning as he remarked, "You must admit, it's rather amusing. In this day and age, even fish can transform into zombie fish. Is there anything that remains unaffected?" Zhao Chongxing lamented. Lin He shrugged, "Who knows? We should focus on packing. We depart tomorrow." Content that the aquarium glass had remained intact, she nodded in satisfaction. Upon raising her gaze, she found the 3 of them watching her intently. Lin He flashed her a thumbs up, while Zhao Chongxing exaggeratedly opened his mouth, grinning at her. Tang Wan felt a rush of embarrassment, unable to suppress her urge to glare at those who teased her. Jing Zhan approached, taking her hand, his elongated black eyes brimming with mirth as he softly encouraged, "Let us pack our belongings." Yet, once the door closed, Jing Zhan embraced her, exclaiming, "You're incredible." She covered her face, her heart racing, overwhelmed by the trio's adulation. "You all are enough," she protested, for they were undeniably more formidable than she. Was it truly necessary to shower her with praise for the slightest improvement? She was well aware that any minor mistake made by Zhao Chongxing during training would earn him a scathing tongue-lashing from Lin He. Why should one not extol the remarkable? Jing Zhan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he gazed at her intently. Her ears flushed crimson, the lobes appearing even more delicate and radiant. Jing Zhan's gaze deepened as he pressed his lips to hers for an extended moment. After a while, his breath, warm and tantalizing, whispered in her ear, "Wan Jing, may I tonight?" Tang Wan's face was flushed to the point of embarrassment as she pushed him away, exclaiming, "They are right next door. The ability users have exceptional hearing. Be gentle." Jing Zhan kissed her lips, his prominent nose brushing against her delicate nose, his voice laced with a languorous allure. He seemed relentless in his pursuit, intent on rendering her weak need, and rarely did he indulge in such teasing. Unable to withstand his advances, she eventually nodded in acquiescence. Yet Jing Zhan did not relent. He continued to tease her for a while longer before reluctantly releasing her. As she packed her belongings, Tang Wan only managed to gather 2 sets of clothing, neatly folding them into a storage bag. Jing Zhan, on the other hand, meticulously organized her sanitary supplies, placing each item with care. When Tang Wan noticed an assortment of other items, she paused, biting her lip as she nudged his shoulder, asking, "What do you need those for?" Jing Zhan glanced at the items in his hands, stowing them in the storage bag, and looked at her gently, saying, "Are these not necessary? Who knows if the base has enough? What if we run out later?" Tang Wan chose to ignore him, but upon seeing her adorably flustered expression, he could not resist pulling her close for another playful moment. With the supplies from outside now gathered, they began preparing dinner. They were both quite capable in the kitchen, though Jing Zhan excelled above all. Tonight's fare was hot pot, with an array of ingredients prepared, none of which could be taken away. In the dimly lit kitchen, illuminated only by flickering candles, they dined and engaged in hushed conversation. How wonderful it would be to possess spatial abilities, allowing them to transport anything they desired. Zhao Chongxing chewed on a piece of meat, contemplating the future where he would have to subsist on jerky, canned goods, and instant noodles. Lin He remarked, "Spatial abilities must be quite rare. By the way, I saw on the news that the Southeast base has already developed instruments to detect abilities. I wonder what level our abilities are now." Didn't their base claim to have second-tier ability users? I believe they specialize in fire. However, their base seems rather chaotic. It took them a week to gradually improve various facilities. I suspect incidents of theft and robbery are quite common there. Tang Wan requested 099 to assess their ability levels. Upon receiving the results, she was momentarily astonished, but soon her face broke into a radiant smile. Lin He was classified as a mid-second-tier psychic, Zhao Chongxing as a late second-tier fire user, and Jing Zhan had already reached the third tier. 099 reported, "The system has also evaluated your ability level. You are merely a fraction away from being a third-tier ice user." Such levels of ability had already proven to be exceptional in the 2 weeks since the apocalypse. Not only were they endowed with extraordinary talent, but they had also benefited from rigorous training. The plans devised by Lin He were remarkably effective, rivaling the training methodologies found within the base itself. While Tang Wan continued to smile, Jing Zhan playfully served her more meat and ruffled her hair, softly chuckling. "What is you so joyful?" She curled her lips in a smile, remaining silent, and as she parted her lips, Jing Zhan fed her a piece of meat. The two individuals across the table, accustomed to this display, managed to ignore it entirely. Lin He turned to Tang Wan and said, "Today, you have inspired me. I believe we can improve your training regimen." Tang Wan nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him. "Have you ever attempted to solidify any liquid aside from water? For instance, plasma?" Jing Zhan interjected. "This requires reaching the freezing point of plasma." Lin He replied, "Indeed. Once one can condense water vapor into ice. We could experiment with small animals, solidifying their plasma and attempting to eradicate them completely by shattering it. I believe this could be a viable method against zombies in the later stages." Zhao Chongxing, while eating, regarded Lin He with a mixture of admiration and complexity, saying, "Brother Lin, how does your mind work? Your ability already demands intellect, yet you can devise something like this." Lin He unceremoniously tapped his head twice. Tang Wan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin He, agreeing, "Let's incorporate this into our plan. I can start experimenting on the road." She had begun training to condense water vapor over the past couple of days, currently managing only to produce a few drops of water, but she was confident she would improve. "All right, we shall take it step by step." Lin He smiled at her, then turned to Zhao Chongxing. "You too, follow the procedure. Raising the flame temperature is crucial. First, we need to melt the iron." After finishing their meal, the four clinked their glasses, sharing only a single cup of red wine before